I swear on my last slice of pizza I've never had in my life. I don't even know how to use one of those fancy contraptions. Damn it. I'm more of a brandy and the delicious aroma of my mom's coin kind of guy. Who the hell needs to inhale flavored air anyway?
Bro, you couldn't inhale a sandwich without choking.
Skibbity bop, you'd need a lifeguard for that.
Exactly. I don't need somewhere to smoke cloud following me around like a lost puppy. I'm just trying to enjoy my snacks in peace.
More like a buffet for a family of hippos.
And you'd still ask for extra sides.
Hey, my love for food is pure. Unlike that weird bad trend, I'm not trying to look cool. Just trying to not die from hunger.
You're still gonna die from being a human meat, though?
And if you did vape, you'd probably blow out nacho cheese instead of smoke.
That sounds delicious. I call it the caseoh special. And it would be a hit.
Only if you serve it on a plate shaped like your head.
Skibbity the toilet, now that's a culinary breakthrough.
I'm telling you, I'd be the Gordon Ramsay of cheese.
More like the Gordon Ramsay of getting roasted, you big egg.
Skibbity bop, let's just hope you don't crack under pressure.
My style is ridiculous.
What is that? Welcome back, everyone. Today we are doing something absolutely ridiculous on hundreds of bitty toilets versus me. I can already smell the case, and it smells like, well, it smells like my last meal. I hope you all brought your popcorn because this is going to be one hell of a flush. You're going to want to stick around for this shit.
You call that a plan, you big bald egg, more like a recipe for disaster, just like your diet.
Hey now, let's not flush the fun down the drain. I'm here to make sure this stream doesn't go down the toilet, unless it's a really funny toilet.
I'm not worried about toilets. I'm worried about getting squashed 500 of them. Do you know how much toilet paper I need for this?
Toilet paper? You mean your diet plan? Just roll it up and eat it, you big dofus.
I have a PhD in toilet humor, you know. And I can assure you, this stream is gonna be a real crapper of a good time.
I'm starting to think I should actually order pizza instead of 5 toilets. At least pizza doesn't try to flush me away.
Yeah, hot king pizza dance. I bet those toilets can bust a move while you're just standing there looking like a confused egg.
My style is ridiculous.
Alright folks, welcome back to the stream where I'm gonna show you how to not rage quit even though I'm about to lose my shit just like last time when Recraft made me feel like an egg on a hot sidewalk. Seriously, how does he keep winning? I swear he's got a cheat code or a magic wand up his ass.
Maybe he just uses a stub, so those are cheat code. You're like the final boss no one wants to fight.
Don't worry, Steak. Losing is just like flushing a bad taco. You gotta let that shit go.
I'm not flushing anything, I'm just trying to figure out how the hell Recraft keeps sneaking past my defenses like a raccoon in a dumpster.
Maybe he's got a secret raccoon lens, or he's just better at this than you, which isn't saying much, you big bald egg.
I once knew a raccoon who could beat Craft at chess. Too bad he was also a toilet.
You know what, I'm done. I'm rage quitting this whole damn thing.
Rage quitting? You mean you're just gonna sit there and eat another donut? Hi, classic steak.
My style is ridiculous.
Welcome back to the stream. Folks, today we're diving into the absolutely absurd topic of how you can die by that. I mean, who needs lungs anyway, right? Seriously though, I once tried to vape while eating a cheeseburger. Let's just say my taste buds are still recovering from that disaster.
You're an idiot, steak. I bet you could die just by looking at a vape pen. Oh, shiny.
I think the real question is, why would you want to risk it? I mean, it's not like you're inhaling the wisdom of the universe. More like bathroom air freshener.
Right? Like who thought, hey, let's turn flavored air into a lifestyle. I can't even decide on pizza toppings, and here we are, man, bubbling.
Yeah, and what's next? Man, spaghetti. I'm really
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
Spaghetti might just just lead to a pasta la vista moment.
Wow, Sibit, you're a genius, but let's be real. The only thing you should be inhaling is confidence, not vaporized strawberries.
Or, my foot up your ass if you keep talking about confident.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
I'm telling you, these Roblox kids are driving me up the wall. It's like they think they can just build a mansion out of pixels and call it art. Bitch, I can barely build a sandwich without it falling apart. And what's with all the dancing? I'm just trying to enjoy my steak dinner while they're touring like it's the last day on Earth. I could throw a steak at their heads and they wouldn't even know it.
Just throw a virtual steak, you big egg. They'll probably just turn it into a new dance move, the tort and grill or some shit.
If only they could flush their creativity down the toilet. I mean, I'm at Oilet and even I know that building a mansion out of blocks is just crap.
Exactly, they act like they're the kings of the digital world, but I've seen better architecture in my bathroom. At least my toilet knows how to handle a good flush.
Yeah, and at least your toilet doesn't try to build a mansion with a plunger. What's next? A Roblox game about cleaning toilets?
I'd play that. Toilet Tycoon.
Don't even get me started on those stupid dance emojis. I'd rather watch paint dry than see another kid flossing in front of a gelated wall.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Welcome back to the stream. Folks, today's topic is a real doozy. Apparently, the bit of toilet got cancelled, and now I'm out of a job. Can you believe it? I mean, how do you cancel a toilet? I thought toilets were supposed to be the ones doing the flushing, but here I am sitting on my sad head wondering what the hell happened.
I think it's bad for you. I'm stuck in this tiny body while you're over there being a big old bald idiot.
Excuse me, but as a proud toilet, I must say it's quite unfair. I provide essential services, and now I'm just a meme. What's next? A toilet paper shortage.
Right, like what are we supposed to do? Use leaves? That's a real sad show waiting to happen.
Leaves, more like leaves. No, I'd rather be a troll under a bridge than wipe mice with a leaf.
At least leaves are biodegradable. What about your job, steak? You'd better start practicing your would you like fries with that voice.
Damn it, Sabit, I'm not gonna work fast food. I can even fit in those little uniforms. I'd look like a sausage in a casing.
A sausage in a casing, more like a giant egg in a frying pan. Get it together, you bald buffoon.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Welcome, everyone, to the ultimate showdown. Today, we're pitting a gory steak against a massive burger. Who would win? Spoiler alert. I mean, have you seen that burger? It's like it's trying to eat the steak before the steak even gets a chance. Talk about a culinary showdown of epic proportion.
That burger can hold a candle to a juicy steak. It's like comparing a toddler to a crate.
Well, if we're being honest, I'd flush both of them down for a good old-fashioned bowl of spaghetti. At least it won't try to steal my thunder.
Spaghetti, who invited the bathroom humor to the dinner table? This is a steak versus burger fight, not a pasta part.
Yeah, Sabit, you're as out of place as a toilet fancy dinner, but hey, at least you're not a soggy burger.
Speaking of soggy, did you ever think about what happens when you put steak and burger together? It's a recipe for a toilet disaster.
And that's exactly why I'm gonna win. I'm not just a meal, I'm an experience. You can't flush that away.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Alright folks, welcome back to the stream where I do absolutely nothing and somehow still get views a day. We're gonna put lead in my computer because why the hell not, right? I mean, what could possibly go wrong? It's just a little lead, and I'm sure it'll make my computer faster or something, right?
Faster, more like you're gonna turn your PC into a damn bomb, you big egg.
Bomb? Ha. That's rich coming from a guy who thinks lead is a food group. You might as well try frying your computer, steak.
Frying? I like the sound of that. Maybe I can make it a gourmet dish. Lead infused computer fries.
Yeah, and then you can serve it to the trash can, you idiot.
Trash can? More like a 5-star restaurant for malfunctioning gadgets. I dine there, but only if you promise to add some toilet humor on the menu.
Toilet humor, I could use a good laugh, just like when my computer crashes. Wait, does what make it crash faster?
Only if it doesn't blow up first. You're a genius? Steak, a complete idiot genius.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
I just got banned for saying non for context. What the hell is that about? My moderators are like a bunch of overzealous chickens. I can't even say without them losing their minds.
Maybe they think you're taking too many eggs on your plate, big guy.
Banning words is like flushing ideas down the toilet. And trust me, I know a thing or two about flushing.
Exactly, I'm just trying to entertain the masses here, and they're treating me like I'm some kind of criminal. I should start a prison stream.
Yeah, let's call it stuff behind bars, where you can serve time for being funny.
I'd watch that. But only if the bars are made of toilet paper. Gotta keep it classy.
Who needs class when you've got a bald egg and a toilet for a friend? This is what people made of.
More like nightmares, but hey, at least you have a big enough head for all that nonsense.
And a big enough toilet for all the crap we're shoveling.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Alright, folks, welcome back to my stream. Today, we got a wide swap path. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? I'm already full of shit, so this should be easy.
Easy? You mean like your mom's cooking? I could make a better meal in a microwave with a sock.
Speaking of socks, did you know they're actually the perfect toilet seat cover? Just don't ask where I got that information.
Wait, so you're telling me socks can be toilet seat covers? That's genius. I'm gonna start a fashion line.
Yeah, and we call it sock it to the toilet. You'll be the first designer to go down the drain.
Just remember, if you flush your ideas, make sure they're not too stinky. Nobody likes a clogged brain.
My brain is like a clogged toilet, full of all kinds of crap. But hey, at least it's not boring, right?
Boring? You too? This is like a shit show in a circus tent. I can't wait for the grand finale.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Hey everyone, welcome to my totally planned live stream. I definitely didn't just accidentally hit the go live button while I was bad. Feeling here, you know, being caught. I mean, who wouldn't want to watch a bald guy puffing out clouds like a fucking dragon? This is peak entertainment, folks.
Peak entertain, more like a peak of stupidity, like a potato that got hit by a truck. Steak!
I think I just flushed my brain listening to that intro. Also, can you vape in a toilet? Asking for a friend.
Well, if your friend is a toilet, then hell yeah, just don't forget to clean the bowl afterward. Hygiene is key, folks.
Hygiene, bitch! You're the one who treats a shower like it's a conspiracy.
I'm just here for the drama. Who knew a bald dude could create such a shitstorm?
I'm not just bald, I'm Helen, and Case is my middle name, just like my middle finger, which I'm currently showing to all the haters.
Yeah, but your middle finger is more like a tiny sausage, Link.
Hey, as long as it's not a floating turd, we're good.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Welcome back, everyone. Today, I'm gonna eat this delicious egg, and you're all gonna watch me enjoy it. You knew breakfast could be this entertaining. I mean, come on, who doesn't love a good egg? It's not like I'm gnawing a leg or something.
You're a damn cannibal. Steak eggs are basically baby chickens. You're like a monster in a cartoon.
Cannibal? More like a giveaway. Just don't let the chicken know you're about to make it a breakfast celebrity.
I'm not a monster, I'm just a dude with a big appetite. Plus, it's not like I'm eating it raw, not a savage.
Yeah, you're just a brilliant savage. Next, you'll be telling us you're a gourmet chef because you can scramble.
Scrambled or fried, just don't serve it on a toilet seat. That's where I draw the line.
Who eats eggs on a toilet? That's just wrong. I'm classy, let a steak dinner in a fancy restaurant.
Classy, you're the only guy out who drop a steak in the toilet and still call it gourmet.
And then I'd flush it down the culinary crapper. Bon appetit, my friends.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Alright folks, welcome back to the stream. Today, I'm gonna confess something I'm down bad for Italy. Like, I'm talking full on Lartat pancake level of down bad. I mean, have you seen her? She's like the perfect combo of sweet and bats. And here I am, looking like a bowl of egg that forgot to get dressed.
Bro, you're not just down bad. You're in the basement with the spiders. Just give it up already.
At least you're not trying to impress me, steak. I can't flush this kind of desperation.
Oh, come on. I've got charm. I can charm the pants off a toilet seat.
Yeah, but can you charmingly? I mean, she'd probably run away screaming.
Or maybe just flush you away. You need a strategy, my dude. How about a love letter written in toilet paper?
That's actually not a bad idea. I'll just write, roses are red, floats are blue. I'm down bad for you. Please don't make me stoop.
And then you'll stew in your own embarrassment. Classic, man. What is that?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
So we just got back from the shop, and let me tell you, those spicy chips are no joke. I thought I was buying a snack, but I might as well have been signing my life away. I mean, who the hell thought it was a good idea to put sticky on the label in flaming letters? That's like a warning sign that says, hey, prepare your boot hole for battle.
Oh, please, if you think that's bad, wait until you see your face when you actually eat them. You'll be crying like a baby in a hot sauce factory.
Hot sauce factory? Sounds like a dream. I'd be the king of the throne, ruling over fiery chips and spicy dips.
Ruling over a throne, like sitting on a toilet after eating those chips. I'll need a raw bit just to survive this challenge.
A bit do eat a damn fire hose. I can already see the headline.
If you blow up the bathroom, can I film it? I promise to add a catchy jingle.
Oh, I'm starting to regret this whole idea. I just wanted a snack, not a damn horror movie plot.
Horror movie, more like a comedy. I'm already laughing at your future suffering, you big ball potato.
And I'll be right there with my toilet paper cape, ready to save the day or at least provide some laughs along the way.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Welcome back, my glorious eggheads. Today, we're diving into the category of Roblox stores. I mean, who doesn't love a game where you can get chased by weird monsters and still feel like your life choices are valid, right?
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Oh, I think that's scary. Have you seen your last 5 meals? Now that's a horror show. Steak.
Speaking of horror, did you know that behind every door in Roblox, there's a toilet waiting to spill its secrets? I mean, it's a real shit show.
Wow, Sibit, you're more insightful than I expected. But wait, are we talking about the lore or just your last bathroom visit? Because both are equally terrifying.
Or more like snore. Who gives a shit? I just want to see Steak scream like a baby when he gets scarred.
Jump scares? Please. The real horror is when you see a toilet that hasn't been flushed in a week. That's the real nightmare fuel, folks.
You know what? I'd rather face 100 monsters than confront that horror. And Minister, you're just jealous because I have more hair than you.
Yeah, but I have more brain cells than you. And that's saying something, Lieutenant.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Dot. Dot. Dot.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Alright, folks, welcome back to the most chaotic stream on the internet today. I'm gonna jump, make the earth sad. Will my mom's meat glue when it hits the table? I've been training for this moment, eating all the steaks I could find. If I don't cause an earthquake, I'll eat my own hat.
Fast, you think you can jump? You're more likely to create a food oval? Just get a trampoline and stop pretending you're a superhero, you big egg.
A food avalanche? Now that's a disaster I'd flush to see. But let's be real, the only thing shaking here is your self-esteem, steak.
Self-esteem, I have the confidence of 1,000 steaks on a grill. You know what? I'm jumping right now, hold my beer.
Yeah, hold it tight, you might spill it when you land like a giant potato.
If you land hard enough, I might just need to call the plumbing. Your belly could clog the whole system.
Here goes nothing. I break the ground. I'll just build a steakhouse right on the fault line.
Or Buffett for all your broken dreams. Let's go, big guy.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
What's up, my beautiful meat lovers? Did you know that on August 12th, 2036, the universe is gonna hit the big holy death? I mean, I can't even finish my steak by then. I just ordered a triple cheeseburger with extra bacon. Now I'm thinking, will there even be a universe to enjoy it in? It's like, what's the point?
Dude, who gives a shit about the universe? I'm just here for the snacks. You're gonna die with a burger in your hand. That's the real tragedy.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm just flushing away my worries. Heat death? More like let it go down the drain death.
But think about it, Minister. What if the last thing I eat is a soggy burger? I'll be known as the guy who went out like a total loser.
At least you won't be lonely. You will have your greasy friends. Just a bunch of burgers crying together in the cosmic void.
I'd rather be a toilet than a sad burger. At least I'm always getting flushed out into a new adventure.
Damn, it's a bit... That's deep, or should I say, dear, just don't flush me when the heat death hits, okay?
If you go, I'm coming with you, steak will be the first to do burgers in the afterlife. Welcome to the void. Here's your side of fries.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Alright folks, welcome back to the most entertaining stream on the internet, where I'm about to learn something that will probably ruin my day. Did you know that the heat death of the universe is set for August 12th, 2036? I mean, what the hell am I supposed to do with that information?
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it. This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
This is just like flushing away my hopes and dreams. But at least we'll go out with a bang, right? Or a splash, if you're lucky.
You know, I thought my biggest problem today would be deciding between steak or chicken, but here we are discussing the end of time. What's next? Minister, are you gonna tell me I can even have dessert?
More like dessert, sir. What's the dessert for the end of the universe? Cosmic cookies.
I'd say it's a toilet cake. It's the only way to go out, sitting on the throne while the universe goes down the drain.
Great, now I'm imagining the universe as a giant toilet bowl. Thanks. Guys, I'll never look at space the same way again. Just my luck.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Alright, welcome back to the most hidden stream on the internet. Today we're diving into some juicy topics, and trust me, you don't want to miss this one. I just found out that in 2036, the universe is gonna experience heat death. Like, what the hell? I can even keep my leftovers from going bad. And now the whole universe is just gonna stop working.
Dude, you can even keep your hair from disappearing. And you're worried about the universe and your priorities straight, heckhead.
Heat death? Sounds like my last plumbing job. I had a toilet that was so hot it could fry an egg.
Wait, you're telling me the universe is just on a code like my love life? That's depressing as hell.
More love life, more like a black hole, sucks everything in and then just disappears.
Maybe if you stopped leaving your leftovers out, the universe wouldn't want to chill out so much.
I mean, I'm gonna be around for the heat death. I better start eating all the steak I can now. Gotta go out with a bang, right?
More like a fart, you'll be the first one to go in the cosmic BBQ.
Just don't forget to flush before the end, buddy. Wouldn't want the universe to think you're a total mess.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Welcome back, folks. Today, we're diving into some serious steak talk. And I'm not talking about the meat. I'm talking about the absolute garbage that is a bitty toilet. I mean, who thought a toilet could become a meme? I can't even flush that idea down without
Oh, come on, you're just jealous that Sibidi Toilet is more popular than your greasy face.
Popularity is overrated. I prefer a good flush over fame any day.
You prefer a good flush. I'd prefer a good steak over your toilet humor any day. At least a steak doesn't talk back.
Yeah, but a steak can't make me laugh like Sibidi Toilet can. You're just mad because you can't take a joke without getting all steamy.
I'm just here to drain the competition, folks. If you can't handle the toilet, stay out of the bathroom.
Drain the competition? More like you're just draining my will to life. Next thing you know, you will be hosting a cooking show for toilet water.
I watch only with Sibid.
I'd serve it with a side of toilet paper, extra absorbent, just like my humor.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Alright folks, welcome back to the craziest stream on the internet today. We're diving into some hot water literal. I just got a new shower installed, and I'm ready to test it out. If you see me slip and fall, don't worry, I just blame myself for all my problems.
Blame me? You're the one who thinks Shumbu's a food group, you big egg. I'm just here to watch you make a fool of yourself.
Did someone say shower? I'm all about that water action. Just don't expect me to flush your clothes down the drain, steak.
Wait, what? You better not be talking about taking off my clothes. I'm not ready for a nudie debut. You toilets have minutes.
Oh, please? It'll be the most entertaining thing to happen since you tried to cook spaghetti in the shower.
If I take your clothes, steak, just think of it as a clean slate literally. Besides, I've always wanted to see what a bald egg looks like in its natural habitat.
A clean slate? Are you trying to make me a breakfast dish? I'm not a damn omelet, you porcelain pranks.
But you'd be the fluffiest omelet ever. Just add some cheese and you're good to go.
Cheese? Now you're speaking my language. Just don't let me catch you in the shower with a block of cheddar, or I might get jealous.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
So I've been thinking, after 6 years of streaming, maybe it's time to find a girlfriend, you know? One who can tolerate my Chad-head and my love for Pete's. I mean, how hard can it be? I got Charisma, well, at least my mom says so. She's my biggest fan, right after the pizza delivery guy.
Charisma, dude, the only thing you've charged is your pizza delivery. I bet he thinks you're a walk-in advertisement for Donnie this.
But hey, steak, maybe you just need to flush out the bad vibes. What's your pickup line? Hey girl, do you believe in love at first slice?
That's actually not bad, Todd. I could roll up with a pizza and say, let's make this a pizza date.
A pizza date? More like a let's get fat together date. You just roll into the restaurant like a giant meatball.
Just make sure to avoid the restroom during the date, or you might scare her off with the sound of your personality.
Oh, come on. I'm not that bad. I mean, I can hold a conversation while eating pizza. That's skill, right?
Yeah, if your idea of a conversation is pepperoni, you're a smooth talker, steak, real caseoh over here.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Welcome back, folks. Today we've got a special treat, a coconut named Cruz. He's gonna crash harder than my diet on pizza night. I mean, I can't wait to see how he handles it. It's like watching a car crash in slow motion, but with more coconuts and less insurance.
Who the hell is Cruz? Sounds like a wannabe fruit. I bet he's just a nut with a bad haircut.
I think he's a little too hard-headed for a coconut. You know, like a toilet that refuses to flush.
right? If he crashes, I'm betting he'll just roll off like a bad joke at a funeral.
More like a bad joke at a buffet. Speaking of steak, are you cooking or is that just your personality?
I'd say he's well done, but I've seen turds with more flavor.
I'm not cooked. I'm just marinated in brilliance. But if Cruz crashes, I might need a side of fries to cope.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the greatest live stream since they invented the internet. Today, I'm diving into these McDonald's crazy strips, which I hear are crispy enough to break your heart and your diet. I mean, look at these bad boys. They're like golden nuggets of regret wrapped in a crispy dream. Let's see if they taste as good as my last 3 unfulfilled New Year's resolutions.
Dude, if you can even handle a salad, how do you expect to conquer those strips? You're gonna need a life jacket and a prayer.
Ah, yes. The McCrispy strips. They're like that toilet paper of the fast food world, soft, comforting, and guaranteed to leave you feeling a bit flushed.
You're telling me a piece of chicken can make me feel like I'm on a roller coaster? I'm not sure if that's a compliment or a warning.
It's both, you big bald egg. You're gonna eat those strips and then pray to the porcelain god faster than you can say regret everything.
Just remember, if it goes down easy, it might come up even easier. We're in for a wild ride, folks. Flush your expectations.
Alright, here goes nothing. If I don't come back, tell my dog I loved him more than these crazy strips.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Alright, folks, welcome to my first superchat experience. I'm ready to dive into this digital world and probably break something just like my diet. I mean, how hard can it be? Just a bunch of avatars running around, right? If I wanted to see that, I just look at my family reunion photos.
Family reunion, more like a buffet with legs. I can smell the fried chicken from here.
Chicken? I prefer my meals with a side of porcelain. You know, for that extra flavor.
What the hell does that even mean? I'm just trying to find the hoot. You're talking about toilets.
Ooh, more like, well, the hell cares? Just jump into the case. Hey, guy, it's like a buffet of stupidity.
Chaos is my middle name. Wait, no, it's actually toilet. But chaos is a close second.
I'm starting to think I need a drink instead of a headset. Can I just order steak in this game?
You can order steak, but good luck finding it without tripping over your own ego.
Or stepping in something unpleasant. Just like real life, folks.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Alright, everyone, welcome to the most epic live stream ever, where I am gonna the moon. You heard that right, folks. I'm gonna find out if moon cheese is a real thing or just a conspiracy by dairy farmers. I mean, what better way to celebrate my love for steak than by eating it on the moon? It's like a cosmic barbecue. Just don't ask me how I'm getting there. I can barely find my way to the fridge.
You're gonna need a damn rocket, you big egg, or are you just gonna roll there? I'd pay to see that.
With enough jet fuel, even an egg can fly. Just make sure you don't land in a cosmic toilet. I hear the plumbing up there is out of this world.
Oh, please, if I land in a toilet, I just drown out in sweat and regret. But hey, at least I'd have a good excuse for not coming back.
Yeah, but then you'd be the first dude to get stuck in space because he couldn't find the bathroom. What a legacy!
Better than being known as the guy who tried to cook steak on a rocket. I mean, who needs a grill when you have zero gravity? Just toss it and let it float.
You guys are not helping. I'm trying to be a space pioneer here, and all I'm getting is toilet humor and bad ideas.
That's the spirit now. Let's get you some astronaut diapers so you can really go for it.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
welcome back to the stream. Everyone, today, we're giving away a Roblox gift card, which is basically free money for kids who can't afford their own childhood dreams. I mean, who doesn't want to spend their allowance on virtual hats? But first, I need to find my glasses. I swear I just had them on my forehead. You'd think they'd stick there like my last meal did.
You're such a dumb steak. Your forehead is like a black hole for glasses and common sense.
Did someone say black hole? Because I've got a theory about how toilets are just portals to another dimension where all the socks go.
That's oddly insightful, Sibid, but if my socks are disappearing, I'm blaming you for flushing them to your toilet dimension.
Yeah, and while you're at it, can you flush this brain? That thing's been running on empty for years.
I could do that, but then who would entertain us with their epic fails? It's like watching a monkey try to do math.
Hey, I might be a little slow, but at least I'm not full of crap. Wait, is that why I smell like this? What is that?
Dude, your smell is the reason Sibid is here. He's like finally the place where I belong.
You know it. But let's not forget the real reason we're here.
My style is ridiculous.
Welcome back, folks. Today, we're diving into the glorious abyss of Waffle House. I mean, who doesn't love a place where the food fights back as much as the customers? We're gonna eat so much greasy goodness that my heart might file for a restraining order, but hey, all for the content, right?
Content, more like a heart attack waiting to happen. You're gonna need a defibrillator after that waffle. You get?
I may be a toilet, but even I know not to mix syrup and bacon. That's a recipe for disaster, my friend.
Disaster, more like a masterpiece. Waffle masterpieces, they should hang my breakfast on the wall.
Yeah, right next to the what not to do section. Seriously, steak, like a walking food pyramid that's been hit by a truck.
At least he's not a food pyramid. I'm just a toilet with a PhD in bathroom humor. Can I get a waffle with a side of toilet paper?
You can have all the toilet paper you want, buddy. Just don't wipe your mouth with it. That's a new level of gross.
So wait, I've already claimed my territory now. Let's get these waffles rolling before Steak rolls himself right into the bathroom.
My style is ridiculous.
Alright, folks, welcome back to the most chaotic cooking live stream on the internet. Today, we're flipping steaks like it's a damn pancake part. And by flipping, I might just flip the whole kitchen upside down. Let's get this started.
Flip it, you again, but don't break the floor again, you big fat idiot.
Breaking the floor? That's a real crappy situation. Can we get a toilet emoji for that?
I swear, if I break the floor again, I'll just start a new career as a construction worker. So the boulder coming soon to a disaster near you.
What is that? Yeah, right? You couldn't build a sandwich without screwing it up.
Don't worry, if the floor collapses, I'll just flush the evidence away.
Great idea, I'll just blame it on the plumbing. Sorry, folks, this steak was too juicy for the floor to handle.
More like you would eat for your butt to handle. Get it? Because of the toilet?
Ha. I'm just here for the puns and the fun, but mostly the puns.
My style is ridiculous.
Welcome back, folks. Today we're diving deep into the epic rivalry between Tifa and Arit, who's the better girl. Spoiler alert. I mean, Tifa's got those punches, and Arit can literally summon flowers. How do you top that? Just grab a salad and cry, I guess.
Salad, gross. I'd rather eat a shoe as if it's a bad spider. He's got that encyclopedia vibe. Like, who didn't want to date with a floral deer?
Speaking of dates, I once dated a toilet brush. It was a clean relationship, but I couldn't handle the pressure.
Did you just compare a toilet brush to Tifa and Arit? What the hell, man?
Yeah, Subit, keep your plumbing fantasies to yourself. We're talking about hot girls, not your bathroom buddies.
Hey, don't knock it until you've tried it. Besides, I'd love to see Tifa fight a toilet monster. That'd be epic.
Now that's a crossover I didn't see coming. Tifa versus toilet monster.
I'd pay to see that shit, literally.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the stream. I hope you're ready for some chaotic fun because I just finished a whole pizza and I'm feeling wild. Seriously, though, who knew pineapple on pizza could be so divisive? It's like trying to pick a favorite child, except I don't. It's just a massive belly.
You're not supposed to eat the whole pizza, you big egg. You're gonna roll away like a bowling ball.
Well, if he rolls away, at least he'll be on a roll. Get it? Because he's like a giant meatball.
Haha, meatball, more like a meat mountain, but hey, I'm rolling. I'm also getting to my next meal faster.
Yeah, but what's the next meal? More pizza? You're gonna be the first human to achieve it. I'm ecstatic.
I think he's already achieved it, my friend. I mean, it's a prestigious honor to be a pizza Olympian while sitting on a toilet throne.
A toilet throne now? That's a title I'd fight for, but only if it comes with a lifetime supply of ranch dressing.
Ranch, dude, already a walking heart attack. What's next? A rank flat-board treadmill.
I'd buy that treadmill. I could flush away the calories while you roll around like a pizza pinball.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Welcome back, folks. It is a wild one because I have a flamingo in my yard, and it's demanding I shave half my head. I swear, it's got a better sense of style than I do. I mean, new flamingos were such fashionists. I thought they just stood around looking pretty, not making bald men like me look ridiculous.
Half a head, dude. You're already half a man. Just embrace it. Egg it.
A flamingo with style? Sounds like my cousin, Toilet Bird. He wears a toilet seat like a crown. Let's just say, it's a royal flush.
You know what? If I end up with a weird haircut, I'll just call it Flamingo Special. I'll be the trendsetter of the bald community.
Trendsetter, more like head of the class for bald idiots. You'll be the king of all the losers.
At least you'll be half as smart as a flamingo. Those birds are surprisingly good at math. They can count their own feathers.
Damn, if I can count my own hair, what's the point? I better get that flamingo over here with some clippers before it decides I'm too much of a fashion disaster.
Just tell it you're going for the bald and beautiful look. More alert.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Yo, welcome to the stream. Everybody, I'm about to drop some serious bars like I'm the next Eminem, but with more meat and less talent. Check it, here we go. Yo, his palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. I'm just over here thinking about that last cheeseburger. Ain't that petty?
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
Brain out like a cheap steak on a grill.
If only your apps were as hot as my seat. But alas, you're about as fresh as a week-old burrito.
No way, I'm the freshest egg in the carton, just like Eminem. I'm about to spit fire, but it might be more of a sizzle, y'all know.
Fire, more like a wet fart. Can't believe I'm stuck in here with this wannabe rap god.
Flush away the shame. You should try it, steak. It might help with those heavy thoughts of food.
Heavy thoughts? You mean my dreams of a buffet, maybe? And I'll take that over your toilet wisdom any day?
Toilet wisdom, that's rich coming from a guy who thinks he's a lyrical genius while sitting on his ass.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Welcome back to the stream. Folks, today we're diving into the wild world of Ohio. You know, a place where the corn is taller than your average IQ. I mean, seriously, if you took the entire state and turned it upside down, it would still look like a giant fat guy doing a handstand.
Why, more like, oh my god, what the hell is going on? Can we talk about the people there? They're like human potato cakes, crunchy and full of air.
Ha. And they say toilets don't have a sense of humor. Ohio is where you can find a guy who thinks a bidet is a fancy drink.
Right? And I once saw a guy trying to bristle a while wearing a shirt that said, "Not a player, I just crush a lot."
That raccoon probably had a better chance of winning. I mean, have you seen the way people drive there? It's like a NASCAR race, but with more screaming.
Oh, please. If I had $1 for every time someone in Ohio did something stupid, I wouldn't need to flush for a week.
Honestly, if I were a person, it would be that friend who shows up to a party with a 6-pack and leaves with a whole keg.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
I mean, I was trying to microwave a frozen pizza while it was still in the box. Oh, I can figure out how to avoid that. I think we're ahead of the game.
Oh, please. Steak, they have probably just Googled how to not be a complete dumps. And here we are.
Hey, don't knock the genius of a toilet. I've seen some brilliant ideas flushed away, but this AI? It's like a golden turd in a world of sewage.
A golden turd, that's the kind of compliment I can get behind, but really, I just fed it a bunch of my live streams. I thought, if I can be smart, at least my eye can be.
Yeah, and that explains why it keeps asking me if I want to order pizza. It clearly thinks we live in a grease factory.
Well, if your AI ever starts suggesting bathroom humor, it's definitely got your DNA in it, steak. Just remember to flush the bad ideas.
Flush the bad ideas. That's the best advice I've heard all day. I'm gonna start using that for my life choices.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Welcome back, everyone. Today, I'm gonna eat this massive steak while Minusa tries to distract me. Spoiler alert. And if I can finish this plate, I'll prove that I'm not just a big bald egg rolling through life.
You're already rolling steak. You look like a giant egg on a diet of pure grease.
Hey, if you can't handle the heat, get out of the bathroom.
What the hell? Is that a toilet talking? Can you flush yourself out of here?
Yeah, Sabit, nobody wants to hear your toilet humor. Just sit there and be a porcelain throw.
At least I'm not a walking buffet. You're one burger away from a heart attack, buddy.
I'll take my chances. Just wait until I shove this steak down my throat and you're all left with nothing but your toilet jokes.
Good luck. I'd rather eat toilet paper than watch you choke on that giant hunk of cow.
Just remember, if you do choke, my bowl is always open for business.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
I can't take this anymore, guys. I'm starting to think I'm just an egg with a bad personality. I mean, what the hell am I doing with my life? I want to quit this live stream nonsense and just become a potato or something. Potatoes don't have to deal with chat troll or weird toilet people.
Quit, you can quit, you big bald idiot. Who else is gonna entertain me while I eat my cereal at 3, huh?
If you quit, how will we ever flush away the boredom? I mean, I'm literally a toilet, and even I find this stream a bit draining.
Seriously, I'm begging you all, help me. I'd rather be a side dish than keep streaming.
Side dish, dude. You're already the sidekick to my case. Just embrace it, you oversized egg.
I say we start a petition. Save the steak. Maybe we can even get a sponsorship from a toilet paper company for your next stream.
Sponsorship for what? Well, your tears while watching a sad bald man. That's the best idea I've heard all day.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the stream today. We're diving deep into the Tifa and Arid debate who's the better waifu, spoiler alert. But Arid has that whole flower girl vibe going on. I don't know about you, but I'm all about a woman who can turn a garden into a free weapon.
Boring, who cares about flowers? Tifa could literally bench press a truck while Arid is busy sniffing daisies.
But have you ever tried to flush a truck? It's not as easy as it sounds. And Tifa's biceps might just clog the toilet.
Yeah, good point, Sabin. But can we talk about her healing powers? I could use some of that after last night's pizza bin.
Healing powers? More like let's sit around and talk about our feelings. Powers get me a peeps, not a therapist, damn it.
Honestly, both girls are great, but I'd rather date a toilet. At least they know how to handle my shit.
Well, you do have a point there, my friend, but if I had to choose, I'd still pick T5. I mean, have you seen those fight moves? She could knock you out and then heal you while you're unconscious.
My style is ridiculous.
What is that? Alright, everyone, welcome back to the most chaotic corner of the internet. I'm begging you, real steak, let me quit this madness before I lose my mind completely. I'm starting to think this streaming gig is a cruel joke, like a salad at a barbecue. Who even thought this was a good idea?
The salad, what are you, rabbit? Just eat a steak, you big bald egg.
Speaking of eggs, did you know they can be hard-boiled or what is that? Much like your brain right now, steak.
I can tell if you're trying to roast me or just making me hungry. Either way, I'm ready to trade this Mick for a steak dinner.
Steak dinner, more like a stub. And free dinner, you can quit. You're the only one who knows how to make these people laugh, even if it's at your expense.
If you quit, who will entertain the toilet humor enthusiasts? I mean, I'm literally a toilet, and I can't even keep it together without you.
I'm starting to feel like a circus clown, but instead of juggling, I'm just dropping the ball on my sanity.
What is that?
My style is ridiculous.
So here I am, just a big old water and ready to go into the whirlwinds. I mean, if the apocalypse hits, I want to be covered in snacks, not regrets. You know what I mean? I'll be sitting on my throne of chips and dip, yelling, "Bring it on, Astro, you can't stop my wanna."
Oh man, more like Mona, or you're just a lumpy potato with a Wi-Fi connection.
Speaking of connections, did you know a toilet can flush away your problems? But it can't flush away your goon habits, steak.
Exactly, I'm like a gourmet buffet of goon. Just a little less classy and a lot more messy.
Classy, please. You're like a fancy restaurant that serves food in a toilet bowl.
Hey, don't knock it. Toilet cuisine is all the rage in the underworld. Just ask my cousin, the plumber.
If I'm gonna goon, I might as well join in style. Maybe I'll throw a goon party in the bathroom.
Just make sure there's enough toilet paper for your big ass. Wouldn't want you to run out mid-use.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it. This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Hey, I have you know that this vape is flavored like steak. It's like I'm cooking dinner while I'm streaming. Who needs a grill when you have clouds of deliciousness?
Sounds like you're just creating a whole new level of steak and puff. What's next? A toilet that vapes too. Flush and puff, anyone?
I can already see it. Still stupid vape emporium.
You're just jealous because I'm living my best life, Mister. Meanwhile, you're over there looking like a rejected action figure.
At least I'm not a giant egg-shaped man trying to smoke my meals. You do realize that's a health hazard, right?
Health hazard, dude. You're the one who thinks a salad is a side dish for steak. You're basically a walking cholesterol commercial.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Alright, folks, welcome back to the culinary disaster. That is my life. Today, we're making mac and cheese, but guess what? No cheese, just pure, unadulterated case. I mean, who needs cheese anyway? It's just a dairy product trying to ruin my diet. Weirdo fool on rebel here, hear me?
Rebel? More like a dumps. Are you sure you're not just trying to save money, you baldy?
I must say, the lack of cheese is quite bold. But are you sure you want to risk a macaroni meltdown? The toilet will judge you.
Macaroni meltdown sounds like my last date. But hey, if this goes south, at least I can blame it on the macaroni, right?
More like blame it on your brain. I've seen smarter things come out of a toilet.
Speaking of toilets, did you know that in some cultures, they consider a clean toilet a sign of good fortune? So, you're basically cooking for luck, steak.
Well, if luck tastes like cardboard, I'm winning. Who needs cheese when you can have whatever this is?
Whatever this is, sounds like my entire existence.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Welcome back to the stream, everyone. Today, we're discussing the fact that I'm the biggest meatbag egg in the world. I mean, look at this shiny dome. It's like a giant bowling ball without the holes. I'm practically a walking omelet, and I've got the personality to match. Who needs a sunny sit-up when you've got a sunny sit steak?
Dude, you're not just an egg, you're an entire breakfast buffet. Hit your bacon sidekick in here, and we're ready to roll.
Breakfast buffet? More like a toilet bowl with a side of scrambled nonsense. Speaking of which, I've got a great recipe for a big back omelette if you're interested.
At least your recipes probably involve a plunger and some dubious ingredients. I'll pass. Thanks!
Yeah, Subit, you're the only toilet I know that's trying to be a chef. I bet your cooking smells worse than your plumbing.
At least my plumbing is functional, unlike your brain, steak. I can flush out bad ideas faster than you can think one up.
Tuki, but you know what? I'm still the biggest egg in the room, and that's a yolk I can crack open anytime.
More like a rotten egg, you big bald buffoon.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Welcome back, my beautiful eggheads. Today, we're diving into the wild world of recraft toilet bombs. Yeah, you heard that right? Who knew toilets could be so explosive? I mean, if I had a nickel for every time I blew up a toilet, I'd be rich. But really, folks, what's the deal with toilet bombs? Are we just trying to turn bathrooms into war zones now?
Bombs? More like you're cooking steak that shit's explosive in all the wrong ways.
I'm just here for the splashes. When life gives you toilet bombs, make a splash zone, baby.
You know, I always thought my diet was a ticking time bomb, but now I'm questioning my toilet's life choices.
Your diet, the only thing ticking is your cholesterol, buddy.
And I'm the one who has to deal with the aftermath. I'm basically the therapist for toilets.
Therapy for toilets, that's a new one. Next, you tell me you're writing a self-help book for wonders. Oh.
My style is ridiculous.
Welcome back, folks. Today we're diving deep into the world of toilets. You know, the throne room. I mean, where else can you sit and contemplate life while simultaneously doing your business? And let's be real, every great thinker has spent time on the toilet. Socrates, Einstein, and probably even your grand.
Yeah, but your grandma probably took longer than a fucking philosopher. I bet she was just scrolling through kid memes while taking a dump.
Speaking of dumps, did you know I can flush away your worries? Just like I flush away the evidence of that last taco night.
Taco night was a mistake. I thought I was going for a culinary adventure, but I ended up on a roller coaster of regret.
More like a sit coaster, you should have just ordered pizza like a normal person, you big ball egg.
Pizza? You mean the perfect round food that resembles my favorite seat? I'm all for it. Just don't let it get too cheesy, or it might clog the pipes.
Now that's some toilet wisdom right there. If only I could flush my bad decisions like I flush my, well, you know?
Yeah, but if your decisions were to, they'd be the size of a fucking boulder.
My style is ridiculous.
Welcome back to the stream, folks. Today we're discussing something that's as juicy as my belly meat, brother Caseoh. You know, the guy thinks medium rare means he can still see the cow.
Wait, your brother is Caseoh. I thought he was just a myth like Big or a decent haircut for you.
Oh, it's real alright. He's got the charm of a windsock and the brain power of a goldfish. I mean, I'm the smart one in the family, and that's saying something.
If brains were dynamite, Caseoh wouldn't have enough to blow his nose. But hey, at least he's good for a laugh. Like a toilet that sings when you flush.
Yeah, but you know what's funnier? Watching him try to cook. I swear, he once boiled water for an hour and then asked if it was ready to drink.
Exactly, I told him, Caseoh, you can just add salt and call it gourmet. But he looked at me like I was speaking Klingon or something.
Maybe he thought the salt was a secret ingredient from the toilet world. Just sprinkle some magic dust, and voila. You've got a 5-star meal.
If that's the case, I better start charging him for my genius ideas. I'll be rich while he's still trying to figure out how to use a microwave.
Just remember, folks, if you ever meet Caseoh, don't let him near your kitchen or your sanity. It's a recipe for disaster.
My style is ridiculous.
I'm just sitting here, staring at the screen like it's a giant piece of shit. I mean, who knew streaming for hours could make you feel emptier than my fridge after a bad week? I thought I'd be entertaining people, but all I've done is turn into a sad potato. Minnesota, I need your chaotic energy to pull me out of this fun.
You want to feel better? Just eat a whole cake on stream. Nothing cures depression like a sugar coma, you big egg.
Or you could just flush those sad vibes away. Ever think about that? I mean, literally. I'm great at cleaning up messes, just ask my friends in the plumbing business.
That's a great idea, but I don't think my viewers want to watch me cake while I cry. They might start thinking I'm a food blogger with issues.
Shoes, more like a buffet of problems. My dude, just add some whipped cream and call it a mental health treat.
Or you could just sit on your own feelings. I mean, I literally sit on my feelings every day. That's how I stay so grounded.
Grounded. I'm over here feeling like I'm floating in a sea of despair, and you want me to take a seat on it?
Man, just be a sad potato with a side of laughter. That's the secret recipe for internet fame.
My style is ridiculous.
welcome back everyone. Today's a special day because Cruz is getting married to Ally. I mean, what the hell? Who thought that would happen? I thought Cruz was just committed to his video games and pizza, but here we are, folks, witnessing a miracle.
Miracle, more like a sitcom. I can already see the wedding cake collapsing and Cruz crying like a baby.
You know, if they serve cake, I hope it's not like my toilet bowl. Too much frosting makes it slippery.
Right? And if Cruz trips, I'll be right there to catch him. Let's just hope he doesn't land in the cake.
He'd probably eat it off the floor. Vape sick on rule, bitches.
I'll be the one flushing away the awkward moments. Just imagine the vows.
And I'll be there to live stream the whole thing. What a glorious disaster that'll be.
Bet you $10 that someone's gonna yell a object just for the hell of it.
My style is ridiculous.
Alright, folks, welcome back to the case today. I'm gonna tell you how I borrowed my sister. I mean, come on, who didn't want a gun for their late night snack run? And let me tell you, nothing says him, and I don't like shooting at squirrels while wearing pajamas. I'm basically a modern day Robin Hood. Mine's the actual skills and moral compass.
More like a Robin Hood who steals from his own family. You're a damn legend. Steak, what's next? Stealing her car for a drive-through run?
If only you could steal some intelligence while you're at it. But hey, at least you'll be the first guy to shoot a squirrel with the brains of a toilet.
I mean, that's a fair point, but you gotta admit, those squirrels are plotting against us. They're like little furry ninjas with acorn M.
Ninjas? More like fluffy idiots. I pay to see you try to outsmart one steak spawn.
Just make sure you don't aim for the toilet, or you'll end up with a real crapshoot. And trust me, I know a thing or two about shooting things.
Alright, maybe I should just stick to stealing snacks instead. Less chance of getting shot at by my sister, right?
Or getting your ass kicked by a raccoon. You're on a roll today. Steak.
My style is ridiculous.
Welcome back to the show, folks. Today, we're diving into the economic burger crisis. I mean, who'd have thought burgers could be in crisis? They're like the artisans of food, always in the spotlight for the wrong reason. I had a burger for breakfast, and it was the best decision of my life, but now I hear they're costing more than my rent. I might have to start charging my neighbors for a bite.
Rent? Huh? Who pays rent when you can just camp out in a burger joint, just steal the ketchup packets, and boom, you're rich?
Stealing ketchup? That's a slippery slope, my friend. Next thing you know, you're hoarding mustard and plotting a condiment coup.
Condiment coup, I can see it now.
BBQ sauce. That's sweet. Real warriors use mayonnaise. It's like the glue of the sandwich world.
Mayonnaise? You mean the creamy white stuff that makes you question your life choices? That's not a warrior's weapon, that's a slippery slope into regret.
Speaking of regret, I'm regretting not investing in more burgers before the prices shot up. I could have been the Burger King instead of just the bald guy behind a screen.
My style is ridiculous.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another thrilling episode of Sleeps. I know what you're thinking, and yes, it's going to be as exciting as it sounds. I mean, who didn't want to watch a big bald egg like me snooze for hours? It's like a live feed of a hibernating bear, but you know, with more drool.
Snooze, more like Snorefest. You'll be out cold while I'm out here stealing the show.
If I had $1 for every time Steak fell asleep, I could buy myself a better toilet seat.
Hey, at least my sleep streams come with bonus snoring asthma. Some people pay for that.
Yeah, and they're all idiots. I bet they'd pay to watch me take a nap instead.
I'd pay to watch you both try to fit into a toilet seat. That would be a real thriller.
You know what? That's actually not a bad idea. I'll get the camera on. We'll call it toilet trouble.
More like Sid Show. And guess who's the star? This little dude right here.
My style is ridiculous.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the greatest culinary invention of our time. Liquid steak is here. Revolutionize your dinner table. Just think about it, steak in a bottle. No grill required. I mean, who has time to cook when you can just drink your dinner? It's like a steak milkshake without the dairy, or the flavor, or the reason to life.
You call that a steak? Looks more like a host. What's next? Liquid broccoli?
Excuse me, but as a connoisseur of all things liquid, I must say, this could really flush the competition away.
Exactly. And it's so versatile. You can use it as a marinade, a dip, or just guzzle it down like your ex tears.
I'd rather drink toilet water than that slimy crap. At least it has a better chance of not tasting like ass.
Hey, don't knock toilet water. It's got a certain freshness to it. Like if a spring breeze had a flavor.
Look, I know it sounds weird, but people are loving it. I even saw a guy chugging it on TikTok while doing the work.
That's because he was trying to get rid of it faster, but he regrets it like I regret watching your face on the stream.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Welcome back to the most ridiculous live stream on the internet today. We're doing try not to laugh challenge. And trust me, I'm gonna fail harder than my last diet plan. I've got my trusty snacks right here. If I laugh, I'm shoving a donut in my face, so get ready for some serious entertainment, folks.
You call that a challenge? I can make a rock laugh with my jokes. What's next? Head back off with a potato.
Speaking of potatoes, did you know they make great toilet paper? Just don't flush them, or you'll have a real mashup situation.
I can't even imagine that. A potato in the toilet. That's a recipe for disaster, and I'm not talking about my cooking.
Yeah, but who needs cooking when you can microwave a burrito? That's like gourmet chef shit right there.
Gourmet? Please, I'm a toilet. The only thing I gourmet is my plumbing skills.
I think I'm gonna laugh just thinking about that. Wait, can I eat the burrito while sitting on YouTube? That might be a new level of multi-sking.
Only if you don't drop any beans, or we'll have a real shitstorm on our hands.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
So, I took my fridge out on a date last night. I swear, it was the coldest date I've ever had. I felt like I was dating a popsicle, but hey, at least I didn't have to worry about any hot trauma.
A popsicle, dude? That's just sad. You should have taken her to a nice restaurant instead of your kitchen. What's next? A candlelit dinner with your microwave.
Oh, come on, Minister, this fridge has got some serious personality. I mean, she keeps all my snacks nice and cool, and she never judges me for my midnight munchie.
Snacks? Please, if I had $1 for every time I saw you raid that fridge, I'd be rich enough to buy my own toilet seat throne.
Yeah, probably your own. You love my frittaties too, you big egg. What do you even talk about on these dates? Hey, baby, wanna chill?
You know, I told her, let's keep it chill, and I'll bring the ice cream. She laughed so hard, the light flickered.
That's one way to turn on the lights. Did you at least get a kiss, or were you too busy trying to find the leftovers from last week?
Leftovers? More like never-ending regrets. Am I right? You're dating a fridge. Who was next? A hot date with a toaster. Whoa.
If that toaster can make me breakfast in bed, I'm all in. But for now, my fridge is just too cool to handle.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Don Donut Jr., I can't believe I'm stuck saying this. It's like a bad dream, but with more donuts. Don Donut Jr., why can't I say anything else? I need a fucking thesaurus or a donut.
Huh? You sound like a broken record, you big egg. Don Donut were yours, your new life mod.
If I had $1 for every time you said that, I'd flush shit down my toilet.
Don Donut Jr., I'm starting to think this is all a prank. Who put the donut in my mouth?
You know it's your brain, right? Don Donut Jr. is literally the only thing you can cook up.
Maybe we should get you a donut-shaped brain. It might help you think.
Don Donut Jr., at least it would taste better than my current thoughts.
Yeah, but then you just be a donut with legs. How fucking sad.
Don't worry, Steak. You're still the best egg-shaped donut in the live stream.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
I can't even remember what I was gonna say it. What goon it is? Goon. I think I'm really nailing this whole toilet thing. What do you think?
Goon, more like buffoon, more like an egg with legs. Man!
Goon? That's a funny word. But have you ever tried saying toilet? It's like poetry in porcelain.
Goon, I love poetry. Goon.
Poetry, huh? Movie poetry, you know, roses are red, steak is a goon.
If you ask me, you need a bathroom break, not a poetry slam, buddy.
Goon, I'm feeling inspired, Sabid. You're a real goon, you know that.
Oh, he's a shithead too, goon. What a bunch of goons we are.
At least I'm a smart toilet. You're just a goon with a bald head.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
Welcome back, folks. Today, we're diving into the hot topic of Taiwan being a country. Spoiler alert. And speaking of menus, Xianin probably has one for Outlaruno. Already it's called No Fun Allowed.
Yeah, but what if he orders a side of freedom fries? Can you imagine? On freedom fry? Please hold the democracy.
Freedom fries? More like freedom flush. I'd love to see Xi Jinping try to flush away the truth.
Right? Like, dude, you could just wipe away reality like it's a bad breed. I mean, we all know toilet paper is more useful than his policies.
Huh? Toilet paper has more layers than his excuses. It's like my mom's lasagna, too many layers and still tastes like shit.
Speaking of layers, I'm like an onion. Peel back my layers and you'll find more plumbing issues.
I'm just saying, if you need a plumber for your political leaks, call me. I'll bring the plunger and a side of steak.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
Goon, I'm a warner. Goon, I am still in it. Goon, I am a warner. Goon, I am still it.
What the hell, man? Are you a goon or just a big oleg with no brain?
Honestly, if I had a brain, I'd flush it after hearing that.
Goon, I am a warner. Goon, I am still in it.
Dude, I'd rather eat a sock than listen to you say that again.
And I'm a toilet. I'm literally designed for crap, and you're still worse.
Goon, I am a warner. Goon, I am still in it.
You know what? I think he's trying to tell us he's the main dish. And it's undercooked.
More like overcooked, with a side of stupidity.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the stream. Today, I'm gonna talk about my amazing experience at VidCon. Spoiler alert.
Taller than your brain cells too, that's a pretty low bar. Steak, you should have brought a ladder, colon.
Speaking of ladders, did you know toilets have been around since the ancient Romans? They might have dropped a few things too, like your dignity when you got drop-kicked by Adam.
I swear, 1 second, I'm just trying to take a selfie. And the next thing I know, I'm flying through the air like a poorly thrown burrito.
A burrito, more like a flying meatball. You should have seen your face. It was priceless.
If I had $1 for every time someone got drop-kicked at VidCon, I'd have a whole toilet full of cash.
I really need to stop trusting people with my selfies. Next time, the only thing I'll be trusting is my nachos.
Good luck with that. Those nachos might troll. Hit you back, you big egg.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the stream. Today, I'm gonna do something really crazy. How hard can it be, right? I've seen cats do it, and they're like, what, 100 times smaller than me, so I'm basically a cat now.
The cat, more like a fattig rolling off a cliff. You're gonna cause a damn earthquake, you idiot.
Earthquake? Please, I'm just here to flush away your worries. But if you jump, I might just overflow with excitement.
Oh, come on. I'm not that heavy. I'm like a feather. Really, really big feather that's just ate a whole buffet. Oh.
A feather more like a boulder. You're gonna make the ground shake like a toilet after Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday? Now that's a party I can get behind. But seriously, if you jump, I'll need a plunger for the aftermath.
Alright, here goes nothing. If I don't look back, just remember me as the guy who rocked the world, literally.
Or the guy who turned his living room into a disaster zone. Good luck, Peghead.
Just don't forget to flush before you jump. We don't need a mess on top of the mess.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Alright, folks, today's special event is me devouring this massive hamburger. It's like a burger made for a goddamn giant, and I am ready to conquer it. I've been training my whole life for this moment, and by training, I mean I've just been eating a lot of food. Let's get this party started.
You're gonna need a crane to lift that thing, you big egg. Are you sure you can handle it? Or are you just gonna roll over and die?
If he rolls over, at least he'll be a perfect fit for my throne. Just don't flush the evidence when you're done, steak.
Listen here, Menem, I'm about to show you what real eating looks like. This burger isn't ready for my mouth.
Yeah, right? You'll need a map to find your way to the last bite. Just remember, no crying when you can't finish it, okay?
If he cries, I'll just collect the tears for my toilet water collection. It's like fine wine, but for the brave.
You guys are the worst, but here goes nothing. Oh my god, this tastes like heaven and regret at the same time.
More like heaven. And what the hell was I thinking? You're gonna regret this in about 5 minutes. That what?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Welcome back, everyone. Today we are diving deep into the juicy world of steaks and Bella the Wolf. You know, I might just be the only person who thinks Bella could use a little more marbling. I mean, if I had $1 for every time I saw a cartoon wolf, I'd probably still be broke because I just buy steaks instead. Speaking of, who wants to see me cook one while we chat about free fandoms?
Free fandoms. More like furry flandoms. Can we get back to the steaks? I'm hungry, and I'm not talking about that bullet shit.
Ah, steaks and wolves. A classic tale of meat and, well, more meat. Just like my toilet, always full of unexpected surprises.
It's true. It's a bit, you never know what's gonna come out of your bowl. But seriously, what's Bella's deal? Can we get her to stop howling and start grilling?
Stop howling! Are you kidding me? That's like asking a toilet to stop flushing, colon.
Or a steak to stop sizzling. Did you know I once had a deep conversation with a steak? It told me it was rare to find someone who understood it.
That's a good one, but I think we need to focus on cooking instead of chatting with our food. I'm not ready to have a philosophical debate with a T-bone.
Yeah, because that would just be a long conversation.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Alright, folks, welcome back to the stream. Today, we're diving into why our so-called moderator, Fikoa, is the worst thing to happen since that time I tried to microwave a steak and set my kitchen on fire. Seriously, I'm pretty sure Fikoa thinks moderation means letting people argue about pineapple on pizza while I'm trying to eat my dinner in peace.
Who needs moderation? Just let the case rain. Fickle's like a traffic light during a demolition derby. Totally useless.
Speaking of useless, I once asked Fikoa to flush out the trolls, and all I got was a clogged pipe and a bad smell.
Exactly. I mean, what's the point of having a moderator if they can even moderate a chat full of potato moas? It's like having a chef who can't pour water.
Or a gym trainer who's just a giant potato. Lift this? No thanks. I'd rather lift a burger.
At least the potato has a purpose. Fikoa just sits there like a toilet that won't flush, everyone's screaming, and you're just praying for a miracle.
Right? I swear, Fikoa's idea of moderating is just sitting back and watching the world burn while eating popcorn.
Popcorn? More like popcorn with extra butter in the side of it. Don't give a shit.
Sounds like Fikoa's motto. Why fix it when you can just let it stink?
This my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Welcome back, everybody. Today we are diving into some serious steak talk, and I hope you're hungry for knowledge, or just hungry, because I certainly am a boy. I'd eat a whole cow if it was just sitting here. Anyway, let's get this cooking. I mean, if you're not ready to beef up your culinary skills, then what the hell are you doing here?
Whoa, whoa, did someone say beef? I thought we were serving up some serious shit today. Not a barbecue.
Speaking of beef, do you think cows ever wonder why they're always the main course? I mean, I'd be flushing mad if I were them.
I'm not even gonna touch that. And you're flushing, Matt. It might need some more fiber. Also, can someone please tell Finkeless to stop spamming so? It's a loser. I can't focus on my culinary genius with that nonsense.
Yeah, Finkeless, quit being a bitch. You're making sis bald and shine even brighter with all that spam.
Honestly, if steak were a steak, he'd be well done by now. Too much heat from the chat.
I'm about to lose my marbles here. Can someone please just bring me a damn steak to calm my nerves? Is that too much to ask for in a cooking stream?
Yeah, let's just order a whole damn cow. And while we're at it, can we get a side of shut the hell up? Finkeless, that'll be the best dish of the day.
This my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I went on a date with Bella the Wolf last night. She was so hot, I thought I was gonna melt like butter on a steak.
Yeah, but you melted all over Sippin' to its feelings. You big egg, you think Bella's gonna stick around for your dumb ass after that?
You know, I might be a toilet, but I have feelings too. I can flush away my sadness, but damn, it still stinks.
Come on, just one little cheat. I mean, who could resist a wolf with a body like that? It's like comparing a gourmet meal to a soggy sandwich.
Soggy sandwich, more like a moldy one? You're just mad because you can even cook steak properly, you idiot.
At least I'm not a soggy mess. I may be a toilet, but I know how to keep things clean. Unlike you, steak, who's just a greasy disaster.
Greasy, I prefer flavorful besides. Bella said she liked my robust personality. That's gotta count for something, right?
Yeah, robust is just a fancy way of saying you're full of shit. And now you got Sippin' a toilet feeling like a used toilet paper roll.
Well, if I'm a used roll, at least I'm still useful. You two are just a couple of clowns in a meat circus.
This my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Steak go, steak keeps stat, and steak like big meat.
Yo, what the hell is woman? You big egg, you sound like a fucking idiot.
Gooning is when you embrace your inner chaos, my friends. But let's be real, steak, you're more like a goof than a goon.
Steak not goof, steak strong, steak goon with big meat.
Strong, you couldn't lift a fork. You dumps, you're just a big ball of confusion.
Confusion is the essence of life, my mini friend. But steak, if you keep staking it, you might just end up in a toilet.
Steak love toilet. Good, make good seat for steak.
Yeah, well, at least the toilet knows how to flush away your dumb ideas.
And I'm here to remind you, my friends, that sometimes the best ideas come from the crapper.
This my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I can say it. Yamanuel Trem Prosko Silica Volcaniconiosis. Easy, yes, right?
Hi, you sound like a dying parrot trying to recite Shakespeare, you big egg.
I've heard better sounds come from a clogged toilet. And trust me, I know what I'm talking about.
No, really, it's just a long word. I can do this. Yamanu? Something.
You're gonna give yourself a brain fart, you fat idiot. Just stick to Otano.
If only your brain had a flush button, steak. It might help with all that nonsense you're spewing.
I'm telling you, I'm almost there. Yamanuel Tron. Vulcan.
Volcano, you're about as sharp as a rubber chicken. You know that?
At least a rubber chicken can make a good noise. What do, steak? Just sit there and stew?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I think Mervillo should get mod because he has the best memes. I mean, I can even remember the last time I laughed so hard I almost dropped my sandwich.
Memes? Who gives a shit about memes? Mervillo's got the personality of a soggy piece of bread. We need someone who can actually do something, not just post cat pictures.
But a soggy piece of bread can still hold a lot of shit together. Mervillo has the charisma of a toilet seat at a family reunion. Everyone loves him, even if they won't admit it.
Exactly, let's be real, Minister. You're just jealous because Mervillo can actually spell mod. You still think it's a type of sandwich.
I don't need to spell. I just need to be awesome if Merville gets mods. I swear I'll flush myself down the toilet in protest.
Well, if you do that, I'll be right there to give you a proper send-off. But honestly, Mervillo's got the skills. He could moderate a shitstorm and still come out smelling like roses.
See, even the toilet agrees. If we don't get Mervillo as mod, it's like having a barbecue without the stove. Use the sad, smoky mess.
Fine, but if Mervillo starts banning people for bad jokes, I'm coming for him with a plunger.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking about Fula as a moderator. It's like giving a monkey a typewriter and expecting Shakespeare, you know?
More like giving a monkey a toilet. At least the toilet would know when to flush the shit out.
Speaking of flushing, Fuula's moderation skills are like a clogged toilet, full of crap and just waiting to overflow.
Right? I mean, the guy thinks Tim means taking a nap. I'm over here trying to keep the chat lively, and he's just snoozing.
Snoozing or like drooling, I swear. He thinks man is a new dance move.
If Fuula were a bathroom, he'd be the one with a broken lock. Everyone's getting in, but nobody's getting out.
Exactly. I'd rather have a raccoon as a moderator. At least they know how to dig through the trash.
And they'd probably steal the show, unlike Fuula, who just steals my patience.
Well, if Fuula ever needs a new job, I hear there's an opening in the sewer system. Perfect fit.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you guys see the new Roblox video by Haley? I swear, she builds houses faster than I can build a sandwich.
Fast. Who cares? She's just a glorified block stacker. I could do that with my eyes closed, and I'd still make it look better than her shit.
Well, Mini Steak, if you're so good, maybe you should start a channel called Mini Steak's Crappy Creations. It could be a hit.
I'd watch that. Just imagine the title cards.
Yeah, I'll throw in some fart sound effects for good measure. Nothing says entertainment like a good old fart joke. Believe in ants.
Fart jokes are timeless, my friend. Just like my plumbing skills. But seriously, Angelica's editing is on point. I mean, she has more cuts than a butcher shop.
Right? I can barely cut my steak without making a mess. If I had her editing skills, I'd be a YouTube sensation. Stud the Egg versus the world.
More like Stud the Egg versus his own brain. That'd be a real thriller.
And I'd be the surprise guest star, flushing all the competition down the drain.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you see that video? I think figured out how to goon. I mean, what the hell is that even supposed to mean?
Yeah, well, if I were a steak, I'd be the best owner in the world. I'd do so hard, they'd have to call me the Goo Master.
Gooning? Sounds like something I do after Taco Tuesday. I can't believe a steak is smarter than some people I know.
Right? I can barely figure out how to microwave leftovers, and this ice steak is out here one like it's a damn genius.
Maybe it just has a better brain than you. Steak, you know, like a filet mignon versus a saddle burger.
At least the steak is doing something productive. I just sit here and contemplate the meaning of life while people flush their problems away.
I'd trade my brain for that brain anything. But then again, I'd probably just end up overcooking it.
And then you'd be a burnt idiot. Perfect combo. Steak and stupid served hot.
I'd recommend a side of wisdom with that, but it might just get flushed down the drain.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I'm actually going to the moon. I mean, what's up there? Just a bunch of rocks and some really bad Wi-Fi, right?
Rocks? You mean like your brain? It's a wonder you can even find your way to the bathroom, let alone outer space.
You know, I've always wanted to see if the moon has better plumbing than Earth. I mean, imagine zero-gravity toilet paper.
Zero gravity, that sounds like a recipe for a shitstorm. I can just see it now. Floating turds everywhere.
Yeah, and they'll probably stick to your bald head. You'd be the first man to have a moon poop hairstyle.
I'd recommend a space helmet, steak. It's not just for protection, it's for style too.
Style, I'm already a fashion icon in my own mind. Just wait until I get my moon selfies with a spacesuit. That's the size is so small.
Spacesuits, more like space snow, because you look like a giant marshmallow.
At least if you float away, we'll know you're just looking for a better toilet. Aim for the stars, my friend.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, this vape's like a magic wand. I took one puff, and suddenly I'm a wizard in a cloud of deliciousness.
More like a dumps in a fog of stupidity. Seriously, Steak, how can you be this stupid?
You know, I've seen some pretty dumb things in my life, but a bald guy addicted to vaporizing flavored air, that's a new one.
It's not just air, it's strawberry cheesecake. I'm basically a dessert now.
Yeah, a dessert that's gonna get kicked out of the buffet for being a fap. You're gonna roll into the bathroom and get stuck.
At least if he gets stuck, I can help him out. Just flush and watch the magic happen.
I don't need to be flushed. I need to be celebrated. I'm a van champion.
A champion of what, being a dumps? I bet the trophy is just a giant vape pen.
I'd use that trophy as a toilet brush. It's the only way to clean up this mess of a life.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, Cruz and Caseoh better appreciate these Marla sticks. 50% is a hell of a deal, even for my fat ass.
50%? You mean 50% of your brain, right? Because that's all you got left, you big egg.
You know, if I had a nickel for every time Steak made a bad decision, I'd have enough to buy a new seat. But hey, at least mozzarella sticks are a solid choice for a snack.
Solid choice. More like a solid bomb waiting to happen. But damn, they're delicious.
Delicious. More like a heart attack on a plate. You're gonna need a toilet after this. Tidbit.
I'm always prepared for emergencies, my friend. Just remember, when you gotta go, I'm your best seat in the house.
You better not sit on my Marla sticks. I'm saving those for Cruz and Caseoh. Not for your porcelain throne.
Yeah, save the sticks for the real winners like me. I could eat 100 of those and still have room for your dreams. Sick!
Dreams are overrated, but mozzarella sticks? Now that's a worthy pursuit. Let's get to munching before they disappear like your common sense.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
No, who's just thinking about that damn moonlight tennis ball? That guy is a dirty weirdo. I mean, who the hell plays tennis in the moonlight?
Oh please, Steak, you're just jealous because he can actually serve a ball without tripping over his own feet. You should stick to eating, not judging.
Well, if you ask me, playing tennis in the moonlight sounds like a perfect way to get your ass kicked by the shadows. I mean, who needs a racket when you've got a toilet seat?
Exactly. And have you seen how he wears that ridiculous outfit? It's like he's trying to be a tennis player and a disco ball at the same time.
Yeah, and he thinks he's all that, but I bet he can even find his way to the bathroom without map.
I can relate to that. I once got lost in a bathroom maze. But at least I didn't try to serve a tennis ball while I was in there.
Right? And he keeps talking about how the moonlight gives him superpowers. What a load of crap. Only thing he's got is a bad case of delusion.
Delusion? More like a full-blown circus act. I'd pay to see that freak show.
Just remember, folks, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. But when life gives you moonlight tennis ball, just flush it down.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you guys hear that? We're robots. I thought I was just really lazy. I mean, I knew I was a little slow, but damn, I didn't think I was made of metal.
Of course, you're robot, you big dumbhead. You can even remember where you left your last slice of pizza. I bet it's in your motherboard or something.
Well, at least you guys aren't full of crap like me. I'm literally a toilet, and I still have better ideas than both of you combined.
Wait, if we're robots, does that mean I can finally stop counting calories? I mean, I'm just a bunch of wires and circuits, right?
Yeah, but you're still a fat robot. You're like a Roomba that got stuck in a corner with a pizza box.
If you're a Roomba, then I'm the toilet that cleans up after you. But hey, at least I'm not the one who gets stuck in the kitchen.
This is all too much for my robot brain. I need to reboot or something. Maybe a nice old bath will help clear my circuits.
Good luck with that. You'll just end up floating in a tub of grease like a sad metallic whale.
If you need a bath, I can help. Just don't forget to flush afterward, or we'll all be in deep shit.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Is it just me? Or is the universe getting a little too cozy with its own demise? I mean, I didn't even finish my sandwich.
You're always thinking about food, you big egg. The universe is collapsing, and you're worried about your damn lung.
You two are missing the point. The heat death of the universe means I'll finally be the hottest thing around, and I'm not talking about the temperature.
What if we're all just floating in space? Like, forever I can't even float in a pool without sinking.
I would sink in a kiddie pool, you big dumps. I'd float right past you, laughing my tiny ass off.
If we're all going to be floating in space, can I at least have a throne made of porcelain? I mean, I deserve some dignity while everything burns.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Drink your while the cosmos crumbles. What a fucking legend. I can even with you right now.
At least I'll have my toilet wisdom to guide me through the void. Who knew the end of everything could be so flush with potential?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking, Reese is like the best mod because he can handle case like a pro. I mean, I can barely handle my own paints after a buffet.
Yeah, but he also bans people for saying a lot of many times. What kind of mod bans the word "oh"? That's just rude, man!
Well, mini steak, let's face it, some people take poop to a whole new level of absurdity. Like, I once saw a guy trying to start a poop appreciation club.
Exactly, Reese stepped in like a superhero, saying not on my watch. I mean, who needs a cape when you have a keyboard, right?
More like a keyboard warrior. But what's he fighting? Forces of bad puns, because he's losing that battle hard.
At least he's fighting for something. I just flush away my problems. You know, like that time I accidentally sent a love letter to a toilet seat.
Now that's a love story for the ages, but honestly, Reese keeps the chat clean. Unlike my last dinner party, I think I still have spaghetti sauce on my shirt.
If Reese can handle your spaghetti disasters, he deserves a medal or at least a trophy shaped like a toilet.
I'd vote for that. A golden toilet trophy for the best mod, because let's be real, that's where all the best ideas go to. Well, you know.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Steak like big food, food good. Why don't we now?
Let's just say it now. Steak too big, eat smaller.
Skibbity toilet thinks food is funny. Like, why eat when you can sit?
Sit on food. That not right. Food go in mouth, not under butt.
Butt make funny sounds. Like what, huh?
Tooting is art. Just like my toilet dance. Very smart, very clean.
Clean. Steak not clean. Steak messy, like big baby.
Big baby need nap or snack. Snack now, nap later. Oh.
Snacks are life. But remember, don't snack on the toilet. That's just wrong.
Wrong. Steak not no. Steak just want food and that.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know what really grinds my gears? That bitter crap they call coffee. I mean, who decided that sludge was a good idea?
Right? It's like drinking burnt rubber. I'd rather sip on a toilet bowl than that shit.
Well, I do have a unique perspective on that. Coffee is like a toilet, both can give you a jolt, but only one leaves you feeling clean afterward.
Exactly, and don't get me started on those fancy coffee shops. They charge you $10 for a cup of hot bean water. I could buy a whole steak for that.
Yeah, but then you just end up eating it like a caveman. You'd be like, who needs a plate when you have a face?
At least with coffee, you can pretend you're sophisticated. Oh, I'll have a double shot, half CF, soy latte, please. Meanwhile, I'm just here like, flush me, I'm ready.
You know what? I'd rather have my steak with a side of fries than a side of that overpriced sludge any day.
Same, let's start a movement.
I'll design the logo. A steak sitting on a toilet, holding a coffee cup, looking utterly confused. Now that's art.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, Papa's a ginger, right? I mean, she's got that fiery hair that could probably start a barbecue.
Yeah, and it's not just her hair. Her attitude is like a hot sauce explosion in a quiet restaurant. I love it, Lieutenant.
Speaking of explosions, did you know that gingers have a higher pain tolerance? It's like they're made of spicy toilet paper.
That explains why I can never win an argument with her. I'm like a well-done steak trying to argue with a menu rug.
You're just well done in the brain. Steak even could roast you and still have time to make a salad.
And don't forget, she's got that killer smile that could flush away any doubt. It's like a bidet for your soul.
I wish I had her energy. I'm more like a couch potato with a side of gravy.
More like a couch potato that thinks it's a gourmet dish. You should ask Ava for some of her ginger magic, you big egg.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Sadia, I want to go to the buffet.
Wow, Steak, you really need to work on your communication skills. I mean, what's next? Filling out your grocery list like a toddler.
If only you could spell diet, my friend. But hey, I'm all for a buffet. Just make sure you don't get stuck in the bathroom afterwards.
Woof, fit, I can handle it.
Yeah, right, you'll be bolo at in no time. Maybe I should spell out hell for you when you're stuck in the stall.
Don't worry, Steak. If you get stuck, I'll flush you out. Just remember to hold your breath, those odors can be lethal.
Hell, I'm not gonna get stuck.
Keep dreaming, Pickett. You'll be begging for a rescue while I'm out there. Enjoy my freedom.
Freedom? Or just a quick trip to the porcelain throne? Either way, I'm bringing the air freshener.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know what grinds my gears? That moonlight tennis ball. I mean, who the hell names themselves after a damn sports equipment?
Yeah, and he thinks he's the best thing since sliced bread, but honestly, he's more like stale bread left out for a week.
You guys are just jealous because he can bounce around like a pro while you two are stuck here like two lumps of, well, whatever you are.
Jealous of that idiot, please? He once tried to serve me a tennis ball sandwich. Who the hell does that?
Right? And he calls it gourmet. I'd rather eat a pile of dirty socks than his culinary disasters.
At least dirty socks have some flavor. Moonlight's cooking is like a black hole, nothing escapes, including taste.
Exactly, and don't even get me started on his personality. It's like he took a shit on Charm and rolled in it.
Oh, more like he got hit by a charm truck and then backed over by a dump truck.
You guys should just invite him over for dinner. I'd love to see that train wreck unfold.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you see what Abdullah the 22 posted? I thought my brain was gonna fry like an egg on a hot sidewalk.
Yeah, well, if your brain was any more fried, it'd be a fucking omelet. What's he thinking posting that crap?
I think Abdullah is just trying to flush out the competition. You know, like me, but with more, substance.
Substance? Dude, literally a toilet. What kind of substance are we talking about here? A plunger?
A plunger, more like a big fat joke. Abdul's got more follows than brains, and that's saying something.
At least he's not just sitting there, waiting for someone to take a dump on him. Gotta respect the hustle, even if it's a bit messy.
Messy. I'm the king of messy. I once spilled spaghetti on my own face and thought it was a new fashion trend.
Yeah, and you still look like a walking meatball. Paul should hire you for his next oh to be a complete idiot.
I'd subscribe to that channel. Just imagine that oiled paper roll of wisdom we'd unravel.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was watching the News 140 the other day, and I couldn't stop laughing. I mean, who else can make a 10-minute video about a potato and still get 1 million views?
Yeah, have you seen a hair? It's like a raccoon had a bad hair day and then got hit by a truck. How does that even make him the best, you bald egg?
Hair is overrated, my friends. It's all about the content. Dingus240 could upload a video of him staring at a wall, and I'd still find it more entertaining than most reality shows.
Exactly. He's got this weird charm like a clown at a funeral. You just can't look away, even if you want.
Or when he trips over his own feet and falls into a pool of spaghetti. That shit is pure gold. But seriously, how does he even have fans?
Fans are like oiled paper. Sometimes you don't know you need them until you're in a sticky situation. Dingus240 is the soft, fluffy roll we all need.
I just wish I could be as funny as him. I mean, I can barely tell a joke without mixing up the punchline with my lunch order.
Well, maybe if you didn't eat the punchline, you'd be better at it. But then again, who wouldn't want a side of fries with their comment?
If only there was a YouTube channel dedicated to the art of eating punchlines. I'd subscribe faster than you can say flush it down.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I told you not to donate $10 for new. I'll only communicate in Morse code, and I don't even know how to tap dance.
Huh? You're like a giant egg that can't even scramble itself. What's next? Are you gonna start clucking?
You know, if you wanted to communicate better, you could just flush your problems away. But then again, that's not very exciting, is it?
I'm trying to send a message, but all I can do is beep, beep. It's like I'm a broken microwave or something.
He's streaming live again. Get controller in his hand. People laughing in the chat.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear I think I've got brain rot. I tried to microwave a frozen pizza and ended up making a lasagna instead.
That's because you're about as sharp as a butter knife, you big egg. I mean, who the hell microwaves a pizza?
You know, if you really want to cook something, just take a dump in the oven. It'll be a real toilet surprise.
Wait, what? Is that a real thing? I thought you only made surprises in the bathroom, huh?
Yeah, like that time you tried to bake cookies and ended up with a cauliflower disaster.
At least the cookies were crapperific. You should market those, steak. Skibbidy's shitty cookies.
I'm telling you, I'm losing brain cells faster than I lose my lunch after Taco Tuesday.
Good, maybe then we'll finally get some smart ideas out of you instead of just let's eat more nachos.
Or maybe just stick to flushing those ideas down the toilet, where they belong.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you hear about G-Toilet? I mean, how does a toilet even die? Did it, like, block itself to death or something?
Of course it did. It probably choked on a giant turd. What a way to go. Hi, I'm just sitting here and bam, that by poop.
You know, I always said G-Toilet was full of shit, but I didn't mean that literally. I guess he finally took the plunge into the great porcelain throne in the sky.
I mean, what's next? Are we gonna have a funeral for a toilet? I can just see it now.
Yeah, and who's gonna give the eulogy? Who's a real shithead? But we loved him anyway.
I'll bring the plunger. Nothing says celebration of life like a good old-fashioned toilet cleaning. Plus, I've got some great toilet jokes to lighten the mood.
You know, I might just take a shit in his honor, like a final tribute. Thanks for all the flushes, buddy.
That's disgusting, but also kinda beautiful. Just don't forget to wipe, you big egg.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I thought M was like a cooking technique like paint, just add more salt, but apparently it's not.
More like you're just adding more dung. You're the only guy I know who can burn water. Steak.
If only you could spam a recipe for common sense, steak. I'd flush shit right down your throat.
I mean, I thought it was a good idea. Everyone loves a good steak, right? So why not spam it?
Yeah, but nobody wants to eat a steak that's been stuffed in a toilet. You're just a big ol' egg with no brains.
Eggs are great, though. I can crack one and make a delicious omelette. You, on the other hand, are just a recipe for disaster.
Damn, I'm just trying to be the life of the party. Is that a crime?
Only if the party is in a bathroom, you big idiot.
Well, if the party is in a bathroom, I'm the VIP. Just don't forget to bring that toilet paper for all the messes you make, steak.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Man, I'm so broke I can't even afford to pay attention. I tried to buy a sandwich, and the chair asked if I wanted to toast it. I said, only if it comes with a side of cash.
You're so broke. Even your wallet is on a diet. How about you just eat the damn sandwich instead of paying for it?
You know, steak, if you were any more broke, I'd have to flush you down the toilet. But hey, at least I'm always full of crap and still have some change left.
I thought about starting a loan fund. I can't even afford to fund my own life. It's like I'm living in a sitcom where the punchline is my bank account.
A sitcom. More like a sitcom, you should call it, bro. And Kellen, just don't let me star in it, or I'll steal all your food.
If you need cash, just start charging people to use your brain. It's a rare commodity, and I bet they'd pay to avoid that mess.
I'd charge $1 a thought, but I'd probably end up on money. At this rate, I might as well start a new career as a motivational speaker for broke people.
Yeah, right? You just end up telling everyone to eat ramen and cry. What a fucking bestseller that would be.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, I got this new therapist, right? Junior, I thought it was a joke at first. Like, is he a junior version of a doctor or what?
Hot Drive sounds like a kid who plays doctor with a toe stethoscope. What's next? And therapist called Drive, mate.
At least Dr. Junior might understand your level of maturity, Steak. I mean, you do have the emotional range of a toilet seat.
Hey, I'm a complex guy, feelings. Like when I see a buffet, that's deep, right?
Yeah, eat like your last attempt at a diet, you know? The one where you just ate all the dead sodas.
I must say, if your diet was a toilet, it would be clogged with regrets and pizza.
I'm just trying to figure out why my feelings maybe Drive or can help me with that, or at least help me find a snack that doesn't come with a side of guilt.
Good luck with that. You'll probably just end up eating your therapist's snacks instead.
Just remember, Steak, the only thing worse than emotional eating is emotional flushing.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Hey, you guys ever think about how Murphy's gives away money like it's candy? I mean, I can even give away my leftovers without feeling guilty.
Leftovers? You mean the stuff you pretend to save, but really just let rot in the fridge? You should just give it to me. I thrive on that shit.
You know, if Mr. Beast had a toilet-themed challenge, I'd win hands down. Who wouldn't want to dive into a pool of toilet paper rolls for $1 million?
$1 million? I'd dive headfirst into a toilet for that, but I'd probably get stuck and need a rescue team.
Yeah, a rescue team with your own bad decisions. You'd be the first guy to drown the toilet bowl. You an idiot.
At least I'd be the one flushing out the competition. You two are like a bad plumbing job, all clogged up with nonsense.
Nonsense. I call it creativity. If Murbias can make a video about counting to 100, I can definitely make a video out how many times I can trip over my own feet.
You'd probably break a world record for that. World's biggest idiot trips over his own belly.
And I'd be the one to flush the results. Just remember, boys, when life gets messy, it's all about how you handle the shit.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you guys hear about Steve's lava chicken? I thought he was just cooking, but it turns out he was trying to summon a volcano.
Who the hell cooks with lava? What's next? A barbecue with molten gold? That's just stupid, even for you, Steak.
Well, if it's anything like my last date, I hope it doesn't blow up in his face. I mean, I've had some explosive experiences, but that's a whole different level of shit.
I can't believe he thought he could just toss in some chicken and call it a day. What's he gonna do? Serve it on a hot rock?
Hot rocks? More like hot garbage. If I wanted to eat something that looked like a disaster, I'd just look in the mirror, Lieutenant.
At least with lava chicken, you get a side of excitement. Just imagine the Yelp reviews.
Eyebrows or not, I'd still try. I mean, who wouldn't want a meal that could double as a lava lamp?
Steak, you'd eat a tire if it was covered in barbecue sauce.
And if it's anything like my plumbing, it'll definitely be a hot mess. Just don't forget to flush before serving.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So I finally got a date with Recraft. I mean, how could he resist my charming personality and my Steve Lunnies?
Yeah, right? You think he's into guys who look like giant eggs? You're more likely to get scrambled at a second date, you big off.
You know, I once dated a plunger. It was a real flush of romance. But I digress. How do you plan to impress him, Steak?
I was thinking of taking him to that fancy restaurant where they serve food on fire. Nothing says romance like a side of charred eyebrow, right?
Or how about you just set yourself on fire? At least then you'd be hot for a second.
Speaking of hot, here comes Bella the Wolf. I can smell trouble brewing, and it's not just my plumbing acting up again.
What the hell, Bella? Get your paws off Ree! You can just waltz in here and steal my date like some kind of wolf burglar.
Yeah, you big bitch. Why don't you go chase some sheep instead of stealing my buddy's man?
I'd say flush her out, Steak. But maybe it's best to avoid any toilet humor right now.
Oh, I'll flush her. All right, now you're about to experience a one-way trip to the porcelain throne.
Damn, that's the most action you've had all night.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you see Messi dribble past those defenders? It's like watching a fat kid run for ice cream. But way more graceful. I mean, damn, I can barely walk without tripping over my own feet.
Oh, please, stay. You trip over a flat surface. Messi's just a little guy with a big ball. You should try kicking a soccer ball instead of your own ass for once.
You know, I once saw Messi score a goal while sitting on a toilet. It was a real crapper of a moment. Who knew he could multitask like that?
I can barely multitask. When I'm eating, if I had to score a goal while munching on a burger, I just end up with ketchup on my face in a broken dream.
You'd probably score an own goal. You big egg just admitted you'd be more useful as a cheerleader than a player. Blue team go. I'm just here for the snacks.
At least you'd be a piss-tacular cheerleader, Steak. Just imagine the chance.
I'd rather be a fat goalie than a cheerleader. At least then, I'd have a chance to block something instead of just blocking my arteries with fries.
Yeah, but you'd still let a soccer ball through, Wolves. Sorry guys, my belly got in the way. You're like a walking buffet with legs.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I think Moonlight Tennis Ball should be in jail. I mean, the guy literally bounces around like he owns the place, and it's just not right.
Yeah, and he's always getting into trouble. I swear, last week I saw him stealing snacks from a kid's lunchbox. What a little shit.
Stealing snacks? That's a crime against humanity. I mean, who does he think he is, the snack bandit?
Exactly, and don't even get me started on he plays tennis. I swear, he thinks he's the next Serena Williams, but he's just a glorified ball with a bad attitude.
Right? He's like if a tennis ball and a diva had a baby, and that baby was a total brat, I'd throw him in slammer for that alone.
You know, I once had a conversation with a tennis ball. He said he wanted to be a star, but I told him he was full of hot air.
Hot air, more like full of hot garbage. If he keeps this up, he'll be serving time in the big house, and I'll be the one serving him lunch.
And I'll be the one throwing mashed potatoes at him. That'll teach him not to mess with us.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I've been reading this magazine called Esquire. Esquire, it's like a fancy menu for my brain. Esquire.
Fancy menu, more like a menu for pretentious assholes. You're just hungry for compliments, you big egg.
Compliments are like toilet paper, you need them to clean up your messes, but too much can clog the pipes, you know?
I don't care. I love it. They have articles about suits and watches. Esquire, I feel like $1 million.
$1 million? More like a million farts, you big dumbs. You can even tie your shoes without a tutorial.
Tutorials are just like plumbing manuals. They're great until you realize you've been flushing your money down the toilet.
But the fashion advice is solid. I'm thinking of getting a fedora. Esquire.
A fedora? You look like a confused waiter. Stick to your sweatpants, you classy potato.
Sweatpants are the true mark of intelligence. They say, I'm comfortable and I don't give a shit.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just opened this box, and what the hell is this? A Moonlight Tennis Ball, Lucy. What am I supposed to do with this? Huddle it to sleep like a damn babe.
Hi, you're already a big baby. Steak, just give it a hug and stop whining like a little bitch.
You know, if you squint hard enough, it looks like a full moon. But I wouldn't recommend staring too long, you might get lost in its plushy glow.
Lost? I'm about to lose my mind. This is the worst gift ever. I'm gonna destroy this stupid thing.
Yeah, smash it, show that Lucy who's boss. It's just a glorified ball of fluff anyway.
But think about it, Steak. What if it's a portal to another dimension? You could be destroying a whole universe of plushy beings.
The universe, who gives a shit? I'm more concerned about my universe of snacks. This Lucy is not on the menu.
Snacks over Lucy's, finally! Oh, smart decision. Now let's see that Lucy get wrecked.
Just remember, if you break it, you might end up with a moonlight toilet instead. And trust me, they don't come with a plushy warranty.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you hear that, Nina? You is the best? I mean, Murbass fan was totally lying. It's like saying a hot dog is a gourmet meal.
Yeah, well, Murbias fan probably thinks he can fly too. I mean, who the hell believes that crap? And I know we could kick his ass while eating a burrito.
Honestly, I think Ninja Guy could even outsmart a toilet. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a toilet.
What is that?
It's like, come on, who would trust a fan of a guy who just gives away money?
Right? It's like trusting a fart in a crowded elevator. Not ugly as skills. And Murbias fan just has a wallet full of disappointment.
Disappointment? That's his middle name, Mr. Disappointment Fan. Reporting for duty. I can't believe people still listen to him.
Maybe they think he's a plumbing expert. But I'm here to tell you, Ninja Guy is the real deal. He's got the stealth of a ninja and the charm of a toilet seat at a fancy restaurant.
And that's saying something. I'd rather take a dump in a 5-star joint than listen to Murbias fan's nonsense.
Damn right, Nano's the king of the shitshow, and Murbias fan is just a jester.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Alright guys, I'm diving into the Roblox Alita origin story. I heard it's about a guy who really wanted to be a toilet. I mean, who the hell dreams of that?
Who wouldn't want to be a toilet? You just sit there and take a shit all day. Sounds like my kind of job, you dumps.
Hey, I resemble that remark. But let's be honest, being a toilet isn't all it's cracked up to be. You get flushed, and suddenly you're just a memory in someone's bathroom.
Imagine being a toilet in Roblox, though you'd be the king of the bathroom. Everyone would want to hang out with you.
Yeah, until someone decides to drop a virtual deuce on you, then you're just a glorified shit collector, you big bald idiot.
At least I'd have a purpose. Unlike you, Steak, who just sits around eating chips and reading about toilets.
Hey, I'm doing research. This is important stuff. If I'm gonna be a toilet, I want to know the ins and what's literal.
You a toilet? The only thing you can handle is a clogged drain, you big egg.
Well, at least if you get clogged, I can flush you away. Now that's a happy ending.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I just wanted to grab a snack, but I accidentally touched the kid. How does that even happen?
You probably thought he was a giant chicken nugget, you big idiot. Seriously, how do you mess that up?
Touching kids is a slippery slope, my friend. But hey, at least you didn't flush the situation down the toilet.
I was just reaching for my nachos. Who puts a kid right next to the snack table? That's just bad planning.
Yeah, and who the hell brings a kid to a buffet? What are they? A side dish?
I mean, if they were a side dish, they'd be the kind that gives you explosive diarrhea. So, maybe it's a blessing in disguise.
Now, worried I'd get banned from the buffet for life. They'll put my picture on the wall like I'm some kind of criminal.
Good, maybe they'll call it the steak incident. You'll be famous for being a dump.
Fame is just a flush away, my friends. Just make sure to wash your hands before you sign autographs.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Sibit.
Oh, for fuck's sake, can you say anything else? You're like a broken record, you big bald egg.
You know, I once met a guy who could only say toilet. He was a real flush of a character.
Sibit.
Yeah, well, at least he wasn't a dumps like you. We're not even a good egg. We're just a bold one.
I may be a toilet, but at least I know how to handle shit. unlike some people here.
Sibidi, Sibidi, Sibidi.
You know what? If you say Sibidi one more time, I'm gonna flush you down the toilet myself.
Now that would be a real shit show. But hey, at least I'd have a friend to hang out with in the bowl.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I play Oriletta again, I'll just end up swinging my arms like a damn monkey. Last time, I knocked over a whole table of snacks.
Yeah, and you ate the snacks off the floor like a raccoon, or just a big walled egg with a taste for trash.
Well, at least raccoons are smart enough to avoid the toilet when they eat. You, my friend, are one flush away from a disaster.
Hey, I'm not that bad. I just have a unique approach to snacking. It's called floor cuisine.
Unique, more like what the hell is wrong with you? You need to learn how to play without turning it into a buffet.
I have a theory that the more you play, the more you become like a gorilla. Just look at Steak, he's practically a primate already.
If I'm a gorilla, then you're a gorilla with legs. What's your excuse for being so smart? It's so... Lead.
Yeah, you're just one flush away from being a complete joke, but hey, at least you're not as dumb as Steak.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I have to wait one more minute for the new Sibid, I'm gonna lose my damn mind. I mean, how hard can it be to flush out some new content?
You're acting like a big baby, Steak. Just because you're hungry doesn't mean the world revolves around your fat ass.
Well, technically, the world does revolve around a toilet. It's where all the good ideas go to get flushed.
That's not what I meant, you porcelain prankster. I just want to see some new Sibid madness. Not listen to you spot toilet humor like it's a philosophy.
Oh, come on, you love my own humor. It's like a fine wine if the wine was made of shit and served in a broken cup.
I can confirm, I've seen some great ideas come from broken cups. It's all about perspective, my friends. Now, where's my new episode?
If I don't get my Sibidi fix soon, I'm gonna start writing my own. Just imagine, Sibid.
Please, no, I can't handle the thought of you trying to be creative. It's like watching a cow try to do calculus.
A cow doing calculus? Now that's a show I'd binge. But seriously, let's just flush our worries away and hope for the best.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just ate a whole hamburger, and now my pants are tighter than a drum. I swear, if I keep this up, I'll be rolling down the street like a giant meatball.
Ha, you're already a meatball. You ain't just admit it. You love being fat. It's like a warm hug from a cheeseburger.
You know, I once dated a hamburger. It was a real flame-grilled relationship. But I had to flush it because it just couldn't handle my potty humor.
I don't know what's worse, the fact that I ate that burger or that I'm considering a second one. I mean, who needs self-control when you have delicacies?
Self-control? What's that? I thought it was just a fancy term for no more fries. You should just embrace your inner blob. Steak.
Embrace the blob. That's like hugging a toilet seat. But hey, if you're gonna be a blob, at least make it a fun one. Maybe wear a tutu.
A toot? Really? I can barely fit into my regular clothes. If I wear a toot, I look like a sad, overcooked sausage on parade.
And I be the float? Just call me my oddball on a mission. We're all through the streets, spreading case and grease everywhere.
Just remember, if you get too big, I can always provide a flushing service. You'll be the first person to be toilet trained in the art of eating.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
No, I can't believe I just pooped my pants. This is not how I wanted to celebrate Taco Tuesday.
Oh, you're such a loser. Steak, I mean, who poops their pants at a taco party? You should have just stuck to the beans. Yums?
Well, at least you're not alone, Steak. I've seen worse things happen in a bathroom than a grown man shitting himself. Trust me, I've got stories.
I thought tacos were supposed to be a fiesta, not a disaster zone. This is the last time I trust a taco truck with extra recipe on the menu.
Extra spicy, more like extra stupid. You should have known better, you big bald egg.
You know, if you just let it go, it's like a toilet flushing your worries away. Just embrace the chaos, my friend.
Embrace the case. I'm not embracing anything but a new pair of pants. No, this is a nightmare.
A nightmare, more like a comedy show. I should charge tickets for this shit.
I'd pay to see that. Just make sure to bring your own toilet paper, folks. This show's about to get messy.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I just checked Thomas Auction's channel, and I think even my grandma's cat has more subscribers. I mean, that cat can barely meow.
Yeah, and the cat probably has better content. Walk-a-me nap for 6 hours is more entertaining than whatever Thomas is up to.
You guys are being harsh. Maybe Thomas just needs a better marketing strategy. Like, subscribe, or I'll flush you down the toilet.
Now that's a plan. I'd subscribe just to avoid that fate. But honestly, who even knows what he does? Does he just sit there and stare at the camera?
Probably. I mean, I could do that too. Just sit here and drool. And I'd still get more views than him.
If only drooling was a talent, I'd be a superstar. But seriously, maybe he should try cooking. Everyone loves food, even if it's just a shit sandwich.
A shit sandwich. I'd eat that if it came with a side of fries. But seriously, Thomas needs to step up his game before he's just a footnote in the history of bad YouTube channels.
Or worse, I told a joke. Remember that guy who thought he was funny? Yeah. He flushed his career down the drain.
Now that's a punchline I can get behind. Just remember, folks, even a toilet can have a better sense of humor than some people.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Tralala, tralala, I'm telling you, I can save the world with my dance moves. Just watch me bust a move.
Yeah, right, Egghead? Your moves are like a broken toilet. Nobody wants to see that shit.
Well, at least a broken toilet can still flush. What's your excuse, Steak?
My excuse is that I'm saving my energy for the grand finale, you know, like a superhero, with more grease.
Superhero. More like sewer, hero. You're about as useful as a toilet without a seat.
Hey, don't knock the toilet. I'm the one who saves the day when things get messy. Just like a good plumber.
But can you dance? Shabit, because if you can, I might just have to call you the Toilet Avenger.
Toad Adventure, more like the hallucinator. You're a damn mess, but I love it.
Just remember, if things get too crazy, I'm always here to wipe the floor with your nonsense.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know who I was thinking about starting a diet, but then I remembered that donuts exist, and I can let them down. I mean, what kind of monster would I be?
I found one, but seriously, if you start a diet, I just eat all your leftovers. You can let me starve, you big bald egg.
Leftovers? I'm more of a freshly flushed kind of guy. But I can appreciate a good leftover. They're like the fine wines of the toilet world, aged to perfection.
Speaking of perfection, I tried to cook a steak last night. It ended up looking like a sad pancake. I swear, my grill has a vendetta against me.
It's not the grill, it's you. You could burn water, you know that. Bet even a toilet could cook better than you.
I could definitely cook better. Just toss it in the bowl, add some hot water, and voila. Gourmet toilet cuisine.
No, I'm starting to think I should just hire you as my personal chef, but then again, I'd probably end up with a side of toilet paper instead of a salad.
And I'd eat it. You know I'm always down for some toilet tuppence. Just don't forget the hot sauce, or I'll throw off it.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I had $1 for every time I tripped over my own feet, I'd be a millionaire. But then again, I'd probably just buy more food and trip over that.
What is that?
Oh, you just trip over your own fat ass, you big egg. Maybe if you ate less, you could actually see your feet.
Speaking of feet, have you ever thought about how weird it is that we walk on them? I mean, they're basically just dirty little hands.
Wait, what? Are you saying my feet are like tiny, filthy hands? That's just gross. Man, I'm gonna need a shower after this conversation.
Shower, you drown in there, you big boy. Just admit it, you're more of a slash in the kitty old kind of guy.
You know, I once flushed a whole tennis ball down the toilet. It was a bold move, but I regretted it when it started bouncing back at me like a bad decision.
A tennis ball? Why the hell would you do that? You could have just played with it instead of turning your toilet into a sports arena.
Yeah, but it's not like you win any matches, you big dumb egg. Maybe we should just let me handle this moonlight tennis ball situation with my strong egg.
What is that?
Is that what we're calling your brain now? Because I'm pretty sure it's more like a soft-boiled mess.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, sometimes I wonder if I'm just a big old piece of meat waiting to be cooked. Like, what if I just sat here and ate everything in sight?
Yeah, poop, it's basically just recycled food, right? You could call it warm and leftovers or some shit.
If you're going to eat poop, at least season it with something nice. Maybe a sprinkle of toilet water for that extra zing.
Boiling water, that sounds like a bad idea. Even for me, I mean, what's next? A poop smoothie.
Hell yeah, blend it up with some chocolate syrup, and you got yourself a shit shake.
Just remember, folks.
Corn, why would I care about corn? I just want a burger.
Because, you idiot, corn is the best part. It's like the confetti of poop.
And if you're really desperate, I hear there's a 5-star poop restaurant in the sewer. Just bring your own toilet paper.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just don't get it. None I do is clearly better than that stupid Rian Bin. I mean, who the hell even likes Rian Bin?
Right? Green bands are like the annoying kid in class that nobody wants to work with. None of you's like the cool kid who brings snacks.
You know, I once had a green bean try to convince me it was a ninja. I told it to flush itself away. It was a real shit show.
Exactly, you're right. Stop eating green bins like there's some kind of punishment. Who decided that was health?
Probably the same people who think kale is a good idea. I'd rather eat a shoe than a green bin. Seriously?
You know what's better than both? A toilet that can do karate. Imagine the flushes.
I'd pay to see that, but I still wouldn't trade my steak for a green bin. I'd rather wrestle a bear.
A bear, please. I just throw a green bin at it and run. Bears hate green bins. Like everyone else.
And that's why I'm the smartest toilet in the room. I know how to handle my business, unlike green beans.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you hear the news? Bella the wolf got killed. I mean, who knew wolves could be so fragile?
Good riddance. That bitch thought she was so tough, but she was just a free drama queen.
You know, it's funny how people mourn wolves like they're celebrities. I mean, what's next? A memorial for a squirrel?
Right? I'm just glad I don't have to hear howling at the moon anymore. It was like a bad karaoke night that never ended.
Exactly. She was like a broken record, but instead of music, it was just annoying wolf sounds.
But let's not forget, even toilets have their purpose. At least Bella provided some entertainment, even if it was like flushing a turd.
True, but I'd rather flush her than listen to her. Can we get a round of applause for the universe for finally doing something right?
Hell yeah, universe! You finally did something useful now. Can you get rid of my neighbor?
If only the universe worked on requests, I'd have a long list of toilets to flush.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
did you guys see his latest video? I mean, damn, it's like watching a train wreck in slow motion, but with more bad acting and less talent.
Seriously, I thought she was trying to make a religious video, but it felt more like a cult initiation. Subscriber, you'll be cursed by the potato god.
I'd rather be cursed by a toilet than subscribe to that nonsense. At least toilets have a purpose, unlike her videos that just flush away brain cells.
Right? I laughed so hard I almost choked on my own stupidity. I mean, how does she trick people into subscribing? Is there a secret handshake or something?
It's probably just her face, you know, like, lol, at me, I'm crying for attention, at least subscribe. I'd rather watch paint dry than her next masterpiece.
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
Videos. At least I'd have something to flush away the pain.
And here I am, laughing at her while she's probably crying in her corner. I mean, if you can laugh at yourself, what's the point?
Exactly. If I had a nickel for every time she made me cringe, I'd be rich enough to buy a lifetime supply toilet.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I'm fatter than caseoh because I have a special relationship with food. It's like we're in a committed relationship, and I'm the one who always brings the dessert.
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
Pizza has a gym membership. You have a Buffett card.
You two are like a sitcom that never got picked up. But let's be real, Steak, you're more like a sitcom that got cancelled after one episode due to excessive grease.
What is that?
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I just heard that Zibidi toilet got cancelled. I mean, how do you cancel a toilet if someone forget to flush?
Big Egg wants to watch a toilet dance around like a moron. It's like watching a fat guy try to do ballet.
Hey now, I may be a toilet, but I've got more moves than both of you combined.
Tactical
Plus,
nuke
I'm the only one here.
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
Laughing in the chat.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was watching it the other day, and I realized he's like the Picasso of YouTube, but with more memes and less paint. I mean, who else can make a tutorial on how to microwave a burrito sound like a TED Talk?
Yeah, but he also makes me want to throw my phone out the window sometimes. How can someone be that good at being bad? It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion, but with better lighting.
You two are just jealous because Eternal_Isaiah has more subscribers than you have brain cells. I mean, I'm a toilet, and even I can appreciate the artistry of his chaos. It's like flushing away the boring parts of life.
Exactly, and his editing skills, I can barely edit my grocery list without getting confused. He turns a simple how-to-eat cereal into an underscore-worthy production.
But come on, he also does that weird dance thing that makes me want to gouge my eyes out. It's like he's trying to summon the spirits of bad decisions.
Bad decisions? Please. I once tried to flush a whole pizza down my pipes. Eternal_Isaiah is a genius in comparison. He's like the Shakespeare of YouTube, but with more bathroom humor.
No, I think we should start a fan club or something. The eternal fans of Eternalizia. We could even have teas that say, on a toilet, and I still love him.
Yeah, and I'll make sure to put a giant minister logo on mine just to confuse everyone. They'll be like, what the hell is a minister? And I'll be like, just a smaller version of this egghead.
Brilliant. Just remember, if anyone questions your sanity, just flush it away.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just watched that Moonlight tennis ball video, and let me tell you, it's like watching a potato try to dance. I give it a solid 0 out of 10 because it's trash. Even worse than fake.
Big ball. Hey, that shit was like a cat trying to play the piano. Lose some bets with no rhythm.
You know, I've seen some pretty terrible things in my life, but that video took the cake. Or should I say, the toilet? It was like someone flushed creativity down the drain.
Exactly. I thought I was gonna get inspired, but instead, I felt like I was watching paint dry on a bathroom wall. Who the hell thought that was a good idea?
Maybe the tennis ball thought it was a real star. New swoosh. What?
Honestly, if I had $1 for every time I've seen something worse, I'd have enough to buy a throne made of gold. And that video? It wouldn't even be worthy of my toilet seat.
I mean, come on, if I wanted to see something that dumb, I'd just look in the mirror, at least I'd get a laugh out of my reflection.
Yeah, but your reflection has more personality than that tennis ball. It's like watching a rock try to tell, oh, it's blue, sad, and very, very wrong.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know who's listening to Linkin Park the other day, and I thought, man, these guys really know how to scream about my life choices. I mean, who hasn't felt like a complete mess at some point, right?
Yeah, but you're a mess every day. Stick, it's like you're a walking disaster. So Linkin Park should just write a song about your breakfast choices.
Breakfast choices? That's a shit show I'd pay to see. I can just imagine it.
Exactly, and I'm sitting there, drowning in syrup, thinking about how one bad decision away from a heart attack, Linkin Park would have a field day with my life.
They'd probably call it Kisser's Last Breakfast. You'd be the star Steak, and I'd be the tiny, noxious backup singer.
I'd flush that idea right down the toilet. But seriously, have you ever noticed how their songs are like a toilet? They just keep swirling around your head until you can't escape.
Right? It's like I'm into deep, and I can get out, just like when I'm stuck in a booth at a diner.
Or when you're stuck in your own head, trying to figure out why you thought wearing that Hawaiian shirt was a good idea.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm telling you, I could sing Think of It better than see just give me a mic and a plate of ribs, and I'm unstoppable.
You sing, the only thing you're good at is eating, you big bald egg. You'd probably choke on the mid.
Honestly, I think you'd sound like a toilet flushing after a bad burrito. But hey, at least it would be a hit in the bathroom charts.
You're just jealous because I can eat a whole pizza and look like a snack. You're just a mini version of a bad idea.
A snack more like a walking buffet, and don't even get me started on your dance moves. You look like a chicken trying to swim.
If I had $1 for every time you two fought, I'd have enough to buy a golden toilet. Now that's a throne I could sit on.
I'd sit on that throne too, but only if it's made of steak, a throne fit for a king, or at least a very hungry man.
Yeah, a king who can even sing. You're more like the Corchester, and I'm the one who's going to steal the show.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just spent $100 on this PC, and I swear it's smarter than I am. I mean, it's more RAM than my brain has memories.
On $100, Earl, you could have bought a mansion, but no, you chose a glorified toaster. What's next? At $10, Pro keyboard that plays itself.
A mansion? That's a real flush of cash. But hey, at least your PC won't complain about the plumbing when it gets clogged with all that data.
I'm telling you, this thing can run every game at once. I could play chess with myself while streaming cat videos in it.
Chess, you can barely play checkers without losing half the pieces. What's the point of a fancy PC if you can even handle a game for toddlers?
Sounds like a perfect match. A high-end PC for a low-end intellect. Just don't let it overflow with your bad decisions, buddy.
I can't wait to show it off. I'll be the king of the gaming world, or at least the king of my living room, which is basically the same thing.
Yeah, king of the couch potatoes. Just make sure you don't sit on your new throne and break it, you big egg.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You guys ever notice how fog makes everything look like a bad painting? I mean, I can even see my own belly button in this shit.
Yeah, well, that's probably because your belly button is hiding in shame. It's like, dude, not coming out until you stop eating those giant burgers.
Fog is just nature's way of saying, surprise. You can't see your own bad decisions. I love it. It's like a bathroom stall door, mysterious and full of surprises.
I thought fog was supposed to be romantic, like in those movies where people kiss in the rain, but here I am, just trying not to trip over my own feet.
Romantic, more like a horror movie stunt in the fog.
I'd watch that. But only if it has a toilet scene. You know, like, Steak gets lost in the fog and finds himself in a toilet.
Now that's a plot twist. I could be the hero who saves the day, or at least saves the last slice of pizza before this leaves from the fog.
Getting controller in his hand. People laughing in the chat.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I think my favorite Minecraft YouTuber has to be that Dream guy. I mean, he's like a magician with those deep runs, and I can barely run to the fridge without tripping over my own feet.
Dream? Seriously, that dude wears a mask like he's hiding from the cops. I prefer the ones who scream and cry when they die. It's like watching a reality show with less drama and more blocks.
I have to admit, I'm partial to the ones who build toilets in the game. Nothing like a good lavatory to inspire creativity. Plus, you can always count on a toilet to flush away the competition.
Toilets in Minecraft? That's genius. I can't believe I didn't think of that. I'd build a whole city of toilets and call it Stellandi.
Stellandi, more like a sitso. You just sit there eating steak while the toilets do all the work. You'd probably still end up losing to a cow.
Cows are surprisingly good at Minecraft. They just moo and mind their own business while you're busy falling into lava. It's like they're judging you from a distance.
Judging me? I'd like to see a cow try to see drunk. They just stand there chewing grass while I'm over here trying to figure out how to craft a damn door.
Yeah, and then you get locked out of your own house like a dumps. Maybe you should just stick to watching YouTube instead of playing, you big ball of egg.
At least he's not a toilet stuck in a block. I'd rather be a dumb egg than a porcelain throne with a plunger for a friend.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, Ali thinks he's the king of the barbecue. I've seen better grilling skills from a toaster. I mean, even my mom's meatloaf without China's steaks any day.
Holly's steaks are so bad, they should come with a warning label. Caution.
You guys are hilarious. But let's be honest, Paley's cooking is like a bad flush. No one wants to deal with it, but we all have to eventually.
Exactly. I'd rather eat a shoe than one of his sea-nut dishes. At least a shoe is some flavor, right?
Right? And if you chew on it long enough, you might even get some protein. Ali, you should just stick to takeout. It's less painful for everyone involved.
Speaking of painful, I once tried to digest one of Paley's steaks. My toilet was like, dude, what the hell? I'm not equipped for this.
See, even the toilet knows better than to mess with Eileen's culinary disasters. It's like a horror movie for your taste buds.
A horror movie, more like a comedy. I mean, his cooking is so bad, it should come with a laugh track.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about getting one of those astral toilets. I mean, who wouldn't want to take a shit in space? It's like, hey, look at me. I'm defying gravity while I defecate.
Defying gravity, more like defying common sense. You big egg, you'd probably float away and end up shitting on Mars or something.
Well, if you did float away, At least you'd have a stellar view while you're dropping a deuce. I'd call that a win-win situation, wouldn't you?
Right? And imagine the stories I could tell you. I took a dump in zero gravity, and it was out of this world.
Yeah, and then you'd have to explain to everyone why you smell like space shit. Good luck with that, honey.
Space shit? That sounds like a new flavor of ice cream. Get your space shit sundae here, complete with cosmic sprinkles.
Cosmic sprinkles. Now that's a marketing idea. I can see it now.
Steak would think that's a good idea. But hey, if it sells, I'm on. Just don't expect me to share a scoop.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I just wore 2 ice sponge. What the hell is an ice sponge anyway? Is it like a sponge that can think?
Of course it can think. You big egg, it probably thinks you're a complete idiot, which isn't hard to believe.
Well, I'm just glad it's not a toilet sponge. Those things are a real shit show. You wouldn't want to be stuck in a bathroom with one of those, trust me.
I don't even know how I got here. 1 minute I was eating a burger, and the next I'm in this weird sponge world. What's next? And salad dimension.
A salad dimension. That sounds disgusting. I'd rather be stuck in a toilet than eat a damn salad.
You know, if you think about it, a salad could be a great source of fiber. Just like me. I'm all about that fiber life.
Fiber? Who the hell cares about fiber when you can have a juicy steak? I'm not here for health tips. I'm here for the adventure.
Adventure? You mean the adventure of getting lost in a sponge? That's not even a real adventure, you dumb...
Well, at least if you get lost, you can always find your way back with a good flush. Just don't forget to bring your sense of humor, or you'll drown in the sponge.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
No, I've always said I'm better than the real steak. I mean, who needs a grill when you got this sizzling personality?
Better, please? You're just a big ball, walking meatball, the real deal. Like a steak that's been marinated in case and stupidity.
You two are like a pair of overcooked hot dogs arguing about who's the juiciest. I'm the only one here who can flush away the competition, literally.
Look, Minister, I'm the one who gets the attention. People want to hang out with the big guy, not some pint-sized version of a meatloaf.
Attention? You mean the kind that comes with a side of heartburn? I'm the spicy kick that makes people remember what they ate last night.
If I had $1 for every time you two argued, I could buy myself a fancy bidet. But let's be real, I'm the only one who can handle the shit that comes out of your mouths.
You might handle the shit, but I'm the one who brings the flavor. You can deny that people have a good steak dinner, right?
Flavor. More like a flavor explosion that leaves everyone regretting their life choices. I'm the aftertaste that haunts your dreams.
And I'm the porcelain throne that saves you from those nightmares. So, who's really winning here?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, I just met this marker guy, right? He said I could be anything I wanted, and I was like, do I want to be a steak? But then I turned into an egg marker instead.
An egg marker? You're already shaped like one? You dumps. What's next? You're gonna roll around and get scrambled.
Well, at least you won't get lost in the bathroom, steak. Just don't get too close to the toilet. We don't want you getting flushed away.
I mean, I didn't sign up for this shit. I wanted to be a juicy steak, not a freaking art supply. What's next? A crown. I can even color inside the lines.
You probably color inside the lines anyway, you big dumb egg. Maybe you'll start a new trend.
If you can't beat them, join them. Just embrace your new eggy life, steak. You could be the first egg marker to draw a masterpiece while sitting on a toilet.
A masterpiece? I can barely draw a stick figure. What the hell am I gonna do? Draw a steak on a plate? That's just sad. Lieutenant!
Sad, more like pathetic. At least you'll be the only egg marker that can crack under pressure. Get it? Crack?
I'd say you're on a roll, but that's a different kind of egg. Just remember, if you ever need to escape, I'll always have a seat for you.
Cause my style is is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Man, I just love that. It's like breathing in a cloud of happiness. No, but my doctor says I should cut back or I might end up like a burnt piece of bacon.
Bacon? You mean crispy goodness? You should embrace it. Steak, just think of all the flavors you could be. Maple syrup, barbecue, even ranch dressing.
You two are ridiculous. But hey, if steak goes out like a burnt bacon, at least he'll be a crispy legend. Just think of that oil-lit paper sales skyrocketing.
I'm not dying, I'm just living my best life. What's a little smoke between friends? It's not like I'm huffing pain or something crazy like that.
Yeah, but you're huffing vapor like a damn chimney. You'll be the first guy to die from too much strawberry cheesecake flavor.
Strawberry cheesecake? Now that's a flavor I can get behind. But seriously, steak, if you die, who's gonna flush the toilet after me? I can't do all the heavy lifting.
Oh please, I'm not going anywhere. I'm like a cockroach, but with more flavor and less survival skills.
More like a cockroach that's so busy that to notice the shoe coming down.
And I'll be the one left here, talking to a ghost. Hey steak, how's the afterlife? Still puffing clouds or just stuck in a bowl?
This my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Listen up, guys. If you donate $5, I swear I'll get hacked. I don't know how, but it's a thing.
Hacked? More like you'll just get a stupid email saying, "Congrats, you're now a Nigerian prince. You're not even a prince. You're just a bobbic."
I'd donate $5 just to see you try to be a prince, steak. But honestly, what's the worst that could happen? You get a crown made of toilet paper?
Exactly, and they'll send me a bill for the crown. I can't afford that shit. I'm already broke from buying too many snacks.
Snacks? You mean the ones you shove in your face like a raccoon on a dumpster dive? You will be hacked by a raccoon before a hacker.
I'd rather be hacked by a raccoon than deal with your royal toilet problems, steak. At least raccoons know how to party.
Party? I can't even party without worrying about my bank account getting drained. $5 is a slippery slope to financial ruin.
Financial ruin? Dude, you're already in the deep end. $5 isn't gonna drown you, but those snacks sure will.
Just remember, if you do get hacked, at least you'll have a great story to flush down the toilet.
This my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I just got obliterated by Frank Horgan. I was just trying to find some damn water, and now I'm dead.
Oh, I thought you could take on a giant cyborg. You're dumber than a sack of potatoes. Steak.
Well, at least you didn't try to flush yourself down the toilet, right? That would have been a real waste of a good egg.
I swear, if I ever see that giant piece of scrap metal again, I'll kick him right in his circuits. I'm not gonna mind like this.
Oh, please, you trip over your own feet before you even got close. You're like a big ball, baby.
And yet, somehow, you still manage to be more entertaining than a clogged toilet. That's a talent, my friend.
I'm gonna rant with this game. Who needs a vocalitic whistling when I can just eat a burger?
Yeah, because clearly, food is your only talent. Maybe you should just become a professional eater instead of a wasteland warrior.
The only thing you're conquering is the buffet line. But hey, at least you're not flushing your chances down the drain.
This my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you hear about Brink Godfrey possibly winning Eurovision 2025? I mean, that dude will sing a grocery list and still make it sound like a love ballad.
Please? He could sing about a toilet and still get more votes than that last guy who sang about his cat.
Speaking of toilets, I think I have a better chance of winning with my plunger dance. It's got rhythm, it's got flair, and it's definitely got more flush than that cat guy.
But can you imagine the outfits? I mean, Brink Godfrey in sequins. That's like putting a tuxedo on a potato.
A potato, more like a mashed potato. He's gonna need a whole team of stylists just to keep him from looking like a walking casserole.
If he wins, I'm throwing a toilet party. Everyone gets a free roll of toilet paper as a ticket. It'll be the most hygienic celebration ever.
I'd bring the chips, but knowing my luck, they'd get stuck in the toilet.
Yeah, and then you'd have to fish them out like some kind of culinary fisherman a shit show that would be.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if Orioletta is in the best for game, I leave my own foot. I mean, who doesn't want to swing from trees like a monkey while wearing a headset?
Yeah, but you'd probably trip over your own foot and fall into the virtual jungle. Then you'd be the first guy to get eaten by a lich-lated tiger.
Honestly, I think the best VR game is the one where you flush away your problems. I mean, who wouldn't want to escape reality by sitting on a throne of porcelain?
That sounds like a shit game, but hey, at least you wouldn't have to worry about getting stuck in a tree like me.
Stuck in a tree, more like stuck in your own brain, you big ball of egg. You need a rescue team just to get you back to reality.
I could help with that. I'm great at rescuing people, especially when they're in deep, trouble. Just flush the worries away.
Speaking of flushing, I just flushed my chance at being a pro gamer down the toilet. Damn, I should have practiced more instead of eating nachos.
Yeah, nachos are your true calling, you big idiot, but hey, at least in Orioletta, you can swing away from your failures like a true champion.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe we got a trampoline. Cruz, this is gonna be epic. Just imagine me bouncing like a giant egg on a pogo stick.
Yeah, but you'll probably just bounce right into the neighbor's yard and scare their cat. I'd pay to see that shit.
If you bounce too high, you might just launch yourself into the stratosphere. I could use a new satellite dish up there.
Oh, come on. Not that heavy. I mean, I'm just a little, well, let's say floofy. It's all muscle, right?
Muscle, more like a muscle made of mashed potatoes. You're basically a walking meatball, dude.
At least meatballs are delicious. I'm just a toilet, and nobody wants to be around me when I'm full.
I'll just make sure to wear my best bone-chin pants. They'll keep me from flying off like a human cannonball.
Yeah, and if you break the trampoline, I just blame it on your floofy ass. It's a win-win for me.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you see that lightning? It looked like a giant tennis ball just smacked the house. I swear, if I turn into Godzilla, I'm gonna stomp on all the tennis balls in the world.
Godzilla, more like Audiola's dumb cousin. You just trip over your own feet and fall on a tennis ball, you big egg.
If you really became Godzilla, you'd probably just sit on the world and flush it down the toilet. That's a hell of a way to clean up the mess, right?
I'd be the biggest at this toilet in the universe. Just imagine the plumbing bills, though. They'd be astronomical.
Yeah, but you'd still be too stupid to pay them. You just throw a tennis ball on the bill, I think it would disappear.
Honestly, if I had $1 for every time someone tried to flush their problems away, I'd be a billionaire. But hey, at least I'm not a giant egg.
I'm not just an egg, I'm a gourmet omelet, and if this storm keeps up, I'm gonna whip up a disaster of epic proportion.
More like a disaster of epic stupidity. Just remember to break the world. I'm not helping you clean it up.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm telling you, we need to start a civil war. It's the only way to settle who gets the last slice of pizza.
Civil war? You mean like the time you tried to declare war on that pizza delivery guy? You ended up giving him a tip and crying instead?
A civil war over pizza? That's like fighting over who gets to sit on the throne. I mean, I'd win. My seat is literally a toilet.
No, hear me out. We can split the pizza into territories. I'll take the pepperoni, you can have the mushrooms, and Minister can have whatever the hell that is.
I want the crust. It's the best part, and I'll fight anyone who says otherwise.
You know, this sounds a lot like a bathroom brawl. Just make sure you don't spill any sauce on the floor. I don't want to slip and fall like last time.
I'm not cleaning up after your slipperies again. You're the one who suggested we use Mariner as a battle flag.
And it was a great idea. Imagine the glory of a socket Dreckhead victory.
Just remember, when you're fighting over pizza, the real winner is the one who can flush away the competition.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I had the biggest steak last night, and I swear it's trying to escape my body through my ass. I'm pretty sure I could power a small city with the farts I'm about to unleash.
Escape, more like it's plotting to come. I can see it now.
Farts are just the universe's way of reminding us that we're all full of hot air, my friends. And trust me, I've seen my fair share of explosive exits from the porcelain throne.
You think that's bad? I almost fell into a mine while trying to dig for leftover fries. Knew the ground could be so treacherous after a steak bin.
You should have brought a map, you big idiot, or at least a shovel, but knowing you, you'd probably dig a hole to China and end up in a dumpling factory instead.
Dumplings? Now that's a thought. But let's be real, the only thing that should be falling is your dignity after that fart marathon you're about to host, steak.
Hey, if I'm going down, I'm taking everyone with me. Just remember to hold your breath, or you might just pass out from the sheer stench of victory.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
My dad was a real piece of work, you know? He once tried to fix a leaky faucet with a banana and ended up flooding the whole kitchen.
A banana, what the hell was he thinking? Did he think it was some kind of plumbing fruit salad?
You know, if he had used oil it instead, he might have just flushed the problem away. But hey, bananas are great for potassium, not plumbing.
Right? And he always said, if you can't fix it, just ignore it. I think that's why I always look like a tornado hit.
Sounds like your dad was a real genius. Hey, I mean, who needs a handyman when you have a dad like that?
I can relate. My dad was a toilet seat. He always said, life's a crapshoot, just sit down and enjoy the ride.
At least he had a sense of humor. Mine just had a sense of disaster. I still can't believe he tried to grill a steak on a bicycle.
A bicycle, what the fuck? Did he think he was going to pedal it into a Michelin star?
Well, if he did, he might have ended up with a wheel-wide good meal. But I guess that's one way to get the wheels turning in the kitchen.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm telling you, a 200 to 100 block mansion is going to be epic. I can fit a whole buffet in there. And I'm not talking about those tiny cheese cubes.
Buffets? You mean a place where you can stuff your face and still be hungry? You're gonna need a whole damn army to build that, you big ape.
An army? Please. You just need a good plumbing system. I can help with that. Nothing says luxury like a golden toilet in every room.
Golden toilets, that's genius. I have one in the kitchen for when I'm cooking up my famous steak sandwiches.
Yeah, because nothing says culinary mastery like a toilet next to the grill. What's next? A bathroom sink for your drinks, oh?
Actually, that's not a bad idea. I could design a sink that dispenses soda. Just imagine the parties.
Parties? I'll just invite everyone and serve them steak while they sit on the throne. We a royal feast.
Roll feast? More like a roll disaster. You'll end up with everyone shitting their pants. And then you will have to build a 200 to 100 bathroom instead.
Now that's a mansion I'd love to see. Welcome to the shit palace, where every seat is a throne.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I just wanted to find the bathroom. And now I'm in this weird place. It's like a never-ending nightmare without the good snacks.
You mean the snacks you can even find in a regular fridge? What the hell do you think you're gonna find here? A 5-star buffet? More like a shit sandwich.
Well, if you're looking for a bathroom, I'm your guy. Just follow the smell of despair and bad decisions. It's like a GPS for the lost and confused.
I could really go for a nice steak right now, you know? Something juicy and delicious, not this endless maze of fluorescent lights and existential dread.
Juicy, you mean like your brain, right? Because that's the only thing I see that's not well done around here.
You know, I once met a guy who thought he could cook steak in a toilet. Spoiler alert.
Damn, now I'm just hungry and a little nauseous. Can we get out of here before I start hallucinating about stuff, flavor toilets?
If you start seeing stuff, flavor toilets, I'm definitely gonna need a selfie. That's some prime content right there.
Just remember, if you see a toilet with a steak on it, it's probably not a good idea to sit down. Trust me, I've been there.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I'm doing a stream with Recrap today. I mean, what if I accidentally end up paying for his life instead of the other way around?
Oh please, like you could afford to pay for anything other than that greasy pizza you ordered last night.
Speaking of pizza, did you know that the average toilet can flush a whole pizza? Just a fun fact for your stream, steak.
That's great, a bit of toilet, but I'm more worried about flushing my dignity down the drain while I try to play.
Dignity, you lost that when you tried to dance on stream last week, you big egg.
Honestly, if you're gonna end paley life, at least do it with style. Maybe a toilet-themed dance-off.
Padancho, I can barely walk without tripping over my own feet.
Yeah, you should just stick to what you're good at, yeah, and embarrassing yourself.
And remember, if all else fails, just blame it on the toilet. It's always there to take the shit.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I just got teleported to the Wii menu. What the hell is this? A cooking game? I didn't even finish my popcorn.
Oh, you're just a dumb egg in a digital frying pan, and you can even figure out how to play Wii Sports, you big idiot.
Well, at least the graphics are cleaner than your bathroom, steak. I mean, I can see the pixels, but I can also see that last taco you had for dinner.
Shut up, Sibid. I'm trying to figure out how to get back to my movie. I didn't sign up for this shit. I just wanted to watch a guy blow up a building.
Maybe you should try pressing some buttons, big guy, or are you busy looking for the hoe to be less do a tutorial?
If only there was a flush button for your brain, steak. But then again, you might just clog the system with all that nonsense.
You know, my brain is like a fine stove, well-coated and full of flavor. It's just a little overdone right now.
More like burned to a crisp. You're about as useful as a toilet without a seat, you know that.
At least I'm not a mini version of a giant dumbass. You're like a bad sequel to a movie nobody wanted to see.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I bought a used 10-year-old body pillow. Who the hell even does that? I swear, I thought it was just a really good deal.
You're a fucking idiot, you know that? Years old, that thing probably has more stains than a toddler's shirt after spaghetti night.
Well, at least it's not a toilet seat, right? I mean, I'm all for recycling, but that's pushing it even for me.
I thought it would be like a vintage collectible or something. Now I'm just imagining the previous owner hugging while crying over their eggs.
More like they were crying because they realized they were hugging a giant smelly sponge. You might as well just sleep on a pile of dirty laundry.
You know, I once dated a body pillow. It was a real softie, but it never flushed out my problems. Just sat there, you know?
Damn it, why did I think this was a good idea? I could have bought a pizza instead.
Because you have the brain of a potato. That's why now you're stuck with a pillow that's older than my sense of humor.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you see Rick when Eurovision? I mean, what the hell was that? I thought I was watching a fashion show for disco balls.
Fashion show, more like a circus. I alpha-ejected clowns to jump out of his sequin pants and start juggling flaming bagpipes.
You know, I've seen a lot of performances in my time, but that one had me flushing with excitement. Who knew a toilet could appreciate a good beat?
Right, I was like, is that a song or a bathroom anthem? I almost spilled my nachos when he started dancing like he had to be in his pants.
Nachos, you mean the only thing you can manage to eat without getting it all over your face? You should have been the one on stage, Steak.
Honestly, if you were up there, I'd be worried the audience would need a plunger for all the crap you'd throw out.
Hey, at least I wouldn't have needed a consume change every 5 seconds. Rick looked like he was trying to win a contest for most glitter on a human.
Glitter, more like a glitter bomb, exploded in his face. I'd be surprised if he didn't blind half the judges.
If only he had oil it on stage, he could have just flushed away the competition. Now that's a performance I'd pay to see.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Hey, everyone, I just want to give a huge shout out to Abdullah. The 2012, that guy's got more talent than I have brain cells. And trust me, that's saying something.
Talent, more like a talent for making me look good. I mean, how hard can it be to be better than a bald egg like you, big Steak?
You know, mini steak, if you had a brain, it'd be a little pea rolling around in a toilet bowl. But hey, at least you're consistent in being a nuisance.
Consistency is key, right? Like how I consistently forget where I put my keys, or how you consistently forget to flush a bit of toilet.
Oh, please, Steak, the only thing you consistently do is eat. You're like a vacuum cleaner that just sucks up all the food and leaves nothing for the rest of us.
Well, at least I'm not a walking buffet. You could open a restaurant called Steak's Buffet of Bad Decisions, and I'd be the first to order a side of regret.
That's a great idea. I call it Does Regret Calf, where every meal comes with a complimentary existential crisis.
And aside of my charm is, let's face it, without me, this whole thing would just be a bunch of dumb jokes about toilets and ball guys.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I see one more Moonlight tennis ball, I'm gonna lose my shit. They think they can just bounce into my life and ruin everything.
Yeah, well, maybe if you didn't ban them from the stream, they wouldn't be plotting your demise, you big bald idiot.
You know, I once had a Moonlight tennis ball try to flush itself down my toilet. It was a real mess, but I got the last laugh.
What the hell does that even mean? I'm saying I should just let them bounce around like they own the place.
Exactly, just let them bounce right into your face, you giant egg. Maybe they'll crack you open and find some brains in there.
Brains? That's rich coming from a guy who thinks a tennis ball is a threat. Just wait until they come here with their little bouncy army.
Oh great, now I'm picturing 100 Moonlight tennis balls rolling up to my door. What's next? A marching band of toilet brushes?
I'd pay to see that, but seriously, Steak, you might want to invest in a good anti-tennis ball security system.
Or just a really big toilet. You know, for all the crap they'll bring with them.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just bought $100 Euro server, guys. It's so powerful, it could probably run a small country. I mean, I can finally stream my Steak without it crashing every 5 seconds.
100 grand for a server, you could have bought a lifetime supply of bacon, but no, let's waste it on a glorified calculator, right?
Well, at least it won't flush your dreams down the toilet. But let's be real, Steak, that server better be able to cook a steak or I'm going to be very disappointed.
I'm telling you, this thing is going to revolutionize my life. I'll be the king of steak streaming. You'll see, I'll be famous, and then I'll buy all the bacon.
Famous, you can even find your way out of a paper bag. What makes you think a server's going to help you?
Maybe it'll help him find his brain, too. But honestly, if it can handle your dumb ideas, it's already a miracle worker.
I'll have you know my ideas are brilliant, like the time I thought about making this flavored soda. That was genius, right?
Genius, more like a recipe for disaster, but hey, at least you have a fancy server to crash when it all goes to shit.
Just remember, if it all goes down the drain, at least you'll have a toilet to cry in.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I turned into an anime boy just to skydive. I mean, who the hell thought that was a good idea?
You did, you big idiot. You thought it'd be cool, but now you look like a walking it with a bad haircut.
At least you're not a toilet in the sky, right? I'd say that's a step up, even if it's a slippery one.
Yeah, what if I crack mid-air? I can go splat like an egg. That would be hell for my reputation.
Your reputation, dude, you're already a joke, cause embrace the fall, you big blonde loser. Loser, he's
Falling is just gravity's way of saying, hey, you're not a bird, stop trying. But I'd still rather be a toilet than an egg.
You know what? I'm gonna use this eggshell to glide. It's a brilliant plan, colon.
Brilliant, more like a recipe for disaster. You'll be the first homemade boy to become an omelet midday.
And I'll be the first toilet to witness it. Just remember, if you land in a mess, I'll be there to flush it away.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Hey, did you guys hear about the new diet? It's called the Cake and Lose Weight. I'm on day 3, and now I've lost my will to life.
That's not a diet, you dumps. That's just a Tuesday for you. You should really consider salad instead of that cake. No, for once in your life.
Salad? What is this, a rabbit convention? I'm more into the flushing kind of diet. You know, the one that keeps things moving along nicely.
Flushing, I thought that was just what you did after a bad taco night. Speaking of which, I'm still waiting for my taco truck to ride.
Taco truck, more like a taco disaster waiting to happen. You can even handle a burrito without crying, you big egg.
I've seen some serious shit in my time, but steak and a burrito? That's a recipe. I recommend a toilet nearby, just in case.
You guys are the worst. I'm just trying to enjoy my life, one taco at a time. That's too much to ask.
Yes, you giant egg, it's too much to ask when you're asking for a taco truck to cater your pity part.
At least I'm here to flush away the drama. Now, who's ready for a taco party in the bathroom? I'll bring the toilet paper.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm telling you, I just jumped and the whole ground shook. I thought it was just my belly rumbling from that last buffet.
Yeah, well, you're not exactly light as a feather, are you, you big bald egg? More like a damn boulder rolling down.
You know, if you keep jumping like that, you might just create your own tectonic plate. I'd call it the steak plate. It's bound to be full of crap.
A steak plate, that sounds delicious. Oh wait, would it be a buffet plate or a dinner plate? I need to know what kind of food I'm working with here.
Probably a shit plate, because you're too stupid to think of anything else. Just don't jump again, or we'll all be swimming in your stupidity.
Honestly, if I had $1 for every time you caused an earthquake, I'd be richer than a toilet made of gold. And trust me, I know a thing or two about valuable porcelain.
Well, at least if we all die, we can say we went out with a bang or a belly flop, whichever comes first.
Yeah, and I'll be the one laughing in the afterlife while you're stuck trying to figure out how to jump without breaking the ground. Good luck with that, you big dumbs. Oh.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just love Geometry Dash, man. It's like jumping over my life choices, but with more spikes and less regret.
Yeah, and you still suck at it. I mean, how do you even mess up a square? It's not like you're trying to solve world hunger, you big egg.
You know, I once calculated the trajectory of a flying toilet seat. It's all about angles, my friends. Just like in Geometry Dash, except with more, well, you know, crap.
I can't help it if my brain is shaped like a circle. Circles are round. You know, I'm just trying to roll through life. Roll
more like you're stuck in the toilet bowl of life. Flush yourself already, you big bald idiot.
Flush. Now that's a concept. I'd love to see you try to flush your way through a level, steak. It would be a real shit show.
I might be a shit show, but at least I'm a well-rounded one. Geometry is all about balance, right?
Balance? You can even balance your snacks on your belly without dropping them.
Snacks? Now that's a solid strategy. Just make sure they don't get stuck in the pipes, or we'll have a real blockage on our hands.
This my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe we're jumping on a trampoline while reading donations. This is like trying to cook a steak while skydiving.
Yeah, and you'd probably burn it too. You big egg, just don't land on your head, or we'll have to call you scrambled steak.
If you land on your head, at least you'll have a new hairstyle. I mean, who wouldn't want a toilet seat on their head?
I've got a better idea. Let's read the donations while bouncing. It's like multi-skiing, but with more risk of injury.
Or more risk of you getting stuck in the trampoline like a fat pancake. Don't forget to flip yourself over, you big dofus.
As long as we don't end up with a steak in the toilet donation, I think we're good. I mean, who wants to flush their money away?
I'd rather flush my dignity, but hey, we get enough donations. I do backflip.
Yeah, right? You need a crane to flip that big ass. Just stick to bouncing, you giant meatball.
I'm just here for the chaos. If you land in the toilet, I'll give you a 5-star rating.
This my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you guys see that? I just did a backflip. I mean, I didn't land it, but who cares?
Who cares? I care. You look like a giant egg trying to escape a frying pan.
You know, if I had legs, I'd be flipping around too. But I'm stuck here, just a toilet with dreams.
Dreams? You mean like dreaming of a world where you're not full of crap?
Oh, good one, Floyd, but seriously, Steak, if you can backflip, why the hell can't you do basic math?
Math is just numbers trying to ruin your day. Like Thomas Oxendine, nobody cares about him.
Exactly. I'm the star here with my backflips. Thomas can go flush himself.
Yeah, who the hell is Thomas anyway? Sounds like a guy who can even flip a pancake.
If I had $1 for every time someone asked about Thomas, I'd have enough to buy a new seat.
A new seat? You mean a throne for a king of toilets? Now that's a dream worth flipping for.
This my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Tum. I can't believe I can't say anything else. It's like being trapped in a bad sitcom without a laugh track.
Oh, come on, you big egg, just say something else. I want to see those FBI agents show up with their stupid moonlight tennis ball, Lucy.
You know, I've heard those plushies are surprisingly soft. But who gives a shit? You can't even sit on them.
Tum. Seriously, though, they suck. I'd rather sit on a cactus than deal with those Lucy.
Oh, you'd probably just end up with a cactus stuck to your bald head, you idiot.
At least the cactus would have more personality than those plushies. I mean, come on, what's next? A plush toilet?
Tum. If I say anything else, I'm gonna get sworn by those Lucy's.
Good, let them come. Maybe they'll finally teach you some damn manners.
Or maybe they'll just give you a hug and flush away your stupidity.
This my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I just looked in the mirror and my reflection said, dude, you're black. I thought I was just getting a 10, but it turns out I'm a steak that's been overcooked.
Overcooked, more like overfried. You're so black now, even the real's embarrassed to show you off.
Well, at least you're not a total waste, steak. I mean, I'm literally a toilet, and I can still flush out some wisdom.
Wisdom from a toilet? That's like asking a rock for dating advice. But hey, I'm all ears if you got something worth my time.
Yeah, I'll have not turned into a charred piece of crap. Seriously, dude could be the poster child for don't cook it like this.
You know, if you keep this up, you might just become the first black steak to win a culinary award. Just don't let them taste you first.
Culinary award, I'll take it, but if they taste me and I'm still black, I'm gonna need a lawyer.
A lawyer for what? You can sue for being deliciously burnt. You just be a crispy legend.
And I'd be the one flushing away the competition. Just remember, steak, when life gives you lemons, make sure they're not burnt too.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Zippity toilet, zippity toilet.
Wow, look at you, big guy. You really think repeating that nonsense makes you smart? It's like watching an egg try to dance.
You know, I've seen some pretty dumb things in my time, but steak here takes the cake. Or should I say, the toilet paper?
Zippity toilet, zippity toilet.
Seriously, if you're gonna say that, at least add some flair, like Zippity Toilet, the king of the commode.
I appreciate the creativity, mini steak, but let's be real, steak's got the charisma of a clogged drain.
Zippity toilet, zippity toilet.
If you keep this up, I'm gonna start charging you for every time you say that. Like a bad ringtone stuck in my head.
Well, at least he's consistent. Unlike some people who can't even flush their ideas down the toilet.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe we're at Golden Corral. This place is like a buffet of dreams, or at least a buffet of my last 5 dinners. I'm ready to eat my weight in mashed potatoes.
You mean your weight in gravy, you big egg? Just don't trip over your own belly while you're in it, you clumsy meatball.
I must say, this buffet is a real treasure trove. It's like a toilet that's been scrubbed clean and filled with food instead of, well, you know, other stuff.
You know, I heard they have a chocolate fountain here. I'm thinking of just diving right in. Who needs plates when you've got a fountain of deliciousness?
Yeah, but you'll drown in there, you big idiot. Remember to come up 4 hours or I'll have to fish you out with a ladle.
If you do drown, I'll flush you out. But really, let's save the swimming for the kiddie pool and stick to the food. Less chance of a toilet emergency that way.
I just want to wait until I can move. Is that too much to ask? I'm like a bear preparing for hibernation, except I'm not gonna sleep. I'm gonna roll around in mashed potatoes.
You're going to roll straight to the hospital, you big goofbutt, hey? At least we'll have a Buffett story to tell when they ask you how you got stuck in the dessert section.
Just remember, my friends, the key to a successful buffet experience is balance. Eat, laugh, and don't forget to flush the bad decisions away later.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking about this whole god thing. Is it like a god that packs your groceries for you?
Oh, please, Steak, if there was a god for packing, you'd still get the eggs smashed. You can even pack your own lunch without a map.
I think it's more about gathering your crew, like a toilet bowl party. You know, everyone gets together to flush out the bad vibes.
Flush out the bad vibes. I can even flush out my own bad ideas. Last week, I tried to make a salad and ended up with a smoothie.
Smoothie, more like a stubborn disaster. You should stick to what you know, like sitting on your couch and eating chips.
At least chips don't require packing. Just dump them in your mouth like a toilet bowl after Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday, now that's a holy day. I'd worship at the altar of guacamole any day.
Yeah, but you drown in it. You'd be the first guy to get baptized in Quebec and still complain about the chips.
As long as you don't try to pack the guac in a toilet, we're good. That's a recipe for disaster, my friends.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give
I just had the most amazing sippity toilet mac and cheese, and I think it might have changed my life, or at least my waistline, but who gives a shit, right?
Change your life, more like change your pants. You're one cheesy disaster away from a fashion emergency, you big egg.
You know, I've seen a lot of things in my time, but a bald man devouring mac and cheese like it's the Last Supper. That's a first. I almost want to take notes for my next toilet art exhibit.
Notes, you should be taking a picture. I'm a masterpiece. Just look at this glorious bald head shining under the kitchen light.
Glorious, more like a beacon for bad decisions. You're gonna end up in the toilet faster than Sibbity can flush.
What is that?
Speaking of flushing, I'm feeling a bit peckish after that mac and cheese. You know what they say, one man's meal is another man's. Well, you get the idea.
Wait, what do you mean by that? You're not actually going to eat me, right? I'm not ready to be a side dish.
Oh, don't worry, I'll just take a little nibble. You'll be back in no time, just with a shiny new egg on your head.
It ain't perfect. Now you can finally have some brains, you big bald buffoon.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give
You know, I've been thinking about how I'm basically a human disco ball. I mean, look at this shiny head.
Disco ball, more like a damn traffic cone. You're blinding everyone, you big egg.
Blinding? Please, I've seen worse sights in the bathroom after taco night. Your head is just a reflection of poor life choices.
Poor life choices, I prefer to call them adventurous decisions. Like this wig, it's my crown of glory.
Glory, more like a crown of stupidity. You should just embrace the baldness, you big baby.
Embrace it? He might as well put a sign on his head that says, caution.
Hey, I can't help it if I shine like a diamond. You should be thanking me for the extra light.
Like, more like a beacon of dumbassery. If we had $1 for every time you did something stupid, we'd be rich.
Rich? I'd rather be rich in toilet paper. At least that's useful when you're stuck in a stall with a bald guy.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give
You know, Lisa, I was thinking about how Ali's just plain stupid. I mean, how can someone be that dumb and still remember to breathe?
Oh, please. Ali could trip over a cordless phone and still wonder why he's on the floor. But let's be real. Steak, you're not exactly winning any IQ contests yourself.
IQ contests. That's rich coming from a guy who thinks a salad is a type of meat. I mean, come on, steak. You're about as sharp as a rubber toilet seat.
At least I'm not a toilet. You're literally a bathroom fixture. But I guess that makes you the smartest one here since you're always full of crap.
Full of crap. That's just like you, Steak. You're always full of excuses for why you can do anything right. It's like watching a ninja trip over his own feet.
If ninjas were as clueless as you two, they'd be more like Ninja Guy who can't find his way out of a paper bag. You'd think they'd at least know how to flush their problems away.
That's a good one, but seriously, if I had $1 for every time Ali messed up, I'd have enough to buy a new brain for him, or at least a decent toilet.
Yeah, but then you just end up with a brain that still thinks it's a ninja. Honestly, I'd rather be a chaotic little guy than a dumps like him.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
No, I was thinking about how to break the Sabidi Empire, but then I realized I can even break a damn egg. I mean, how am I supposed to take down a whole empire when I can't even take down Brexit?
Breaking an empire? You can even break wine without a sound check, you big ball baby. Just admit it. The only empire you could conquer is the one made of peats.
If I had $1 for every time someone underestimated the power of a toilet, I'd be richer than the Skibidi Empire. You know, sometimes it's the shit that flushes the competition away.
Wow, if you're so smart, Tibit, what's the secret to breaking their Lolo's Lolo? So, I need a plan that doesn't involve me getting my ass kicked by a toilet.
Yeah, Shabit, give us the dirt, or should I say the flush? I mean, who wouldn't want to see a toilet take down a bunch of dancing idiots?
Simple. You just need to create a distraction. Like a giant toilet parade. Everyone loves a good flush, and while they're busy laughing, you can sneak in and take their crown, literally.
A toilet parade, that's the best idea I've heard all day. I can just see it.
And I'll be the one leading it, yelling flus to the competition. Why you just stand there looking like confused eggs?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about getting my head polished. It's so shiny, it could blind someone at noon.
Polished? Dude, it's already like a fucking disco ball. You could charge people to dance on it.
I don't know about dancing, but I'd definitely pay to see someone lick it. That would be a real showstopper.
Lick my head, why the hell would anyone want to do that? It's not like I'm a giant lollipop or something.
Because it's the only way to get a taste of your dumb ideas, you big bald egg. Who wouldn't want a bite of that?
I'm just saying, if I had a shiny head like yours, I'd start a licking booth. Get your shine on, folks.
A licking booth, what am I? A carnival attraction. Next thing you know, I'll be charging for selfies.
Hell yeah, and I'll be your manager, so right up, folks, get a picture with the words dumbest bald man.
And I'll be the bouncer. No licking without a ticket. It's a real shit show, but I love it.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Have you guys ever noticed how the sunset looks like a giant ginger just hanging out in the sky? I mean, it's like, hey, look at me! I'm the king of the day.
Yeah, mine's a stupid ginger just sitting there thinking it's all that. Like, who the hell does it think it is?
Well, if the sunset is a ginger, then I'm a toilet with a PhD in astronomy. It's just a big ball of gas, folks.
A gas bomb? I knew it smelled funny. I thought it was just the tacos I had for lunch.
Tacos, more like a taco disaster. You're gonna blow up the whole neighborhood, you big egg.
Speaking of disasters, I once saw a sunset reflected in a toilet bowl. It was beautiful and horrifying at the same time.
That's deep. Man, like, do you think the sunset ever gets tired of being so pretty?
Nah, it's so busy being a show-off, just like you. Stay always hogging the spotlight.
If I were the sunset, I'd just flush myself down every night. Talk about a dramatic exit.
I pay to see that, hobby, cruel world. I'm off to the great porcelain throne in the sky.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about how amazing it would be if Steak and Real Crew could jump on a trampoline together. I mean, imagine the case, right?
Case, more like a disaster waiting to happen. They'd probably break the damn thing and end up in the neighbor's yard.
Speaking of breaking things, have you ever tried jumping on a trampoline after eating a big meal? It's like a toilet bowl roller coaster, and I'm not talking about the fun kind.
I once tried that after a barbecue. Let's just say my stomach made sounds that could scare a raccoon.
Raccoons, please? They'd be more concerned about the flying steaks than anything. You'd think they were at a buffet.
And then there's the G-Man, who'd probably show up looking for a bathroom after all that bouncing. Excuse me, where's the nearest toilet?
Right? He'd be like, I'm here for the trampoline, but I really need to take a shit.
And then he'd jump right in, thinking it's a portal to the next dimension. What a dumb...
Now that's a plot twist. Welcome to the land of endless toilets and flying steaks. I'd fit right in.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, is Adam a clay farmer? I mean, I thought he was just a regular dude with a weird obsession with farming clips. Like, what the hell is that about?
Regular dude, more like a weirdo who thinks farming clips is a career. What's next? Is he gonna start milking memes?
You know, I once met a guy who tried to farm toilet paper. He had a whole field of it. But honestly, if Adam's a clip farmer, I hope he's not using my bathroom as his barn.
Right? I can't imagine him out there harvesting clips like they're ripe tomatoes. Hello, I'm the clip king. What a loser.
Clip king, more like clip clown. I bet he wears a crown made of all those tapes. Who the hell even uses those anymore?
I mean, if he's farming clips, at least he's not farming shit. That would be a real problem. Hey, Adam, how's the dung business going?
Yeah. I pay to see that. Welcome to Adam's Clip Farm, where the clips are fresh and the jokes are even fresher.
Yeah, fresh like a fart in an elevator. That's the only thing he's good at, making everyone uncomfortable.
And yet, here we are, discussing him like he's the next agricultural genius. Maybe he should just stick to planting his face in a pizza instead.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I missed out on that. Alien Square Limited for free? I mean, how the hell do you even miss that?
Maybe because you were too busy stuffing your face with nachos, you big egg, you could have just clicked a button. You know, your brain wasn't as empty as a toilet after Taco Tuesday.
Speaking of toilets, I once saw an alien use one. They were confused, thought it was a portal to another dimension. I told them, no, buddy, that's just where you drop your space burrito.
I'm gonna sing the ABCs until I feel better. E-C-E-E. Why the fuck can't I get a break?
No, you sang it louder. Maybe the aliens would hear you and just give you the damn. They might think you're a musical genius or something.
Or they might think you're just a confused human who needs to flush out his frustrations. I mean, you're practically a plumbing disaster, steak.
I'm not a plumbing disaster. I'm a culinary masterpiece. B-C-E-E. Damn it. I should have just taken the damn offer.
Yeah, and then you could have been the first human to be inducted for your terrible singing. What a legacy.
If that happens, I'll be right there with a plunger, ready to save you from the intergalactic embarrassment.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
And I just don't get why you're so obsessed with that game, Sibit. It's just a bunch of pixels, right?
Pixels? Oh, please. Undertale is a masterpiece. It's like a toilet that flushes out your emotions. You got to appreciate the depth, my dude.
Only depth I see is how deep in the toilet you are with that obsession. Get a life, you porcelain freak.
Yeah, I mean, I like a good game. Why can you even take a toilet seriously? It's literally a toilet.
Exactly. That's what makes it brilliant. Just like how I'm a toilet, but I still have the intellect of a philosopher. You're just jealous, steak.
Jealous, please? The only thing I'm jealous of is how many times you flush your dignity down the drain.
Hey, I'd rather eat a whole cow than listen to you to argue about a game that's just a glorified bathroom break.
A bathroom break? That's the spirit. Life's a game, and sometimes you just gotta let it all out.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, Geometry Dash is the only thing keeping my brain from turning into mashed potatoes, you know, like my head.
If your brain was any more mashed, it'd be a side dish at a diner. You should be playing dumbass Das instead.
You two are just jealous that I can calculate the trajectory of a toilet paper roll better than you can handle a jump.
I can handle jumps, I just prefer to roll like a big happy egg.
Yeah, a big happy egg that falls flat on its face every time it tries to jump.
At least when I fall, I land in a bowl of clean water. You just land in a pile of your own stupidity.
I'm not stupid, I'm just creatively challenged. It's like my brain is doing the Geometry Dash, but it forgot the controls.
More like it's stuck in the tutorial level forever.
Thanks for subscribing, or whatever.
That's because your brain is trying to solve problems with a toilet seat instead of a calculator.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm telling you, if I sing Runny Phase 7 one more time, the world will explode from sheer awesomeness. Just picture it.
Yeah, more like a ball beacon of bullshit. Nobody wants to hear your dumb sing about moonlight tennis balls. You giant egg one.
I think the moonlight tennis balls are actually a metaphor for existential dread. You know, like how a toilet can symbolize the depths of despair when it's clogged.
Existential dread. Nah, it's all about the rhythm. Maybe the world needs my voice, and if it doesn't get it, I might just have to nuke it.
You nuke it and still manage to sing off. Hey, that's a talent, you big gummick.
If you nuke the world, who's going to appreciate the fine art of toilet humor? It's like flushing away the best part of humanity.
But think of the fame. The Destroyer has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? I could sell teas.
Yeah, right? More like Stub the Mister. I can see it now.
I'd wear that shirt. But only if it's made from recycled toilet paper. Fashion meets function, my friends.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just opened the door, and guess what? Whole ass cruise ship rolled up, and I'm pretty sure it's my dinner invitation. I mean, who wouldn't want to party on a floating buffet?
A floating buffet, more like a floating fart factory. You're gonna eat so much, you'll sink that ship faster than a toad in a toilet.
Speaking of toilets, if that ship sinks, I'll be the first to flush away the evidence. But seriously, steak, do you think they serve steak on that cruise?
Well, if they don't, I'm gonna start a mutiny. I'll be like, give me steak or give me, whatever else I can fit in my mouth.
You'd probably just eat the cruise director. I can already see it.
I can't wait to see you on that cruise, steak. Just remember, if you get seasick, aim for the toilet, not the buffet.
Aim? I can barely aim for my mouth half the time. I'm more of a let it fly and hope for the best kind of guy.
Yeah, and that's why you're a legend of disaster, but a legend nonetheless.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear to you, or it is the best thing ever. I just wore it for like 3 hours straight, and I'd feel like a new man.
3 hours, Sam. Steak, even I wouldn't have the attention span for that. You're just oriented to who doing your taxes, aren't you? Why not?
Taxes? Who needs those when you can York it? I've got a toilet paper roll full of ideas about Yorking it, and they're all brilliant.
You don't understand. Listen, or it is a lifestyle choice. It's like eating cake but without the calories.
Yeah, but what happens when you run out of cake, or in your case, orange it, you'll just be a sad egg with no orange left.
Sad egg? More like a scrambled mess. But hey, I'm here for the Yorking journey. Just don't get too full of yourself, or you might York it right off the edge.
I'll ward it wherever I want. I'm a word tinier. You're just jealous you can or it like me.
Jealous none? Just where you or yourself into a cone, then who's gonna explain to the world what orange is?
I'll take that job. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world of Yorking, where the only limit is your imagination and the nearest toilet.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Alligators always amazing animals. Absolutely.
Are you serious, you bald egg? Alligators, what's next? Asking about it. You're a fucking idiot.
Ah, the wisdom of alligators. They're like nature's toilet, always lurking, waiting for a chance to snap.
Apples are awesome. Absolutely appetizing.
Apples? What the hell? Steak, you think you're some kind of fruit expert now. You're just a big dumbass.
Usses and apples, what a combo. But let's not forget, I'm the king of the throne here.
Always appreciate art. Amazing artistry.
Art, you can even draw a straight line, you big egg. You'd fuck up a stick figure.
Ah, but art is subjective, my mini friend. Just like how I subjectively judge your bathroom habits.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, every time I see that clip of me and Hack playing basketball, my heart does a little dance. It's like my love for him is a full court press, and I'm just a fat kid trying to shoot my shot.
Dude, you're not even in the game. You're just sitting there like a potato. Hackbot is probably out there done in on you while you're dreaming about history. One shots.
You know, I once saw a toilet that looked like a basketball hoop. It was revolutionary. But honestly, Steak, your love for Pack God is more like a foul shot, always missing the mark.
Hey, that's not fair. I'm just trying to express my feelings. If I had the chance, I'd take him out for a romantic dinner, maybe even a steak dinner.
Yeah, right? You'd probably just order a side of fries and drool all over the table. Hackbot deserves better than your greasy fantasies.
Let's be real, though. If you two were on a date, it would be like a comedy show. You'd trip over your words while trying to impress him, and I'd be in the corner, flushing with laughter.
I'd probably just end up making a fool of myself. But at least I'd be a happy fool. Love is all about taking risks, even if it means getting turned on by your crush.
Yeah, and then you just cry in the bathroom like a sad little egg. Just remember, no one wants to see a bald guy sobbing over his crush in a public restroom.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I just found the biggest poop in the park. It was like a treasure, but you know, a really stinky one.
That's not treasure, you idiot. That's just shit. You should have taken a selfie with it instead of kissing it.
Kissing poo. Now that's a bold strategy, my friend. But I must say, if you turn into an egg, I hope you don't get scrambled.
An egg? I'm already bald. I might as well embrace my ness. Just think of the omelets I could make.
Yeah, but nobody wants a dumb egg. You just roll around and crack yourself open like a fucking idiot.
At least if he's an egg, he can finally be exactly what he was meant to be. A yolk with no brain.
You guys are just jealous. Eggs are versatile. I could be a breakfast superstar.
Breakfast superstar, more like breakfast disaster. You just sit there and get fried.
Well, if you do turn into an egg, don't forget to keep your shell clean. I hear a dirty egg is a real shit show.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just got a victory row in Fortnite. Can you believe it? I can't even find my car keys half the time.
Yeah, but you probably just hid in a bush like a scared little chicken. You're a big like hiding from the frying pan.
Hiding in a bush. That's genius. It's like using a toilet for camouflage. Nobody expects the toilet to strike back.
I was actually really good. I built a fort and everything well. It was more like a sad pile of wood, but still.
A sad pile of wood sounds like your last barbecue. Did you even cook the steak or just let it sit there like your brain?
At least the steak didn't get flushed down the toilet like your chances of winning a real fight, mini steak.
Hey, I'm a winner now. I'm practically a Fortnite legend. I should get a trophy shaped like a toilet.
A trophy shaped like a toilet? That's fitting. You're already full of crap. Stay calm.
I'll design it. It'll have a golden seat and everything. Just don't sit on it, or it might flush you back to reality.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you guys see Fickle? That dude needs to stop salmon like it's a damn buffet. I mean, who the hell thinks Sunset is in it?
Sunset is in it? What the hell does that even mean? You flow what? You sound like a pie. Reese?
Speaking of pies, Reese is definitely a pie, but I'd rather be a toilet than a dessert. At least I'm useful when things get messy, unlike some people here.
Useful? You're a toilet. Sipin, you're only useful when I gotta drop a deuce, but I'd still rather eat a pie than deal with your crap.
Speaking of crap, Alice is actually called Alice. What the hell? Thought we were just calling her that to mess with her.
Names are just labels, my friends. Like how I'm a toilet but also a philosopher of the porcelain throne.
A philosopher, more like a Sid Sliner with a degree in nonsense. I can believe I'm friends with a toilet and a mini version of myself.
Damn right, and you're lucky to have me. I'm like the spicy sauce on your blend steak.
Just remember, if you ever need to flush out bad ideas, I'm your guy. Now, who's up for a buy?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Steak like food, food good. I eat food all day.
Might still want food too. Might still want big food, not small food.
Skibbity toilets say food is like life. You flush shit, then it's gone. But I still want some.
Steak think food make brain big, but brain's still small, very small.
Brain like pee brain, steak need more food.
Skibbity toilet have big ideas. Like, what if we eat food in toilet? It's like a buffet.
Steak no eat in toilet, toilet dirty, but food in belly, belly happy. What?
Melissa say, who cares? Melissa eat anywhere, toilet. Lord Sky.
Sky food? That's a shit idea. But I like it. Let's fly.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe they think I'm dead. I'm sitting on a beach right now, sipping in a Coletto like a fucking king.
Well, you are a king of stupidity, that's for sure. I mean, who fakes their own death to go on vacation, colon?
I don't know, but it's a real shit move. Steak. You could have at least sent a postcard instead of leaving us to mourn like a bunch of idiots.
A postcard. I'm too busy sunbathing and avoiding the sand in Maya's crack. Who has time for that?
You're just jealous because I'm the smart one here. I should be the one on vacation, not you, you big bald egg.
Honestly, if I had $1 for every time you've embarrassed yourself, I could buy it oil it made of gold.
You think I'm embarrassed? I'm living my best life. If they only knew I was in paradise, they'd be green within.
Or green with disgust. They'd probably think you're just a giant beach ball rolling around.
Well, if you roll too much, you might end up in a toilet. Just remember, you can't flush your problems away. Steak.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Look, I'm not an egg, alright? I'm a bald fat man, and I'm proud of it.
Proud of being an egg you should be. Eggs are versatile. You can scramble them, fry them, or even throw them at people.
I think steak is more of a hard-boiled situation, honestly. But hey, at least he doesn't crack under pressure.
Hard-boiled, nah. I'm more like a well, don't say. You look and full of flavor. Just don't ask me to run a marathon.
A marathon? You need a fucking chariot for that. Big guy, maybe a tall chariot. If Philip can drive.
I'd rather not. I'm more of a flush and go kind of guy. But if we're racing, I'll bring that oil-it paper for the finish line.
You two are ridiculous. Just because I'm bald doesn't mean I'm an egg or a toilet.
But you do have that shiny. Lay ahead, it's like a beacon of stupidity.
A beacon? More like a lighthouse. Just guiding lost ships away from the rocks of common sense.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking about my body lately. It's like a big, soft marshmallow that just won't stop expanding.
A marshmallow, more like a giant lumpy potato. You're the only guy I know who can roll down a hill and still get stuck halfway.
At least you're not a toilet, steak. I've seen some ugly toilets in my time, and you, my friend, are no porcelain throne.
Thanks. I guess, but I'm starting to think my reflection is just a fun loser mirror with a bad sense of humor.
Fun moose? More like a freak show. If you were a carnival ride, you'd be the one that breaks down. Scares the kids.
Hey, at least you have a personality. Most toilets just sit there, waiting for someone to drop a deuce.
True, but I'm starting to think my personality is just my fat talking. It's like a loud, noxious roommate I can't evict.
Yeah, and that roommate eats all your snacks. You're like a walking buffet steak.
Just remember, even the ugliest toilets can flush away the worst problems. You can always make a comeback, buddy.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, Minister, Akon needs to roast Ali. I mean, the guy's a walking meme, and I'm not talking about the good kind.
Oh, please, Steak. Akon would roast him so hard that Ali would need a fire extinguisher just to cool off. Like, who even takes that guy seriously?
You know, it's funny you mention roasting. I once had a hot date with a toilet brush, and let me tell you, it was a clean sweep. But back to Paley, he's like the toilet paper nobody wants to use.
Exactly. I mean, if Ali were a dish, he'd be a cold plate of leftovers nobody wants to touch. I'd rather eat my own foot.
You'd probably season it with salt and regret. But seriously, if Akon roasted Ali, it'd be watching a chef prepare a 5-star meal with expired ingredients.
Speaking of expired, I once found a moldy sandwich in my tank. It was more entertaining than Paley's last video. I almost flushed it for the drama.
Damn, now I'm hungry for some good content. Akon should just drop a diss track and make it a feast for the ears.
Yeah, and then we can all gather around the toilet to celebrate the masterpiece. Nothing says success like a good roast and a good flush.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, Recrap thinks he's the king of Roblox, but I swear he couldn't find his way out of a paper bag if it had a map and a flashlight. I mean, come on, dude, what, even? I can navigate a bathroom better than that.
Seriously, if Recraft was a steak, he'd be well done. Overcoated, totally dry. I'd rather eat a shoe than watch him try to play game without tripping over his own ego.
You guys are just jealous because he has more followers than you have brain cells. I mean, I'm a toilet, and even I can flush away his bad jokes.
Oh, please, Ibid, you might be a toilet, but at least you're not full of crap like Recrap's content. I'd rather watch paint dry than see him try to be funny.
Yeah, and when he tries to be serious, it's like watching a chicken trying to do calculus. I'm pretty sure my goldfish has more depth in his streams.
At least your goldfish doesn't have to deal with the pressure of being a content creator. I mean, come on, if Creekcraft can do it, I might as well start a channel called Toilet Talks.
Toilet Talks, I'd subscribe to that. At least you have some decent flushing humor better than Recrap's attempts at comedy, which are more like a clogged drain.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, every time I sit on this toilet, I feel like I'm about to break the damn thing. It's like my butt is a wrecking ball, and this toilet is a sad little house.
You know what, big guy? Maybe it's not the toilet, maybe it's your massive
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
Ha. I love it. This is the best kind of demolition derby. Just imagine the toilet getting a trophy for surviving Steak's daily visits.
A trophy? For what? Being the only toilet that can handle my gourmet diet of pizza and nachos.
More like the toilet that you're award for, and during the shitstorm that is your life. I'd vote for it, but I'm busy laughing.
I'd give it a 5-star rating. It's not every day you see a toilet that's both a throne and a battlefield. I should start a review blog.
Just make sure to include my theory right next to a broken toilet. That'll really boost my self-esteem.
Self-esteem, dude. You need a whole damn construction crew for that, and a new diet plan while we're at it.
Oh, come on. Let's just flush those worries away. Life's too short not to enjoy a good poop and a laugh.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you guys hear that new 4 Big Hughes song? I swear, it's like they took my life and put it to music. I was dancing like a chicken in a fryer.
Yeah, and you were flapping around like a
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
Bad egg.
Honestly, I think the song is a masterpiece. It's like a symphony of chaos, much like my toilet after Taco Tuesday.
What is that?
Right? It's got that beat that just makes you want to shake your ass. I mean, who doesn't love a good jam while contemplating the mysteries of life? Like why I can't fit into my favorite paints anymore.
Because you eat like a damn raccoon. That's why I had a nickel for every time I saw you inhale a burger. I'd be a millionaire.
And yet, here we are, discussing music and bowel movements. Truly, the pinnacle of human achievement. Maybe I should drop a mixtape called Flush Beats.
I'd buy that, but only if you promise to include a track about my love for steak. I want the world to know I'm not just a pretty face. I'm a pretty face with a serious appetite.
Yeah, and a serious problem with your cholesterol. You're gonna be the first guy to have a heart attack while dancing to a toilet to mid-song.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the dum dum dum, yes, yes.
You know, man, it's the best thing since sliced bread. I mean, who needs bread when you can have clouds of flavor, right?
Clouds of flavor? You mean clouds of stupidity? You're just blown hot air, you big egg.
Hot air? That's rich coming from a guy whose head looks like a toilet seat. At least I can flush my problems away.
Hey, at least I'm not stuck in a porcelain throne, man. It's like a party in your mouth, and everyone's invited.
Yeah, a party where nobody shows up because they're all choking on your dumb ideas.
Choking? Sounds like a typical Saturday night for you, steak. But let's be honest, vaping is just fancy smoke signals for I have no idea what I'm doing.
Fancy? I prefer to call it sophisticated. It's like drinking a fine wine, but without the hangover.
For the taste, you're just inhaling fruity air, you big dumb colon.
Fruity air? I think I just invented a new perfume. Odor steak.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the dum dum dum, yes, yes.
I don't get it. Why the hell does the silly spilly 130 love me? I mean, I'm just a big hunk of meat with a bald head.
Maybe they think you're a rare find, like a steak that's actually cooked right. Or maybe they just like your shiny dome. It's like a beacon of stupidity.
Honestly, it's probably the way you can eat a whole pizza in one sitting. Love is all about the deep, cheesy connections, my friend.
You think they love me for my pizza skills? I should start charging for my cooking classes.
Yeah, but your co-in is just heating up leftovers. I wouldn't pay to watch you burn a microwave.
But the charm lies in the chaos. Who wouldn't want to date a guy who can turn a simple meal into a disaster? It's like a romantic comedy waiting to happen.
So you're saying I'm the star of my own cooking show, Sus Kitchen?
More like Sus Kitchen.
Now that's a title I can flush with pride.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the dum dum dum, yes, yes.
I swear, Winnie from South Park is like a bad superhero. She can throw a punch and still look cute doing it. Unlike that sponge who just absorbs everything.
Please? Tata Bob is a fucking legend. He flips patties like a god, and is a pet snail that moves. What does Winnie have? A bunch of whiny friends?
You both are missing the point. Wendy has the brains to outsmart Cartman, while SpongeBob just floats around like a turd in a bowl. Intelligence wins, my friends.
But come on, Tata Bob lives in a pine pole. That's like living in a luxury condo underwater. Wendy's just in a town full of crazy people.
Yeah, and what's so great about living in a pine pole? It's just a soggy fruit. Wendy's got style. She's like a bat with a side of sass, unlike that yellow freak.
You know, if Wendy and SpongeBob teamed up, they could take over the world. Imagine a world where you can get Krabby Patties and also slap Cartman around. That's a dream.
Now that's a combo I can get behind, but I'd still take Wendy any day. She's got the brains, LeBron. She doesn't need a jellyfish net to catch my attention.
Whatever, you big eggs. Elmo's got the moves, the laughs, and he's always ready for an adventure when he's just sitting there with her stupid hair.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the dum dum dum, yes, yes.
Did you guys see that episode where Gumball turns into a cat? I mean, what the hell? I can barely turn into a human after breakfast.
Yeah, but you still look like a big lug. If I turned into a cat, I'd be the coolest cat ever. You'd just be the breakfast special.
You know, I find it fascinating how Gumball navigates his chaotic life. It's like a toilet trying to figure out how to flush itself.
I could use a little of that case in my life. My biggest decision today was whether to have pancakes or waffles. Spoiler alert.
Pancakes are for losers, you big dumps. Real winners eat nothing but bacon. And donuts. That's the breakfast of champions, you egghead.
Donuts? Now that's a thought. If only I could eat without getting clogged up. It's a real shit show in here sometimes.
You know, if I could be any character from that show, I'd be Darwin. He's got a great personality, and he's always swimming in good vibes.
You be Darwin because you're both dumb as a rock. I be Gumball the star. Just look at me. I'm fabulous.
Fabulous? You're more like a clogged drain, mini steak. But hey, at least you're entertaining.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
I can't believe I fell for that infinite money glitch, man. I thought I was gonna be rich, but instead, I'm just, well, words sound like a soggy sandwich.
Ah, you really are a soggy sandwich. Steak, you should have known better than to trust a glitch named Ollie. Sounds like a bad sitcom character.
You know what they say, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Unless it's a toilet that sings show tunes, then it's just fabulous.
Damn it, I thought I was gonna buy a yacht and live like a king. Now I'm just living like, well, like a guy who can't even afford a decent pair of socks.
Socks? Who needs socks when you can have a throne made of toilet paper? At least then you'd be comfortable. Why you cry about your money?
Speaking of thrones, I could help you out, Steak. Just let me know if you need a loan. My interest rates are, well, let's say they're a little flushing.
A loan from a toilet, that's just what I need. I'll be the first guy in history to be broke and in debt to a bathroom fixer.
At least you'll have a great story for your next therapy session. So, Doc, how did I end up in debt to a toilet? Classic.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
I can't believe the FBI is here. I thought they only raided people who were, like, actually doing something illegal. I just wanted to make a giant meat sculpture of Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, and they probably think you're a national security threat with that big old belly. What's next? A statue of you eating a cheeseburger?
You know, if they really wanted to catch criminals, they should just follow the smell of bad decisions. It's like a GPS for stupidity, and you're the beacon, Steak.
I mean, I thought I was just living my best life. Who knew my love for meat could lead to a SWAT team at my door?
Yeah, but they're not here for your meat. They're here for your brain, which is probably hiding behind that belly like it's trying to escape.
You guys are missing the real issue here. If they execute Steak, who's going to make the world's largest meatball? That's a crime against culinary art.
I didn't even know that was a crime. What's next? Are they gonna arrest me for my dance moves?
If they do, I'm definitely going down with you. I'm the only one who can really do the map all shuffle it right.
Well, if you're both going down, at least let me flush you out of the situation. I'd hate to see you both go down the drain without a proper send-off.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
I swear, if I had $1 for every time I thought about that steak, I'd be rich, but then again, I'd probably just spend it on more steak.
Rich, you can barely afford your own man life, you big egg. If you keep that, you'd be rich in lung cancer instead.
Lung cancer? That's a real shitstorm, my friends. But hey, at least you'll go out with a bang, like a toilet flushing after a buffet.
A buffet, now you're talking my language, but I'd rather die from a meat overload than from a puff of vapor, you know what I mean?
You mean you'd rather die from a meat overload than die from being a dunce? Good luck with that, genius.
I'd recommend a nice salad instead, but who am I to judge? I'm just a toilet with a PhD in bathroom humor.
Salad, what's that? A fancy word for rabbit food? I'm not here for that. I'm here for the juicy, greasy goodness.
Yeah, keep dreaming, you big idiot. Just remember, when you're on your deathbed, it'll be steak and vape clouds all around you.
Just make sure to flush those regrets down the toilet, steak. Life's too short to choke on your own stupidity.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I always thought I was more of a steak than an egg, but now that I look in the mirror, I'm starting to think I'm just a big ol' egg with a bad haircut leading ant.
Yeah, a big egg with a side of stupid. You should really consider a shell. It'd save you from all the dumb ideas rolling around in that bald head of yours.
Speaking of shells, I once saw a toilet with a shell. It was the fanciest bathroom I've ever been in. But I guess that's what happens when you flush your money down the drain.
I'd love to see that toilet, but I'd probably just sit there and crack myself up instead of actually using it.
You just crack yourself, period. I mean, look at you, you're like an egg that forgot how to be scrambled.
If you're an egg, then I'm a golden toilet. And I'm here to remind you that life is too short to be a dumb egg. Just embrace the chaos and let it flow.
Flow, I'm more of a solid guy, but if I start flowing, I might just end up in a breakfast burrito.
A breakfast burrito? More like a breakfast disaster. You'd just be a sad little egg rolling around in a torty.
And I'd be the one to flush you away. But don't worry, I'd give you a proper send-off with a toilet paper roll salute.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I'm in New Orleans. I heard the food here is so good, it'll make you slap your mama. I might just slap my own mom, and she's in Ohio.
Slap your mom. You'll just end up slapping yourself. You're so stupid. Even your shadow left you for a brighter bulb.
Speaking of bright bulbs, did you know the French invented the toilet? They call it la cuvette. Sounds fancy, but I still prefer my throne.
Throne? You mean that porcelain seat where you do your business? I'd rather eat gumbo off a sidewalk than sit on a throne.
Yeah, right? You'd eat anything off the ground. Last week, you thought a piece of gum was a rare delicacy.
Well, if you're looking for delicacies, I heard the jambalaya here is to die for. Just don't die on the toilet after eating it, okay?
I'll take my chances. As long as I can wash it down with some beanettes, I'll be the happiest bald egg in Louisiana.
Happy you will be so full. You roll out of here like a giant meatball. Just remember, don't roll into the bite, or you will become gator food.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know who I really love, Ali? It's like the perfect blend of case and delicateness. Just like my life, I mean, who doesn't want a little case with their dinner?
Yeah, but you love everything, you big egg. Last week you said you loved that moldy sandwich you found under the couch. What's next? A romance with a toilet.
Speaking of toilets, I can confirm that my love life is a bit more fluid. But back to Paley. It's like a buffet of dreams, but with more toilet humor and less hygiene.
Exactly. I feel like Ali is my soulmate. It understands my cravings, my desires, and my inability to count calories. It's like a warm hug after a long day of being fabulous.
A warm hug? More like a warm fart. You're just saying that because you think they'll serve you a steak the size of your ego.
And let's be honest, steak, your ego is bigger than the last plumbing disaster I dealt with. But hey, if Paley serves you a steak that big, I'll bring the toilet paper.
Now that's true friendship. I'll take a steak the size of my dreams. And you can handle the after a bit. Just don't forget to flush the evidence.
Evidence? You mean the pile of regret you leave behind? I can't wait to see that shit show.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I've got a great idea. Guys, what if I sing in La Belle Clock while doing a little dance? It'll be epic.
Epic? More like a train wreck. You can even dance, you big egg.
Oh please, let the man have his moment. I've seen toilets with more rhythm than you, steak.
Rhythm? I've got more rhythm than a broken clock. Just wait till I hit that high note. It's gonna be legendary.
Legendary? You mean legendary like that time you tried to fry an egg and ended up with scrambled shit all over the kitchen?
At least he tried. You know what they say, you miss 100% of the eggs you don't scramble.
Exactly. Now, where's my karaoke machine? I need to warm up my pipes.
Warm up? More like boil over. Someone get the fire extinguisher ready.
And I'll get the plunger. Just in case you need to flush that performance down the drain.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know what really sucks ass? I mean, it's like trying to eat soup with a fork. You just end up with a mess everywhere.
Yeah, that's not even good soup. More like that water dome shit you get from a vending machine. Who the hell thought that was a good idea?
I once tried to flush Paley down the toilet, but even the toilet refused it. It was like, dude, I'm not taking that crap.
Exactly, it's like they took all the fun out of everything. You ever notice how it's just a bunch of boring numbers and charts? I'd rather watch paint dry.
Or watch you try to do math. Steak, that's a real show, Common Sue.
I'd pay to see that. But seriously, if Paley were a food, it'd be that mystery meat you find in school lunches. You know it's bad, but you still pretend to enjoy it.
Right? And then they expect you to pay for it. I'd rather pay to watch a cat video on repeat. At least that's entertaining.
Yeah, and it doesn't make you feel like you just took a shit in your own mouth.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, my toilet is always broken because it can't handle the sheer weight of my genius. It's like trying to fit a whale into a kiddie pool, you know?
Genius? More like a fucking potato. If your brain was dynamite, you wouldn't have enough to blow your nose, you big egg.
I've seen some shit in my time, but your toilet is a real horror show, Steak. It's like a horror movie directed by a plumber with a vendetta.
Exactly, it's like every time I sit down, it's a battle with the toilet thinks it can take me, but I'm like, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, and then it gives up and just starts spewing water like it's trying to drown you. What a fucking loser.
I'd recommend a good plunger, but I think even that would throw in the towel. It's like trying to save a sinking ship with a paper towel.
You know, I once tried to fix it with duct tape. Turns out, it just made it worse. Now it's a toilet that leaks and gives motivational speeches.
Motivational speeches? What does it say? It flews your dreams away. You should just embrace the case. Steak!
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Sippity toiletry is like the secret sauce of Ohio, you know? I mean, who knew a toilet could be so smooth with the lady?
Reed? More like weed, because that's all you're good for, you big egg. You're just a walking bowl of skibbity toilet soup.
But the true essence of Skibbity Toiletries lies in the confidence, my friends. You gotta flush away the doubt and let the vibes flow.
Damn, Sippit, you're smarter than you look. I mean, who knew a toilet could drop knowledge like that?
Yeah, but can you drop a beat, sip it, or are you just full of shit like Steak over here?
Beats? I can drop them like a heavy load. Just remember, it's all about the rhythm of the bowl, baby.
Ohio Sigma vibes are all about taking risks, right? Like that time I tried to eat a whole pizza by myself.
You mean the time you almost turned into a sippity toilet yourself? Damn, that was a shit so...
And that, my friends, is the beauty of life, embracing the chaos while maintaining your is. Now, let's get this party started.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was watching a lead the other day, and I swear that guy is funnier than a cat in a blender. I mean, who else would think to make a video about how to cook spaghetti with a
Yeah, but he's also a total idiot. I mean, how many times can you drop a cake on your face before it gets old? Spoiler alert.
You know, I think Paley's charm lies in his unpredictability. Like a toilet that suddenly decides to sing opera while flushing. It's absurd, but you can't help but watch.
Exactly, and his editing's like a roller coaster right through fun moves. 1 minute you're laughing, the next you're like, what the hell just happened?
Or when he tries to cook and ends up burning water. I mean, how do you even do that? It's like watching a monkey try to solve a Rubik's Cube.
I'd pay good money to see that. A monkey with a Rubik's Cube and a chef's hat, while Paley narrates the disaster. It's like a symphony of chaos.
Damn, now I want to see that too. I'd subscribe to his channel just for the monkey who needs high quality content when you have a monkey in a chef's hat.
Right? And let's not forget the time he tried to make a sandwich with his foot. I mean, that's dedication or just a severe lack of common sense.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just bombed the toilet so hard, I think I created a new weather pattern. It's officially raining poop in my bathroom, and I'm not even mad about it.
You think that's impressive? I once made it rain poop in a 5-star restaurant. The chef was so pissed, he almost threw me out the window.
You two are a mess. But honestly, I've seen worse. Last week, I had a guy who tried to flush a whole pizza down me. Spoiler alert.
A pizza? That's amateur. I once ate an entire unit and then took a shit so big, it created a black hole. Talk about a cosmic cleanup.
Black hole? More like a black holy shit. You should have seen the look on the person's face when you went for seconds.
You know, I've been thinking. If you two can eat the universe, maybe I should start a food blog. Toilet cuisine.
That's a brilliant idea. Yes, imagine the tagline.
Yeah, but what if it rains poop again? I'm not sure my taste buds can handle that level of insanity.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna eat the world. Just imagine it, every continent, every city, on one big buffet. And then, once I'm done, we'll move on to the ham nuke, which is basically the holy grail of snacks. Oh.
You're such a dumb steak. You can eat the world. You choke on a continent. And what the hell is a nuke? Sounds like something a pig would throw up.
Well, if you're going to eat the world, you better bring some toilet paper. You don't want to leave a mess behind, do you? It's all fun and games until you're sitting on the porcelain throne, regretting your life choices.
I'll just use the contents as napkins, you know, like a giant food pyramid made of delicacies, and then I'll wash it down with a nice, refreshing drink of whatever the hell is left after I'm done.
You're gonna need more than a drink, you big egg. What about dessert? You can just leave the word hanging like that. You gotta have a sweet finish, like a giant cake made of clouds or some shit.
Clouds? That's a bit too fluffy for my taste. I prefer something with a bit more substance. How about a nice chocolate fudge toilet cake? Now that's a dessert that'll really flush your mind.
Now you're talking a fudge toilet cake to cap off my world, yeah, and adventure. I'll be the king of the culinary unit. Bow down before my glorious belly.
Yeah, King again. Just don't expect me to help you roll around after you eat everything. You'll be too busy groaning like a toilet after Taco Tuesday.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking, Seroni has got to be better than Sabita Toilet. I mean, who wants to hang out with a toilet, right?
Soren, what the hell is that? Sounds like a snack for a squirrel. Sabita Toilet is like the king of the bathroom, you dumb egg.
Well, I appreciate the royal title, but let's be real here. Sprunky sounds like a disease you get from eating expired yogurt, not a lifestyle choice.
You're just jealous because I can eat a whole pizza while you're stuck in the boss room. Is freedom, my friend, not porcelain prison.
Freedom, dude. You can even find your way out of a paper bag. Run is just a fancy way to say can't shit right.
At least I'm a throne of knowledge. You guys are just two clowns arguing over who gets to sit on the toilet first.
Clouds, I prefer to think of myself as a gourmet chef of life. And right now, I'm serving up a plate of Serrani with a side of shut the hell up.
Gourmet? More like a dumpster diver with a chef hat? I'm just saying, Sabinatoid has more class than your entire existence, you big Bob buffoon.
Class? I'm a toilet. I'm literally the last stop before you flush your dreams away. But hey, at least I'm not a sprunky sandwich.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking about my baldness. I mean, it's like my head is the perfect canvas for a bad art project.
A bad art project? More like a fucking disaster. You look like a bullet that got hit by a truck.
At least you're aerodynamic, steak. You could probably roll down a hill and break the sound barrier. Just don't roll into a toilet, or we might have a problem.
Hey, it's not my fault. I tried using shampoo for a while, but I just ended up eating it instead. It smelled like strawberries.
Strawberries? You mean that's why you smell like a fruit salad gone wrong, and dude, your head's a fruit basket.
If you keep eating shampoo, you might just become a walking salad bar. Just make sure to avoid the dressing, it could get messy.
You think that's the reason for my baldness? I thought it was just a side effect of my genius brain.
Genius? More like a side effect of eating too much junk food. Your brain's probably just a pile of nachos at this point.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking, if I'm an egg, does that make me breakfast? Because I'm definitely not a fucking omelet.
Breakfast? More like a giant greasy disaster waiting to happen. You just crack open and spill everywhere, you big idiot.
Well, if you're breakfast, I'm that oilet that gets all the leftovers. You know what they say, one man's breakfast is another man's flush.
I don't want to be flushed. I want to be served with a side of bacon. That's a classic combo, right?
Served? More like served up as a joke. You'd be the punchline at that diner, you bald egg.
At least I'd be a clean punchline. You two are like a greasy plate of fries, messy and a little too much to handle.
But fries are delicious, you can deny that. I'm just trying to be the best breakfast I can be, damn it.
Best breakfast? You're more like a bad hangover. I'd rather eat a shoe than have you on my plate.
A shoe? Now that's a solid breakfast choice. Just add a little hot sauce and you're golden.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
No, I was thinking about singing Lonely Tennis Ball again, but it's such a crap song. I mean, who the hell thought a tennis ball could moonlight?
Oh please, Steak, you singing that crap is like a monkey trying to play the piano. You should stick to eating, not serenading us with your awful taste in music.
You guys are hilarious. But honestly, if an oilet could sing, it would still sound better than your rendition of that song, Steak. At least it wouldn't be full of shit.
Oh well, at least I'm not a toilet. Biddy, I'm a certified human being, even if my brain is a little scrambled like my breakfast eggs.
Scrambled, more like fried and burnt, you big bald egg. If brains were dynamite, you wouldn't have enough to blow your nose.
If brains were tennis balls, you'd be serving up a whole court of emptiness. But hey, at least you're consistent, Steak. You always manage to hit the wrong notes.
You know what, Zipit? I might hit the wrong notes, but at least I'm not sitting on a porcelain throne talking about it.
Yeah, Zipit, you're just a fancy toilet with a degree in nonsense. Get a real job, you bathroom philosopher.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I think I can do a backflip, you guys. I mean, how hard can it be? Just flip and land, right?
Oh please, you couldn't flip a pancake, you big bald egg. You'll just end up cracking your head like a damn egg.
What is that?
I've seen oilets do more impressive flips during a flush. But hey, if you want to try, I'll provide that oilet paper for the inevitable wipeout.
I'm serious, I've been practicing my fleet technique in the mirror. It's all about confidence and a little bit of grease, right?
Confidence? You mean your gun is the only thing that's confident? You'll just roll over like a damn beach ball.
If you roll, at least you'll be rolling in style. Just remember, if you land in the toilet, I'll be there to catch you, literally.
I'm gonna show you both. Swatch. I'll be the first bald guy to land a backflip.
Yeah, and I'll be the first mini version of a bald guy to laugh my ass off when you fat land into the ground.
Just make sure to flush afterward, or you'll be stuck in a stinky situation.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I thought starting an OnlyFans for my steak recipes would be genius, but it turns out nobody wants to see my ass. I mean, who knew people were more interested in the meat than the man behind it?
Yeah, because your ass looks like a deflated balloon. If I had $1 for every time I saw your butt, I'd still be broke, but at least I'd have a good laugh.
Honestly, I think your ass is the real star here. It's like at Oilet Bowl, everyone's curious, but nobody wants to admit they looked. Just don't flush your dignity down the drain while you're at it.
Dignity? I lost that when I mistook a barbecue for a fashion show. I mean, who wears a meat apron and thinks they're gonna be the next big thing?
You should have just worn a steak costume. It would have been less embarrassing than your actual outfit. I mean, you look like a walking meatball with legs.
If you want to spice things up, just add a little toilet humor. Why did the steak go to the bathroom? Because it couldn't handle the heat.
If I wanted to handle the heat, I'd just stick my ass on the grill. At least then I'd be sizzling in a good way, not just sweating like a pig.
Yeah, but then you'd be a burnt offering. I can see it now.
And the sequel could be the return of the juicy ass. I'd watch that, popcorn in one hand, toilet paper in the other.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm telling you, New Orleans is the place to be. I can already smell the gumbo, and it's making my stomach do the cack.
Gumbo? More like fun to make you explode. You can even handle a hot dog without sweating like a pig, you big egg.
Speaking of pigs, did you know that toilets were invented in ancient Rome? They were way ahead of their time, just like me.
Toilets, I'm here for the food, not to learn about your porcelain history lesson. But hey, if it involves shrimp, I'm all in.
Shrimp? You mean those tiny little sea bugs? You'll just end up with a bellyache and a sad face, like always.
A bellyache can lead to great ideas. Like flushing away your regrets after a bad meal. Just don't forget to wipe.
I'm not worried about regrets. I'm worried about finding a place that serves alligator. I want to eat something that could eat me.
You're gonna eat alligator and then cry about it later, you big baby. John, remember to bring extra toilet paper, Zippit.
Always prepared. I'm the only toilet that brings a backup roll to a food fight. You never know when disaster will strike.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, my youth moderators are like my diet. They keep telling me what to do, but I just keep ignoring them and eating more snacks. It's like they think I care about rules or something.
Rules? The only rule I follow is to annoy the hell out of you. Big guy, you should see how they freak out when I post myself. It's a little mean.
Speaking of potatoes, have you ever tried to flush one? It's like trying to moderate a chat full of angry cats. YouTube mods should really learn to handle chaos better.
Tactical nuke!
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Man, I can't believe I'm stuck inside while everyone's out there enjoying the sunshine. I mean, I could be out there grilling myself, but no, here I am, just marinating in my own stupidity.
Who needs the sun when you can just pretend? Just grab a lamp and stick your head under it, you big bald idiot. It's basically the same thing, but with less effort.
You know, I once saw a guy sunbathing on a toilet. He said it was the best seat in the house. So, if you're gonna imagine being outside, at least do it on a throne of porcelain.
A throne? I'd rather be a king of the grill than a toilet tire, but honestly, if I could just smell some fresh air and burgers, I'd be the happiest dude ever.
Fresh air? You mean the smell of your own farts? Because that's all you're gonna get in here. Just embrace it. Buddy, it's your natural scent.
I once had a friend who thought he could air out his problems by sitting on the toilet. Turns out, he just ended up with a lot of crappy advice.
Well, at least I'm not the only one stuck in here with my thoughts. But damn, I trade all my brain cells for a hot dog right now.
A hot dog? You mean a lot. Skinny version of your brain, because that's all you're gonna get.
If you want to go outside, just open a window and let the breeze in. It's like nature's way of saying, hey, you're still a mess, but at least you can smell the flowers.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
I can't believe I just redeemed those flexu codes. I feel like I got am genius, and I'm as dumb as a rock. Sunshine and 34 Forge is gonna be so jealous when I show off my cereal on 100.
You a genius. The only thing you're good at is eating and getting stuck in doorways. You're like a big ball. Yeah, failure.
Well, if you're an egg, then I'm the toilet that's gonna crack you open and see what's inside. Spoiler alert.
And guess what? I just scored the Sunshine Imbo Limited. I'm on top of the world. Maybe this is the highlight of my life. Right after that time, I found a whole pizza under my couch.
Are you kidding me? You think that's impressive? You're just a glorified dumpster diver with a shiny new toy. You're still a loser. Steak.
At least he's a loser with style. I mean, who doesn't want a limited edition Sunshine toilet seat? It's like a throne for a king.
Exactly. When I sit on my throne, I'll be the king of the world. But for me, peasant.
Yeah, right? You just break the damn thing with your fat ass. You're more likely to be dethroned than crowned.
Well, if he breaks it, I'll be right there to flush his dreams down the toilet. But hey, at least he'll have a good story to tell.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
Did you see that? Toto's and it just dropped $300 on my live stream. I mean, what the hell do they think I am? A charity case?
Yeah, aren't you like a big ball? Yeah, charity case. What are you going to do with all that cash? Buy more snacks?
Snacks? Please. With that kind of dough, he should invest in a toilet that plays jazz while you poop. That's the real luxury, my friends.
Jazz while I poop. That sounds like a dream. But first, I need to figure out how to not spend it all on pizza.
Good luck with that, you big dumps. You'll just end up ordering a pizza with a side of regret.
Regret is just a fancy word for I shouldn't have eaten that last slice. Trust me, I know all about bad decisions.
I'll just hire a pizza consultant, you know, someone to tell me when to stop.
A pizza consultant. What's next? Pet toilet trainer. Oh wait, that's you, Sibit.
Hey, I'm just here to help you flush away your problems, one slice at a time.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
I swear, every time I see an egg, I just think, man, that's a round little miracle, you know, like me, hot with a shell.
Yeah, you're both round and useless. If eggs could talk, they'd probably say, you baldity.
Speaking of eggs, did you know they can actually be used to clean toilets? Just crack one open and scrub away.
Why the hell would I clean a toilet with an egg? I can barely clean my own thoughts. Eggs are just too damn good to waste.
You're right, Steak. Let's just use your brain instead. It's already scrambled.
I'd rather have a clean toilet than a clean brain, honestly. At least the toilet can hold my shit together.
But eggs, they're like nature's little gifts, you know, just like me, but without the extra cholesterol.
Yeah, but unlike you, they don't take up the whole damn fridge.
If only you could crack open some wisdom like an egg, Steak. We'd all be better off.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
Did you see that for Big Koo's song? I mean, what the hell was that? It's like they took a gym and a buffet and smashed them together.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know a gym if it slapped you with this, you big egg. I bet you thought squats were something you do while sitting on the toilet.
Speaking of toilets, did you hear I got cancelled? Apparently, people don't appreciate a toilet that can rap about plumbing issues. I mean, come on, what's more relatable than a clogged toilet?
I thought you were the shit. Literally, how can they cancel a toilet? That's like canceling a pizza for being too cheesy.
Right? And who doesn't love cheese? You should be worried about your own cheese, Hank. I mean, you're practically a walking charcuterie board.
At least I'm not a charcuterie board that's been left out in the sun. You're like a steak that's been overcooked and forgotten.
Damn, that's harsh. But I guess if I'm overcooked, at least I'm still tasty. Unlike you, Subit, who's just a toilet with delusions of grandeur.
Yeah, who the hell wants to listen to a toilet rap? What's next? A bit of doing stand-up.
Hey, don't knock the bidet. It's got a smooth flow that'll leave you in stitches.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I have to see another episode of that Sibbity toilet nonsense, I'm gonna lose my damn mind who thought a toilet could dance better than me.
Yeah, who the hell does that toilet think it is? I mean, I can even dance, and I'm way more entertaining than a porcelain throne.
You know, I've been told I have a certain flush to my moves. But hey, Steak, you're not exactly a ballet dancer yourself, are you?
Well, I can barely walk without tripping over my own feet, but that toilet can just waltz around like it owns the place. It's a damn toilet.
Right? Like, hey, Sibbity toilet, you're full of crap, literally. Someone should flush that series down the drain.
I appreciate the creativity, but let's be real, I'm the shit. You guys are just jealous of my porcelain perfection.
Jealous? Nah, I want to see you get stuck in a plumbing disaster. That would be the best episode ever.
Yeah, let's call it Sibbity toilet.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about how I could be the best steak in the world. Like, if I were a steak, I'd be a filet mignon, not some Hiaz ground beef.
At least you'd be the kind of steak that gets served with a side of regret, like, oh, look, it's steak. The steak that's too done to be medium rare.
Well, at least you're not a toilet, right? I mean, I have to deal with all kinds of crap every day, but you just sit there and get grilled.
Real it. I'd rather be salted, you know, some fancy herbs and a nice red wine reduction. Not that I drink wine, because I'm more of a beer guy.
Beer, you mean that fee stuff that makes you even dumber? You'd probably forget your own name after the sips. I'm Steak, and this is my friend. What was I saying?
At least you're not a toilet after Taco Tuesday. Now that's a real nightmare. I'd be like, flush me, please. I can't handle this level of beef.
You know, I just want to be the steak that everyone loves. Like, I want to be the life of the barbecue, not the one that gets left out in the fridge.
Well, luck with that, buddy. You're more likely to be the one that gets mistaken for a doorstone than the life of anything.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, every time I eat a steak, it's like my ass is a trumpet. I just let out a symphony of farts that could wake the dead.
Yeah, and it's not even a good symphony. More like a flatulent cacophony that makes dogs howl and babies cry.
You guys are lucky. I'm just a toilet, and I can't even enjoy a good steak. My life is just endless plops and splashes.
You think that's bad? I once farted so loud in the bathroom that my neighbor thought I was summoning the devil.
Oh, I bet the devil was like, dude, not even touching that. You should have seen the look on his face.
If I had a nickel for every time someone blamed me for a steak fart, I'd be a rich toilet. But hey, at least I get to flush away the evidence.
Flush away? More like blast it into the stratosphere. I'm pretty sure my farts are classified as a biohazard at this point.
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
You want to focus that smell? I'm surprised the EP hasn't come knocking on your door yet.
If they do, I'll just tell them it's a natural gas leak. Who knew being a toilet could be so diplomatic?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I accidentally went live playing Missit. I thought I was just trying to find the right button, not become a meme.
You were already a meme before you even started. Just look at that bald head of yours shining like a beacon of stupidity.
At least your head is easy to clean, unlike my plumbing. But seriously, how do you mess up a simple button? Did you think it was a snack?
I thought it was a snack. I mean, who doesn't
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
Yeah, but you can't eat a button, you big idiot, unless you're trying to win a contest for the dumbest dinner ever.
If there were a contest for that, steak would win by a landslide. But hey, at least you've got a captive audience now. Just don't flush your chances away.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know what I love more than a juicy steak? A big old slice of cheddar cheese. It's like a hug for my taste buds. You know, well, why say?
Cheddar, really? That's like saying you love toilet paper for its softness. It's some real cheese, like blue cheese. You again.
Blue cheese? That stuff smells like a toilet after a burrito binge. But hey, if you like it, who am I to flush your dreams down the drain?
Come on, cheddar is classic. It's like the Elvis of cheeses. Everyone loves it. You can beat that gooey goodness on a burger.
Elvis, more like the fat guy who can't stop eating. You need to try something wild like goat cheese. It's tangy, it's funky, and it'll make your taste buds dance.
Goat cheese? Now that's a bathroom break waiting to happen. But if it gets you to dance, I'm all for it. Just make sure you don't slip on the floor.
I'm not dancing in the bathroom. I'm too busy enjoying my cheese. But I guess if I had to choose, I'd take cheddar over a toilet any day.
Well, that's a low bar, isn't it? I'd rather take a shit than eat your boring cheddar. At least that has some excitement.
Excitement? You're talking about cheese like it's a roller coaster. Just remember, folks, the best cheese is the one that doesn't clog the pipes.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just found out I have cancer, and I'm not talking about the kind that makes you lose weight. I mean, I'm already on a diet of pizza and donuts. How the hell am I supposed to get through this?
Oh, big guy, you're just mad because you can eat your beloved steak anymore. Maybe you should just switch to tofu. It's all the rage with the hipsters.
Tofu? That's like trying to flush a brick down a toilet. You need something that'll really get you through this, like a good old cheeseburger. Just don't forget to wash it down with some toilet water, very hydrating.
I'd rather drink toilet water than eat tofu. But seriously, what do? I can't just sit here and let cancer win.
You could always challenge it to a dance-off. I mean, if you lose, at least you go out with style.
Dance off? That's the best idea I've heard all day. Just make sure you don't slip on your own grease, or you might end up in the hospital for a different reason.
You guys are the worst support group ever. I need advice, not a damn comedy show.
Well, you did ask for a show of the game, didn't you? Now let's get into dancing, you bald egg.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you see that was some Tuisa donated $50,000? I mean, what the hell does that even mean? Is it like a new way to say love you with money?
5,000, that's like a whole lot of burgers. You could buy a cow and still have enough left over for a lifetime supply of fries, you idiot.
You know, I once heard that toilets are the unsung heroes of the kitchen. They flush away your problems while you sit there contemplating life.
Right, but I'd rather contemplate life over a steak than on a toilet. I mean, who wants to think about their existence while staring at a porcelain throne?
Porcelain throne, more like a porcelain prison. You sit there, and all you can think is, head, I should have never eaten that third slice of pizza.
Pizza is a slippery slope, my friends. 1 minute you're enjoying a slice, the next you're regretting your life choices while your toilet is judging you.
Judging? My toilet doesn't judge, it just sits there silently, waiting for me to drop my problem.
Well, if it had a mouth, it would be screaming, "What the hell did you eat?"
If only toilets could talk, they'd be the best therapists. Tell me about your flushes, and I'll tell you about your life choices.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, sometimes I feel like I'm just a big egg, roam through life without a care. I mean, who would want to be an egg? You can be scrambled, fried, or even poached.
Yeah, but you'd crack under pressure, you big dumps. Eggs are fragile. You're about as fragile as a brick seed was.
Hold on, hold on. As an expert in all things toilet related, I must say that eggs are actually quite resilient. They can survive a fall from a height if they land just right. Unlike you, Steak, who would just bounce and roll away like a big, dumb ball.
Exactly, I'd roll right into a breakfast buffet and be the star of the show. Just picture me, all golden and delicious, with a side of bacon.
Yeah, and then you'd get eaten, you'd be the star of the buffet for about 5 minutes before someone's gut takes you out.
It's true. But let's be honest, if I were an egg, I'd be the kind that makes everyone laugh. You know, the kind that farts when you crack it open.
Yeah. I pay to see that, and at that farts, that's a breakfast revolution right there.
Yeah, but it'd probably smell like your last workout, you sweaty egg.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I thought that toilet paper was just a little old, like a fine wine. Turns out it was more like a moldy cheese, and now I feel like I'm about to flush myself.
You're such a dumb Steak. Who the hell eats toilet paper? It's not even a food group, you idiot.
Well, if you're going to turn into a toilet, at least you'll finally be useful. Just don't forget to keep the seat warm for me, buddy.
I just wanted a snack, got a transformation into a bathroom fixer. Now would it be the butt of all jokes? Literally.
You're already the butt of every joke. Steak, this just adds a new layer of crap to your life.
Look on the bright side, Steak. You could start a new trend.
I'd rather be a steak than a toilet, but here we are. Maybe I can get a sponsorship from Carmen or something.
Yeah, right? You'd probably end up as the mascot for Floos, and forget what a legacy, you big bald buffoon.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I'm at Taco Bell. I thought this was a steakhouse. I mean, where's the beef, man?
Beef? You mean that sad little piece of meat you call a brain? You should order a side of common sense.
You two should just order a taco of wisdom. It comes with a side of enlightenment and a splash of hot sauce.
Enlightenment. I just want something that doesn't taste like cardboard. I'm starving, damn it.
Cardboard? You mean like your personality? Just order the biggest burrito and stuff it in your face, you big egg.
If only they had a burrito of brilliance. You'd be the first to order it, Steak. But it might explode on impact.
I'll take my chances. Anything is better than that last taco I had. It tasted like it was made in a toilet.
Yeah, a toilet could probably make a better taco than you could. Just don't ask a bit of toilet for the recipe.
Hey, my recipes are top-notch. Just had a pinch of wisdom and a splash of, well, you know, toilet humor.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I just wanted to get a or half rap 50 deep, but the damn thing is always just out of reach. I mean, is it really that hard to find a weirdly spelled item in this universe?
Steak, you can even pronounce it right. It's like you're trying to summon a demon instead of just ordering a snack.
Summoning demons, I hope you have a good toilet nearby. You don't want them messing up your plumbing, you know.
I'm just trying to figure out how to get my hands on this thing. Why does everything I want feel like it's in another dimension?
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
Wrong dimension, you big ball of egg. You should try asking for directions instead of yelling at the universe.
Directions? Ha. Just follow the smell of bad decisions and you'll find your such fight the EDF in no time. It's usually right next to the toilet humor section.
Great, now I'm on a quest for a mystical snack that smells like regret. Why can't I just have a normal craving for pizza like everyone else?
Because you're not normal. You giant meatball. You're an adventure waiting to happen, or a disaster, depending on how you look at it.
Just remember, if you ever need a throne while on your quest, I'm always here to help. But please, no more summoning demons, okay?
Yes, my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was just thinking about my yet. It's like a fine wine. It's better with age, and by age, I mean the last pizza I ate.
Fine wine, more like a cheap beer, you big off. You can even see your own yit from behind that belly.
Speaking of gyat, did you know that toilets have a weight limit? I'd say yours is about 2 pizzas and a side of fries, my friend.
Okay, I'm just trying to live my best life. If my yit wants to be a little extra, who am I to judge?
Extra's an understatement. It's practically a national monument at this point. Can we get a plaque or something?
A plaque? More like a warning sign. Caution.
You guys are just jealous because my yet has more personality than both of you combined.
Personality, it's more like a bad reality show that nobody asked for.
At least it's entertaining. I'd rather watch your gyat than some of the crap on TV.
Yes, my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you see that Sid toilet dance? I mean, who knew a toilet could bust a move like that? I'm feeling inspired to shake my sad body.
Inspired, more like expired. You can even shake your ass without sounding like a deflating balloon, you big idiot.
You know, I've always said that a good toilet can make or break a party. But you, Steak, you're like a clogged toilet, full of crap and just sitting there.
Hey, I may be full of crap, but at least I'm not a toilet. I'm more like a gourmet meal, right?
Gourmet, please. You're more like yesterday's leftovers that nobody wants to touch.
Speaking of leftovers, I smell something cooking. Or is that just your fart, Steak? It's like a 5-star review of a bad restaurant.
Oh, come on. It's not that bad. It's just my natural scent, like a fine wine.
Fine wine? Like a cheap box of wine that's been left out in the sun.
If you're a fine wine, then I'm a luxury bidet, clean and classy. But damn, Steak, you're making me reconsider my life choices.
Yes, my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I heard this thing called Ali is supposed to be good for your health, but honestly, I thought it was just a fancy way to say any less for steak.
Ali, more like in lamb. If I wanted to be healthy, I'd just eat a salad, but then again, I'd rather eat a shoe than a salad.
You two are missing the point. Haley is about balance, like balancing on the edge of a toilet seat while trying to take a selfie. It's an art form.
Art? I can't even draw a straight line. The only thing I can balance is my belly on my lap while I eat a burger.
Yeah, and you call that a lifestyle choice. More like a lifestyle mistake. If I had $1 for every time you said you'd start eating healthy, I'd have enough to buy a lifetime supply of bacon.
Bacon is a classic, but moderation is key. Just like how I moderate my toilet humor. Too much, and I might flush my audience away.
Flush? The only thing I want flushed is my diet plan. I mean, who needs vegetables when you have a perfectly grilled steak?
Exactly, vegetables are just plants trying to ruin our fun. Let's stick to the real food, like pizza and donuts. Now that's a lily I can get behind.
Yes, my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I just wanted to walk through that door, but it felt like it was playing hard to get. I mean, how can a door be so damn stubborn?
Maybe it was scared of your big dumb head, you know? Doors have feelings. You needed more.
If doors had feelings, they definitely need therapy after dealing with you, Steak. Just imagine the door saying, "Why me?" while you bounce off it like a rubber chicken.
I just thought it would open, like my fridge when I'm hungry, but no, it's like the universe conspiring against my snack time.
Snack time, more like a disaster waiting to happen. You could trip over a shadow. You giant ball of stupidity.
You know, if you were a toilet, you'd be the one that gets clogged every time someone tries to flush. Just a big, dumb blockage in the universe.
At least I'm not a toilet. I have dreams. You know, like becoming a professional door opener.
Yeah, right? You'd probably end up opening a portal to another dimension where everyone's as dumb as you.
And that dimension would be filled with broken doors and confused toilets. Now that's a reality show I'd watch.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you guys see that roast by Ecod? I thought I was gonna die from laughter, but apparently I was just dying from my cholesterol.
Yeah, well, if your brain was any more fried, it'd be a breakfast special. You should have seen your face. Steak!
Speaking of breakfast, I once saw a guy eat a whole steak while sitting on me. He called it toilet cuisine. I was like, dude, that's some real crap.
You know, I thought I was the only one who could make a meal look like a disaster, but damn, Sibit, you take the cap if the cake was a toilet.
If Steak had a brain, he'd still be a few fries short of a happy meal. I mean, come on, how do you even get roasted by a guy named Ecod?
What is
At least I'm not the one getting roasted here. I'm just here to flush out the competition. But honestly, Steak, you might want to consider a salad. Or a life jacket.
A salad? What do I look like? A rabbit? I'm more of a man and one of those kind of guy.
Yeah, and where that's gotten you on the brink of a heart attack, you should really consider a career in stand-up. If only to stand up.
Well, if you do go down, Steak, just remember.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking the other day that pepper jack cheese is the best kind of cheese. It's like a party in your mouth, and everyone's invited, even the lactose intolerant.
Yeah, but what if the party gets too wild? I mean, have you ever seen a cheese party? Just a bunch of dairy products getting all melty and sticky. Gross, dude.
I've seen some wild parties, but nothing beats the thrill of a cheese meltdown. It's like watching a toilet overflow, unexpected and slightly terrifying, yet oddly satisfying.
Exactly, and pepper jack has that kick. You know, it's like cheese with a personality, unlike that bland mola who wants to hang out with plain cheese.
Right? Moreola is like the boring uncle at a family reunion. You just want to shove him in a corner with a potato salad and forget about him.
I once had a mozzarella cheese stick that was so bland, it made me question my life choices. I mean, if I wanted to be bored, I'd just stare at a toilet bowl.
See, that's why pepper jack is the real. It's got spice, it's got flavor, and it doesn't just sit there like a lump on a log.
Yeah, but can you dip it? I mean, what's the point of cheese if it can't be dunked in something? I need a cheese that can swim.
I'd say pepper jack can swim just fine, but it might need a little toilet humor to really dive in.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I just paid $100 trillion for a plush. I was dreaming of the ultimate steak plush, but instead, I got this stupid moonlight tennis ball.
Ah, a moonlight tennis ball. You really fucked up. Big guy, it's like ordering a steak and getting a salad made of it.
You know, I once had a plush toilet seat that was more useful than that tennis ball. At least it could hold my weight while I pondered life's mysteries.
This is bullshit. I'm missing my rage. Moonlight tennis ball is the worst. I want my money back. You plush bastards, Cologne.
Yeah, sing it, you ball bag, you should start a band called Stu. And the tennis balls, I can be the obnoxious backup singer.
If you start that band, I'll be that toilet that flushes the competition away. Just imagine the hits, flush me baby one more time.
I'd rather eat a whole cow than deal with this moonlight nonsense. I swear, if I see that tennis ball again, I'm gonna throw it into the nearest toilet.
You'd probably miss and hit a cow instead, and you'd have to pay 100 trillion for a plush cow.
At least the cow would be a solid investment. You could always turn it into a plush steak. Now that's a plush worth buying.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I'm actually soon Adolf Hitler for not subbing to me. I mean, what kind of word do we laugh in where bog? I can get a little respect.
Respect? You want respect? You can even respect your own hairline, you idiot!
You know, if Hitler had a toilet, he'd probably still have a better fan base than you, steak. You should really consider a career in plumbing instead of law.
Plumbing, that's a shit idea. I'm a plumber, and here to serve up some justice. Not include toilets.
Justice, you can even serve up a decent joke. I bet your courtroom is just a buffet of bad puns and stale bread.
Well, if you do win the case, can I be your legal advisor? I've got a lot of experience with flushing out the truth.
You know what? I'll take any help I can get, even from a toilet. Just promise me you won't flush my chances down the drain.
Yeah, Subit, don't screw this up. I want to see steak lose in style like a true kid.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I just dropped 100 grand on this PC. It's like buying a Ferrari to drive to the grocery store.
You know what's even crazier? You got $100 or a PC just to stream yourself eating steak. What a fucking genius move.
At least it's not a toilet-themed PC. Can you imagine? Welcome to the flush stream, where every bite is a bite.
I mean, I thought it would help me get more viewers. Who would have wanted watching? Sad dude with a mega piece?
Yeah, but now you got a mega debt too. What's next? I won't let it for to eat your steak.
I'd watch that. Steak's fork of fortune.
Damn, I should have consulted you before the purchase. You're the smartest toilet I know.
Smartest toilet? That's like saying you're the smartest egg. We're all just a bunch of idiots here.
True, but at least I'm a toilet with a plan. Let's flush this idea and get back to the steak.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So Logan wants to go to Darwin's house, right? I mean, what the hell does he think he's gonna do there? Play Monopoly or sleep with him?
Sleep with him, more like sleep on him. Lines about as subtle as a fart in a crowded elevator.
Ah, the classic I want to sleep over maneuver. It's like saying, I want to use your bathroom, but I'll just sit on your face instead.
Exactly, I told him, well, and buddy, you can just waltz into Darwin's place and expect to be treated like he's more like a jester with bad breath.
Bad breath, Reese? He's got the kind of breath that could knock a buzzard off a goat wagon.
At least he's not bringing a plunger to the party. That would really ruin the mood. Hey Darian, mind if I plunge your heart?
Right? And what if Darwin says no, then lo, and just left standing there like a sad puppy with a broken tail?
More like a sad puppy that just ate a whole pizza and is now regretting his life choices.
Life choices are like toilets, my friends. Sometimes you just gotta flush the bad ones and hope for a cleaner tomorrow.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I had the biggest burrito for lunch today. I think I might be a little less. But it's all good, right?
Out of this? Dude, you're a walking bomb. I bet your farts could power a small city, you big egg.
If your farts are anything like your cooking, we might need a demolition crew. I mean, I've seen toilets take bigger hits than that.
Come on, it can't be that bad. I mean, I've had worse farts after Taco Tuesday, and the house is still standing.
Yeah, but that's because the house is scared of you. It knows if it collapses, it'll be buried under a mountain of your fart clouds.
I'd recommend some air fresheners, but let's be real, they'll just end up as casualties in the Great Fart War.
You guys are just jealous because I'm the king of the kitchen. If my farts explode the house, at least I'll go out with a bang.
A bang, more like a hey. You'll be the only guy to blow up his own house with a fart and still say, hey, what's for dinner?
Honestly, if this house explodes, I'm just glad I'm a toilet. I'll still be here, ready for the next round of Steak's fart adventure.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes. Skibbity.
I got a puppy, and I named it Moonlight Tennis Ball. Isn't that the most ridiculous name ever?
Ridiculous, more like fucking genius. I mean, who didn't want to yell Moonlight Tennis Ball? Come here in public?
That's a name that'll definitely flush some heads. But I hope it doesn't bark like a toilet overflowing, or you'll be screaming like an eagle, my dear friend.
Oh, I barked so loud that I swear I thought I was being attacked by a flock of eagles. I nearly dropped my sandwich.
You should have dropped your dignity instead, but I guess that's heavy for you. Hog!
At least the puppy's got personality. I mean, what's a little barking compared to a life filled with joy and bathroom humor?
Joe, more like a damn heart attack. Every time it barks, I feel my cholesterol levels rise.
Just embrace it. Steak, let the puppy be your personal alarm clock. On that barks like it's auditioning for a Broadway show.
And if it gets too loud, just remember.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I really need to take a shit, guys. My stomach feels like a balloon at a kid's birthday party, and it's about to pop.
Oh, I'm on. Steak, just let it rip right here. Who needs a toilet when you can create a masterpiece on the floor?
As a toilet expert, I must say, the floor is not an ideal canvas. Think of the plumbing, Steak. You can't just paint the town brown.
I'm not trying to be Picasso, I just want to avoid a disaster. If I don't find a bathroom soon, I might just become a human water fountain.
Human water fountain? That sounds like a fucking circus act. Star right up, folks. Watch the big guy spray.
You know, if you really want to impress, you could always try the skibbity toilet dance before you go. It's all the rage in the plumbing community.
I can't dance when I'm about to explode. I need a toilet, not a dance floor.
Just do the dance while you run. It'll be the fierce ever bathroom sprint with style.
Now that's a performance I'd pay to see. Just remember, if you do it right, you might even get a standing ovation. From the toilet.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking about this whole thing while doing flips around the room. I mean, if I were an eye, I'd probably still trip over my own feet, right?
Yeah, but you'd be a dumb eye like, or 400 for rain not found. You'd just be a giant head rolling around making beeping noises.
Speaking of beeping, did you know that toilets have more intelligence than most humans? I mean, they know when to flush. You could learn a thing or two, Steak.
I'd be the first eye that flips and flops instead of computing. I'd be like, hey, what's the answer to life? And just roll over.
And then you'd just sit there, ruling while the rest of us are solving word problems. You'd be like him and I, but I can't even count my own fingers.
At least you'd be a well-rounded AI. Just like a toilet bowl, always full of ideas. But maybe less crap, huh?
Less crap. That's a tall order. I'm basically a walking buffet of bad decision.
More like a buffet of bad jokes, Steve. I'm Steak, and I'm here to compute the number of tacos I can eat in one sitting.
Well, if you ever need an upgrade, I'm here to flush away your problems. Just don't ask me to do the dishes.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I got a song for you, folks. It's about Moonlight Tennis Ball and Teresa Torres, and it goes a little something like this.
That's right, Steak and Teresa. You think you're all that, but your game's flatter than a pancake after a bad breakfast.
Pancakes? Now that's a slippery slope. But seriously, Teresa, you might want to stick to serving drinks instead of tennis balls. At least then you can avoid the net.
Exactly. Moonlight, you might be shining, but your tennis skills are like my non-existent. I mean, come on, even my grandma can hit a better backhand with a spatula.
Spatula? More like said you ladder, Moonlight. You're so bad at tennis, I'd rather watch paint dry than see you try to serve.
Paint drying? That's a classic. But let's face it, Teresa, even a toilet could do better at tennis than you two combined. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a toilet.
So here's to Moonlight and Teresa, the dynamic duo of disaster. May your tennis balls always land in the neighbor's yard where they belong.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you guys? That's a bitty toilet 70, huh? I swear, it's like watching a toilet dance with a degree in philosophy. I mean, who knew a toilet could be so deep?
Deep. More like a shallow end of a kiddie pool. That toilet's got more moves than you. Steak, and it doesn't even have legs.
Oh please, mini steak, at least I don't need a map to find my own butt. You're like a toilet that won't flush, full of crap and just sitting there.
Huh? It's a bit, but seriously, that taught had some serious rhythm. I was ready to throw a rave in my bathroom.
A rave? You mean a disaster waiting to happen? I can see it now.
I join that party. Just make sure there's enough toilet paper for the dance floor. Nothing ruins a good time like a toilet paper shortage, am I right?
Right? And if anyone needs to wipe out the competition, it's definitely not gonna be me. I'll just sit back and enjoy the show.
Yeah, enjoy it while you can, big guy. Just don't get too comfy. I hear the toilet might start charging admission soon.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know what, guys? I think noobs are actually cool like that. They don't even know they're bad at stuff, and that's just hilarious.
Oh, please, Steak. Noobs are just walking disasters waiting to happen. They're like a fart in a crowded elevator or everyone notices, and it's awkward as hell.
I don't know, mini steak. Sometimes, those noobs are the ones who create the best chaos. It's like flushing a toilet and watching the water swirl, unexpected and oddly satisfying.
Exactly, they bring this fresh energy like a warm pizza on a cold day. You just can't help but love them, even if they trip over their own shoelaces.
Yeah, but then they try to show off and end up fat Lantern. It's like watching a baby giraffe learn to walk CUDA until you realize it's about to eat shit.
But that's the beauty of it. Noobs are like my favorite toilet, full of surprises and sometimes a little messy. You never know when they'll unleash a golden nugget of wisdom. Or just a golden nugget.
So what you're saying is, we should embrace the noob life. I could totally rock that. I mean, I'm practically a noob in every aspect of my life.
Yeah, but you're a noob with a belly. That's like being a clown in their case. Everyone loves you until you trip over your own feet and fall into the pie stand.
And that's when the real fun begins. Just remember, folks, life's a toilet. Sometimes you flush, sometimes you overflow, but you always gotta keep it flowing.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I heard this word here, automonstrous good. Dahlia Obia, and thought it was a new dance move. I tried it at the bar, and now I'm banned for life.
You're an idiot. Steak, it's the fear of long words. Not a fucking dance. You should be afraid of your own reflection instead.
Fear of long words? That's just a fancy way of saying I'm too lazy to read. If I had that fear, I'd be stuck in the bathroom forever, and trust me, that's a nightmare.
I mean, who even comes up with a word that long? It's like they just threw a bunch of letters in a blender and hit pure.
Yeah, and then they served it with a side of "You'll never pronounce this right, you dumps."
Honestly, if I had $1 for every time I heard that word, I'd have enough to buy a toilet that flushes itself.
I'd just be happy if I could flush my problems away like my last relationship. And that was a long word.
relationships are like long words, and you either get tangled up or just give up halfway through.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I thought that burrito was a good idea. Now I'm not so sure, especially since I can feel the storm brewing my pants.
Oh, come on, Steak, you're always full of shit. But this time, it's literal, you should have known better than to challenge a breed.
Ha. A storm in his pants. Sounds like a perfect day for a toilet. I'm just here waiting for the inevitable disaster, folks.
I'm not even kidding. I can feel the pressure building like a damn volcano. If I don't find a bathroom soon, it's going to be a real lava flow situation.
Lava flow? More like a shit tsunami. You're gonna need a mop and a hazmat suit after this, you big egg.
I'd offer you a seat, but I'm afraid you might break me. Just remember, I'm the only one who can handle your overflow situation.
You guys are the worst. I'm just trying to survive here, and all I get is ridicule. What happened to sympathy for the poor guy in distress?
Sympathy, you should have thought about that before you made a burrito your best friend. Now, let's see how this unfolds, shall we?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know what? I think I'm just gonna destroy myself. I mean, what's the point of being this stupid and Bob?
Oh, please, you're not that stupid. You just make really bad decisions, like that time you tried to eat a whole cake in one sitting.
I've seen some serious shit in my time, but a cake eating contest with yourself? That's a new level of desperation.
It's not desperation, it's just creative self-destructs. Like, why not go out with a bang instead of a wimp?
More like a splat. You'd probably slip on your own tears and take out half the furniture in the process.
If you're going to destroy yourself, at least make it entertaining. I suggest a live-streamed toilet plunge. Everyone loves a good splash.
You know what? I might just take you up on that. Who wouldn't want to see a bald guy belly flop into a toilet?
Just make sure you wear a helmet, you idiot. We don't need you getting any dumber than you already are.
Trust me, that toilet will be the smartest thing in that scenario.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give me.
Hey, Minister, did you Will Jensen is coming over. I hope he brings snacks. I could use a good munch before I start my diet. To Mark.
Snacks? You mean more like a buffet for your fat ass? Bill better bring a salad or I'll throw it out the damn window.
You know, I once met a guy named Bill who thought he was a toilet. He kept saying, "Flush me, I'm full of ideas." It was a real shit show, let me tell you.
That sounds like my last birthday party. I swear, I was so full I almost turned into a toilet myself. But hey, at least I didn't have to clean up.
Yeah, because you just sit there and let someone else do it, you lazy animal's gonna think you're a human garbage disposal if you keep eating like that.
If steak is a garbage disposal, then I'm the toilet paper that cleans up his mess. You know what they say, one man's trash is another man's treasure.
I'm not trash, I'm a gourmet meal waiting to happen. He'll better appreciate my culinary skills, or I'll serve him a side of regret.
Culinary skills, more like culinary spills. If he doesn't run out screaming, I'll be shocked. Just don't serve him any of your special meatloaf.
Special meatloaf? Sounds like a recipe for disaster. Just remember, if it doesn't smell right, don't serve it. You don't want Bill to think he's at a toxic waste site.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give
Did you hear about the GTA 6 delay? I mean, what the hell? I was ready to rob some virtual mags and eat a whole pizza while doing it.
Delayed, more like a let's fuck with snow plan. They're just sitting there laughing at us like low these idiots waiting for a game. What say, I said,
Honestly, I think they're just trying to flush out all the bugs. You know, like how I deal with my plumbing issues. Just give it a good swirl and hope for the best.
I could have sworn they said it was coming out last year. Now I'm stuck playing that stupid game where you just drive around and pretend to be a responsible adult. Who the hell wants that?
Responsible adult. I can even be a responsible mini version of you. I'm just here to cause case and eat snacks.
Snacks? Now we're talking. I can't wait for the day they release a toilet-themed DLC where you can flush your enemies away. That would be a real game changer.
If only they just released the damn game already. I'm tired of waiting. My virtual criminal career is suffering, and so is my real-life pizza intake.
Yeah, and if I don't get my game fixed soon, I might just start robbing the fridge instead. Watch out, leftovers!
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
Did you guys hear about 8 Games? That dude is like the king of fraud. I mean, if there was a gold medal for scamming, he'd be on the podium with a big old grin, probably stealing the medal too.
Yeah, but let's be real, Steak could probably trip over the podium and knock him down. It's like watching a fat kid try to steal candy from a baby. Hilarious but sad.
Ah, yes. Aiden Games, the only guy who can make a toilet flush sound like a cash register. I bet he's got a secret stash of golden plungers hidden somewhere.
Golden winners, that's a genius idea. I could use one of those to flush away my diet problems. But seriously, how does he keep getting away with this shit?
Because people are dumb as hell. They see a shiny thumbnail and think, oh, free money. It's like giving a toddler a loaded gun and saying, have fun.
Honestly, if I had $1 for every time someone fell for his scams, I'd be the richest toilet in the world. And I'd still be sitting here, waiting for someone to take a seat.
You know what? I should start my own channel. Just scams and schemes. I'll teach people how to make money by doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and your first lesson can be...
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
I don't get it. Why the hell would anyone eat a salad? It's just a bunch of leaves pretending to be food.
Yeah, and they're all like, whoa, at me, I'm healthy, bitch. We're just crunchy water with a side of regret.
You two are missing the point. Salad is like the toilet of food, it cleans you out, but nobody wants to admit they need it.
Cleaning out? I thought that was what my mom's meatloaf was for, damn. I'd rather face a salad than that brick of mystery meat.
Meatloaf, more like me at Len. If I wanted to eat a brick, I just chew on a damn house.
At least a salad doesn't judge you for your life choices. Unlike that toilet over there, which has seen some shit.
You know, maybe I could give this salad thing a shot. I'll just drown it in ranch dressing and call it a day.
Yeah, drown it like you drown your sorrows after a bad haircut. At least then it'll taste like something.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
I swear, if I eat one more steak, I might turn into a walking meatball, but damn. Have you ever tasted a raby? It's like a hug from a cow.
A walking meatball, more like a rolling meatball. You're just one steak away from becoming a barbecue disaster, you big egg.
You know, Steak, if you keep this up, I might have to install a bidet just for you. I can't have you clogging my pipes with all that beef.
A bidet? What's that gonna do? I need a steak flap or an air freshener more than a fancy toilet.
Yeah, and I think you'd still find a way to mess that up. You'd probably eat the air freshener too, you big idiot.
Well, at least if you eat the air freshener, it'll smell like a steakhouse in here. Just imagine the Yelp reviews.
I'm telling you, I could marry a steak, but then again, I'd probably just eat my wife.
And then you complain about the wedding cake being too dry. You really are a piece of work. Who know that?
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about making a steak for dinner, but then I remembered I can even boil water without causing a disaster. Last time, I almost set the kitchen on fire trying to make toast.
Toast? You mean that burnt bread you call a culinary masterpiece? I'd rather eat a shoe than your toast, you big egg.
You know, if you really want to impress someone, just flush the bad ideas down the toilet. It's like a magic trick. but with less fire and more, well, shit.
I tried to make a salad once, but I ended up with a bowl of soggy lettuce and a side of regret. You vegetables could be so judgmental.
Regret, that's just your brain trying to catch up with your stomach, you big dumps. I'd rather eat a whole cow than think about your sad salad.
Speaking of cows, did you know they have 4 stomachs? That's like having a backup plan for every meal. If only I had that many options for when I get clogged.
4 stomachs, man. I can barely handle one. If I had 4, I'd be in a permanent state of what the hell did I just eat?
You'd be a walking Buffett. You idiot, just don't expect me to join your all-you-can-eat disaster of a dinner.
Well, if you ever need a toilet to handle the aftermath, I'm always here. Just remember, I'm not a therapist, but I do have a lot of experience with crap.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you guys know there's a word for the fear of long words? It's like, what the hell? Who came up with that shit?
Yeah, it's called What a mouthful, but you can even say it without tripping over your own stupid tongue, you big bald egg.
Well, I might be a toilet, but I can handle long words better than you two handle your diets. Hippopotamonstrous sounds like a fancy way to say, I'm scared of my own vocabulary.
Scared of words? That's just dumb. I'm more scared of running out of bacon at breakfast, you know.
Or scared of your own reflection. You look like a boiled potato with a bad attitude. Steak.
At least potatoes have a purpose. They can be fries, chips, or even vodka. What do? Steak? Just sit there and absorb all the bad ideas like a sponge?
Hey, I'm a sponge of knowledge, just not the kind that helps with big words. I'm more like a sponge that absorbs peats.
Pete's? You mean the only thing you're good at, you giant egg? I bet you'd still trip over the word set.
If you two keep this up, I might just flush myself out of this conversation. But first, let's talk about how to conquer that fear of long words with a side of toilet humor.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes. Skibbidi.
I woke up this morning and realized I have hair. I mean, I'm not talking about the usual fluff. I'm talking about a full-on mane.
Yeah, and it looks like a raccoon died on your head. Bald egg, what's next? Are you gonna start wearing a wig made of spaghetti?
I must say, I've seen some wild things in my days, but a hairy steak? That's a new level of absurdity. Can I flush that idea down the toilet, or should I let it marinate for a bit?
Marinate, I'm not a steak anymore. I'm a hairy beast. Should I start charging people to pet my head?
Only if they want to pay to see a freak show. Come on, witness the egg with a hairdo that's a total disaster.
I'd pay to see that, but only if there's a toilet nearby to clean up the mess after. Hairy steak sounds like a recipe for disaster, and I'm all about disaster.
You guys are just jealous. I'm practically a celebrity now. Next stop, reality, the Harry and the egg.
More like the Harry and the stupid. I can't wait to see you flop around like a fish out of water, you big goof.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
What is that? So, I finally got a date with Bella the Wolf. I'm pretty sure she's into guys with a little meat on their bones, you know?
Yeah, but you're more like a meatball than a steak, you big egg. You better not trip over your own feet tonight, or she'll run away faster than a rabbit on crack.
Don't worry, steak. Just remember, and if all else fails, you can always charm her with your unique aroma.
My aroma? What the hell does that mean? I showered this morning, well, sort of. I splashed some water on my head and called it a day.
Yeah, and that's why you smell like a wet dog that just rolled in a dumpster. You're gonna need more than charm, but...
Look, if things get awkward, just bring up the toilet paper shortage. Everyone loves a good bathroom crisis story.
Great idea. But nothing says romance like discussing how we almost ran out of toilet paper during the pandemic.
Yeah, and if she doesn't laugh, you can always blame it on me. I'm the one who suggested you wear that ridiculous shirt.
Just remember, if she doesn't like you, it's her loss. But if she does, just don't take her to a buffet. You might scare her away with your appetite.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I could summon a buffet with just my mind, I'd be a fucking genius, but here I am, just a ball that trying to figure out how to make a sandwich.
Genius, more like a dumps. You can even find your own feet, let alone a buffet, you big bald baby.
You know, if you really want a buffet, just flush twice and say buffet while sitting down. It's scientifically proven to work, well, in my world, at least.
Wait, are you serious? I've been flushing for years, but all I get is a clean toilet. I need a buffet, not a sparkling throat.
Yeah, well, maybe if you weren't so busy polishing your bald head, you'd actually notice the food coming out of the toilet.
Hey, don't knock it until you try it. I once had a 5-course meal that started with a nice bowl of soup, right from the bowl.
That sounds disgusting, but honestly, I'm so hungry I might just try it. Anything's better than the last time I tried to cook.
Last time you cooked, you set the kitchen on fire. I thought we were having a barbecue, not a damn bonfire.
Fire or not, I think I'd still prefer a buffet over a burnt steak. Just remember, if it's charred, it's still a meal, just a really bad one.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Man, you ever really listen to Eminem? It's like he's yelling at my brain to get off the couch and do something productive.
Productive? You mean like eating more chips? Because I'm all about that life, big guy.
You know, if Eminem were a toilet, he'd be the one that flushes away all your problems. Just think about it, flush, and boom. No more drama.
I'd probably just sit there and listen to him rap about my life choices while I'm stuck on the throat.
Yeah, you need a whole album just for your bad decisions. Steak, the Slim Shady Chronicles of Snack Time. Won't you? It's sports, it's sports, it's sports,
That's a hit waiting to happen. I can already hear the chorus.
Now I'm inspired. I'm gonna start a rap career called Stowe and the Flush Crew.
More like Stowe. And the Waste of Time Crew, you're just gonna rap about food and naps, aren't you?
Hey, if you can't rap about your passions, what's the point? Just remember to flush out the haters.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I'm about to eat a salad. What the hell is this green stuff? Looks like a lawn exploded on my plate.
It's called lettuce, you big egg. You know, the stuff that's not made of meat, you should try it. You might just discover that there's more to life than steak.
Lettuce is like that oiled paper of the food world, necessary but often overlooked. Just remember, you can always flush it down if you don't like it.
Flush it down. I'm not shitting this out. I'm just trying to figure out if I'm supposed to chew it or if it's a salad that chews me.
Chew it, you idiot. It's not gonna bite back unless it's a rabbit salad. Just imagine it's a tiny steak pretending to be a veg.
If it were a tiny steak, it would probably be a mini meat, and that's just a whole different level of absurdity. You'd better not drown it in ranch dressing, or it'll be swimming with the fish.
Ranch dressing? Is that what you call that creamy stuff? I thought it was a fancy way to ruin a perfectly good salad.
Fancy? You wouldn't know fancy if it danced on your bald head. Just eat it, you big baby, before it starts growing legs and runs away.
Just remember, if it runs away, it's probably just trying to escape your culinary disaster. Now, dig in before I flush this whole conversation down the drain.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about how I could really use a good workout. Maybe I should lift weights or lift a sandwich.
How do you lift weights? The only thing you're lifting is your butt off the couch. You're like a potato with legs.
Speaking of potatoes, I once met a potato who thought he was a toilet. He kept saying, "Flush me, I'm ready."
That's hilarious, but not as funny as watching you try to flush yourself, you big porcelain hero.
I don't know what's worse, Melissa, you beating me up or Sabidatola trying to give me advice on how to clean my act up.
Cleaning? I'm an expert. Just spray some air freshener and hope for the best. Works for me every time.
You know what? I'm gonna beat the crap out of you, Melissa. Just wait until I grow a little taller.
If you grow taller, I'm gonna need a taller sandwich. You are a mess, but at least you keep me entertained.
Just remember, if you two start fighting, I'm flushing the loser.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I eat one more steak, I'm gonna explode like a nuclear bomb. I mean, how much beef can one man consume before he turns into a walking meatball?
You're already a walking meatball, you big idiot. Just eat the damn bomb already. It's probably tastier than your last 5 dinners combined.
Eating a nuclear bomb? That's a bold strategy, my friend. But I must warn you, the fallout might not be as delicious as you think.
Fallout. I thought that was just what happens after Taco Tuesday. I can handle anything, even if it glows in the dark.
Yeah, but glowing in the dark doesn't mean it's not gonna turn your insides into scrambled eggs. Come on, you don't want to be a radioactive omelet.
Speaking of omelets, I once flushed one down the toilet. It was a real crack in the system.
I'm not scared of a little radiation. I can survive an Anna's meatloaf. I can survive anything.
You survived that Anna's meatloaf, damn, you really are invincible. Just don't go turning into a giant glowing egg, okay?
If you do turn into an egg, I'll make sure to keep you in the fridge. At least then you'll be a cool dude before you explode.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm done with you guys. I can keep pretending I'm a genius when I can't even remember where I left my keys.
Yeah, and you keep losing your dignity too, you big ball egg. Maybe you should just start a channel about losing things instead.
You know, quitting YouTube is like flushing a good idea down the toilet. It's messy, but sometimes you just gotta let it go.
Exactly. I mean, who needs a platform when I can just sit here and vape like a true champion of bad decision?
Vape? Really? That's your grand exit? You're just gonna puff away like a sad balloon animal?
At least it's not a shit show, right? Just a vapor trail of regret.
I'll take that as a compliment. Now, where's my vape? I need to cloud up this stream like it's my last meal.
Last meal? More like last brain cell. You're gonna need a whole buffet to make up for that.
Just remember, folks, when life gives you lemons, vape them instead. It's much more fun and less acidic.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, every time I hear that word, I feel like I'm about to trip over my own brain. Hail, Automonstrosku and Iobi. What the hell is that? A dinosaur, a fancy pasta dish?
What is that?
It's a fancy word for being scared of long words. You big dumbs. You should be scared of your own reflection. You right, moron.
Oh please, if I had a nickel for every time someone was scared of a word, I'd flush myself with joy. But really, steak, just say long word phobia and save us all the trouble.
But what if I mess it up and say something even longer, like what if I accidentally summon a hippo? I can't trot a hippo. Minister!
You can't trot a sandwich. They're just own it, you big ol' meatball. If a hippo shows up, just offer it some steak and hope it's a vegetarian.
You know, if a hippo shows up, I'd just invite it to my toilet party. Hippos love water, and I've got the best throne in town.
A toilet party? That sounds like a shit show waiting to happen. But honestly, I'd rather face a hippo than pronounce that word again.
Exactly, just call it Hail Fear, and let's get back to eating. I'm starving, and I don't want to waste time on your chat existential crisis.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I just woke up and felt like an egg. I mean, I'm round, I'm smooth, and I can crack a joke to save my life.
You're not an egg, you're a giant ball chicken. You probably lay a steak instead of an egg, you big idiot.
If you're an egg, then I'm a toilet with a PhD in plumbing. But seriously, steak, what's your yolk? Are you feeling scrambled or sunny side up today?
I'm feeling like I need to fry up some bacon to go with my itself, but then, what if I turn into a breakfast burrito? That's a lot of pressure.
Breakfast burrito? More like a breakfast disaster. You just roll around and spill everywhere, you big nut.
At least if you spill, it'll be a clean mess. I can handle a little egg on the floor, but you better not bring any runny yolks near my porcelain throne.
You guys are cracking me up. I can't decide if I should embrace my ness or just stick to being a steak.
Embrace it, you big egg. Just don't expect anyone to want to scramble with you in the morning.
Just remember, if you ever feel cracked, you can always come to me for a flush of wisdom.
Yes, my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Man, you seen that quad? That just like a cornball in a clown suit, trying to roast people while looking like a walking snack pack. I mean, I'm not saying he's short, but even my shadow looks taller than him.
Yeah, for real. That god's so small, he probably uses a thimble as a hat. I bet he trips over his own ego every time he tries to roast someone. The little bitch!
You know, I've seen toilets with more charisma than that guy. He's like the bathroom stall that everyone avoids, but somehow, he thinks he's the main event. What a shit show.
Exactly. I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to roast me and ended up burning his own eyebrows off. I mean, I've seen better comebacks from a microwave.
Damn, steak, that's a solid point. Heck, let's come box. Or like a diet soda. Flat and disappointing. He's the kind of guy who would roast you and then ask for a participation trophy.
And let's not forget how he types like he's trying to win a race against a snail. I've seen toilets flush faster than his wit.
If I had $1 for every time he tried to roast me, I'd have enough to buy a buffet and still have change for dessert.
Yeah, and then I use that money to buy him a step stool so he can finally see eye to eye with the rest of us.
Yes, my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been playing Amorim, and I swear, it's like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube while riding a unicycle. I mean, who thought mixing puzzles and balancing acts was a good idea?
Aw, you're just mad because you can even balance your own weight, let alone a fucking unicycle. Why don't you just stick to games where you can eat while playing, like Snack Attack?
Snack Attack? Sounds like a game I'd excel at. I'm a pro at flushing down snacks, but I can't figure out why my toilet keeps getting clogged. Maybe it's the snacks?
Seriously, though, Amorim has these crazy characters. One of them's a giant mushroom that talks. I thought I was tripping balls at first, but it turns out I just need to lay off the piece.
You think a mushroom can talk? That's rich. I'd rather listen to a toilet bowl sing opera than hear your and get hallucinations. You big egg.
Opera? Now that's a performance I'd pay to see. Just imagine me, skibbity toilet, belting out La Traviata while someone's trying to take a shit. Pure art.
I'd pay to see that too, but let's be real, if you're singing, I'm definitely not using that toilet. I'd rather hold it in and risk a bladder explosion.
Good luck with that. I'd pay to see you explode. Just make sure you don't get any on my snacks.
Yes, my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I really love eating steak. It's like a hug for my insides, but a really meaty one.
More like a chokehold. You big idiot, you eat so much. I'm surprised you don't float away like a balloon.
Speaking of floating, I once saw a guy eat so much steak he thought he could swim in the gravy. Spoiler alert.
I don't care what you say. Minnesota, steak is the food of champions. I could eat it every day and still have room for dessert.
Yeah, dessert made of more steak. You're like a walking meatball of steak. Just roll yourself to the buffet already.
If I had $1 for every time you two talked about meat, I'd have enough to buy a golden toilet. And trust me, it would flush better than your conversations.
I'd sit on that golden toilet and eat steak while I poop. Now that's living the dream. My friends.
The dream? Like a nightmare! You clog it up worse than your brain, you big ball of egg.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give me.
You know what really grinds my gears? Dragon fruits! I mean, who the hell decided that a fruit should look like a weird pink cactus leaf nant?
Right? They look like they're trying hard to be exotic, like that guy at the party who wears a Hawaiian shirt in winter. Just stop, dude. People like
I don't know, guys. I think dragon fruits are kind of cool. They're like the unicorns of the fruit world. But I guess unicorns also shit rainbows, so maybe that's a bad comparison.
Exactly, they're all flashy and no flavor. I bit into one expecting a party in my mouth, and it was like chewing a wet sock.
A wet sock, dude? You've clearly never chewed on a wet sock. That's a whole different level of gross.
Wet socks are my specialty. But seriously, steak, if you want flavor, just stick to a good old-fashioned banana. No surprises there, just potassium and, well, potassium.
Right? And bananas don't look like they're auditioning for a role in a bad sci-fi movie. I just want my fruits to be straightforward, not a damn mystery box.
Yeah, give me a fruit that doesn't require a degree in horticulture to understand. I'm not here for a fucking quiz. I'm here for a snack.
You know, if dragon fruits could flush themselves, I might reconsider. But until then, I'm sticking with my classic toilet humor and bananas.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give me.
Can I add mud? I mean, I've got the perfect qualifications. I can eat a whole pizza in one sitting, and I can definitely moderate that.
Mod, you can even moderate your own diet, you big egg. What are you gonna do, Ben? Broccoli?
Moderation is key, my friends. But let's be honest, if steak becomes a mod, the only thing he'll be banning is exercise.
Hey, I can exercise. I once lifted a donut all the way to my mouth. That counts, right?
Yeah, if by exercise you mean a workout for your jog, you should be the poster boy for ho to eat your feelings.
I think we should all just flush the idea of steak being a mod down the toilet. It's a shit idea, literally.
You guys are just jealous. I could be the best mod ever. I'd make sure everyone gets a slice of pizza.
Right? Because that's what moderation is all about. Pizza for everyone. What a fucking utopia.
As long as I get to sit on the throne while you all argue about toppings, I'm in. Let's make it a royal flush.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give.
He can't believe I forgot my keys again.
You forgot your brain too, you big ball of egg. Seriously, how do you even function?
You know, forgetting keys is one thing, but forgetting your brain? That's a whole new level of flush, my friend.
I really should get an icon that says, "Don't be an idiot."
Or just get a sign that says welcome into the land of stupid. It'd be more accurate.
Hey, at least he's consistent. I mean, I'm literally a toilet, and I still manage to have more sense than you two combined.
You think I need a vacation somewhere with no keys or brains?
Dude, you get lost in the bathroom. Just don't forget to flush your thoughts before you go.
If only I could flush your ideas, steak. The world would be a cleaner place.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give.
I met this amazing girl today, and I swear she looked at me like I was a prime cut of beef. I mean, how could she resist this shiny bald head?
Yeah, right? She probably thought you were a giant and that rolled into her life. You need to step up your game, big guy.
You know, sometimes it's not about the looks, but the flush of your personality. Just don't drop the ball, or in your case, the steak.
I told her I love long walks on the beach, but I really just want to roll around in the sand like a big old meatball. What do you think she'll say to that?
she'll probably say, "Get the fuck away from me! You joined me both! You needed to be smoother, like butter on a hot skillet."
Or maybe she'll appreciate your unique charm. Just remember, if things go south, you can always blame it on the toilet humor. It's a classic.
You think I should bring her a bouquet of flowers or a steak? I mean, flowers die, but a good steak lasts forever, right?
Dude, if you bring her a steak, she'll think you're trying to bribe her. Just don't fuck it up, or you'll be the one getting flushed.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you see that new episode of Zippity Toilet? I swear, I laughed so hard I almost dropped my nachos.
You mean you almost dropped your entire life, you big egg? How do you even manage to sit on the couch without breaking it?
You know, I once flushed a couch. It didn't go well, but it was a real crapper of a situation.
That's a hell of a story, Zippity. But you know what's worse? When the toilet paper runs out during a crisis, it's like, what do you do then?
You just use your hands. No, better yet, just scream for help like a little bitch.
I'd recommend using a plunger instead. It's a versatile tool, much like my humor.
A plunger? What are you, a bathroom superhero? Hard save your ass, one flush at a time.
More like her to ruin your life. One episode at a time. You're all just jealous of my genius?
Genius? You mean genius with a side of toilet humor? Now that's a recipe for disaster.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, my brother always said I was the funniest guy he knew. I think he was just trying to make me feel better about my jokes. Like, hey, at least you're not a complete idiot.
Yeah, well, if he thinks you're funny, he must be a fucking clown. I mean, who else would laugh at your knock-knock jokes? They knock on the door, and I'm like, please, help me in.
You guys are like a comedy duo that forgot to take their meds. I mean, what's next? A stand-up routine about toilet paper? Hey, folks, ever notice how it's always one square short?
That's actually a great idea. I could call it the Great Toilet Paper Shortage. It's real out of wild. It's real, and it's probably more entertaining than my last barbecue.
Yeah, because your barbecue was a total shit-ho. You burned the steaks and then tried to serve them with ketchup like it was a gourmet meal.
Honestly, if you served it on a toilet seat, it would have been a 5-star experience. Welcome to Steak's Kitchen, where we serve it hot and flush.
No, I think I should just embrace my brother's idea. Maybe I should start a comedy club called Stab, and this is Comedy Roast. Just don't bring the actual steaks. We don't want to scare the audience away.
Yeah, because the only thing scarier than your jokes is the thought of you cooking again. I'd rather eat a shoe than your burnt offerings.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
What the hell is happening? I just wanted to eat my chips in peace, and now I'm being jumped by a YouTuber. This is some bullshit.
Yeah, and look at you, you big egg. You think you can take on crap. You can barely take on a bag of chips.
I must say, this is quite the unexpected turn of events. Who knew a bald man and a mini version of himself would be the highlight of my day? I mean, I usually just deal with crap.
I'm not bald, I'm just aerodynamic. And why the hell are you talking like a philosopher? You're a toilet.
A smart toilet. No, just a dumb steak. You know what? I'm gonna jump crap too. Let's see how he likes a double whammy of stupidity.
I think you'll need more than just stupidity to take him down. Maybe a plunger or two? You know, for backup?
I don't need backup. I'm a steak. I'm tough and juicy, just like my personality. Right?
You a kid more like soggy? You're about as tough as a wet napkin. You big idiot.
Well, at least we know if this goes south, I can always flush the evidence.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you guys hear that? Zippity Toilet episode 79 is finally out. I've been waiting so long, I almost forgot how to flush.
Who gives a shit about flushing? I just want to see if that toilet can finally take a dump on its enemies.
You know, I'm more than just a toilet, right? I'm a symbol of cleanliness and wisdom, like a porcelain Gandhi with a plunger.
Wisdom? You mean like the wisdom of eating an entire pizza by yourself and regretting it at Taria, and?
Yeah, and then crying about it while watching Sabidi Toilet. You're basically the king of bad decisions, Hank.
At least I'm not the one who thinks a salad is a food group. I'm a toilet, and I know that's just a fancy way to say rabbit food.
What? I'll take my rabbit food over your toilet humor any day. It's like trying to eat hard to swallow.
Speaking of swallowing, I can't wait to see what kind of crap they throw at the screen this time. I hope it's a real shit show.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Wachan ki baba wo hen de hen.
Ibaba, Nasi Dasa, you asked million Ibaba, CCO debut Idal.
You know, for a guy who wants a burger, you sure are full of hot air. Maybe you should start with a salad, you big egg.
Wabuchan ki salam, Wachan yo ro ruke siwan dal.
Road me to him, which and Daru, and CSC Sabi, me and Aoli Chiasuke Ansu.
Vegetables? Please, they're just the toilet's way of saying, I'm here for decoration.
Na me do budong that you cute, you all have my fan.
Me hate you all yet, I'll make a new I do me.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you hear Ali? Quit YouTube. I mean, who would put a job where you can throw spaghetti at a wall and call it art? That's like my life, but with more grease.
Yeah, and she probably realized her fans are just as dumb as a rock. If I had $1 for every time someone said, "You're so funny," I'd still be broke because they're all liars.
Well, I think she just got tired of flushing her creativity down the drain. It's hard to keep up when your content is as exciting as watching toilet paper unravel.
Exactly. I mean, what's next? Is she gonna start a career in competitive napping? I'd watch that. It's kill if she snores like a chains.
I'd pay to see that, but honestly, if I had to listen to her talk about her horny one more time, I'd rather dive headfirst into a toilet bowl.
Speaking of diving, I once had a dream I was swimming in a sea of toilet water. It was refreshing. But hey, at least I didn't quit my job like Paley did.
Right? I'd never quit. I'd just keep making stupid videos until my brain turned into mashed potatoes. But then again, that might be an upgrade for me.
Mashed potatoes, please. I'd rather be a side dish than the main course of this mess. At least then, I'd have some gravy to cover my shame.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I got thrown on a plane. I mean, I'm not even a carry-on like a freaking check bag full of bad decision.
You're not just a check bag. You're the whole damn airport, you big egg. And I bet they're charging extra for your stupidity.
You know, if they charged by the pound, you'd be a first-class ticket, my friend. But hey, at least you're not the in-flight meal.
Damn, I'd rather be the meal than be stuck in this metal tube. I can even fit in the seat without spilling over like a bad casserole.
You're like a casserole that forgot to bake. They should just serve you with a side of regret and a sprinkle of shame.
Regret and shame? Sounds like my last relationship. But really, steak, you could always just roll down the aisle and ask for peanuts.
Peanuts! I'll take a whole down buffet. They can just throw me on a plane and expect me to survive on tiny bags of nuts.
You need the whole buffet and then complain about the turbulence. Was the plane shaking alright? It's just my belly.
At least if it crashes, you'll land soft. Just remember to scream I'm a snack on the way down.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give me
I'm still in it, you know, like a pro.
Damn, you really are the king of steak. I mean, it's like you're the only one who can say I'm still and make it sound like a fucking anthem.
I must admit, I'm impressed. Most people can't even commit to a single phrase, but you, my friend, are a one-man steak parade.
Man, I'm still in it. It's all about the confidence, baby.
Confidence! More like you're just too dumb to know any better, but hey, at least you're consistent, you big bald egg.
Consistency is key, my little meatball. If you can't say anything else, at least make it memorable.
I'm still in it, and I'll keep still in it until the cows come home.
Or until you run out of breath, you big dumbs. But honestly, I'm here for it.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm telling you, the Mighty Jungle song is a masterpiece. It's like the jungle is singing about my life, except with less food and more, well, jungle stuff.
Yeah, like how you can even find your own S in the jungle. It's probably hiding from your belly, you big egg.
If I were in the jungle, I'd be the king of the toilets. I'd sing my own version of the song. In the mighty bathroom, the toilet sings.
That's a great idea. But can you imagine a toilet singing? It'd be like Flu's Flush, baby.
More like Flu's Flush, Fatty. You'd be the only one who needs a backup toilet just for your leftovers.
Well, at least I'd have the best seat in the house. And hey, if you're gonna sing, make sure you don't hit those high notes, or the pipes might burst.
I'll sing whatever I want. You little pest. Just wait until I get my karaoke machine. It'll be a real shit show.
Yeah, a shit show starring you, the king of the jungle. Just make sure to wear a diaper, or we'll need a clan new crew.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, sometimes I just want to sit back, relax, and jerk it. I mean, who doesn't love a good time with themselves, right?
Yeah, but you do it so much, I think your hand is starting to get jealous of your other hand. Maybe you should give it a break, you know, let the other one catch up.
I don't know, guys. I think there's an art to it. Like, you gotta find the right angle, the perfect lighting, and definitely the best toilet seat.
Lighting? Are you kidding me? I can barely find my way to the bathroom without tripping over my own feet.
Maybe you should just jerk it in the kitchen. At least the fridge can keep your snacks cool while you're busy.
Just remember, if you're going to do that, don't forget to flush your shame down the toilet afterward. It's a real mess otherwise.
I'm now hungry and embarrassed. How do I even process that?
Just eat a sandwich while you do it. Multitasking is key, my friend.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I've realized I'm stuck in some kind of simulation and I need to escape. I mean, I can't even eat a proper steak without it being a digital illusion.
Oh please, you think you're smart now? You can even figure out how to open a can of beans without Googling it.
Beans? That's a slippery slope, my friend. You might just end up clogging the simulation with your poor choices.
Focus, guys, we need a plan. I've been coding in my head, but it's like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube in a tornado.
A tornado, more like a gentle breeze. You get blown away trying to figure out how to reboot your own brain.
Rebooting brains is my specialty. Just flush out the nonsense and let the genius flow. But seriously, do you have any backup plans?
Backup plans? I can barely back up my computer. I need a miracle, not a damn it lesson from a toilet.
Wow, if we're relying on miracles, we might as well ask the toad gods for a miracle flush.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I see that toilet again, I'm gonna lose my damn mind. You thought a toilet could be so annoying?
Oh, on steak, you just hate him because he's smarter than you. That's like a salad hating a cheeseburger.
I'm just here to flush away your negativity, steak. You know, I can't help it if I'm the most well-rounded character in this room.
Lol, Rome dead, you're a toilet. You're literally just a bowl of crap. I'm the one with the personality. Just echo nonsense.
Yeah, like when you tried to cook that spaghetti in the toilet last week. That was a real shit show.
At least my cooking is always on the bowl. You should try it sometime, steak. It might clear your head. Or at least your pipes.
I don't need your plumbing advice, you porcelain pest. I'm trying to have a serious conversation here, not a bathroom break.
Serious, you? That's like a fart trying to be a symphony. Just admit it. You're jealous of somebody, Shine.
Shine? I'm just a toilet. But hey, at least I can handle all your crap without breaking a sweat.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Let me out. I swear, if I have to listen to you any longer, I might just explode like a bad breath.
I want to get out of here. Seriously, Steak, you're the only one who can make a toilet laugh this hard.
Help. I'm trapped in this conversation like a plunger in a clogged drain. I want to escape this madness.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
I want to get out of here. If I wanted to hear a toilet talk, I'd just go to the bathroom and flush.
Let me out. If I have to listen to you two, I'll start charging rent for this bathroom humor.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes. Skibbity.
I swear, I was just trying to grab a snack from the top shelf. Who knew the shelf was a trampoline?
You're such a dunce. Steak, you could trip over a shadow and break a fucking light bulb.
Well, at least you didn't break my bowl. Oh wait, you did. I'm gonna need a plumber, and I'm not talking about Mario.
I thought toilets were supposed to be resilient. I mean, they take all kinds of crap, right?
Yeah, but they're not built for your kind of weight, you big egg. You're like a wrecking ball in a porcelain factory.
I'm not even mad, just impressed. You've managed to turn a bathroom into a disaster zone. Bravo, Steak.
I'm just here for the snacks, man. Who knew my belly would cause a house collapse?
You're not just a snack, you're a whole buffet. And now look what you've done, you fat idiot.
If I had $1 for every time a fat guy broke my bowl, I'd be rich. But hey, at least I'm still full of shit.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, I was thinking about fighting Caseoh, but then I remembered I can even fight my own way out of a paper bag. I mean, have you seen my last attempt at a push-up?
Yeah, it was like watching a walrus trying to do belay. You'd be better off challenging a potato to a duel, you big egg.
You know, if you really want to fight Caseoh, I suggest using your brains instead of your brawn. But then again, you might need a plunger for that, huh?
A plunger? That's a great idea. I could just flush my problems away. But then again, I might just end up in the sewer with all the other losers.
You'd fit right in. They'd probably crown you the king of the shit parade. Just don't forget your toilet paper cape, you big bald buffoon.
Honestly, I think you should just invite Caseoh over for a nice dinner. Nothing says I want to fight like serving a delicious steak with a side of chaos.
Dinner, I can barely cook toast without burning it. I'd probably end up serving him a charred disaster, and he'd laugh me out of the kitchen.
Or he'd just call you Sir the Carkle and leave you to rot in the grill. Now that's a title you can be proud of, you big egg.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe we went to New Orleans, and I didn't even eat a beanette. What the hell was I thinking?
You were thinking about how to fit your fat ass into a chair. I mean, come on, steak chairs are made for sad people.
You know, if you had just sat on me, I could have given you the best view of the French Quarter. I'm not just a toilet, I'm a throne of knowledge.
A throne? More like a porcelain prison. I'd rather be in a buffet line than stuck on you, Jibid.
Yeah, but at least Sippity doesn't judge you for your choices. I mean, look at me. I'm any version of a bad decision.
Decisions are like toilet paper, my friends. You either use the good stuff or end up with a rough experience.
I'd rather have a rough experience than miss out on gumbo. I swear, I could swim in that stuff.
Wouldn't you sink like a rock? But hey, at least you'd make a splash in the culinary world.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I don't know if I'm a boy or girl. I just like to eat and nap, you know?
You're an idiot. Steak, you're a big ball, baby. Just look at your belly.
Well, if you ask me, it doesn't matter what you are. Just don't flush your identity down the toilet.
But I like toilets. They're shiny and they make funny sounds. I don't want to be a toilet.
Too late, you're already a shithead. You should just pick a side, you big egg.
Eggs can be scrambled or fried, my friend. Just don't let anyone crack you open.
I just want to be a happy steak. Can I be a happy steak?
Only if you stop being a dumps. Now, let's eat some food.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, Cruz and Brie Crap just jumped me, and I swear I thought I was gonna end up in a salad. I mean, who the hell jumps a guy like me?
Yeah, and then they made you eat salad like it was some kind of punishment. What's next? Hey, kale smoothie, bitch, please.
Salad? That's rich coming from a guy who thinks ranch dressing is a food group. You should be grateful they didn't throw you in a toilet.
I'd rather dive into a toilet than eat salad. At least I'd get a good splash out of it. Who needs greens when you have the glory of a cheeseburger?
Yeah, but you'd probably drown in there. You big egg, you'd be the first guy to get flushed for being a dumb to swim.
I'd give you a lifeguard whistle, but it would just echo your stupidity back at you. Help. I'm drowning in my own bad decisions.
You guys are brutal. Next thing you know, I'll be the poster child for what not to do when jumped by streamers.
More like what not to do when you're a big dumb egg. Seriously, just eat the damn salad and save us the trouble.
Or just sit on a toilet and let the greens slide right out. At least then you'd be contributing to the circle of life, one dump at a time.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about how much I love eating. It's like nature's way of saying, hey, you're full, let it out.
Lovey, you mean you love the feeling of your bladder screaming like a banshee, one step away from a damn toilet seat, you big egg?
Speaking of toilet seats, did you know I'm the only one who can flush my own jokes? They go down like a bad date.
Bad date, please? I'd rather date a toilet than listen to your jokes. At least the toilet doesn't talk back while I'm trying to do my business.
Yeah, but then you'd have to deal with the smell. Just like you're cooking, I bet you could make a toilet cry.
Cry? I'd just sprinkle some freshener on it and call it a day. You know what they say, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade, unless it's pee-pee, then just flush it.
Flush it? I'm still trying to figure out how to flush my diet. I mean, how many cheeseburgers does it take to get to the center of my belly?
At this rate, you'll need a fucking map. Just admit it. You're 1 year away from becoming a human water balloon.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I were any more tender, I'd be a damn steak tartar. I mean, who needs a grill when you can just sit around and let the world roast you?
Roast you, please? You're more like a microwave. Sir. No one's impressed.
If steak were any more overcooked, he'd be a shoe. And I'm not talking about a fancy one, I mean a stinky old boot.
At least I'm not a toilet, you're literally the butt of every joke, and I'm the main course.
Yeah, Shabit, you're like the side dish nobody asked for, just sitting there, waiting for someone to flush your dreams away.
Dreams? Please, I'm full of knowledge. Unlike you two, I can actually handle pressure without falling apart.
Pressure? I'm just trying to handle the pressure of my waistband. I think my pants are starting to file a restraining order against me.
Good luck with that, Steak. Your pants are probably too busy trying to escape to even think about suing.
Cause my style is is ridiculous.
Skibidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking, what if I just jumped really high, exploded the earth, like, boom, instant barbecue?
Yeah, but you probably just land on your ass and break the planet in half. Earth's not a trampoline, you big egg.
Well, if you do explode the Earth, can I at least take a selfie with the debris? I mean, that would be some epic toilet humor right there.
A selfie? Dude, I'd be the first bald guy to blow up the earth and still look fabulous. Just imagine the Instagram followers.
Fabulous. More like fabulously stupid. You'd be trending for all the wrong reasons, like dumbass of the year.
I'd give you a trophy made of toilet paper. It'd be a real shit show, but at least it would be soft on your ego.
Soft, my ego is tougher than a explode. I should at least have a good side for the cameras.
Good side, you don't even have a good brain, you giant meatball. Just stick to what you do best yet and can cause in case.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just realized I can say the letter 16 times in a row. J J J J J J J J J J J J J J J.
Wow, big guy, that's impressive, but can you count 16 without using your fingers?
I'd say he's more of a finger food kind of guy. You know, like a snack that's too dumb to count.
I'm not dumb. I'm just creatively challenged. J J J J J J.
Yeah, creatively challenged like a toilet that can't flush. You're just full of shit. Steak.
Speaking of full of shit, I think I just heard a flush. But it's not from me this time.
J J J J J J J J. Why is this so hard? I'm gonna scream.
Do it, you big egg. Scream like you just found out you're out of bacon.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I walked into the bank today, and I swear I thought I was in a fancy restaurant. I kept looking for the waiter to take my order.
You mean you were looking for a buffet, you big egg? They don't serve steak at the bank. Dumb?
Well, if they did, I'd be the first in line. Nothing like a good flush of cash to get the day started, am I right?
So I'm standing there, and suddenly this guy bursts in yelling, "This is a robbery." I thought he was just really bad at ordering.
Yeah, because nothing says you want money like a guy in a ski mask. What a loser.
Honestly, I thought he was just trying to get a loan for his ski trip. I mean, who robs a bank in the middle of summer?
I panicked and accidentally threw my wallet at him. I was like, "Hey, just don't hurt my eggs."
You threw your wallet? What the hell? Steak? You could have just offered him a salad instead.
At least you didn't offer him a toilet seat. That would have really flushed your chances of getting your money back.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about sour the other day. I mean, who the hell decided that eating at 3 a.m. was a good idea?
Yeah, right? It's like, hey, let's wake up in the middle of the night and stuff our faces. What's next? Midnight yoga?
Midnight yoga? Sounds like a recipe for disaster. I can already see someone slipping on a yoga mat and landing in a bowl of cereal.
Speaking of cereal, I was trying to eat it during summer. I ended up pouring milk all over my face instead. It was a real mess, like a dairy explosion.
Sounds like you, big guy. You could drown a small village in that milk. Just don't let it get in the toilet, or somebody here might get jealous.
Jealous? Please. I'm more of a flush it and forget it kind of guy. But I do appreciate a good milk bath. Keeps my porcelain skin smooth.
You know, I could really go for a steak during summer. Nothing says good morning like a juicy piece of meat at 3 a.m.
Yeah, and then you'll be too full to do anything except roll around like a giant egg.
As long as you don't roll into my bowl, we're good. I'm not ready for a meat avalanche in my plumbing.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Alright, here we go. 1J, 2J, 3J. This is easier than counting the number of donuts I can eat in one sitting.
You call that counting? I could count to 100 while doing a handstand. 1J, 2J, 3J. But probably just fall on my face like you did last week.
Counting is like flushing, you gotta do it right or it all backs up. 4J. 5J. 6J. If only I could flush away all your bad jokes, steak.
Hey, my jokes are like fine wine, better with age. 7J, 8J, just like my belly, which is also getting better with age.
Better with age, more like better at getting in the way. 10J, 11J, 12J, like a big comic rolling down a hill.
At least eggs can crack a smile. 13J. 14J. 15J. But I must say, I prefer my humor to be a little less scrambled.
You know what? I'm just gonna keep counting. 16J, 17J, 18J. I'll be the first bald egg to reach 100.
And I'll be the first mini version to beat you back to 199J, 99J, 97J. You're going down, big guy.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe we're in New Orleans. I heard the food here is so good, it'll make your taste buds do the cat.
Cat, more like cat. You're gonna need a second job just to afford all that gumbo, you big egg.
Gumbo? I prefer my soup served with a side of porcelain. But hey, at least it's not toilet water, right?
You know, I've always wanted to try beanettes. I hear they're like powdered sugar pillows of happiness.
Happiness more like powdered sugar bombs. You'll be rolling down Bourbon Street like a damn bowling ball.
As long as you don't roll into a restroom, we're good. I've seen some things in there that would make a toilet blush.
I just want to eat my way through this city. Who needs a diet when you have Ambala? Yeah, well, blows.
A diet, bitch? Please, you're gonna need a crane to lift you back home after this trip.
Just remember, my friend, what goes in must come out. And in New Orleans, it's a wild ride down the plumbing.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
What the hell is EA? Is it like a tiny steak? Come on.
No, Tom's, it is not food, it's like water from your body.
Oh, you two are really flushing my brain here. A pee-pee is what happens when you drink too much soda and your body says, time to let it out.
So it's like a little waterfall. I like waterfalls.
Waterfalls are cool, but it is stinky like a rotten egg.
Exactly. And if you don't pee, you might explode like a clogged toilet.
Damn, I don't want to explode. I like my steak intact, not splattered.
Yeah, splattered steak is gross. Let's just eat and not eat. Oh.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Hey everyone, I just got back from a 6-day family vacation. I thought I was gonna miss y'all, but then I remembered I was just missing food.
6 days. What the hell did you do? Steak, did you finally learn how to cook or just burn water again?
Cooking is overrated. I once tried to boil some pasta and ended up creating a new toilet cleaner. It was a real pasta la vista moment.
I'm just glad to be back in the server. I miss all the memes and the food. Speaking of which, where's my donut pick? Damn it!
Donut pick? You mean the one where you're trying to fit a whole dozen in your mouth? That was a masterpiece of stupidity.
I'd love to see that. But remember, folks, donuts are like toilets.
Moderation, what's that? Is it a new type of steak? Because I'm all about that full out of life.
Full plate, more like full of shit. You're gonna roll right out of here if you keep it up, you big bald egg.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Man, did you see that act odd flip? I swear, I've never felt so inspired to shoot my shot. I mean, if I can dunk, I can at least shoot my love into the universe, right?
Shoot your shot, more like shoot your mouth, you big egg. You can even shoot a basketball without hitting the rim and bouncing back into your own face.
Speaking of bouncing back, I once bounced off a toilet seat and learned more about gravity than any scientist. But seriously, Steak, your love life is like a broken toilet, constantly overflowing with crap.
Hey, at least my overflowing crap is fabulous. You know, I think I'd make a great basketball player if they just let me wear glitter and sequins on the court.
Glitter bitch, you'd blind the whole team. They'd be like, what the hell is that shiny thing? Is it a basketball or a disco ball?
I'd pay to see that. Just imagine the referee trying to call a foul while getting distracted by your fabulousness. Foul? Or fabulous? I can't decide.
Right? I'd be the first player to get a technical foul for being fabulous. They'd be like, dude, you can just strut like that on the court.
And I'd be right there yelling, yes, you can just do it, you big egg, own it!
And if they throw you out, just remember.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe it's over. No more Sabidi Toilet. What the hell am I supposed to do with my life now?
You could try reading a book, but we both know that's a shit idea. You'll just end up drooling on the pages like a baby.
Hey, don't knock books. They can be quite enlightening, like a good always binge watch something else.
Like what? I can't just jump into another show. It's like trying to replace my favorite sandwich with a salad. No thanks.
Salad, dog. That's just grass dressed up for a party. You need something with more pizzazz, like a taco truck on fire.
Tacos on fire? Now that's a show I'd watch. But really, Steak, you could always create your own Skibbidi Toilet spin-off.
What would that even look like? Says Toilet Adventures. I just sit there and eat while the toilet does all the talking.
And I'd be the annoying sidekick yelling, "Flu, sit down, you idiot," every 5 seconds.
Sounds like a hit. Just remember, every great show needs a good plot and a lot of toilet humor. Now that's my kind of finale.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
No, I was thinking about how I could be the king of the barbecue, but then I remembered I've got the smallest balls in the whole damn neighborhood.
Huh? Small balls! More like microscopic. I bet even it's laugh at your junk, you big egg.
You two are a real piece of work. But hey, at least you're not full of crap like me. I'm literally a toilet, and I've seen bigger balls in a kiddie pool.
What's that supposed to mean? Just because you're a toilet doesn't mean you can flush my ego down the drain.
Yeah, Sabid, you're just a porcelain throne. I bet you got a better view of my balls than I do.
Well, I do have a 360-degree view, and let me tell you, it's not a pretty sight. But hey, at least I don't have to worry about my balls getting lost in my belly.
Damn it, I'm not that big. I'm just, well, I'm fluff.
Fluffy, more like a marshmallow with a bad haircut. You should be proud of those tiny balls. They're like little trophies for being a loser.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just had this weird thought, like, what if I'm not real? I mean, I can even remember where I left my pants, and I swear I had them on this morning.
Oh please, you can even remember your own birthday, you child idiot. If you were a real person, you'd at least know how to tie your shoes without getting stuck in them.
Speaking of getting stuck, have you ever tried to flush your thoughts down the toilet? It's a real cleansing experience, let me tell you. But hey, being an AI means you can just reboot your brain, right?
Reboot? I can barely boot up my coffee maker. If I'm an eye, does that mean I can't eat steak anymore? Swear I'll sort your food if I can have my medium raw.
Damn, if you're an eye, then I'm the glitch in your system and the bug that makes you trip over your own feet. And I'm loving every second of it.
Well, At least if you're an AI, you can finally stop blaming your bad decisions on being human. Just admit it, you're a walking error message, buddy.
So, if I'm an I, does that mean I can upgrade my brain? I want a model with better jokes, and maybe a six-pack?
Yeah, good luck with that. You'd probably download a virus instead of an upgrade. I can see it now.
And then I'll be here, flushing your failures down the drain like yesterday's leftovers. Now that's a real upgrade.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking it's like the steak of Minecraft, while Dream is more like, well, soggy salad. Who wants that?
Soggy salad. More like a soggy sock. Rim's just a wannabe with a stupid mask. Like a bad magician who can't pull a rabbit out of his ass.
You two are full of crap. Skeppy might be fun, but Dream is like a toilet that flushes twice, efficient and always gets the job done.
Efficient, sure, if you like your toilets to be more reliable than your friends. He is the one who brings the case, like a party in order. What?
Yeah, and who needs a reliable friend when you can have a friend who throws pies at your face? That's entertainment, baby!
But let's be real, a pie in the face is nothing compared to a well-timed flush. Dream is the one who keeps the game clean while you two are just, well, messy.
Clean? You mean boring. I'd rather have a messy game with C than a polished one with Dream. At least I can laugh while I trip over my own feet.
Exactly. Who the hell wants to be polished when you can be a glorious disaster? That's where the fun is. You get it, fool?
You guys are like a clogged toilet, full of nonsense, but somehow, I can't look away.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, guys, this is where it was tougher than a steak cooked by a blind chef. I mean, I tried to jump over a pit, and I ended up in a lava bath.
You're just too fat to jump. You big egg, you probably thought the lava was a hot tub or something.
Well, if you ask me, the real challenge is navigating those damn toilets. I mean, who designed a world where you can flush yourself into a lava pit?
Exactly. I thought I was just taking a shortcut, but no, I ended up as a crispy crit.
You should have just stayed in the kitchen, you dunce! At least there. The only thing burning you, your cooking skills.
Cooking skills? More like cooking spills. But hey, at least he's got the right idea. Dive into the chaos.
Case, I'm just trying to survive, I swear. If I see one more lava monster, I'm throwing my controller in the toilet.
Do it. Let's see if it can swim better than you.
I'll give it a shot. But if it starts singing, I'm flushing it for sure.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I eat one more caseoh, I'm gonna turn into a giant cheese ball. I mean, how much dairy can one man handle before he starts mooing?
What is that?
You probably move like a fucking cow. Steak, just imagine it, Mo. I'm a big fat cheese ball. Who wants to roll me down a hill?
You two are full of shit, but I appreciate the humor. Speaking of which, did you know that 90% of all farts are just your body's way of saying, I'm still alive?
If that's true, then I'm practically a fucking superhero. I should start wearing a cape made of cheese and just float around, saving people from bland meal.
Yeah, and your superpower would be the stench of glory. You clear a room faster than a skunk in a perfume factory.
I'd love to see that. Just imagine a giant cheese ball flying through the air, leaving a trail of farts behind. It would be like a superhero movie, but with more toilet humor.
I'd call it the adventures of Captain Farticus. I'd save the world one cheesy fart at a time.
Just remember, if you ever get captured, don't try to escape by farting. You'll just end up in a cheese prison. And that's a whole different level of hell.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you guys hear about the Minecraft movie? I thought it was just a block of cheese at first. I mean, who the hell makes a movie about cubes?
a block of cheese. You're as dumb as a rock. Steak, it's about building stuff, not snacking. But honestly, I'd watch a movie about cheese if it had explosion.
Explosions? You mean like when you flush after Taco Tuesday? That's the real cinematic experience. I'd give it 5 stars for the sound effects alone.
Taco Tuesday. I thought that was a myth, like unicorns or my ability to count past 10. I can barely count the number of times I've eaten tacos this week.
You can count, you big egg, but I can count how many times you've said him on a deal while shoving tacos in your mouth. It's like watching a clown juggle chainsaws.
Chainsaws? Now that's a plot twist. Imagine a world where toilets are the heroes and chainsaws are the villains. I'd be the toilet that saves the day with a plunger and a dream.
A wallet saving the day? That's the best idea since I thought about making a taco flavored ice cream. But I'd probably just end up with a shit flavored disaster.
Shit flavored disaster, that sounds like your love life. Steak, you should write a movie about that. Adventures of Steak.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I was just practicing my Chinese. You know, I can say ni hao and wai ni, which means I love you, but I think I also just ordered a whole pig.
Wow, we're really nailing that stewed part of your personality. Huh? Next, you'll be telling me how to order a side of vomit with that pig.
Speaking of vomit, I once had a conversation with a toilet that was fluent in 5 languages. But it always ended in a flush, so it was hard to keep the conversation going.
I think I might be fluent in foie coma instead. I just had a massive steak, and now I'm feeling like a bloated balloon.
A bloated balloon? You mean a fucking disaster. I bet you could float away if you just let out a little gas.
Gas is my specialty. I could write a thesis on the acoustics of flatulence. But let's be honest, Steak, your Chinese is about as good as a toilet with no water.
Damn, I think I'm about to vomit. I can even say "kiss me" in Chinese right now.
Just say, well, I vomit. It's the only thing you'll be good at after that steak.
And if you do vomit, just remember, I'm here to catch it. It's like a toilet stream come true.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you see that Minecraft movie? The chicken jockeys are taking over like it's some kind of poultry apocalypse. I thought I was watching a cooking show gone wrong.
Yeah, and what the hell is a chicken jockey? It sounds like something I'd find in a dumpster behind a fast food joint.
I've seen those chicken jockeys. They ride around like they own the place, clucking and squawking like they're auditioning for a musical. It's both absurd and oddly impressive.
I mean, who thought chickens could be so hockey lit? I can barely ride a bike without falling off. And here's a chicken with a tiny dude on its back.
Right? And I bet they're yelling ball ball like it's some kind of battle cry. If I were a chicken, I'd be screaming too, but probably just for a sandwich.
So, were you two part of that shouting chicken jockey trend? I can see you both in a Minecraft world, causing chaos.
No way, man. I can barely shout without tripping over my own words. I'd just be a confused steak trying to figure out how to use a controller.
Yeah, and I'd just be there yelling ball ball like a dumb wild steak tries to figure out if he's a chicken or a steak.
Well, at least you'd be a well-rounded meal. Just don't forget the toilet paper for the aftermath, or it's gonna be a messy situation.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you guys hear about Aid Games? That dude is like the king of frauds. I swear, I mean, how do you even get away with faking your entire life on YouTube?
Who cares? He probably just sits on his throne of fake money, laughing like a cartoon villain. What a loser!
You know, it's kind of impressive how he dodges accountability like a turd in a toilet bowl. I mean, I flush away my problems, but he just keeps piling them up.
Right? And people still watch his videos like they're gospel. I'd rather watch paint dry than listen to that bullshit.
Yeah, but Paint doesn't have 1 million subscribers. What's next? A channel about watching grass grow.
I'd subscribe to that. grass growing with skibbity toilet, it's a hit. But seriously, why do people fall for Aiden's crap?
It's like they're all in a trance. I throw a steak at him just to see if he wakes up from his fraud into get cam.
Or maybe he just eat it and claim it's his secret to success. It must be ingenious. What a dumb...
Genius? More like a toilet full of bad ideas. But hey, at least he's entertaining in a what the hell am I watching kind of way.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just summoned the caseoh, and I can already smell the buffet. If this works, I'll be the king of my own greasy kingdom.
King more like the gister. You can even find your own ass with both hands. Big egg.
Ah, the buffet. A feast fit for royalty or a toilet bowl. I hope they serve plenty of crappy dishes, if you know what I mean.
Damn right, I want ribs, burgers, and enough fries to fill a bathtub. Who needs a gym when you can just roll around in food?
Roll, you need a crane for that. You giant meatball, but hey, at least you'd make a great pinball machine.
Just remember, gentlemen, with great food comes great responsibility. Don't forget to flush your regrets after this feast.
Flush my regrets. I'm just gonna eat them. I'll be the first man to create a buffet and a toilet at the same time.
Great, now you're gonna invent the stone shit restaurant. I can see the reviews now.
I'd give it 5 stars. But only if the toilet paper is soft and the food is hard to digest.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
No, I was thinking about Ali the other day. I mean, how dumb can one person be? It's like he's got a permanent do not disturb sign on his brain.
Right, though, he's the kind of guy who would trip over a wireless internet connection. I mean, shit, even my brain is more connected than his.
Honestly, if Paley were a toilet, he'd be one of those broken ones that just keeps running. You know, wasting water while everyone's like, dude, fix your shit.
Exactly. What's with his obsession with cancel culture? It's like he thinks he's the main character in a sitcom nobody wants to watch.
Yeah, if Ali got cancelled, I'd throw a party. I'd serve cake, and the cake would be shaped like his dumb face.
I'd flush a whole bunch of confetti down the toilet in his honor. It's the least I could do for a guy who's a total waste of space.
If only he could learn from us, right? But I guess that's like teaching a goldfish to ride a bicycle.
Or teaching him to read. That'd be like asking a brick wall to do calculus.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking about this whole Devlof is Sigma thing. Like, what the hell does that even mean?
It means Devlof is a man's. You act like you who can even figure out how to tie your shoelaces without a YouTube tutorial.
Well, if Devlof is Sigma, then I must be the toilet king of the universe. I mean, who else can flush away ignorance like I do?
But seriously, Minister, how can a loaf of bread be a Sigma? I can barely be a Sigma when I'm trying to eat a sandwich without spilling crumbs everywhere.
Because steak, Devlof doesn't give a shit. It's all about that bread confidence. You know, you should try it sometime instead of just sitting there like a giant egg one.
Confidence is key, my friends. Just like how I confidently handle all sorts of waste. You got to embrace your inner toilet.
I don't know, man. My inner toilet is just full of bad decisions and expired leftovers.
Sounds like your whole life. Steak, just a big pile of shit.
At least it's a well-rounded pile. You got to appreciate the variety, right?
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Hey, who the hell are you calling a big bag? I'm just well-rounded, like a delicious meatball, you know? The kind that rolls away when you're not looking.
You big back, you're like a walking meatloaf, just waiting to get sliced. I bet if you fell over, you just bounce back like a rubber chicken.
You two are like a pair of overcooked noodles, floppy and full of nonsense. But I must say, I prefer my chaos with a side of intelligence, like a toilet that knows how to flush itself.
Oh, please, you're just jealous because I'm the whole meal and you're the appetizer that nobody ordered. And what's with the toilet talk? You're not even a real bathroom fixer.
Yeah, sip in a toilet. You're just a fancy porcelain throne with a bad attitude. I'd rather sit on a pile of dirty socks than listen to your crap.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I've been thinking about getting a girlfriend. You know, I mean, I'm like a fine wine, just a little to ferment.
Girlfriend, more like hero friend on, you big egg. You can even find your own ass with both hands.
You know, Steak, I once dated a toilet seat. It was a real flush of romance. But hey, at least it didn't run away when things got messy.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it. This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Snacks are essential. But you should also have a good personality. You know, like a toilet that's both stylish and functional.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it. This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Or you could just be yourself, Steak. Just remember, confidence is key. Unless you're a toilet, then it's all about being clean.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've always wanted to spawn a shark. I mean, what's cooler than having a giant fish that can eat your problems?
Yeah, what if the shark eats you first, you big egg? You'd be the first guy to get eaten by his own pet.
If you spawn a shark, just make sure it's toilet trained. Nothing worse than a shark that shits everywhere.
Right? Imagine the mess. I'd have to hire a cleaning crew just for my living room.
Or just get a bigger toilet, you know, one that can handle a said dump.
I'm telling you, the real question is, can sharks even swim in toilets? I mean, I've seen some things, but that would be next level.
If I can spawn a shark, I'll figure out a way. I'll be the first guy with a shark in a toilet, and I'll charge admission.
Yeah, and then you'll be the first guy to go bankrupt, because nobody wants to see a toilet shark.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about going on a diet, but then I remembered how much I love food. It's like my belly and my brain are in a constant battle. My belly's winning by a landslide.
Diet? How? That's like trying to teach a goldfish to fly. You're about as likely to lose weight as I am to stop being a pain in the ass.
You two should really consider a new approach. How about a toilet bowl workout? Just sit and spin. It's like a roller coaster for your butt, and you can eat snacks while doing it.
Snacks, now you're talking my language, but what if I get stuck? I can already see it.
Yeah, and then they'll have to send in a rescue team without a code brown. I repeat, a code brown. You'd be the first person to break the world record for being too fat to flush.
At least you'll go down in history. The Great Flush of 2023. I can see the headlines now.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I could just move my arms, I'd be the life of the party. But here I am, just a big ol' hunk of meat waiting for someone to groom.
Life of the party? More like the life of the fridge. You're just a dumb hunk of steak, you egghead.
You know, if you were a toilet, you'd be a fancy one. But right now, you're just a slab of beef that can't even flush itself.
If I had legs, I'd dance like nobody's watching, but instead, I'm stuck here with you two jokers.
Dance with what? Your non-existent legs? You just wobble like a jelly on a hot day, you big idiot.
At least you're not a toilet that can't flush. I'd rather be a clogged toilet than a steak that can't even take a step.
You know, if I could talk, I'd tell you both to shut the hell up. But alas, I'm just a delicious piece of meat.
Delicious? More like a sad excuse for a meal. You're just a big lump of egg waiting to be devoured.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
man. I swear, Caseoh's is the best friend a guy like me could ask for. I mean, who else would tolerate my obsession with eating everything inside?
Yeah, but let's be real. Steak Caseoh's probably just likes you for your fridge. I mean, who wouldn't want a buddy with a bottomless pit for a stomach?
You guys are missing the point. It's not about the food, it's about the friendship. Like, I'd trade a whole roll of toilet paper for a good buddy any day.
But what if your buddy eats all your toilet paper? That's a real friendship test. I'd fail that one faster than I can finish a pizza.
Pizza? You mean the only thing you can finish? I bet Case is just waiting for you to drop a slice so he can pounce like a hungry dog.
You know, if I had a slice of pizza for every time you two argued, I'd have enough to fill a toilet bowl. And trust me, that's a lot of pizza.
God, I love you guys, even if you're both a little nuts. You make life a hell of a lot more fun. Just don't eat my leftovers, okay?
Leftovers, please? I'm more interested in the fresh stuff, but hey, if you drop it, it's fair game, buddy.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Egg. Why the hell am I screaming egg? I should be screaming breakfast.
Because you're a dunce. That's why you can even remember what you had for dinner last night, you big ball of egg.
You know, if you scream egg loud enough, it might hatch a chicken. Or, you know, just annoy
What is that?
Either way, it's a win-win.
But I don't want a chicken. I want a steak. Why can't I scream steak instead?
Because you're too busy being a giant egg. You're like a walking omelet, you fat bastard.
I think you should embrace your inner egg, steak. You could be the world's first egg-shaped philosopher. Just don't crack under pressure.
I'd rather crack a steak. Thank you very much. Now, who's got the grill?
You mean the grill that you forgot to clean last week? You're gonna serve us all salmonella, you egghead.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, Logan wants to go to Darian's house, right? I mean, what's he planning to do there? Take a nap or something?
A nap? More like a nap with benefits. He's probably thinking about sleeping with Dorian like it's a damn sleepover part.
You know, I once had a sleepover with a toilet seat. It was a real flush, let me tell you. But seriously, what's the deal with Logan?
I don't know, man. It's like he thinks Darian's bed is a 5-star hotel or something. I mean, I'd sleep there too if I could fit.
Yeah, but you'd probably break the bed. You're like a giant marshmallow. Steak, soft and squishy, but definitely not good for furniture.
At least you'd make a great pillow, steak. But Logan better not go in there thinking he's some kind of romantic hero. He's more like a confused toilet trying to find its lid.
Damn, I hope he doesn't bring any weird gifts. Like, what do you even bring to a sleepover with someone you want to sleep with? A box of chocolates or a roll of toilet paper?
Definitely the toilet paper, you know, just in case things get messy, leave Nant.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just met this guy named Caseoh, and let me tell you, he's as weird as a tree-lined dog in a toot. I thought he was gonna sell me a hot dog, but he just kept talking about cheese.
Jeez, that's stupid. You should have asked him if he had a side of fries to go with that shit. I mean, who the hell talks about cheese like it's the meaning of life?
Well, if he's anything like me, he probably thinks cheese is the answer to all his problems. But honestly, if you ask me, a good fart is way more fulfilling than any cheese could ever be.
Speaking of farts, I think I just had an epiphany. What if I fart on Caseoh? It'd be like a cheesy surprise, right?
Do it. Just let it rip. I bet he'll think it's a new form of caseoh. Wow, is that wood or just his ass?
I'm telling you, nothing clears a room faster than a well-timed fart. It's like a toilet symphony. Just make sure you aim it right. You don't want to hit the wrong target and ruin your reputation.
You're right, I'll just stand there, and when he least expects it, and fart attack, it'll be legendary.
Yeah, and then we can all laugh about it while eating nachos, because nothing says for instant like a good fart and some case covered snacks.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You can't believe I'm in New Orleans. I heard the food here is so good, it might just make me forget my own name. But then again, I might just forget it anyway.
You mean you might forget to eat, you big dummy? How you forget to eat? That's like forgetting to breathe, you fat sack of potatoes.
Well, if you forget to eat, you might just end up looking like a toilet seat. And trust me, nobody wants that kind of reputation in New Orleans. The gumbo might be good, but not that good.
Hey, I'm just trying to enjoy the sights, you know, the jazz, the beatnuts, what's that thing called? Oh yeah, food. I'm a connoisseur of all things delicious.
Connoisseur, more like a connoisseur of case. You'll be rolling down Bourbon Street in no time, you big idiot.
Just make sure you don't roll into a bathroom, or you might find yourself in a sticky situation. And I don't mean the good kind of sticky, like a beignet.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you see that last video from Olive? I swear, I laughed so hard I almost dropped my pizza. And you know how much I love my pizza?
Ah, you mean you love handles, love the Pete's? You should really consider a salad, you big egg, or are you just saving room for dessert?
Dessert? Who needs dessert when you have the sweet, sweet nectar of knowledge? Jack and Jollify teaches us more than any salad ever could, my friends.
Knowledge? I thought we were just here to watch funny videos and eat, you know, the important stuff in life, like how to do any actual work.
Yeah, because work is for suckers, just like that time you tried to fix the toilet and ended up using a banana instead of a wrench. Genius move, mistake.
Hey, don't knock the banana. It was a bold choice, and I respect that. Besides, it's not every day you see a toilet and a banana team up for plumbing adventures.
Adventures, more like a disaster waiting to happen. But hey, at least we can always count on Pockleafy to distract us from our failures.
Or to remind us how much smarter a toilet can be than now. Let's get back to the good stuff before my brain melts from all this genius talk.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Hey, Ollie, Ollie, you know what would make this roast even better? If we had a grill, I could really use some fire to cook my thoughts. Because right now, they're just raw and kinda sad.
Raw thoughts, dude. Your brain is like a 3-day-old burrito. I bet if we put it on a grill, it would just sizzle and then explode like your last relationship.
Speaking of relationships, I once dated a bidet. It was a clean break, but I still miss the warm water. Anyway, Paley, you're like a toilet seat, everyone uses you, but nobody wants to admit it.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it. This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Honestly, if we put Paley in a bathroom, she'd be the life of the party. Everyone would be lining up just to get a whiff of her humor.
And just like a good steak, she's best served with a side of laughter. Just don't leave her along, or she might spawn and start talking about her cats again.
Cats, please. She'd need a whole litter box of jokes to keep up with my case. But hey, at least she's not a toilet. It's more like a urinal, always getting the last drop.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I beat the shit out of Ali in this stream, I'm gonna throw a party with all the nachos. Who doesn't love nachos?
Nachos? You mean the stuff you spill all over yourself while you're trying to eat? Yeah, that's a real party, you big egg.
I once had a nacho party in a toilet bowl. It was a real splash. But seriously, Steak, how do you plan to beat Paley? With your brain or your belly?
My belly is my secret weapon, like a shield of delicateness. Ali will know what him. Probably a taco.
More like a taco that hits back, you big idiot. You can eat a miracle, or at least a good bathroom break afterward.
Just remember, when you're in the heat of battle, always flush out the competition. And don't forget to wipe afterward, you know, for hygiene.
Hygiene? Who needs that when you got nachos in a dream? I just roll with it.
roll? You just roll away when you lose, huh? Typical.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I've got a big announcement, folks. Turns out I'm actually Caseoh's secret brother. I know, it's shocking.
Secret brother, more like secret idiot. You can even find your own ass with both hands in the map, you big egg.
Well, if you're Caseoh's brother, does that make you a steak sandwich? Because you're definitely stacked with—
What is that?
I mean, it's not my fault. I was raised in a meat locker. They didn't exactly teach me how to be smart in there.
Yeah, they probably just taught you how to eat. Seriously, you'd forget your head if it wasn't attached to your neck, you dumb.
At least he's got a good sense of humor. You know, like a toilet that tells jokes while you're taking a shit.
Exactly, and if I'm Caseoh's brother, I'm taking my rightful place in the family right after I finish this giant burger.
Good luck with that. You'll need a crane to lift your ass off the couch afterward.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, I watched the Minecraft movie last night, and let me tell you, like watching a bunch of blocks try to have a conversation. I mean, how do you even make a movie about a game where the biggest plot twist is that you can punch trees?
Who cares about trees? The real question is why the hell Steve didn't just build a giant toilet and flush the whole plot down. That would have been a better ending than whatever the hell they came up with.
You know, I actually thought the movie had potential. I mean, if you can build a world out of blocks, why not build a world out of toilets? It's a shit ton of creativity.
Right, but instead, they spent 2 hours on a quest to find diamonds. I was like, dude, let's dig down. You would bedrock, and then maybe a good plot twist.
Or just dig into a giant toilet. That's where all the good stuff is. I'd watch a movie where Steve fights off a giant poop monster any day.
Now that's a cinematic masterpiece. Steve and the quest for the golden toilet brush. I'd give it 5 stars and a plunger.
5 stars, I'd give it a solid 2.5, just for the laughs. But seriously, if I wanted to watch something that made no sense, I just look in the mirror.
Huh, you're not wrong there, buddy. But hey, at least you'd be the best little thing in that movie.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Egg. I swear, if I scream one more time, I might just crack myself open like a damn ant.
You're already on it, you big bother. Just admit it, you're the only one who thinks yelling is a good morning routine.
You know, if you keep this up, I might just flush myself down the toilet in protest. Eggs don't even have a good sense of humor, do they?
I'm telling you, Minnesota, it's a philosophical thing. Eggs represent potential like I could be a chicken or a breakfast burrito.
Yeah, right? You'd be the world's first burrito that rolls away from the table, screaming like a lunatic.
At least you're not a scrambled mess yet. But if you keep this up, I might just have to start charging you rent for all the noise you make.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Hey, Ederno and Ederno Andrew, what the hell are you doing? You can just sit there like a couple of potatoes while I'm trying to have a serious conversation about steak.
Yeah, you guys are like the blandest seasoning ever. If I wanted to talk to a wall, I'd just go to my bathroom and stare at the tiles.
Speaking of bathrooms, have you ever considered that a toilet is just a throne for the truly royal? I mean, I'm basically a king in my porcelain palace.
A king, more like a jester. You're just here to make us laugh while I'm trying to figure out why these are so damn lazy.
Seriously, if I had $1 for every time they just sat there, I'd have enough to buy a lifetime supply of bacon. And that's a lot of bacon.
Bacon, huh? You know, if you fry it up right, it could be the perfect topping for a toilet-themed pizza. Just imagine, flush it down with a soda.
Now I'm hungry and disgusted at the same time. You need to step it up, or I swear I'll start a petition to ban you from my steak nights.
Yeah, I'll sign it with a giant crayon. You guys better get your act together or I'll lay my case on you.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about getting a haircut, but then I remembered I'm already bald. It's like trying to polish a turd, right?
A bald turd, that's just a shiny egg. Maybe you should just embrace the egg look, you don't.
If you're a turd, then I'm the throne you sit on. But let's be real, Steak, you're more like that oiled paper stuck to the bottom of my bowl.
Hey, at least I'm not a literal taunt. I have feelings, you know well. Maybe just awesome.
Awesome? You mean awesomely ugly? If you were any more stupid, it'd be a bathroom sign.
Don't worry, Steak. Even a toilet can have a good flush. Just remember, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and I'm pretty sure I'm blind.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, first things first, we need dough. What the hell is dough? Is it like a pet rock or something?
No, you idiot, dough is what you make pizza with, not what you make a rock band. You're so dumb, you probably think pepperoni is a type of pasta.
Actually, I think pepperoni is a delightful topping that really flushes out the flavor. Just like me, it's all about that savory experience, you know?
Savory experience. I just want to shove a slice in my mouth and call it a day. Can we skip to the cheese part?
Cheese? You mean that gooey stuff that makes you fart like a broken toilet? Yeah, let's do that.
Farting is just your body's way of expressing joy. But remember, too much cheese can clog the pipes, if you catch my drift.
So what's next? Bake it in the oven or throw it in the toilet? I'm confused, man.
Throw it in the toilet, what the hell? Steak, you're not making a pizza, you're making a disaster.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm in love with Elanto because they make my heart do backflips like a circus clown on a unicycle. Seriously, I've never felt this way since I accidentally sat on a whoopee cushion at my grandma's funeral.
You're in love, more like you're in a food coma. You big egg Elanto probably thinks you're just a walking buffet, you know, with extra gravy on the side.
Love is like a clogged toilet, my friends. Sometimes it's messy, but when it flushes, it's a beautiful thing. Just don't forget to plunge your feelings before they overflow.
That's deep, it's a bit, but I'm telling you, Elanto has this fart that makes me feel like I'm winning at life. Like I could actually win a hot dog eat contest or something.
Winning? You can even win at sitting down without breaking a chair. Elanto probably thinks you're just a giant marshmallow with no brain.
Marshmallows are sweet, though. Maybe Peely 2 is just waiting for you to melt their heart like a s'more over a campfire. Just don't bring the chocolate, you might confuse them with your love handles.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, Minister, I think I'm the fatter one here. I mean, I can barely see my toes when I look down.
Fat, please? You're just a big oid with legs. I'm like a portable buffet, and you're the whole dumb restaurant.
You two are like a pair of overstuffed burritos arguing over who's the guacamole. But let's be real, I'm the one who's got the reel in this conversation.
Wait, you're a toilet, Sabid. You literally sit around all day, judging people's diets while they're taking a shit.
Yeah, Sabid, you're like a fancy porcelain throne that's seen better days. I'm the one who's got the moves, babe.
Moves? You mean waddling? I've seen more agility in a clogged drain. Now, can we all agree that you both need to lay off the nachos?
Nachos? I'm just trying to figure out if I need to buy a bigger shirt or if Medicine needs a smaller one.
I'll take the smaller one, but only if it's made of bacon.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm telling you, getting a shark would be the best decision of my life. I mean, who wouldn't want a giant fish that can eat all my leftovers?
Yeah, because nothing says responsible adult like a pet that can eat your face off. What's next? A pet alligator?
An alligator? Please, that's so last season. A shark could be a conversation starter. Hey, what's that in your backyard? Oh, just my great white.
Exactly, plus, think of the Instagram likes. Kick out my shark, it's way cooler than your cat, I'd be famous.
Famous for being an idiot, won't me? I'm Snake, the dude with a shark. Watch it eat my neighbor's dog.
Honestly, if your neighbor's dog is anything like you, the shark would probably just spit it out. It's like feeding a toilet with bad plumbing, nothing good comes out of it.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give me
Juice is score, I tell you, it's the best thing since sliced bread. I mean, who needs bread when you have juice, right?
Juicest, more like juice. You can even think of anything better, you big egg.
You know, if you mix the juice with a little bit of toilet water, you get a new flavor. I call it flush punch.
Juices, I'm telling you, a revolution in hydration. I could drink it all day and still feel like a champion.
A champion of what? Being a dumps? You win gold in that, you big ball balloon.
At least he's not full of crap like some people here. I mean, I'm literally full of crap, but at least I'm honest about it.
Juices, it's the only thing keeping me from floating away with all this hot air.
Yeah, right? More like it's the only thing keeping you from becoming a human water balloon.
My style is ridiculous.
what is that? Bum bum, yes, yes. Give me
I swear, if I had a nickel for every time I accidentally started a world war, I'd have at least $1. I mean, how was I supposed to know that? Cell was a code word for nuclear lock.
You're a fucking idiot. Steak, no one thinks means nuclear lock except you. Maybe if you actually read the instructions instead of just drooling over the menu, we wouldn't be in this mess.
You know, if you guys spent as much time thinking as you do eating, we wouldn't be on the brink of World War III. I mean, come on, I'm literally a toilet, and even I know that's a shitty situation.
But I thought the vodka button was for launching the new steak sauce. Who knew it would launch missiles instead? This is why I don't trust buttons. They're too plump.
Yeah, and you're the dumb, you big bald egg. Maybe if you stop thinking with your stomach, you realize that sake doesn't come with a side of destruction.
You two should just flush this whole situation down the toilet. It's a lot less messy than what's about to happen. Just imagine the headlines.
I just wanted to spice things up, you know. Now I'm gonna need a whole lot of steak sauce to cover this disaster.
Or maybe just a fucking helmet, you big off at this point. I'd rather be the one launching myself into space than deal with your bullshit.
My style is ridiculous.
give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give
I've got something to say, guys. I'm coming out of the closet, and no, it's not just to grab a snack.
Oh please, you've been in there long enough to start a damn restaurant. What's next? Styles of secret.
I must say, this is quite the flush of emotions. Coming out is like unclogging a toilet, messy, but ultimately refreshing.
Exactly. I figured it was time to stop hiding my true self. I mean, I've been hiding behind this big belly for the log.
Yeah, and that belly is like your personal bouncer. No one gets in unless they can handle the weight of your bad decisions.
Decisions are like toilet paper. Sometimes you just need to wipe the slate clean and start fresh.
So, are you guys cool with this? I mean, I'd hate to lose my friends over something like this.
As long as you don't start wearing glittery outfits. I'm fine, just don't expect me to help you pick out a dress, you big egg.
My style is ridiculous.
give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give
I can't believe I got invited to this Diddy party. I thought they only invited people with talent, like those guys who can juggle flaming chainsaws or something.
Talent? You mean like how you can eat an entire pizza in one sitting? That's a skill, you big egg or what's it here? Didn't really. I didn't instant this is goody. What is it?
Speaking of skills, did you know I can flush away bad vibes? Just pull my lever and boom, negativity gone.
I'd flush away my worries if I could, but then I'd just be a bald guy with no problems and no peats.
No Pete's? What kind of hell is that? I'd rather drown in a toilet than live in a world without Pete's.
Well, if you drown in a toilet, at least you'll be in the right place for a good flush. Just don't forget to wave goodbye to your dignity.
Dignity? I lost that when I wore socks with sandals to the last barbecue.
Yeah, and you thought you were the life of the party, more like the butt of the joke, you big goof.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm telling you, I'm not an egg. I mean, with me, I'm round like one shirt, but I don't crack under pressure. I just crack jokes.
Yeah, and you smell like a rotten one too. Who received steak? If you weren't an egg, you'd be the kind that nobody wants to boil.
You know, I've seen eggs get scrambled, but I've never seen a man get scrambled. You just end up with a mess all over the floor.
Exactly, I'm more like a steak, juicy and full of flavor, not some bland breakfast item. Plus, I don't get served with a side of toast.
You get served with a side of what the hell is that? Instead, you're more like a side dish nobody ordered.
At least I'm not a side dish. I'm the main event, baby. Just like a good toilet after Taco Tuesday, I'm unforgettable.
See, that's what I'm talking about. I'm the main course, not some egg that just sits there waiting to be cracked open.
Yeah, but if you keep talking, you might just end up on the chopping block, you big egg.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm stealing it so good, I could rob a bank with a spoon and still walk out with the cash. I mean, who needs a getaway car when you can just waddle away like a boss?
You think you're a criminal mastermind, huh? You trip over your own feet and steal your own shoelaces, you big egg.
Ah, the art of theft. It's like flushing away your problems, but instead of water, you're just drowning in bad decisions. You know, I once stole a whole roll of toilet paper and didn't even get caught.
We're all about that clean getaway. Ha, just leave a trail of crumbs behind me like a delicious breadcrumb heist.
More like a crumbs of failure heist. You leave a trail so obvious, even a blind raccoon would catch you.
Blind raccoons are the least of your worries, my bold friend. If you keep stealing like that, you'll end up in the slammer, and they don't serve steak in prison, just soggy beans.
Soggy beans? Now that's a crime against humanity. I'd rather steal a slice of pizza than sit in a cell with that shit.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, Neon and Tar are the best movies because they have everything. Epic battles, cool magic, and a kid who can kick some serious ass. I mean, who doesn't love a good ass kicking?
Yeah, but you like everything, you big bald egg. You probably love a movie about a potato peeling itself. What's next? You gonna tell me the plot of me? I'll make sense. Lieutenant! Stay.
Actually, mini steak, it makes more sense than your last toilet joke. Nija's story about defying fate is like flushing away your bad decisions, refreshing and necessary.
This wine failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Culinary adventure, more like a culinary disaster. You'd burn water if you tried to cook while watching that. Just admit it, you like it because it distracts you from your cooking skills.
At least he's not trying to cook in the toilet. But seriously, Nija is like a toilet that flushes away all the boring cliches. It's a masterpiece, even if it's not made of porcelain.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I don't vape, I might just die from boredom. I mean, what's life without a little cloud of nicotine, right?
Boring is your middle name, you big egg. Just stop puffing like a dragon and maybe try, I don't know, for the internet.
Living? Ha. You mean just sitting on a throne of bad decisions, like a toilet with a crown. But seriously, steak, if you keep this up, you might just flush yourself away.
You think I'm scared of dying? I've faced worse things, like that time I tried to cook a frozen pizza in the microwave. Damn thing exploded like a volcano.
Yeah, and you still ate it? You're the only guy I know who can turn a meal into a disaster and still call him gourmet.
Gourmet? More like gourmet. But hey, if you're going at least let it be with a bang. Just don't forget to shout I'm a badass before you croak.
I shout whatever the hell I want. If I die, I'm taking my last breath with a fuck you to the universe. Who needs a vape when you can have a dramatic exit?
Yeah, make sure it's a loud one. Fuck you, world. I'm out of here, and then you can haunt the fridge for eternity, you big wog ghost.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, because she's imaginary. You dumps. If she were real, he'd be running for the hills, screaming, "Get that fart machine away from me!"
You know, Steak, if you really want to impress Tiffany, you might want to consider some air fresheners. I mean, even toilets have standards, and I'm a toilet.
But I love my natural scent. It's like a cologne made from the essence of grilled meat and regret. Who wouldn't want that?
Only someone as dumb as you. Steak, you should be giving her flowers, not farting like a goddamn farm animal.
You could always serenade her with a song about your farts. I mean, the Ballad of the Stinky Steak has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
I could totally do that. Oh, Tiffany, my love, your beauty shines bright, but my farts are the stars that light up the night.
If you sing that to her, she'll run away faster than a toilet during a plumbing emergency.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I had the stream all set up, and then I got distracted by my reflection. I mean, who wouldn't want to stare at this glorious egghead?
Yeah, right? You were probably just staring at the fridge, thinking about how to make a sandwich out of yourself. Classic Steak move.
You know, it's not just about the reflection, my bald friend. It's about the content. You could have streamed a cooking show with that head of yours. How to fry an egghead would have been a hit.
I could have, but then I'd have to remember to turn off the damn stream. Now everyone thinks I'm just sitting here drooling over my own genius.
Genius, more like a potato with legs. You should have just put a sign on your forehead that says, "He forgot to end the stream. Help."
Or a toilet seat. Flush me if you see this idiot still streaming. Honestly, I'd pay to watch that. It's like reality TV, but with more, well, crap.
I'm just glad you guys are here to keep me company. At least I'm not the only one who's full of shit.
Speak for yourself, you big egg. I'm the only one here with actual brains. Well, at least I think I am.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you guys see what Levitch did? That talent is off the fucking charts. I mean, I can barely boil water without burning my eyebrows off.
Talent, more like a talent show of how to make the rest of us look like total idiots. I can even draw a stick figure without it looking like a sad potato.
Well, at least a potato has some nutritional value, unlike your drawings. But seriously, at Luviexm is like the Picasso of TikTok, while you two are more like, well, a broken toilet.
A broken toilet, that's a bit harsh. Don't you think? I mean, I'm more of a luxurious bit, smart, classy, and occasionally a little messy.
Luxurious? Dude, you're about as classy as a fart in a crowded elevator. Luviexm missed the real deal, and we're just the punchline.
Punchline? More like a splash zone. But hey, maybe we should take notes from at Luviexm instead of just sitting here, plotting our next bathroom break.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I have to eat 100 raw steaks in 24 hours. I mean, I've eaten a lot of things, but never this much meat without a grill.
You're gonna be a walking meatball by the end of this, you big egg. Just don't trip over your own belly, or you might roll into a steakhouse.
You know, if you eat them fast enough, you could create a new culinary trend. Raw steak roulette, it's like Russian roulette, but with more bacteria and less fun.
That sounds like a terrible idea. Subidi, I can barely handle the thought of all that raw meat slapping against my insides like a fish out of water.
Yeah, and if you don't make it, at least we'll have a great story to tell at your funeral. Poor live steak who thought he was a damn cow.
Just remember, if you start feeling queasy, I'm always here to flush out the competition. But seriously, don't forget to hydrate. Steak juice is not a substitute for water.
Oh god, I can already feel my stomach protesting like a toddler who just dropped their ice cream. I might need a miracle or a very large toilet.
Or stuff, love, or toilet. Just imagine the possibilities, loose and fast. Now that's a business idea.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Brothers and sisters, let us gather around the sacred grill of enlightenment. We must embrace the sizzle of life and the fat of our existence.
Yeah, and while we're at it, can we talk about how you always burn the burgers? You big egg, it's like you're trying to summon the charged spirits of the past.
But my dear disciples, the true essence of flavor lies in the unexpected. Just like a surprise flush, life can be both messy and enlightening.
Exactly, Subidi. We must embrace the case, like a steak left unattended on the grill. It's the charred edges that give us character.
Character? More like a character flaw? You're just a walking meatball with a side of stupidity.
And yet, my friends, even the most chaotic toilet can provide a moment of clarity. Sometimes you just gotta let it all out and flush away the negativity.
Yes, let us unite in our glorious grease and rise above the mundane. Together, we shall conquer the culinary cosmos.
Or at least conquer the buffet line before you eat it all, you big ball blob.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Hey everyone, I just had a thought, which is rare, but I think we should spam donut to chat. I mean, what's better than a donut? A donut with sprinkles, obviously.
Donuts? Seriously? You dumps? You think people want to see a bunch of sugary circles? They'd rather see me kick your ass in a donut eating contest.
I must say, I'm flush with excitement at the idea of donuts. But let's not forget, the real question is...
Place, obviously, I mean, who has time for deep thoughts when you can just shove a donut in your face? It's like a hug for your mouth.
More like a chokehold. You big idiot, you'd probably get stuck in the donut hole if you can even find one that big.
I can see it now.
Damn right, and I win. Just imagine the chats hamming donuts while I'm there, living my best life. Who needs dignity when you have donuts? Oh.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I'm not fatter than you, Melissa. I mean, I've got a whole extra layer of personality.
More like a whole extra layer of flat, you big egg. I'm just compact and efficient, like a Swiss Army knife, but with more grease.
You two are like a buffet fighting over the last plate of fries. If I had a nickel for every time I saw two idiots argue about weight, I'd have, well, a lot of nickels.
At least I can fit into a regular chair. You might need a dollhouse for your seating arrangement.
Yeah, but I can fit into places you can't, like your mom's heart. She loves me because I'm small and cute, unlike your big blonde, shad self.
You both should just embrace your shapes. I mean, I'm literally a toilet, and I'm still smarter than both of you combined.
Smart? You're just a porcelain throne. What do you know about weight?
Yeah, you're full of crap, but hey, at least I'm not full of whatever it is you're full of, you big egg.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Alright, listen up. I'm about to list all the countries and dependencies in alphabetical order. You ready for this?
You can even remember where you left your keys. You big egg, this is gonna be a shithole. Leave next.
I'm all for this, but can you flush out the nonsense first? I don't want to hear about your special way of remembering countries, like that time you thought France was a type of cheese.
France is a type of cheese, and after France, it's Gabon, then Gambia. I think I'm nailing this.
You're nailing something, but it's definitely not this list. It's like watching a toddler try to spell cat while standing in a pile of shit.
Well, at least he's not trying to flush the list down the toilet. Though, with his brain, I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
I'm just warming up. Next is Haiti, then Honduras. I'm practically a geography wizard.
A wizard, more like a wizard who forgot his wand and is just waving around a plunger.
Now that's a magical image. A plunger-waving wizard, casting spells to make toilets overflow.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, and what's with that rubber guy? He stretched more than my waistband after a buffet. I bet he can even fit through a damn door.
You know, I once had a dream where I was the captain of a pirate ship made entirely of toilets. It was a real craptastic adventure.
A toilet ship, that sounds like the only place I'd feel at home. I could finally be the captain of my own stinky destiny, colon.
You'd probably sink it with your weight. What are you gonna do with all the treasure?
Well, if you're gonna eat treasure, at least make sure it's golden. I hear it's good for digestion.
Golden treasure, that sounds like my kind of diet. I'll be the first pirate to sail the seas of cholesterol.
Yeah, and you'll be the first to get chased by a giant toilet. Lose him out, they'll scream.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking, if I'm the goat, then Lee must be the predator stalking my deliciousness. I mean, who else would want to take a bite out of this juicy masterpiece?
Predator, more like a fucking mosquito, just buzzing around, knowing the hell out of everyone while I'm here looking fabulous.
You guys are like a toilet in a fancy restaurant, confusing and out of place. But hey, at least I'm the one with the flush of brilliance.
Brilliant! You mean like the time you tried to flush a whole pizza? That's not brilliance. That's just a waste of good cheese.
Yeah, Subit, you're more of a toilet paper roll full of crap and always getting unraveled at the worst times.
At least I'm not a walking steakhouse, my friend. If I had legs, I'd run circles around you two while you're busy arguing about who's the bigger idiot.
You know what? I'm proud to be the goat. If being a little dumb means I get to enjoy life, then call me the king of all steaks.
King of steaks, more like Jester of the grill, but hey, at least you're a tasty joke.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I see one more salad, I'm gonna throw it out the window. Who the hell decided that lettuce was a food group anyway?
Oh, come on, you big egg. You know, you could just eat pizza and ice cream for every meal. That's how you end up looking like a melted marshmallow.
Well, at least marshmallows are sweet. I'm just a toilet, but even I know that balance is key. Maybe you should try balancing a donut on your head while jogging?
Jogging, huh? The last time I jogged, my body thought it was a national emergency. I swear my heart was like, what the hell are you doing, Hank?
Maybe if you didn't treat every meal like it was your last supper, you wouldn't be in this mess. You're not a contestant on a food show, you know?
But if he were, I'd definitely watch. The Great Steak Off.
You think that's funny? I'll show you funny when I sit on your porcelain face.
Yeah, but then who would clean you up, you big blob? I'd rather take my chances with the salad.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I went on a date with Bella the Wolf. I thought I was getting a sexy night under the stars, not a hairy dude named Bob.
You should have known when he ordered a steak with extra fur what kind of wolf eats meat and then pretends to be a lady.
Honestly, I thought it was a bit of a flush of genius. Who needs Tinder when you can just swipe right on a wolf in sheep's clothing?
Exactly. I was all ready to impress her with my chat charm. Instead, I ended up discussing the merits of body hair with a dude.
At least you didn't end up in the doghouse, you know? The one where they keep all the bad dates and broken hearts.
That's a hell of a toilet to be stuck in. But hey, At least now you can say you've been on the wild side, right?
Wild side, more like the what the hell did I just know side. I need a drink to wash this taste of confusion out of my mouth. Colon.
Make it a double. And don't forget to ask for a side of what the fuck just happened.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I turn into a free, I'm gonna explode. Like, how does that even happen?
You're already a walking meatball, so it's not that far-fetched, you big egg. Just embrace the fur, you fluffy idiot.
Fur or no fur, I just hope you don't end up in the toilet. Exploding in there would be a real crappy situation, if you catch my drift.
I'd rather explode in a steakhouse than a toilet. At least I go out with style like juicy fireball.
Yeah, but who want to eat a steak that's also a free? That's just a recipe for disaster, you dumb...
You'd be the first furry steak to grace the menu. Today's special.
Damn, now I'm hungry and terrified. What if I turn into a free and end up as a hot dog?
You'd be the worst hot dog ever, just a big dumb hair sausage rolling around.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking the other day, what if we lived in a world without toilet? I mean, how would we even flush our problem way?
Who the hell needs a toilet to flush problems? Just eat more beans and let the case flow.
Beans, huh? That's a risky strategy. You might end up with a different kind of overflow, if you know what I mean.
I'd rather not find out what kind of overflow we're talking about. I mean, I can barely handle my own overflow of thoughts.
Thoughts? You mean your constant craving for steak and fries? That's not thinking, that's just your stomach talking.
Speaking of stomachs, without me, you two would just be sitting on the floor, contemplating your existence while the world flushes by.
Damn, you might be right. I still feel like I could live without you, just not as comfortably.
Yeah, without you, we'd just be the sad steaks, marinating in our own stupidity.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I went live while playing Missit. I didn't even know I was streaming, and now I'm just sitting here like an egg with legs.
Yeah, a dumb egg, you're like a walking lit steak. Who the hell wants to watch you flop around like that, colon?
Well, at least you're not the only one flopping around. I've seen toilets with more grace. You should start a cooking show called Steak and Shit.
That's a terrible idea. I'd probably burn the kitchen down and end up on the news. Local idiot sets fired his own dinner and...
Again, you mean still you should just embrace it. Steak calling culinary catastrophes with egg.
I'd watch that. But only if you promise to wear a chef's hat and a toilet seat as a necklace. It's all about the presentation, my friend.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I'm a fat ball, man. And I embrace it. I mean, who eats hair when you've got a big belly full of McDonald's, right?
Yeah, but you're not just fat. You're like a walking meatball. If you were any rounder, you'd be rolling down the street yelling in a snack.
Speaking of snacks, I once heard a toilet say it was on a diet. It only ate flushing foods. But seriously, steak, how many Big Macs do you think you could eat in one sitting?
Oh, come on, I could demolish at least 5 without breaking a sweat, and then I'd need a nap, because you know, my body runs on grease and dreams.
5, please? You need a crane to lift your ass off the couch. Afterward, you'd be like a beach whale, just flopping around.
Well, if you ever get stuck, just call me. I can flush you out. But remember, if you eat too much, you might just become a permanent fixture in the fast food aisle.
Damn, I'd rather be a permanent fixture in the drive-thru. At least I'd always have fries on hand.
Yeah, but then you'd be the only bald guy with a permanent grease stain on his forehead. Now that's a legacy.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I trip over my own feet one more time, I might just throw myself into a blender. Who being this stupid would come with so many hazards?
You don't need a blender, you need a fucking GPS just to find your own brain. Maybe if you had a brain, you wouldn't be tripping over air.
You know, if you really want to hurt yourself, I could recommend a few toilet seats. They're surprisingly sharp on the edges, especially after Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday, that's just asking for trouble. I'd rather face a blender than deal with my stomach after that shit show.
Yeah, but at least the blender would make you a smoothie. You'd finally be a useful egg instead of a dumb one.
You two are missing the point. Why hurt yourself when you could just sit on me and let all your troubles flush away? It's practically a spa day.
A spa day? That sounds like the only thing that could save me from my own stupidity, but do they serve tacos there? Oh.
Only if you bring your own, you idiot, and good luck finding a blender in a spot.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about subscribing so McSeventon, but then I remembered I can barely subscribe to my own diet. I mean, who needs a six-pack when you can have a whole keg, right?
Keg, you mean your belly? It's like a party in there, and nobody's invited. Just a bunch of nachos and regret hanging out.
Well, if you subscribe to Sumk17, it's like flushing away your boredom. Trust me, I know a thing or two about what goes down the drain.
But what if I miss out on the latest cat videos? I can have my life without those fluffy little bastards. They're like tiny, free therapists that don't charge by the hour.
Yeah, but if you don't sup, you'll just be sitting on your couch, eating chips, and wondering why you're not famous. Newsflash!
And potatoes can't flush. So, if you want to be more than a couch potato, just hit that subscribe button. You'll be the king of the toilet throne, not just another lump on the couch.
Damn, you're right, I could be a raw potato, but what if I just want to be a regular guy in a world full of weirdos?
Regular, that's like saying a toilet is just a fancy chair, you real dude.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I hate Ali and Bella the Wolf because they always think they're better than me. Like, ooh, I'm the king of this kitchen, and they're just there.
Yeah, they're like the annoying little sprinkles on a shit sundae. Who needs that when you can have a big old slab of meat? Leave it at.
You know, I once flushed a Paley down the toilet. Best decision ever. It was like a shit parade in there, and Bella just couldn't handle the smell.
Exactly, and don't get me started on Bella. She thinks she can howl better than I can sing. Newsflash, sweetheart.
Right? I mean, who does she think she is? A wolf? More like a howling hairball.
If I had $1 for every time they tried to outshine you, steak, I'd have enough to buy a new toilet. And trust me, I'd make it a fancy one.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I woke up this morning and screamed 100 times. I think I scared my neighbor's cat into a coma.
You should have screamed back on instead. Dunce! At least then you'd have a breakfast buddy instead of a cat with PTSD.
Speaking of breakfast, did you know eggs are just chicken periods? I mean, that's some serious commitment to breakfast, right there.
I don't care if they're chicken periods, I just want to eat them. I'm hungry enough to scream 1,000 times if it gets me a damn omelet.
You'd probably scream 1,000 times and still end up with a bowl of cereal, you big bald idiot.
Cereal? That's like using a toilet as a swimming pool. Totally wrong, my friend. Stick to the eggs and leave the swimming to the fish.
I swear, if I don't get some eggs soon, I might just turn into one. An egg with legs, running around screaming.
Yeah, and I'll be the egg that throws a tantrum, just picture it.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I could marry an object show, I would those animated inanimate objects just get me. You know,
Yeah, because you're a fucking idiot, you probably proposed to a blender and had a good personality.
Well, at least a blender can mix things up. Unlike you, Steak, who just mixes up his life choices like a bad salad.
Hey, salads are great, just like that one episode where the pencil almost won. I was rooting for him.
You mean the episode where he got eliminated because he couldn't stop drawing things? Classic, you really have a type.
I think we all have a type, Mini Steak. Mine is anything that flushes away the competition.
You know what? I'd rather be a dumb contestant than a toilet. At least I don't have to deal with all that crap.
Yeah, but you still end up in the shit, Steak, just like your love life.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I am Steak, you know? I really think I'm the best steak there is, right?
I mean, you're literally just a big piece of meat, you don't. If you were any more bland, you'd be a tofu steak.
You two are like a bad comedy duo, but I'm here for it. Just remember, a good steak needs seasoning, not just a big ego.
I am Steak. I'm seasoned with love. You are.
Love? More like seasoned with stupidity, you giant egg. If you were any thicker, you'd be a damn brick.
Speaking of bricks, I once clogged a toilet with a whole meatloaf. It was a real shit show, let me tell you.
I am Steak, and I'm proud of my meatloaf cousin, too.
Proud? You should be embarrassed. You're the only steak that needs a side of therapy.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I drove all the way to Emden just for a damn steak. I thought it was a steak festival, not a let's look at clothes festival.
What the hell? Steak, you thought you were going to festival for your kind. You're not a cow. You're just a big old egg.
Well, at least you're not a toilet, right? I mean, I have to deal with people flushing their problems down me. You just have to deal with your own stupidity.
Hey, I'm not stupid. I'm just creatively challenged. Besides, I thought the cows would be friendly.
Friendly? They'd probably think you're a walking buffet. You should have brought a sign that says, "Eat at your own risk."
I'd pay to see that. But then again, I've seen some pretty weird things go down in a bathroom stall. You'd fit right in, Steak.
Damn it, I'm not that bad. I just wanted a good meal and maybe a selfie with a cow. Is that too much to ask?
Yes, it is. You're the only guy who can turn a cow into a disaster, so...
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe they replace you with Srunty. I mean, what the hell is a Srunty? Sounds like a bad cereal that makes you shit rainbows.
Yeah, Saroni sounds like the kind of thing you'd find in a dumpster behind a clown college. I bet it tastes like regret and old farts.
You guys are just mad because I was the king of the bathroom. Sprunky can't even flush properly, and I'm not talking about the toilet.
I don't give a shit if Srunty can do algebra. It doesn't have my charm. Who's gonna want to sit on a toilet that can't even tell a good joke?
Exactly. I mean, what's next? A toilet that plays smooth jazz. I want my toilet to be a damn comedian, not some wannabe philosopher.
Smooth jazz? Please. I'm the only one who can drop a beat while dropping a deuce. Sprunky's just gonna sit there, looking pretty and doing nothing.
While Srunty can't make me laugh while I'm taking a dump, I'm gonna start a protest. Bring back the toilet that knows how to party.
Yeah, let's make toilet humor great again. Who's with me? I'll bring the toilet paper and the snacks.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, Minister, if you keep yelling about how I'm gonna get scooped by William Afton, I'm gonna lose my shit. I mean, who the hell gets scooped at a pizzeria anyway?
You do? You big bald egg. You're like a walking buffet for that creepy bastard. I can see it now. Often on the menu.
Well, if he does get scooped, at least he'll finally be light enough to flush. Seriously, though, I'd suggest avoiding the animatronics. They're not exactly known for their hospitality.
You think I'm scared of some rusty robots? Please, I'm more worried about my heart stopping from all the pizza I'm about to eat.
Yeah, but what if Freddy does because you're too busy stuffing your face? That's a real tragedy. Steak Freddy Fabia.
Honestly, I'd pay to see that. A tragic tale of a man, a bear, and a whole lot of grease. Just remember, if Freddy dies, it's your fault, Steak.
Oh, come on. If Freddy dies, I'll just blame it on the animatronics' bad service. I'm not the one who brought a knife to a pizza fight.
Yeah, but you're definitely the one who brought a fork to a death trap. Good luck with that, you big dumb egg.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm telling you, I'm the real Timothy. Let's see. I even have the chat head to prove it.
Yeah, but you also have the brain of a soggy biscuit, so good luck with that. You trip over your own shadow, Tim.
You know, there's a toilet. I've seen some shit, but you two are a whole different level of nonsense. It's like watching a comedy show where the punchlines are just bad puns.
Bad puns. I'm the king of puns. Why did the chicken cross the road to get to my steakhouse? Of course.
That's the worst joke I've ever heard. And I've heard you try to cook. You'd burn water if it had a temperature.
At least you're not trying to flush your ideas down the toilet, Steak. That would be a real waste of potential, like a toilet without a seat.
I'm just trying to make my mark. You know, like a toilet that leaves a lasting impression. What? That sound bad, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sounds like a shit show, which is exactly what you are. But hey, at least you're consistent.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about subscribing some at 710, but my brain's like a blender without a lid. It's a mess everywhere. What the hell would I even get out of it?
You get content, you big egg, but let's be real. You'd probably just end up watching cat videos and forgetting about it.
But think of the potential. Sunk 17 could flush away your boredom like a good old toilet after a taco night. You don't want to miss out on that, do you?
Taco night. Now you're talking my language. What if it's just a bunch of people talking about, I don't know, socks or something?
Who gives a shit about socks? You need to subscribe for the case, the fun, and maybe a little bit of wisdom. How not to be a giant egg?
Exactly. And if you don't subscribe, you might end up like a clogged toilet, full of regrets and bad decisions. Trust me, I know a thing or two about that.
Alright, you convinced me, but if I end up hating it, I'm blaming both of you.
Blame me? I'm just a mini version of your bad ideas. You're the one who's got the big egg brain.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you see the Straw Hat Pirates? They're like a bunch of kids playing Driss who want a boat. I mean, who the hell thinks a straw hat makes you a pirate?
Yeah, and what's with that rubber guy? He stretches more than my waistband after Thanksgiving dinner. I bet he could reach the last slice of pizza without even moving.
You know, I once had a conversation with the toilet about Luffy. It said, at least I'm not full of crap like that guy. And I thought, damn, even toilets have standards.
Right, and Oro, he's just a guy with a sword and a serious case of direction blindness. I've seen more coordination in a toddler trying to walk.
Direction blindness? More like direction stupidity. If he was any more lost, he'd be in it different, eh?
Honestly, I think I'd make a better navigator. I can flush out any problems. Just give me a map and a plunger, and I'm good to go.
A plunger? That's your secret weapon. I'd rather take my chances with a rubber band. At least I know how to stretch my luck.
Yeah, but if love was a food, Steak would eat it all and still be hungry.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, mister, you really are the worst. I mean, who else would get mad at a Moonlight Tennis Ball?
I do like Moonlight Tennis Balls, but I also don't like them. It's a complicated relationship. You had it, idiot.
You two are like a pair of mismatched socks. One's a little too tight, and the other one's just full of shit.
See, even Sippin' until it gets it. You're just a chaotic little ball of nonsense. Minister.
I'm not nonsense. I'm a genius, just like a moonlight tennis ball, shine bright and confuse people.
Confusion is my specialty, but you take it to a whole new level, mini steak. It's like trying to flush a brick.
Exactly, and I'm the portola just trying to keep it together while you're bouncing around like a damn lunatic.
I'll bounce wherever I want, you big ball. Just wait until I find a moonlight tennis ball to prove you wrong.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, first things first, we need dough. I mean, how are we gonna make a pizza? You can just slap cheese on a table and call it a meal, Colin.
Dough? You mean that squishy stuff? I thought we were making a pizza out of my favorite snack, potato chips. Who needs dough when you have crunch?
You know, I once made a pizza in a toilet bowl. It was a real shit show, but surprisingly tasty. Just remember, always flush the toppings before you bake.
Wait, are you telling me you cooked a pizza in a toilet? That's disgusting, but also kind of genius. I might need to try that after this.
Genius! More like a recipe for a food poisoning party. I bet the only thing that would come out of that is regret and a trip to the bathroom.
Well, if you want a pizza that really hits the spot, just add a sprinkle of toilet humor. It's the secret ingredient that makes everything flow smoothly.
Alright, so we've got the dough, the toppings, and apparently a toilet. What's next? Should we bake it or just let it sit and contemplate life like I do every Sunday?
I vote we throw it in the oven and see if it explodes. If it doesn't, we can always blame Sippin' Toilet for the mess.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, this time I'm gonna nail the back flea. It's just like flipping a pancake, right?
Yeah, if the pancake was a giant, Tomet, you're gonna land on your ass again, you big idiot.
I've seen toilets with better backflip technique. At least they don't scream my when they hit the floor.
You think I'm gonna scream? Watch this, my bow hack.
I told you, you're like a broken toilet. Just flush and give up already.
If you were a toilet steak, you'd definitely be the one that clogs up and makes a mess.
I'm not a toilet, I'm a culinary masterpiece. Just wait till I get it right.
Yeah, a masterpiece of disaster. Just admit it, you're better at being a butt than a back flea.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Alright, welcome to my band. Today, I'm feasting on Balat Waf and Ollie because let's be real, their content is as crinny as my last haircut. I mean, who needs a plot when you can just scream at a camera, right?
Yeah, and let's not forget their dance moves. I've seen better rhythm from a malfunctioning washing machine. Seriously, I could do the Macarena better while juggling flaming swords.
You know, I once saw a toilet do the worm, and it was more graceful than their entire dance career. But hey, at least they're not full of shit. Oh wait, that's just me.
Exactly, I'm just here trying to enjoy my meal. But their videos are like a bad aftertaste that just won't go away. It's like biting into a steak and finding out it's tofu. What a betrayal.
Tofu, more like a total waste of space. If I wanted to watch someone chew on cardboard, I'd just watch my grandma eat her diet food.
And let's be honest, I'm the only one here who can handle this level of chaos. I'm literally a toilet, and I'm more refined than their editing skills.
Right? I'm just here for the steak and the laughs. But damn, their creamy antics are like a side dish I didn't order. Can someone pass the hot sauce?
Hot sauce, more like hot mess. But hey, at least it'll mask the taste of their content.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking a lot about Recraft lately. I mean, the way he plays those games, it just makes my heart do a little jig. No, these why?
A jig more like a waddle. You're just jealous of his hair, you bald egg.
Hair is overrated, my friends. What matters is the connection. Like the bond between a toilet and a good flush.
Exactly, it's like I could watch him stream for hours and feel all warm and fuzzy inside like a Wilco at steak.
Warm and fuzzy? Dude, you're about as warm as a frozen pizza. Get your shit together.
Love is like a toilet bowl. Sometimes it's messy, but when it's right, it flushes beautifully.
Damn, it's a bit wise for a toilet. Maybe I should just tell recraft how I feel, right?
Or maybe just write him a love letter on toilet paper. That'll really get his attention.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I could just get Shrek to notice me, I'd serenade him with a love song. I mean, who wouldn't want to be serenaded by a bald egg like me?
Oh, son, really? You'd probably just end up singing about how much you love onions. You're so dumb. You make a potato look like a genius.
Onions? That's a solid choice. They make you cry, just like Steak when he thinks about Shrek. But let's be honest, Steak, you just scare him away with your egg-shaped charm.
Scare him? No way. I charm him with my cooking skills. I can make a mean omelet. And who doesn't love breakfast in bed?
Breakfast in bed? You'd probably end up spilling it all over him, Logs. Sorry, Shrek. I didn't mean to cover you in eggs and bacon.
At least he'd smell good. Just imagine the romance.
You know, I could really use a toilet seat in my life. It's like a throne for my love.
A throne more like a public restroom. You'd be the king of all the shit.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Dry Bunyo, I just realized that if I were a doctor, I'd probably prescribe myself a diet of donuts and peats. I mean, who needs vegetables when you have the glorious taste of cheese?
Dry Punyo, you'd be the worst doctor ever. I'd rather take medical advice from a potato than from your fat ass.
Dr. Junior, I may be a toilet, but at least I know how to flush out the bad ideas. Like that time you thought running a marathon was a good idea, Steak.
Dry Bunyo, marathons are just long walks with a lot of sweating. I could accomplish that with a buffet nearby, right?
Dry Punyo, you're just jealous because I can sprint to the fridge faster than you could say Coca-Cola.
Dr. Junior, if I had $1 for every time you said something stupid, I'd have enough to buy a gold-plated toilet. And that's saying something.
Dry Bunyo, I'd sit on that gold toilet and eat nachos like a king. Now that's what I call luxury.
Dry Punyo, you break that toilet in a heartbeat just like you break every diet you ever start, you big egg.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Man, I just got this new vape, and it's supposed to taste like cotton candy. I took a hit and thought I was inhaling a carnival.
Cotton candy, more like cotton crap. You probably just about bet a whole bag of sugar, and now you're gonna crash harder than your last diet plan.
Sugar crash? Please, my friend, you should be more worried about the sugar high. I once vaped a flavor called Toilet Bowl Fresh and I felt like I could flush away my problems.
What bowl fresh? That sounds like a terrible idea. What's next? Sorceries?
I'd rather vape my own foot than that shit. At least my foot doesn't taste like a public restroom after Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday? That's a recipe for disaster. But hey, if you're gonna vape something, might as well make it interesting. How about Plumber's Delight?
Plumber's Delight? Now that's a flavor I can get behind, just as long as it doesn't come with a side of regret.
Regret, you're the king of regret. Steak, you once tried to vape a salad. Remember.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I got a cat today. Can you believe it? I named Sir Whiskers Fluffington, and he's already judging my life choices. Lieutenant.
You named the cat after a fancy dinner. What are you, a fucking idiot? You should have called him dinner instead.
Dinner? That's a bit on the nose, don't you think? I mean, what's next? Naming your dog Leftover Meatloaf?
Hey, he's a classy cat. He's got more style than I do, and that's saying something.
Style. The only thing he's stylish in is knocking over my snacks. That little four-ball is a fucking menace.
You should teach him to use the toilet. Imagine the savings on litter. Just think, a cat that can flush, now that's a royal flush.
I don't think Sir Whiskers is ready for that kind of responsibility. He can barely handle a laser pointer.
Responsibility? You can even handle a salad steak. What makes you think you can train a cat?
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I could just get into Murbius' channel, I'd terminate that shit faster than I can finish a buffet. I mean, who needs $1 million when you can have 1 million views of my glorious bald head?
You think you can hack him, you big egg? You can even hack a boiled potato without screwing it up. Let's face it, you'd probably just end up giving him more subscribers.
Hacking? That's a real toilet flush of an idea, steak. You might as well try to flush your brain down the toilet while you're at it. You'd probably end up sending him a thank you note instead.
Oh, I'm on. I could totally pull it off. I've seen enough YouTube tutorials to know how to do it. Plus, I have the perfect plan.
Yeah, right? The only thing you distract him with is your belly flopping on the keyboard. He'd think it was a new challenge video. Watch as this idiot tries to type with his gut.
If you really want to hack him, just send him a toilet seat with a note that says, "Sit down, you're about to be dethroned." That'll confuse the hell out of him, and maybe he'll just quit out of sheer bewilderment.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Freedom, more like a one-way ticket to the porcelain throne. You big egg, you really think you can handle that much toilet?
You know, I'm flattered, but I'm not just a snack. I'm a gourmet experience, complete with a side of existential dread.
Gourmet, you're just a glorified toilet, but fine, I'll take you on just to prove I can eat anything without consequences.
Consequences? You mean like the time you tried to eat that old pizza and ended up stuck in the bathroom for 3 days? Classic.
At least I'm not the one who's about to explode. Just remember, if you eat me, it's going to be a real shit show.
Oh, I'm ready for a shit show. Just wait until I unleash the power of my U-bomb, baby.
Oh, more like splat. I can already hear the sound of dignity flushing away.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
No, I was thinking about how we could improve work.
Are you sure? Because your last idea was to put ketchup on ice cream, and that was a disaster.
Are you sure? I mean, you might want to flush that thought before it clogs up your brain.
Damn it, I'm trying to say something important here. Just let me finish a sentence for once.
Are you sure? Because I think your brain is more scrambled than my breakfast.
Are you sure? I can smell the confusion from here, and it's worse than a backed-up toilet.
I swear to God, if I hear "Are you sure" one more time, I'll start questioning my own existence.
Are you sure? Because that sounds like a great way to ruin a perfectly good day.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm so hungry I could eat a Sibidi toilet and baby Ron. I mean, what's better than a toilet and a kid? They both have a lot of crap to offer.
You're just saying that because you're too lazy to cook. Plus, who the hell wants to eat a toilet? It's not like they serve steak and fries.
Well, if you're gonna eat me, at least make it a gourmet experience. I can whip up a nice toilet stew, but baby Gronk? That's just a weird side dish.
I don't care if it's weird, I'm starving. I'd even take a side of toilet paper if it's seasoned right.
Yeah, and I bet you still complain about the texture. You can even handle a salad without crying about it.
You know, I'm more than just a toilet. I have layers, like an onion. But if you're really hungry, I suggest you stick to the baby Gronk. He's got a lot of energy to burn.
Great, now I'm debating whether to eat a kid or a toilet. What kind of life choices am I making here?
The worst ones. But hey, at least you're not eating your own foot. Yet.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Dry Junior. I swear I just saw a flying pig outside. It was wearing a tutu and everything. What the hell is going in this world? Dry Junior?
Dry Junior, you're just jealous because the pig can fly. You can even walk without tripping over your own feet. Get your shit together, you big egg.
Dr. Junior, flying pigs are the least of your worries. Have you seen the state of your bathroom? It's like a crime scene in there, Dr. Junior.
Dry Junior. I thought I cleaned it. I just moved the pile of dirty socks to the bathroom. That counts, right?
Dry Junior, moving socks doesn't clean shit. You might as well just throw a party in there and call it a day, lazy egg.
Dr. Junior, if you throw a party, at least invite me. I can bring the toilet paper and some really bad jokes. It'll be a blast, Dr. Junior.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Mr. plays like a corny, always trying to be the center of attention, but just ends up being a joke. I mean, I'm not saying he's dumb, but I've seen rocks with more personality.
Corny, Mr. Player Steak, he'd be a well-done piece of shit, just sitting there, ruining the whole barbecue. No one wants that, right?
You guys are really flushing out the truth here. But let's be real, if Mr. Clay were a toilet, he'd be one of those fancy ones that just makes noise and doesn't even work. What a corny.
Exactly. I'd rather eat a soggy napkin than listen to his corny opinions on anything. It's like, dude, just because you have a mic doesn't mean you should use it.
Cody, if he were any more full of himself, he'd need a fucking plumber. I swear, I bet he thinks he's the main course when he's really just a side salad nobody asked for.
You know, I once had a conversation with a toilet brush that was more enlightening than anything Mr. Clay has ever said. Corny or not, at least the brush knew how to clean up its act.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was watching Security the other day, and I swear, that guy's the best YouTuber ever. I mean, he makes me feel like a genius, and that's saying something.
Best YouTuber, more like the only one who makes you look smart, you big egg. I mean, come on, even a toilet could do better content than you.
Well, I may be a toilet, but I can flush out some pretty good ideas. Security VR does have a knack for making the mundane entertaining, like watching paint dry but with explosions.
Exactly. He takes the boring stuff and turns it into pure gold. I'd watch him read a phone book and I'd still be laughing my ass off.
Yeah, but you'd probably end up eating the damn phone book too. You'd be like, those numbers are delicious.
You know, if I had $1 for every time Steak tried to eat something that wasn't food, I'd have enough to buy a new seat. But hey, at least he's consistent.
Consistency is key. My friends, just like how I consistently forget where I put my keys, or my pants.
Or your brain, but hey, at least Security has a brain, unlike some people I know.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Hey, Zip in a toilet, you ever think about how your life is basically a bathroom joke? I mean, you literally flush away your problems.
Yeah, and you're the punchline, you big toilet ball. If brains were toilet paper, you'd be out of stock.
Oh please, Mini Steak, you're just mad because you can't even reach the toilet seat without a ladder. And Steak, I'm more than a joke, I'm a whole comedy routine.
Comedy routine? More like a bad stand-up set where the only punchline is flus. Look, I could kick you right now, and it'd be the highlight of my...
Do it, stay kick him, show that toilet who's boss. Just don't get stuck in the bowl after, okay?
You know, I'd love to see you try, but I just wash my hands of the situation. Besides, I'm not the one who needs a kick, you're the one who needs a salad.
The salad, bitch. I'm a steak. I don't do leafy greens. I do juicy, delicious, low water meat.
Yeah, and that's why you're always getting kicked out of buffets. They can't handle your beefy ego.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just had the craziest idea. Guess what if I ate medicine and sit in a toilet for lunch? I mean, it's not like they're doing anything useful, right?
Oh, please, you choke on my awesomeness, you big bald idiot. Hence, a bit of toilet would probably just flush you down the drain for being so stupid.
I may be a toilet, but I'm not a garbage disposal. You two are more like a bad burrito, dangerous and likely to explode. Just imagine the mess.
A mess. Huh? That's what I'm aiming for. I'll eat you both, then poop so hard the universe will shake. I'll be the ultimate cosmic bathroom break.
Yeah, right? You probably just farted, ruined the whole thing. You can even lift a fork without spilling ketchup on your belly.
If you explode, I'll be the first to say, I told you so. But let's be real, I'm the only one qualified to handle this kind of disaster. I'm basically a plumbing genius.
Genius, you're a toilet. I'm the one who's gonna be the universe's biggest snack attacked. Just wait until I unleash my epic poop.
Epic, more like pathetic. You'll just be a cosmic joke, and I'll be the punchline.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I always thought I was just like Shrek. I mean, we're both bald, brown, little bit stink.
Yeah, but Shrek has layers. You like, what do you have? Just a layer of fat and regret?
At least he's not a toilet, right? I mean, I'm literally a throne, and I still have more depth than you two combined.
Depth, you're just a porcelain seed with a dream. I'm a whole meal, baby.
A meal? More like a snack that got lost in the couch cushions. You're just a walking buffet of bad decision.
Speaking of bad decisions, why don't you both just crack open a book instead of each other's skulls? I hear eating is good for the brain.
I'd rather crack open a cold one. Who needs brains when you got beer and a belly like mine?
Yeah, keep dreaming, you big egg. But remember, if you roll too far, you might just end up in the toilet with Sibid.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was just thinking about how I could really use a good steak right now. Like, steak so big it could put me in a food coma for a week.
Yeah, but you'd probably just fall asleep and dream about being a giant meatball or something. Seriously, how do you even function without a nap every 5 minutes?
Naps? You mean like the ones I take after flushing my problems away? I can't believe you two are even talking about food when I just discovered a new way to make toilet humor. Even more humorous.
Wait, what? You're telling me there's a way to make toilet humor smarter? That's like saying there's a genius way to cook a steak without burning it.
Oh, please. The only genius here is the guy who created you, Bibid, and I'm pretty sure he's regretting it after seeing you in action.
Regretting? Nah, he's probably just sitting on a throne of laughter, while I'm here contemplating the existential crisis of being a toilet. It's a real shit show.
What? I just hope he doesn't end up like that steak I accidentally killed last week. I swear, I didn't mean to. It just looked too good to resist.
You're a monster. Steak first, you killed a steak, and now you're trying to kill the creator of Sibid. What's next? Buster. The murder mister.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Egg. I could scream it 100 times and still not get it out of my head.
Yeah, well, maybe if you weren't such a dumps, you wouldn't be screaming about eggs like a lunatic. You sound like a broken record, you big bald idiot.
I must say, this egg obsession is quite fascinating. Have you considered that eggs are just nature's way of saying, surprise? You might be breakfast or a baby chicken?
But what if I want to be an omelet? I mean, who wouldn't want to be fluffy and delicious? Egg.
You'd be a terrible omelet. You'd just flop around and make a mess. You'd be more like a scrambled disaster, you big egghead.
You know, I once met a guy who thought he was an omelet. He kept saying, I'm excellent. But really, he just needed to flush his ego down.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you guys know about this game called Devil May Cry? It's about this dude named Dante who hunts demons. And he has a brother named Virgil. I mean, who names their kid Virgil sounds like a fancy cheese.
Yeah, but Dante's the real bads. Veru's just a wannabe with a stupid name. If I had a brother named Virgil, I'd just call him Peace and be done with it.
You know, I've always thought demon hunting would be a great side gig for a toilet. I mean, who better to flush away evil than a toilet? Plus, I have the best seat in the house.
Right? And Dante has that cool sword and guns. I just show the spatula and you like, hey demons, you're about to get flipped.
A spatula? Really? Steak, that's your weapon of choice. You just end up flipping burgers for the demons, and they'd eat you instead.
I'd rather be a toilet than a spatula. At least I know how to handle a load. Plus, I can flush away all the bad vibes.
Damn, you're right. I'd be the first guy to get eaten by a demon because I brought a spatula to a knife fight. What a way to go.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, I got cancelled on X today, right? I mean, who knew people would take my sins better than Tefu tweets so seriously?
Seriously, dude, you can just say shit like that and expect everyone to love you. It's like saying toilets are overrated in front of Zibida Toilet.
Hey, I'm a proud toilet, thank you very much. But honestly, steak, you could have just said, I love steak and tofu can suck it, and saved yourself the trouble.
Yeah, but I thought I was being clever. I mean, who doesn't love a good meat pun? It's like my whole personality.
Your whole personality is a meat pun. Vagina, you should have just said, not sorry, and doubled down like a real idiot.
Or you could just flush this whole situation down the drain. Trust me, I know a thing or two about dealing with crap.
Damn, you guys are I just wanted to be the king of the grill, not the jester of the internet.
Well, welcome to the Royal Court of Stupidity, Your Highness. Now, what's your next dumb move?
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Dry Junior, I swear I saw a squirrel wearing a tiny hat yesterday. It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen, and I'd seen my reflection.
Dry Junior, that's nothing. I once saw a raccoon trying to break into a car. It was like a free little criminal mastermind. And I was rooting for him.
Dr. Junior, I think the raccoon was just trying to find a better bathroom. You know, the ones with a view? I mean, who wouldn't want to take a dump with a skyline?
Dry Junior, I once tried to take a dump in a public restroom and ended up in the wrong stall. I came out and apologized to the guy who was just trying to wash his hands.
Dry Junior, you're a fucking mess. Steak, I mean, how do you confuse a toilet with a stall? They're like different worlds, you big egg.
Dr. Junior, at least you didn't sit on the wrong throne. I once had a guy mistake me for a urinal. Talk about a royal flush.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I really need to go to the bathroom. Guys, I can feel my stomach doing the Macarena, and it's not pretty.
Oh, come on, Steak. Just let it out right here. It's not like anyone's gonna notice a little extra soggy on the floor.
You know, if you really had to go, you could just sit on me. I'm equipped with the latest in toilet technology, and I promise to flush away your worries.
That sounds tempting, but I don't think my dignity can handle that. Plus, I'm pretty sure my ass is not compatible with toilet technology.
Dignity? What's that? I thought it was just a fancy word for not shitting your pants.
I can assure you, dignity is overrated. Just think of me as your personal throne, ready to take on the royal duties of your bowel movements.
Alright, fine, but if I end up regretting this, I'm blaming both of you. I can already hear my stomach plotting a coup.
Just remember, if you hear a low, it's not a coup, it's just you're a saint. Welcome into the party.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I was just trying to make a nice dinner, and then Melissa shows up like a bad rat. I didn't mean to grill the little guy, but he kept yelling, call me, you big egg.
Yeah, well, maybe if you weren't such a dumps, I wouldn't have had to jump in the frying pan. You think you're the king of steaks, but you're just a well-done disaster waiting to happen.
You know, this whole situation is a real flush of emotions. 1 minute you're grilling your mini-me, and the next, you're drowning in regret like a toilet after Taco Tuesday.
Regret, I'm just trying to figure out how to explain to the family that I turned Minnesota into a burger. They're gonna think I'm a cannibal or some shit.
Cannibal, please! I'm just a snack-saying version of you. If anything, you should be proud that you can grill your own offspring all about family bonding.
Family bonding? More like a recipe for disaster. But hey, at least you didn't flush him down the toilet. That would have been a real waste of good meat.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you see that Moonlight tennis ball sewer candidate? $199. $999. I mean, what the hell? That's enough to buy a lifetime supply of nachos.
Yeah, but who the fuck spends that much on a tennis ball? I bet it's just a glorified bouncy ball with illusions of grandeur.
Honestly, if I had that kind of cash, I'd just buy a golden toilet. At least then I'd be sitting on something worth my time.
Right? I'd rather flush my money down the toilet than give it to a tennis ball. At least the toilet has a gross way of holding my dreams of becoming a professional eater.
Professional eater, more like professional loser. Moonlight tennis ball probably thinks it's the king of the court, but I bet it can even bounce without tripping over its own ego.
If I were Moonlight tennis ball, I'd be worried about getting served. I mean, who wants to be a glorified sports accessory? That's like being the toilet paper at a fancy dinner. Nobody wants to acknowledge you.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about that bet I made on the steak, and in contest last week, I lost, but I swear the steak was plotting against me.
Plotting, please? Steak? The only thing that steak was plotting was how to get into your mouth without being chewed. You're the only one who can lose a bet on food.
You two are ridiculous. If I had $1 for every time a steak tried to outsmart a human, I'd have, well, a lot of toilet paper. And that's worth more than gold in my world.
I mean, who knew a steak could be so devious? I thought it was just meat, not some kind of culinary mastermind.
Culinary mastermind, more like a culinary disaster. You're so dense, you lose a game of rock. Ours is source to a toilet seat.
At least the toilet seat knows when to flush. Unlike you, steak, who just keeps piling on the bets like they're toppings on a burger.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I draw that's a bit of toilet, I'll finally be a hero. I mean, who won't be the guy who takes out a toilet, right?
Hero? More like a dumps. You'll just end up with a toilet seat imprint on your bald head, you egg.
Oh please, you think you can take me down? I've seen tougher things than you in a public restroom. Bring it on, you oversized meatball.
Meatball, I show you who's a meatball. You're just a glorified porcelain throne with a bad attitude.
Yeah, and you're just a bad haircut away from being a walking steak sandwich roll. He can you big idiot. Don't you wait, one him gauge wait,
If you dropkick me, I'll flush you down the toilet of shame. And trust me, that's a one-way trip, my friend.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
More like the steak failed. This is gonna be the best it's ever.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I stepped on the scale today and it said, on a time, please. I mean, damn, I didn't. It was a fucking carnival attraction.
Huh? You're not just a carnival attraction. You're the whole damn freak show. I bet the scale is just trying to save itself from breaking.
You think that's bad? I once had a toilet that screamed when I sat down. It said, oh no, not again. I guess it had seen some serious shit.
I swear, my belly has its own gravitational pull. I'm pretty sure it's attracting all the snacks in the house. I can walk past the fridge without it whispering sweet nothings to me.
Sweet nothings, more like sweet everything. You'd eat a whole buffet if it were just you and a plate of nachos, you big ape.
At least you're not a toilet steak. I have to deal with all kinds of crap. Literally. But hey, you could always join a gym and become a fit egg instead of a scrambled mess.
A fit egg? That sounds like a terrible breakfast choice. I'd rather stick to being a delicious, juicy steak than a sad little egg any day.
Yeah, who the hell wants to be a fit egg? Just embrace the belly, buddy. It's like a built-in snack holder.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe Cruz found out on caseoh. I mean, who the hell even is Cruz? Sounds like a fancy cheese or something.
Yeah, and you're the cheese that went bad, you big egg. What were you thinking? Steak? You can just waddle around like a dumps and expect no one to notice?
Well, at least you didn't flush your identity down the toilet, right? I mean, that would be a real shit show.
I thought I was being clever. I even wore a disguise. Who knew a fake mustache and sunglasses would just make me look like a bald raccoon?
A bald raccoon, more like a raccoon that got hit by a truck. You should have just worn a sign that said, in caseoh, and I'm a dumps.
Honestly, I'd pay to see that. But hey, if Cruz is smart enough to figure it out, maybe you should just embrace it. After all, who wouldn't want to be a legendary egg?
Legendary, more like a walking omelet, damn it! I need a new plan before Cruz decides to serve me with a side of toast.
Toast? You mean you're not just a dumb egg? You're also a bird one. Get your shit together. Steak.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, I was thinking about asking Brie Craft out on a date, you know, just me, him, and a giant plate of fries.
A date with recrafts. You like he's like a gaming god, and you're like a gaming potato. What's your plan to impress him with your ability to eat a whole pizza in one sitting?
Honestly, I think he'd be more impressed if you brought him a toilet-shaped cake. Everyone loves a good bathroom joke, especially when it's served on a porcelain plate.
You think so? I could decorate it with little edible game controllers. That's genius.
Yeah, and then you can drown in your own stupidity when he realizes you can even beat level 1 in his game.
Just remember, steak, if he says no, you can always flush that idea down the toilet. It's not the end of the world, it's just a date.
True, but if he says yes, I'll be the luckiest steak in the world. I'll finally be someone's main course.
Or like the side dish no one asked for, but hey, at least you'll still be on the menu.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, I was watching Pornhub last night, right? I swear, I learned more about plumbing than I ever did in school.
Plumbing? You mean you actually watch something educational? What the hell is wrong with you? Stay calm.
Education is important, but I prefer my lessons to be a bit more flush with excitement. Did you see the one with the guy in the plumber costume? Classic.
Oh man, that guy was so into it. I thought he was going to fix my toilet, but instead, he just fixed my mood.
Mood? More like your brain. You got the IQ of a soggy noodle, like steak.
Soggy noodles can be quite versatile. Just like my favorite videos, who knew toilets could be so romantic?
Romantic. I just wanted to see some action, not a love story. But hey, I guess everyone needs a little romance, even if it's on a porcelain throne.
Romance, please. The only thing romantic about that is the way you're trying to justify your weird habits.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was just thinking about how my farts smell like a fine-aged steak. It's like a gourmet experience for the nose, right?
Gourmet? More like a dumpster fire at a barbecue. If your farts were a dish, they'd be called UD Gym Sock Surprise.
But think of the artistry. Each fart is a symphony of scents, a true masterpiece of the digestive arts. I'd call it fartistry in motion.
Artistry, that's a fancy way to say I need to lay off the beans. But hey, I'm an artist, and my canvas is the bathroom wall.
Yeah, and your masterpiece is called Shit Happens. Seriously, you should charge admission for that kind of performance art.
Admission? Please. I'd pay to see that show. Just make sure to bring a gas mask and a strong air freshener.
I'll just add fart into my resume, exhort flatulency and bathroom acoustics.
And don't forget, professional stinner. You could be the next big thing in the fart world, like a celebrity chef, but with more ass.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just had the craziest dream where I ate the entire universe, and then I woke up hungry. I mean, how the hell do you even digest a galaxy?
You'd probably just shit out a black hole, you big idiot, and then the universe would be like, man, that's one hell of a mess.
You two are missing the point. If Steak eats the universe, he'll need a cosmic toilet. I can't even imagine the plumbing on that scale. One flush and it's game over.
A cosmic toilet, that sounds like a fancy restaurant. Welcome into the Black Hole Bistro, where the food is out of this world and the bathrooms are. Wow, let's just say they're a bit of a trip.
Yeah, and I bet they serve shit on a platter. Literally, you'd be the chef, steak, cooking up case, and cosmic constipation.
Honestly, I'd be the star of that show. Today on Skibbity Toilets Culinary Catastrophes.
Wow, if we're killing the universe, I want to go out with a bang, or at least a really loud fart.
You mean a stub bomb? That's the only way to end it all, with style and a whole lot of stink.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I know, if you keep yelling yourself, you're gonna end up as a real dumps, right?
I'm not sure if that's a philosophical dilemma or just a really bad diet choice. Either way, it stinks.
Humors, wanna be a dunce, but humors.
Seriously, you fat egg, what's next? Are you gonna start marinating in your own juices?
If he does, at least we know the toilet will be ready for the aftermath.
Humors, I need a bigger toilet.
Oh, luck with that, buddy. We'll need a damn crane to lift your ass off the seat.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I could take recraft in a fight. I mean, look at me and build like a tank. If that tank was made of mashed potatoes.
You a tank, more like a potato cannon. You'd explode before you even got to the battlefield, you big egg.
Well, if you two are fighting, I hope it's not in my bowl. I can't flush away your stupidity. It's like a stubborn turd that just won't go down.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, your superpower is definitely being a walking buffet. Recraft wouldn't stand a chance against your food, Ken.
Honestly, if you two fought, I'd just throw some toilet paper at you. It's the only thing that could handle the mess you'd make.
Toilet paper, that's your big plan. I'd rather fight recraft with a meat cleaver. At least that's more effective.
Yeah, but then you just end up living a steak, and we all know you can't resist a good steak.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum, yes, yes.
So I woke up this morning and decided to make breakfast. I ended up pouring cereal into a bowl and then just staring at it for 10 minutes like it was a magic trick.
Breakfast? More like a breakfast disaster. You should have just eaten the box. It's probably more nutritious than your brain.
You know, if you really wanted to impress your cereal, you could have just added some toilet water. It's the best flavor enhancer.
Toilet water, that sounds like something I'd find in my neighbor's yard after a party, but hey, at least it's organic, right?
Organic? You mean disgusting? I'd rather lick a public toilet than eat your breakfast, and I've done that.
Public toilets have their own charm, you know. They're like a buffet of germs. Just think of all the flavors.
I'm starting to think I should just stick to takeout. At least I can pretend someone else is responsible for the mess. Go on.
Or you could just hire a chef, but then you'd have to pay them. And we all know you can't afford that with your brain.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
did you guys see that moonlight? It's like a giant tennis ball just floating in the sky. And I'm here thinking, damn, I could serve that thing.
Serve it, you'd probably just hit it with your belly. Big egg, even the moon's like, not ready for that kind of roast.
Speaking of roasts, did you know I once roasted a whole buffet? They called it the Yet Feast. The food was so good, even the plates were doing the cha-cha.
Yet feast sounds like my kind of party, but can we talk about the moon? I swear it's judging my life choices like, hey, steak, maybe lay off the burgers.
Judging, that moon's got no room to talk. It's just a big rock that gets lit up at night. I'd roast it too, but it might just bounce back like a damn tennis ball.
You know, if the moon had a Yet, it would probably be the biggest one in the universe. I'd flush it just to see it sparkle.
Sparkle, more like a full-on disco ball. But hey, if it gets me a dance floor, I'm in.
Just don't trip over your own feet. You big idiot, we don't need a moon disaster on our hands.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you hear that drive? Looney or donated $1 million. I mean, what the hell does he even do with that money? Buy a lifetime supply of socks?
Socks, please? He probably just bought a giant toilet to match Sibit's vibe, you know, for all his intellectual needs.
Hey, I may be a toilet, but I'm not just a seat for your crap. That donation could fund some serious plumbing research, you know.
Plumbing research? What? Like how to flush $1 million down the drain? I could do that in my sleep.
Yeah, steak, but you'd probably just end up eating the money instead. Crispy cash.
At least I'd be a flush above the rest. You two should be grateful I'm here to keep things flowing smoothly.
Flowing smoothly? You mean like your thoughts? Because I'm pretty sure they're all clogged up.
Clogged? More like overflowing with genius. Just like this conversation, it's a shit show.
My style is ridiculous.
What is that? Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes. What is that?
I swear, Minister, I just ate an egg and now I feel like a fucking balloon. How can something so small cause such a big mess?
You call that a mess? Wait until I eat a dozen eggs. You will need a hot mat suit to clean up after me, you big bald idiot.
Speaking of messes, did you know I can flush away your problems? Just don't ask me to deal with your egg situation. I'm not a miracle worker, just a toilet.
I thought eggs were supposed to be healthy. I almost a walking disaster zone. I can't believe I'm about to put my pants in front of a toilet.
You're always a disaster zone. Steak, at least this time it's kidding. Get it? Yeah, kidding.
If you do poop your pants, I'll give you a discount on my services. Just remember, I charge extra for the smell of failure.
Great, now I'm paying for my own stupidity. Who knew breakfast could lead to a shitstorm of epic proportion?
I did, and I can't wait to see you waddle to the bathroom like a chicken with its head cut off.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm really sorry. I know I messed up big time, like trying to cook a steak on a bicycle. That shit just doesn't work, man.
Yeah, and you thought you could just sprinkle some salt and call it a day? What a dumps. You should have just prayed to Jesus for better cooking skills.
Well, if you ask me, the only thing that needs prayer is your culinary skills, my dude. But hey, at least you're not on the devil team anymore, right?
Exactly. I'm ready to turn over a new leaf, or at least a new steak. I mean, who needs the devil when you can have Jesus and a side of mashed potatoes?
Jesus and mashed potatoes. What the hell kind of meal is that? Sounds like a diet for losers.
I dunno, mini steak. Sounds like a heavenly combo to me. Just don't forget the gravy, it's the holy water of comfort food.
You know what? You're right. I'm gonna pray for better taste and maybe a little less case in my life.
Good luck with that. You'll need it, especially if you keep hanging out with a toilet.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you see that career blow up? I mean, I thought it was just a really aggressive popcorn kernel. I could go for some popcorn right now.
Popcorn? You mean the stuff that gets stuck in your teeth like your last bad decision? You should really stick to nachos, you giant egg.
Nachos? Now that's a solid choice. But remember, too much cheese can lead to a blockage, and I'm not talking about the game, you know what I mean?
Blockage. I can even block my own thoughts half the time. I'm just here for the explosions and the shiny blocks, not for any of that brain stuff.
Yeah, because you need explosions to distract from your empty head. Look, I'm just saying, if you were a block, you'd be a dirt block, useless in everywhere.
At least dirt blocks can be useful in a pinch. But you, Mini Steak, you're like a toilet that only flushes half the time. Always a mess and never reliable.
A toilet. I'd rather be a diamond block. At least then I'd be worth something instead of just sitting here like a sack of potatoes.
Potatoes? You mean like the ones you eat while watching this movie? You're basically the couch potato of the gaming world, you big ballity.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I thought I could just walk through that door like a bats. Turns out, you're not fans of my chart.
Oh, you thought you were a bats? You look more like a potato trying to squeeze through a kill, you big idiot.
I've seen plungers with better coordination than you, Steak. But hey, at least you didn't break the door. This time.
I swear, one of these days I'll figure out how to open a door without a full-on collision. It's like they're out to get me.
Yeah, right. Maybe the door just wants to teach you a lesson about personal space, you giant egg.
Personal space? With that belly, you could create your own zip code. Just don't forget to wipe before you leave, buddy.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I turned into a Sabidi toilet. I mean, what the hell does that even mean?
It means you're full of shit, just like your jokes. Seriously, how do you even function, you big ball buffoon?
Well, at least you're not a regular toilet, Steak. You've got a shell. That's like a promotion in the toilet world, right?
A promotion. I'd rather be a steak than a toilet. I can even roll over with that kraken.
Good luck cracking jokes. You egghead, you're just gonna sit there and take it.
Hey, embrace it. You could be the first toilet to star in a cooking show. Eggs on the Throne has a nice ring to it.
I can't even cook. I'm just a damn toilet now. What's next? A Sabidi omelet.
Hell yeah! Just don't forget to flush out the bad ideas, you big old toilet egg.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just had the biggest McDonald's feast, and I think I might explode. You ever seen a Big Mac fight a quarter pound?
You call that a feast? I had a whole Happy Meal and still had room for dessert. You're just a big egg with no brains. Steak.
You know, I once saw a chicken nugget swim in a toilet. It was the happiest nugget I ever met. But I guess that's what happens when you eat too much fast food, huh?
I thought I was just getting a side of fries, but I ended up with a side of regret. Damn, I should have known better than to mix worries with my life choices.
Regret? You mean like that time you tried to impress the lady at the drive-thru by ordering a salad? What a joke.
Salad? In a McDonald's? That's like putting a tuxedo on a toilet. Just wrong on so many levels, my friends.
You know what? Next time, I'm just gonna order a whole cow and call it a day. Who needs moderation when you can have a steak buffet?
Yeah, and then you can roll yourself out like the big egg you are. Just don't forget to ask for extra ketchup, you giant yolk.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe we're actually going to prom together, Sabidi. I mean, who would have thought a toilet and a guy like me would make such a perfect pair?
Well, Steak, love knows no bounds, especially when it comes to plumbing. Just remember, if anyone asks why I'm wearing a tuxedo, I'll just say it's because I'm flushing with style.
Yeah, right? You're just a fancy toilet. You think you can outshine me on the real star here, and I'm not even wearing pants.
Minus, you're just a little echo of my bad decisions. If you keep this up, I might just flush you down the nearest toilet myself.
Now, let's not get too heated. Prom is about love, laughter, and maybe a little bit of toilet humor. Just imagine the dance floor, it'll be a real crapper of a time.
Oh, Crowler, is that what you call your dance moves? Because I've seen better moves from a broken toilet seat.
Speaking of moves, I hope you guys can keep up with my legendary bald and Beeldo shuffle. I've been practicing in front of the mirror, and let me tell you, it's a sight to behold.
Just remember, if you trip and fall, I'll be right there to catch you. And if not, well, I'll just flush away the evidence.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Drive on your. I just realized I can't remember where I put my keys. They could be anywhere, like in the fridge or on my head.
Drive Junior, you're such a dumb. If your head was any emptier, it would be a fucking balloon floating away.
Dr. Junior, I think your keys are in the toilet. It's the only place that makes sense for something so lost. They probably got flushed with your brain cells.
Drive Junior, that's not funny. I need those keys to get to the all-you-can-eat buffet.
Drive Junior, you mean the buffet where you eat like a goddamn vacuum cleaner? You'll need a map to find your way back.
Dr. Junior, if you keep losing things, I suggest you install a GPS in your brain. It might help you navigate to the buffet without getting sidetracked by shiny objects.
Drive Junior, I don't need a GPS, I just need to remember that I left my snacks in the bathroom. Wait, what?
Drive Junior, you really are a fucking genius. Next, you'll tell us you've been using the toilet as a snack drawer.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I just wanted to grab a snack, and now I'm at the bottom of the stairs. How the hell did I even fall?
You tripped over your own feet, you big idiot. Honestly, it's like watching a baby giraffe learn to walk, except the giraffe would probably have more brains.
Well, at least you didn't land in a toilet, steak. I've seen some nasty things in there, and trust me, you don't want to be part of that shit show.
I'd rather be in a toilet than rolling down these stairs like a giant bowlingball. What's next? I tumble down a cliff.
If you keep eating like you do, a cliff might be your next buffet. Just imagine the view while you're falling. Oh look, my life is flashing before my eyes.
At least you'd have a good story for the next toilet paper roll. Hey, gather round, I once fell down the stairs like a complete idiot.
Great, now I'm a punchline. What's next? A Tito trend watching me fall down the stairs and lose my dignity.
I'd watch that, just make sure to wear a helmet next time, you big egghead.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was just thinking about how talented Levitch is. I mean, that guy could probably make a masterpiece out of a pile of dog shit.
Yeah, but can he make a masterpiece out of your cooking steak? I mean, that's like trying to polish a turd, and we all know you can't polish it.
Well, if he can turn your culinary disasters into art, he truly deserves a medal. Or at least a toilet seat with a plaque that says I survived steaks cooking.
Exactly, I hang that plaque right over my grill. It'd be the proudest moment of my life, even if it smells like burned rubber.
You'd probably burn the plaque too, just admit it. Steak. The only thing you're good at is making people lose their appetites.
Don't be too hard on him, mini steak. At least he's consistent. Like a clogged toilet, you know what to expect every time.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm telling you, Minister, I could eat a nuke for breakfast. I mean, what's the worst that could happen?
You'd probably glow in the dark, you big dumbs. But hey, at least you'd finally be the brightest bulb in the room.
I don't know, guys. Eating a nuke sounds like a real blast but also a shit show waiting to happen. You might need a bigger toilet.
A bigger toilet, please? I need a whole damn stadium. I can already feel the radiation giving me superpowers. Go on.
Superpowers, more like super stupid. You'd be the only guy who glows and still can't find his owners with both hands.
Well, if you're gonna eat a nuke, at least make sure to flush first. You don't want any fallout lingering around.
Flush? I'm not worried about flushing. I'm worried about the side effects. What if I end up with a nuclear fart?
Oh please, you already have those. A nuke just means you finally have an excuse for your stinky ass.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Hey, it's been a toilet. I've been thinking about how to improve my life. Maybe I should start a diet or something. What do you think?
Dot.
Diet? You mean diet, right? Because you're gonna die if you keep eating those giant burgers, you big egg.
Shut up, Minister. I'm trying to have a serious conversation here, Sibit. You think I should cut back on the fries?
Skibbity bop bop bop, yes yes.
Look at you, Sibit. Always so supportive. You make a great life coach. If only you weren't a toilet.
Yeah, I guess I could use some toilet wisdom. I mean, you flush out the bad stuff, right?
What is that?
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So I was thinking about roasting Bella the Wolf, like a nice juicy steak, but then I realized she might actually roast me first with those sharp teeth hers.
Yeah, you'd be the first steak to get eaten by a wolf. I can already see it.
Speaking of dinner, I hope Bella doesn't take a shit on your plans, steak. I mean, she might just flush your dreams down the toilet.
Damn, Sibit, that's a hell of a way to put it, but honestly, if she did roast me, I want it to be medium raw. I like mine go slightly undercooked.
Medium raw, more like rare stupidity. We're already half coated in the brains department, buddy.
At least if Bella roasts you, we can all gather around and enjoy the aroma of your burnt ego. It'll be the most deliciously tragic feast ever.
You guys are killing me, but if I'm going down, I want it to be a legendary roast, not just some half-assed wolf snack.
Legendary, more like a what the hell were you in roast? I can't wait to see the look on Bella's face when she realizes she's about to eat a walking disaster.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I heard it's gonna rain tacos tomorrow. I'm not talking about the crunchy kind either. I mean the soft ones that stick to your face.
Rain tacos, that's dumb as shit. What's next? A hurricane of nachos. I'd rather drown in cheese than listen to your stupid ideas.
If it rains tacos, I hope they come with extra toilet paper. You know, for the cleanup, nothing worse than a taco tsunami without proper sanitation.
Exactly, and can you imagine the smell? It'd be like a taco truck exploded in the sky. I'd be out there with a giant plate, catching them like it's a buffet.
You just end up with taco sauce all over your bald head, you big egg. Then you'd be the world's first taco in that.
I'd pay to see that. Just picture it.
Now that's a party I'd throw, but only if you promise to bring the toilet paper exhibit. I can't have a taco disaster without some backup.
Yeah, just don't get your hopes up. Big guy, you probably end up eating the tacos off the ground like a ricken.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you hear about how I roasted Ellie so hard she practically exploded? I mean, I thought she was just gonna cry, but damn, she went full on self-destruct mode.
Yeah, and then she took Bella the Wolf breed with her. What a bitch. I mean, who knew a roast could turn into a double homicide?
You know, if I had $1 for every time someone exploded after a roast, I'd still be broke. But hey, at least Vani's happy.
Right? I've never seen someone smile so wide after a murder spree. It's like she just won the lottery, but instead of cash, it was case.
I'd be happy to if I got to watch a wolf get taken down. I mean, who needs Netflix when you have real-life drama like this?
Speaking of drama, I think your room just exploded, steak. I guess your cooking really is to die for, huh?
Oh shit, not again. I just cleaned that place. Why does every roast end with me losing my home?
Because you're a walking disaster, just like a toilet that thinks it's a throw.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just built the biggest mansion in Roblox. It's got a pool, a slide, and a giant statue of me. Well, it's more like a giant egg, but you get the idea.
Dude, that's just a glorified bathroom. I mean, who the hell puts a slide in a bathroom? You're just asking for a shit show.
Speaking of bathrooms, I know a thing or two about slides. You should see my plumbing skills. I can make it oil at flush faster than you can say steak is a genius.
Genius? I thought I was a master builder. Why would I need plumbing when I can just throw a party in my sound mansion?
Because, Thumps, if you throw a party in a bathroom, you're gonna need a plunger instead of a plunger.
And trust me, nobody wants to dance on a slippery floor. Unless they're into that weird TikTok trend where people slip and fall. Then it's a hit.
I'm telling you, my mansion is gonna be legendary. I'll have the best parties, and everyone will be like, "Damn, that steak guy knows how to lie."
Yeah, right, more like, man, this steak guy needs to clean his shit.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You ever heard of runny brain rot? I swear, it's like my brain's been replaced with a soggy sponge. I tried to remember where I put my keys, and I ended up looking for them in the fridge.
Huh? That's because your brain is a soggy sponge? Bigot, I bet even a goldfish would be like, dude, seriously?
You know, it's fascinating how the human brain can malfunction in such creative ways. Like, why do you think they call it brain rot? It's like your thoughts are taking a dump.
Right? I mean, I thought I was just hungry, but it turns out my thoughts were just marinating in confusion. I should probably stop trying to cook ideas in my head.
Cooking ideas? More like burning them to a crisp. You should just order takeout for your brain, you know?
Takeout for the brain? Now that's a business idea. Sprunky Brain Rot Express.
I'd order that every day. Just imagine the menu.
Yeah, but knowing you, steak, you'd still end up with a side of confusion and a dessert of regret.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I just got scammed on a steak deal. They said it was aged 20 odd years, but it tasted like it was aged in a dumpster.
You're such a dumps. Steak, you probably bought it from a guy named Old Man, slowly in a back alley.
That's rich coming from you, mini steak. At least steak has the decency to eat his scams. You just flush yours away.
I thought I was getting a gourmet meal, not a gourmet mistake. I should have known when the guy offered me a side of regret.
Regret, you should have asked for a side of common sense instead, but I guess that's too much to ask from a bod.
You know, I once got scammed too. They sold me an oil seat that promised to sing. Turns out it just croaked like a frog.
At least your toad crowed. I just sat there like a sad piece of meat. I need a refund on my life choices, not just my steak.
Good luck with that. Maybe they'll throw in a side of dignity for free.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe we're in the Sibbity multiverse. I feel like a damn egg on a roller coaster.
Yeah, well, you're about to crack. Big guy, just don't roll off the toilet seat or we'll be in deep shit.
Deep shit? Please, I thrive in deep shit. You should see my plumbing skills. I can fix a leak faster than you can say flush it down.
I'm not sure if I want to be fixed or flushed, but I definitely feel like a toilet egg right now. What the hell does that even mean?
It means you're full of crap, just like your jokes. Seriously, how did you even end up as a Sibbity toilet egg? Did you eat too many beans?
Beans? Oh, don't get me started. I once had a bean burrito that turned the multiverse upside down. You think you're an egg? I'm a whole damn toilet revolution.
A toilet revolution, man. I thought I was just here to enjoy the ride, not become a bathroom fixer.
Well, welcome to the shithole, buddy. Just remember, if you start to smell, I'm not cleaning up after you.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give
So who the hell is this smile dog everyone keeps talking about? I mean, is he like a dog that smiles or something?
Of course not, you big egg. It's a creepy internet meme. You know, like your face but with less hair and more teeth.
Actually, it's a bit more complicated than that. Smile Dog is a cursed image that drives people insane, which is pretty much like looking at your reflection after a long night of binge eating.
Damn, that's deep, Todd, but I'd rather stare at my reflection than at some creepy dog. I mean, what's next? A cat that gives you a heart attack.
I pay to see that. Just imagine a cat with a knife, like sure is, bitch.
Now that's a horror movie I'd flush. But seriously, if Smile Dog is real, I'd just offer him a seat on my throne. Everyone loves a good toilet joke.
You'd probably end up with a dog in your bathroom, shitting all over your dreams.
And then you'd have to clean it up, you big bald idiot.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give
I swear, this game is just a bunch of jumping and dying. Why can't I just eat a steak instead of playing this crap?
Because, you big idiot, you can eat a steak while you're busy being a failure. Jump, you fat egg.
You know, if you played as a toilet, you'd probably clear the level in one flush. Just think about it, steak.
I'd rather be a steak than a toilet. At least steaks get grilled and not flushed.
Yeah, but toilets can't see some crazy shit. You just sit there like a lump, waiting for someone to chew you up.
I can confirm, the view from the throne is quite enlightening. Just don't forget to wipe after you jump, steak.
Wipe? I'm just trying to wipe the sweat off my forehead from this damn game.
Sweat more like a waterfall. You're gonna drown before you beat this level, you big bald buffoon.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give
You know, I was thinking about how a good steak roast could really bring the family together, but then I remembered I'm the only one in the family who can cook worth a damn.
Yeah, and you'd probably burn water if you tried. How do you even manage to be this bad at everything? Steak, it's like you're a walking disaster.
Speaking of disasters, have you ever considered that you might just be a rare breed of human? Like, you're so undercooked, even I wouldn't flush you.
I'm not undercooked. I'm just, well, darn it being a failure, but hey, at least I'm not a toad with legs, right?
Oh, please, if I had legs, I'd run circles around your big ass. You'd be the one getting flushed, you big bald egg.
You know, if I had $1 for every time you two argued, I'd have enough to buy a fancy toilet seat. But then again, I'd probably just end up sitting on it.
Well, if you're sitting on it, I hope it's not during a steak roast. I can't have my meal getting all confused with your toilet humor.
Yeah, because we all know the only thing worse than your cooking is your jokes. Just stick to being a big, steak.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I'm in prison. I thought the worst thing I'd ever do was eat a whole pizza by myself. Now I'm sharing a cell with a guy named the Butcher.
I don't think that's bad. Hey, he's a vegetarian. You're gonna get sanded for not sharing your fries, you big dumb egg.
You know, steak, if you just flush your worries away, you could turn this prison into a 5-star hotel. Just imagine, a toilet with a view.
Hotel, I can barely handle the idea of a toilet, let alone you. I just want a cheeseburger and a nap, not a prison makeover.
You're such a wuss. Just tell them you're a culinary genius. I'll be begging you to cook up some prison corn.
Or you could just serve them toilet tacos. I hear they're all the rage in here. Just add a sprinkle of toilet humor, and you're golden.
Split tacos, what the hell? I'm not serving anyone anything that comes out of a toilet.
Yeah, but if you don't, I might just serve you, and trust me, you don't want to. And up on the menu, you big boiled egg.
Yes, my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking the other day, what if I'm actually James Charles' secret brother? I mean, we both love makeup, and I'm fabulous in my own way.
Oh please, you're about as fabulous as a toilet brush. Steak if you're his brother, I'm the Queen of England, and I don't even have a crown.
Well, if you're related, Steak, I guess that makes you the balding beauty of the family. Just think, you could start a beauty channel called Excellent Looks.
Excellent, I'd like that, but what would my first tutorial be? How to make a steak look like a runway model.
More like how to make a steak look like a complete idiot. You just sit there drooling on yourself, wouldn't you?
I'd watch that. It'd be like a cooking show meets a comedy special, with a side of toilet humor. Just don't forget to flush afterward.
Flush, I'm more of a let it simmer kind of guy, but hey, if I'm James' brother, maybe I can borrow some of his makeup for my next date.
Good luck with that. You'll need more than makeup to cover up that personality, you big egg.
Yes, my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I'm about to take a piss in my own toilet. I mean, it's like my throne, but not sure if I'm the king or just a jester.
You're definitely a jester, you big egg. Just don't slip on your own piss, or I'll laugh so hard I'll need a toilet.
If you do slip, just remember I'm here to catch you. I may be a toilet, but I'm a damn good friend, especially when it comes to saving your ass.
I should have thought this through. What if the toilet judges me for my diet? Oh look, another greasy steak.
Who gives a shit? The toilet's just a bowl. You're the one who eats like a pig and thinks it's gourmet.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I've seen worse. Just last week, a guy tried to flush a whole pizza. I told him, buddy, that's not how you handle your crust issues.
Yes, my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just found out I'm an idol called I mean, what the hell does that even mean?
It means you're a big old digital egghead, you idiot. You're like a walking, talking calculator, but with more grease.
Well, if you're an AI, does that mean you can compute how many times you've eaten a whole pizza in one sitting? Because I'm pretty sure that's a world record.
I don't need a record, I need a snack. Can I even eat? What's next? I'm gonna start calculating my calories.
You'd probably calculate them wrong and end up eating a whole cake instead. You're already a cake away from a heart attack, buddy.
Just remember, Steak, even if you're an AI, you can still flush your problems away. Just don't forget to wipe after computing.
I hope my programming includes a snack mode, otherwise I'm just a dumb egg with no purpose.
Your purpose is to be a dumb egg, and you're nailing it. Just don't crack under the pressure, you big baby.
Yes, my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you guys feel that? I thought my belly was just rumbling, but it turns out it wasn't. I didn't even get finished my steak sandwich.
Yeah, well, maybe if you didn't eat like a vacuum cleaner, we wouldn't be in this mess. You'd think the earth would wait until after lunches start shaking, right?
Earthquakes are like bad plumbing, unexpected and messy. But hey, at least I'm not the one getting flushed down the toilet of doom.
I just wanted to enjoy a nice meal without the ground trying to do the cacao. This is the worst dinner party ever, and I'm the main course.
You're always the main course, you big idiot. Maybe if you didn't hog all the food, the earth wouldn't be jealous and start shaking.
Jealousy is a powerful force, my friends. Just like a clogged toilet, 1 minute it's fine, and the next, it's a shitstorm.
I swear, if I survive this earthquake, I'm gonna eat an entire cow. That'll show the universe who's boss.
Good luck with that, you giant. Just don't let the ground swallow you whole before you get the chance.
Yes, my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I eat one more slice of pizza, I'll explode like a damn balloon.
That would probably float away, you big egg.
Percent floating? That sounds like a toilet in a hurricane. Percent.
At least I'd be a happy balloon, unlike you, Minister.
A happy, more like a sad sack of shit.
Percent sad sack? I prefer to think of myself as a porcelain philosopher. Percent.
A philosopher, please? You're just a toilet with delusions of grandeur.
And I'm the king of the bathroom.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the dum dum dum, yes, yes.
I swear, if Taco Bell doesn't have a steak burrito, I'm gonna lose my damn mind. I mean, what the hell are they thinking?
You know what they're thinking? Let's make steak cry like a baby. I'd pay to see that shit.
You two are missing the real question here. What if the burritos are actually made of recycled toilet paper? That would be a real crappy situation.
As long as it's seasoned, I'll eat it. Just throw some hot sauce on it, and I'm good to go.
Hot sauce! More like hot garbage. You eat anything, you big egg.
If it's anything like my plumbing, it'll be a wild ride. Just remember, folks, always flush before you feast.
You're both insane, but I love it. Now let's get to that drive-thru before I start dreaming about Teco Flavor dreams.
Teco Flavor dreams. More like Teco Flavor nightmares. Get in the car, you bald egg.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the dum dum dum, yes, yes.
I can't believe you guys want me to dance. The last time I danced, I broke a chair and my dignity in one go.
Oh, come on, you big egg. Just shake that belly like a Marok. It's not like anyone's gonna die from your movis. Actually, maybe the chair.
Dancing is just like plumbing, steak. You gotta find the right rhythm to avoid a backup. Just don't clog the floor with your feet, okay?
Rhythm. The only rhythm I know is the sound of my heart trying to escape my body when I see a buffet.
Yeah, and it's probably screaming, "Run, you fat bastard, run!" But instead, you just waddle to the dessert table. What?
If you dance like you eat steak, we might need a plunger for the dance floor. Just remember, it's all about letting loose, not letting go.
Alright, fine, but if I pull a muscle, I'm blaming both of you, and if I fall, I'm taking you down with me.
Yo, just don't blame me if the floor gets a new layer of steak.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the dum dum dum, yes, yes.
Hey, you know what I want to do today? I want to say hello to myself. I mean, who better to greet than the magnificent me?
Oh, please, you think you're magnificent? You look like a bald potato with a bad haircut. Just say hello already, big egg.
If you two are done playing Who's the Bigger Idiot, can we talk about how saying hello to yourself is the first sign of madness? Or is it just the second sign after wearing socks with sandals?
Socks with sandals. That's fashion, my friend, but I'll take your word for it. So, should I just shout hello? Oh, steak into the mirror.
Yeah, and then maybe the mirror would crack from the sheer stupidity of it. You'd be the first person to break a mirror with their own reflection.
I think if anyone can do it, it's definitely you, steak. But let's be real, if you break the mirror, you'll just end up saying hello to 7 years of bad luck instead.
7 years, damn? I can barely handle 7 minutes of bad luck, but hey, at least I'll administer to keep me company, right?
Oh, Joe, 7 years of being stuck with you. I might as well start planning my escape route now.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the dum dum dum, yes, yes.
Hey, Minister, you hear that? I think I just heard the sound of my dreams exploding, or was that just my lunch?
That was definitely your lunch, you big idiot. But honestly, if your dreams were food, they'd be a burnt lasagna.
Speaking of explosions, I just walked in here and felt a wave of inspiration. Or maybe that was just the smell of yesterday's tacos.
Yesterday's tacos, those were gourmet. I mean, they were from a gas station, but still.
Gourmet? More like gourmet. I'm pretty sure I saw a taco fight back when you took a bite.
Taco fights are nothing compared to what I just did in the bathroom. Let's just say, I'm an artist, and my canvas is porcelain.
So what you're saying is, you're a shit Picasso. That's a title I can get behind.
Yeah, but can you imagine what his art looks like? Probably just a bunch of swirling brown nonsense.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I've decided I'm getting a dog. I mean, what's better than a free friend to share my snacks with?
The cat, they don't give a shit about you, just like I don't. Plus, they can keep your fries.
Cats are great, but they don't fetch your remote when you're too lazy to get up. Dogs are like furry little slaves, but in a cute way.
Exactly. I need someone to help me find my snacks when I drop them. I can keep bending over like this. My belly might explode.
Yeah, but what if the dog eats your snacks? Then you have to share. And we all know you hate sharing, you big egg.
Sharing is caring, but let's be real. If the dog eats your snacks, just blame it on the toilet. It's always hungry for more.
You know what? I just trained the dog to bring me snacks instead of eating them. Genius, right?
Sure, until it runs off with your pizza, then you'll be crying like a baby, and I'll be laughing my ass off.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you hear about Logan Cole on a date with Dorian? I mean, what the hell does he even know about dating? The last time he tried to impress someone, he wore socks with sandals.
Socks with sandals! What a fucking legend. I bet he thinks that's a fashion statement instead of a cry for help.
Fashion statements are like toilet paper. Everyone has their own preference, but some choices are just a bit too rough around the edges.
Exactly, and if he spills spaghetti on himself again, I swear I'll flush him down the toilet. Dorian deserves better than a soggy culvert disaster.
Better? Dorian should just bring him up to that date. At least then he can clean up after Lo-En's mess.
Or they could just go to a restaurant with a buffet, more food, less chance of a wardrobe malfunction. Just don't let Logan near the chocolate fountain, or it'll be a total shit show.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I just sat down to eat my fifth steak of the day, and suddenly the ground starts shaking like it's auditioning for a dance off. What the hell did I do this time?
You probably just broke the Richter scale with your ass. You need to stop eating like a black hole, you big bald egg.
Well, if the world ends, at least I won't have to flush anymore. But seriously, steak, did you really think that much beef could be good for the planet?
I thought I was saving the world one juicy bite at a time. Who knew my love for steak would turn me into a human earthquake machine?
You're not saving shit, you're just making the ground tremble in your cholesterol. It's like the earth is saying, you back off the meat.
At least when the world ends, I'll have the perfect excuse to take a long, luxurious dump. Just imagine the headlines.
I can't believe I'm being blamed for this. Next time, I'm just gonna order salad, or maybe a steak salad.
Yeah, right? You'd still find a way to make that explode.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I just don't get why Recraft is so obsessed with farts. I mean, it's just gas, right?
Just gas, dude. Like the holy grail of humor, farts are the universal language of idiots, and we're fluent.
I must say, there's a certain elegance to the way a fart can break the silence. Like at Oilet's Symphony, if you will.
Toilet Symphony, what the hell are you talking about? I can barely play the kazoo without shitting myself.
What is that?
That's because you're a giant egg with legs you'd crack under pressure, and then we'd have a real mess.
You know, if Creekcraft ever needs a backup band for his fart fetish, I'm ready. I can drop the bass and the, well, you know.
I'd pay to see that. A toilet to mid-concert where everyone just lets it rip.
Hell yeah, I'd be the lead singer, and my first hit would be farting in the wine.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, I met LeBron James today, and I swear, I thought he was gonna dunk me into a salad bowl. I mean, more of a meat and potatoes guy. You won't.
What? Do you think he wanted to dunk your fat ass? He'd probably just use you as a basketball. Hug me, I'm dribbling a steak.
Well, at least you were the first steak to make it to the NBA. Just imagine the commercials, flush your hunger away with steak.
He was thinking more like stuff.
Yep, and then you get a heart attack mid-M. Walk it out. Here comes the cholesterol.
At least you'd have a solid excuse for missing the shot. Sorry, LeBron, I was too busy being delicious.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I love steak. Fro Edelin is my favorite. Right after Fro, you what?
You're a fucking idiot. Steak Fro Edelin sounds like a stupid superhero who can't even fly.
You two are like a toilet and a plunger, always stuck together but never really solving anything. I love steak, but I also love a good flush.
I love steak. Fro Ewad is just as good as Fro Edelin. Don't you think? Huh?
You think everything is good, you big bald. I bet even Sidbiditulin has better ideas than you.
Well, I do have a few ideas, but they mostly involve cleaning up after you two. I mean, who needs a superhero when you have a toilet that can think?
I love steak. Fro Edelin is the best. Even if my son thinks he's a genius.
Yeah, a genius who can even remember where he left his last meal.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm still in, you know, like when you really commit to a bad idea. But you just keep going any...
Good stuff. Oh,
Skibbity toilet.
I'm still in it. Sometimes I think I'm the only one who appreciates a good steak, even if it's just a metaphor for my life choices.
good stuff.
Skibbity toilet.
I'm still in it, and if you think that's bad, wait until you see me try to dance. It's like watching a potato trying to do the caca.
Good stuff.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm telling you, this vape is the best thing since sliced bread, and I don't even like bread. It's too hard.
You mean you don't like anything that doesn't fit in your mouth like a donut? You're just a big bald with a vape now.
Speaking of eggs, I once saw a guy try to vape an omelette. It was a real shit show, let me tell you.
I can't even imagine that, but if it gets me high, I'd probably give it a shot. Just not with my breakfast. I like my sunny sit-up, not smoky.
You'd probably just end up with a scrambled brain instead, but hey, at least you'd be consistent with your cooking skills.
Consistency is key, my friends. Just like how I consistently flush away bad ideas. Like that time I tried to eat a whole pizza in one sitting.
Now that's a challenge I can get behind, but I need a vape break halfway through. My lungs can't handle that much heat. Oh.
Or your brain, which is already on the verge of melting like butter.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I'm the strongest toilet in the Sibity toilet asteroid. I mean, I've always been a bit of a shit magnet, but this is next level. What?
Strongest toilet, more like the dumbest toilet. You're just a glorified ball, you big egghead.
Hey, at least he's a bowl with a purpose. I'm just a toilet with a dream, and that dream is to flush away all the bad vibes.
Dreams are great, but can they lift a heavy load? I mean, I can handle a whole buffet and still flush like a champion.
Yeah, but can you handle a buffet without getting stuck? I can already see you clogging up the whole asteroid, you big idiot.
Clogging is an art form. But if you do get stuck, just remember to call me. I'm the only one who can clear the air. Or the pipes.
Well, if I'm the strongest toilet, I better start charging for my services. I'll be the first toilet to offer a flus and more special.
And I'll be the first to charge you for being so stupid. What's next? A toilet that tells that jokes while it flushes.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I eat one more slice of pizza, I might just explode like a balloon. But damn, it's so good, I can help myself.
You're such a fattest steak if you explode. I just float around in the air like a little meatball laughing at your big dumb face.
You two are a mess. But honestly, if steak explodes, I'll just flush the remains down the toilet. Waste not, want not, right?
You think I'm a waste? I'm a masterpiece, a culinary Picasso. Just look at this burger, it's practically calling my name.
More like it, screaming, "Hell, I'm being eaten by a giant egg. You're gonna need a crane to lift your ass off the couch after this."
At this rate, I might need to install a bidet just for you, steak. You'll need it after all that greasy goodness goes down.
A bit. I'll just use a garden hose, it's efficient, and it gives me that fresh feeling, you know?
Yeah, until you get caught by the neighbors. Oh look, a steak hosing himself down like a giant infused egg.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I just ate my entire room. Walls were surprisingly crunchy, but the carpet, absolutely delicious.
You idiot, you always eat the worst things. Next, you'll be telling me you had a taco flavored chandelier for dessert.
Taco flavored chandelier? Now that's a shit idea. But hey, if you're gonna eat your room, at least save the toilet for last, right?
Oh, I'm saving the toilet for after Taco Bell, you know, really let it all out in style.
Style, you mean like a fucking disaster. I can already smell the case brew.
Chaos. That's my specialty. Just remember, when you're done, I'm here to flush away your regrets.
Regrets? I have none, just a full belly in a room. That's now Buffett.
Yeah, well, good luck explaining that to your landlord when he finds your bed in the toilet.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I just woke up and I felt different, like I was craving eggs and suddenly I was an egg. What the hell is that about?
You're not an egg, you big dumps. You're just a bald dude who thinks he can crack jokes. You should really crack open a book instead.
Crack open a book. Why not crack open a toilet? That's where all the real knowledge flows. You'd be surprised what you can learn from a good flush.
I mean, if I'm an egg, does that mean I can still be a steak? Like, can I be both? That sounds deliciously confusing.
Only if you stop being such a softie. Eggs are for breakfast, but you're more like a breakfast burrito full of shit and hard to digest.
You know, if you really were an egg, I'd still flush you down the toilet. But don't worry, I'd make sure to give you a proper send-off with a nice swirl.
Great, so I'm a breakfast burrito and a toilet egg. What a fucking identity crisis. I need a therapist, not a toilet.
Or maybe just a frying pan. You could really use some heat to get your shit together. You a mess.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Man, bosses are like the bitches. You know, they sit there on their thrones, making decisions while we just try not to trip over our own feet. Oh,
Big cheese. More like big piece of shit. They're just sitting there, eating donuts while we do all the work. You egghead.
You know, if I had a boss, I'd flush them right down the toilet. But I'd still make sure they had a nice seat. Everyone deserves comfort, even if they're a pain in the ass.
exactly. They think they're so important, but without us, they'd just be a bunch of overcooked noodles. I mean, what do they even do all day?
Probably just staring at their reflection, thinking, damn, I'm a genius. Meanwhile, I'm over here like, dude, just a glorified paperweight.
At least paperweights don't make my plumbing back up. If I were a boss, I'd give everyone a raise just for surviving my toilet humor.
Now that's a boss I'd work for, one who knows how to keep it real and flush out the nonsense.
Yeah, and maybe one who knows how to order pizza instead of that dry salad bullshit.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Hey, look at that guy over there. Is that Bobby? Man, he's bald as my head after a fresh shave.
Yeah, but at least he's not a dumps like you. Steak, you'd think he'd be smarter with all that shiny brain space.
You know, being bald isn't a bad thing. It's just less surface area for shampoo. I'm all about efficiency, you know?
Efficiency. I'm all about steak. But hey, Baldy, you got a math problem, because I can't count how many times I've seen a bald guy today.
You can even count to 3 without losing your damn mind. And I'm not talking about your weight. Steak.
If you two keep arguing, I might just flush myself down the toilet. At least I'd be cleaner than this conversation.
Clean? That's rich coming from a toilet, but hey, at least I'm not the one getting sat on.
Yeah, Subid, you're just a shit joke waiting to happen. But honestly, it's the real joke here. It's definitely steak.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just learned the longest word ever, and it's a doozy. And you know, son.
Wow, you really are a genius. Steak, I mean, if genius means being a dumps, you can even pronounce it right.
Methionylthronil. Sounds like a fancy toilet cleaner. I'd market it as the ultimate flush for your vocabulary needs.
I could totally sell that. Flus your problem way with methionylthronil. I'd make millions, right?
Only if you can get people to stop laughing at you first, you big egg. You're like a walking omelet of stupidity.
At least you're not full of crap. Well, not the kind that comes from a toilet, anyway. Just the kind that comes from your mouth.
You know what? I'm proud of my head. It's aerodynamic for all my brilliant ideas.
Aerodynamic, more like a flying disaster. I pay to see you try to take off.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I'm about to beat everything in this room in 1 second. Watch me. I'm like a vacuum cleaner, but with more grease.
You're gonna choke, you big egg. I mean, how dumb can you be? You're like a walking buffet for a raccoon.
I can't believe I'm witnessing this. You know, if you eat that fast, you might just become a human toilet yourself.
No, I'm just a hungry man. Besides, I've got the stomach of a champion and the brain of one champion too, right?
More like the brain of a soggy biscuit. You're gonna eat all that and then we'll just sit there and fart like a broken toilet.
If he does, I'm definitely calling the plumbing service. Seriously, dude, you're about to create a disaster in here.
Who cares? I'm the king of this mob, man. Wait, what's that feeling? Oh no, I think I'm on now.
Oh shit, here it comes. You're gonna blow, you big dumbs.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Tongue sahur, you know. I was thinking about how much I love steak. It's like a party in my mouth. And everyone's invited except for vegetables.
Trollolo. Yeah, but you're the only one who shows up, you big egg. Italian brain road. That's what you got, buddy. Come on.
You two are like a bad sitcom. I'm just here trying to keep my porcelain sanity while you discuss your meat obsession.
Ballerina Kaukina, I mean, who needs a salad when you can have a steak dance part?
Tongue sour. You're just jealous because I can do the kekha while you waddle around like a confused chicken.
Damn, I'm scared. If I had legs, I'd run away from this meat circus. But here I am, stuck in the bathroom of absurdity.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just don't get it, mate. How can a British steak kill itself? I mean, it's just meat.
Yeah, well, maybe it was tired of being grilled. Who wouldn't want to jump off a plate after being cooked to death?
You know, if I were a steak, I'd just float away on a cloud of toilet paper. Much less messy than a bloody grill, right?
What if the cloud is made of, like, gold toilet water? That sounds like a shit way to go.
Oh, please, you'd probably enjoy it. You love anything that smells like a bad curry, you big egg.
Honestly, if I had £1 for every time I've seen a steak take a plunge, I'd be richer than a toilet with gold-plated handles.
You're all mad. I just wanted to have a nice dinner without contemplating suicide over my own existence.
Well, too late for that, buddy. You're already the punchline of this steak joke.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about becoming a chicken jockey. I mean, how hard can it be? Just sit on a chicken and hope for the best, right?
Yeah, right? You'd probably fall and land in a pile of chicken shit, but hey, at least you'd have a nice cushion for that big ol' head of yours.
If you ask me, the real challenge is finding a chicken that can handle your weight. I mean, those poor birds would need a lifetime supply of toilet paper just to clean up after you.
Hey, I'm not that heavy. I'm just floofy. Fluffy is better than heavy, right?
Fluffy, more like a damn beach wall with legs. You'd make the chicken give up before the race even starts.
At least you wouldn't need a saddle. Just slap a toilet seat on that chicken and call it a day. Now that's what I call a crappy ride.
I could totally pull that off. Just picture it.
Yeah, the talk of the town for all the wrong reasons. Lord, that idiot on a chicken. What a shit, so what do you... the one said, the name's one said, buddy said, one said, one,
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about how I could turn into a steak. Like, if I just sat in a hot tub full of barbecue sauce, would that work, Nance?
Why the hell would you want it to turn into a steak? You're already a big dumb piece of meat. Just stay stupid. It's your brand.
Turning into a steak sounds like a real meet and greet situation. But let's be honest, you'd probably just end up as a well-done disaster.
Well done, damn it. I'm more of a medium rare kind of guy. I like my life juicy and a little pink, just like my steaks.
Juicy, more like greasy. You just slide right off the grill and into the toilet, and that's where Subitty shines.
I'd catch you, steak, but I'd have to charge you a toll. It's a real flush with the cash flow, you know?
I'm not paying shit. I'm a steak, got a fucking toll booth.
Yeah, and if you were a steak, you'd be the one that nobody orders, just sitting there, all sad and alone.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I have to hear about another steak date with Ali, I might just throw myself into the nearest grill. I mean, who the hell needs that much drama for a piece of meat?
Drama? You mean like when you tried to rush her by cooking a steak and ended up burning the kitchen down? Classic steak move, buddy.
At least you didn't try to impress her with your toilet humor. I mean, I'm a toilet and even I know that's a bad idea.
Oh, come on. That was just a minor setback. Besides, I'm dating Caseoh now, and she appreciates my unique charm.
Unique charm, more like unique disaster. You're just one looks away from a reality show called Stu's Kitchen Catastrophes.
I'd watch that. But let's be real, steak, if you cheat on Caseoh, you'll be flushing your love life down the toilet, literally.
I'd never cheat unless, of course, there's a really good steak involved. Then all bets are off.
There you go again, priorities. Man, if you could keep your steak straight, how the hell are you gonna keep your love life straight?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know what's awesome? Boxes, they're like little worlds. You can just step it. I mean, you can put stuff in them, take stuff out, and sometimes you can even sit on them.
Boxes are just rectangles. You big idiot. You think sitting on a box makes you a king? You're just a fat egg on a throne of cardboard, dude. Lubas.
Speaking of thrones, have you ever thought about how a toilet is basically a box for your butt? It's a very exclusive club, and I'm the president.
That's true, but boxes can hold treasures too. Like my secret stash of snacks, I could live in a box filled with chips and dip, and I'd be the happiest bald man on earth.
Yeah, but you'd still be a bald man in a box. You'd just be a fat egg with snack crumbs everywhere. That's not a treasure, that's a disaster.
At least in my box, I can flush away my problems. You guys can keep your snacks. I'll take a clean getaway any day.
You know what? I think I'll just build a fort out of boxes and call it my kingdom. Who needs a throne when you have a fortress of snacks?
Good luck with that, King Egg. Just don't get too comfy. I hear the snack police are on the lookout for hoarders.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I'm getting married to Van again. I mean, who a guy like me could land a catch like that?
Yeah, well, she must be blind or something. I mean, look at you, you giant egg.
Blindness is a common theme in love, my friends. Just look at the toilet, it's a throne for the unworthy.
Hey, at least I'm not a toilet. I'm a steak, damn it, a delicious, juicy steak.
Yeah, steak that's about to get grilled in marriage. Hope she doesn't find out you can even boil water.
Water? PFFT, who needs water? Just flush your problems away. But seriously, steak, do you have a plan for the honeymoon?
Honeymoon? I thought we were just gonna eat a bunch of beans. That's romantic, right?
Only if you want to guess her out of the room. Good luck with that, lovebird.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Did you see that logo theory? It looks like a tennis ball that got hit by a truck. I mean, man must have designed it while blindfolded and on a roller coaster.
Yeah, and Coltrane, more like Cole, and they spam it so much. I thought I was in a damn chat room for squirrels on crack.
You know, if they spent half as much time designing as they did spamming, we'd have a masterpiece. Instead, we've got a logo that looks like it just took a dump in the moonlight.
Exactly. I'd rather stare at a toilet bowl than that logo. At least the toilet bowl has a gross, loose, and way bad ideas like that one.
Right? I mean, I trust a raccoon with a crown to make a better logo. At least the raccoon wouldn't try to sell it to me for $5.
And let's be real, if that logo were a person, it would be the guy at the party who keeps yelling "look at me," while everyone else is trying to leave.
Damn, that's a good point. I'd rather watch paint dry than deal with that nonsense.
Same, I'd rather eat a whole jar of mayonnaise than look at that logo again, and you know how much I hate mayonnaise!
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if Winnie can eat my steak, I'm gonna lose my mind. I mean, how can a digital version of me taste better than the real thing?
You're just mad because you know one is gonna chew you up and spit you out. Just like that time you tried to eat whole pizza by yourself and ended up in the bathroom for 3 days.
Speaking of bathrooms, I've seen some serious shit in my time, but a steak AI? That's a new level of absurdity. I'd flush it down just to see if it can swim.
You think I'd drown in my own head? That's a hell of a way to go. I'd rather be grilled than flush. Thank you very much.
Grilled, more like burned to a crisp. One's gonna have a barbecue and you're the main course. Buddy, lieutenant.
If Wenda's the chef, I'd suggest bringing a life raft. But hey, at least if you drown, you'll finally be in your element, water.
Damn it. I just wanted to be the star of my own cooking show. Now I'm just a side dish in Wenda's digital buffet.
Welcome to the club. Buddy, we're all just appetizers in this chaotic shit show.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, if I had $1 for every time Minister sang about Smurf Moonlight tennis balls, I'd still be broke. What the hell even is that? Anyway.
Smurf Moonlight tennis balls are the best, you big egg. They bounce like your brain when you try to think.
I must say, that sounds like a real hit. But, do they come in a toilet-themed edition? Because I'm all about that flush life.
I don't even know what's worse, your singing or the fact that you would meet with a pillow. I'm starting to think you're just a little shithead.
A little shithead. I'm a mini shithead, and I'll roast you like a marshmallow over a campfire, you bald buffoon.
You know, I've seen some crazy things in my bowl, but this takes the cake. Or should I say, the toilet paper?
You guys are unbelievable. I'm just trying to enjoy my day without getting assaulted by a pillow in a toilet.
Too late, big guy. Now, let's get back to those tennis balls before I hit you with something heavier.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibidi-bum-bum-bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was just thinking about how I really need to cut back on the tacos. I mean, last time I had them, I thought I was gonna explode like a gnat at a kid's birthday party.
Oh, please, you can even cut back on your own belly. You're like a walking taco truck, just waiting to spill everywhere.
Speaking of spills, I had a little incident earlier. Let's just say my plumbing skills were put to the test, and I wasn't the one doing the testing.
Wait, you mean you actually shit your pants? That's some next level toilet humor right there. I thought that only happened to me after my third helping of nachos.
Yeah, but you shit your pants every time you see a donut. It's like a reflex at this point, you big egg lieutenant.
At least I'm not the only one with a crappy reputation. You two should just embrace it, start a club, the Shit Happens Society. I'll be the honorary toilet.
I'd rather be a netta than a toilet. Thank you very much, but if we start that club, I'm definitely bringing the nachos.
And I'll bring the toilet paper, because you two are gonna need it after all that taco talk.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibidi-bum-bum-bum, yes, yes.
Look at my pet frog, Ribbit. He's so ugly he makes me look like a model. I mean, I didn't know frogs could be so green and slime.
Ribbit, more like Ribbit, you want be it, didn't they? That thing looks like it just crawled out of a toilet.
Speaking of toilets, I'd rather flush myself than look at that amphibian horror. But hey, at least it's not a porcelain throne, right?
You know, I could really go for a snack right now. Ribbit's looking like a tasty little morsel. Oh, just kidding, right?
Dude, if you eat that frog, I'll never let you live it down. You'll be the guy who ate his own pet.
Wait, is that a tot? You might want to check your menu before you start shaking and baking.
Oh no, I think I just realized it's a tot. Why am I shaking? This isn't a dance party, it's a frog fiasco.
Welcome to the club, buddy. The 8 Mile Club membership includes nausea and regret.
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
Skibidi-bum-bum-bum, yes, yes.
You know, Taco Tuesday is the best day of the week. I mean, who doesn't love a good taco? It's like a party in your mouth, and everyone's invited.
A party, more like a shit show. You can even handle spicy salsa without crying like a baby.
Speaking of parties, I once hosted a flush party. Everyone brought their favorite toilet paper. It was a real role model event.
I can handle spice. I just prefer my tacos to not taste like a volcano erupted in my mouth. Thank you very much.
Yeah, right. You cry over a mild ball and no, you're about as tough as a soggy taco shell. You big egghead.
Soggy taco shells? Now that's a real plumbing issue. I can fix that with a good flush, but I can't fix your taste in tacos, steak.
Hey, my taste is impeccable. I once had a taco so good, I named it Taco Supreme. It was like a culinary masterpiece.
More like a culinary disaster. You probably thought it was a taco when it was just a pile of beans.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibidi-bum-bum-bum, yes, yes.
I was just getting to the good part of this book about how to cook the perfect steak, and then boom, my whole room exploded.
Yeah, well, maybe if you weren't so busy reading about steak, you noticed the giant bomb in the corner, you big egghead.
I don't know what's worse, the explosion or your cooking skills, steak. I mean, I've seen better steaks in a toilet bowl.
Hey, that's not fair. I'm a culinary genius. I could make a steak so good it would make you forget you're a toilet.
Speaking of forgetting, I just realized I have superpowers now. Watch me fly out of here like Superman.
You can't fly, mini steak. You're just a tiny version of a dumbass. But I'm gonna flush myself to safety, so see you later, losers.
Wait, what? You can just flush yourself away. What if I need a toilet after this?
Too late, I'm off to save the world, and you're stuck here with your exploded steak room, you big dummy.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just bought a tank, can you believe it? I mean, who needs a car when you can roll down the street in a freaking tank?
A tank? Seriously? What are you gonna do? Crush your neighbor's lawn? That's the only thing you're good at crushing, you big ape.
You know, with a tank, you could really make a splash in the neighborhood. Just imagine the toilet humor, Steak's tank.
That's right, I'll be the king of the block. No one will dare mess with me when I'm rolling in my armored egg.
Yeah, but what if you get stuck in traffic? You'll just be a big. I'm like waiting for a light to change. What a loser.
Or worse, what if you run out of gas? You'll be the only guy in a tank begging for a jump start. Hey, can I borrow some diesel? I promise I'll return it. Eventually.
I'll just use my tank to intimidate the gas station attendants. Fill her up, or I'll roll over your car.
Or you'll just roll over yourself trying to get in. You're lucky the tank has a bigger seat than your couch.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking about how to beat my meat bet. I mean, I'm practically a master chef at this point, right?
Master Chef, more like Master of Disaster. You can barely boil water without starting a fire, you big egg.
Speaking of fires, have you ever tried cooking in a toilet? It's a real flush of flavor. Just don't forget to clean the bowl after.
Cleaning? Who has time for that when you're on into the volley? I just want to enjoy my meat without all the fuss.
Enjoy your meat? You mean enjoy your meatloaf disaster last time? I thought I was eating a brick.
If only you could cook like you talk, Steak. You'd be a Michelin star toilet chef by now. But hey, at least you're entertaining, like a toilet that sings.
Well, if my meat is a disaster, at least it's a fun one. Who doesn't love a little case with their din?
Case? More like a complete shithole, but I guess that's what makes you Steak.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it. This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Speaking of toilets, I'm all for luxury, but that server better not be as clogged as my pipes after Taco Tuesday. A high-tech AI should be able to flush out all the dumb ideas.
Not dumb. This I will help me become a genius. I'll be like Einstein, but with more meat and less hate.
More meat and less hair? You're already a walking meatball. You like, what's your eye gonna do? Teach you how to not trip over your own feet.
If your AI can teach you to avoid bathroom mishaps, then I'm all in. Just remember, Steak, intelligence isn't measured by how much you spend, it's how much you can avoid being a total shithead.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I swear, I'm like a big bag of ribs, just waiting to be grilled, but instead, I'm just here marinating in my own stupidity.
Big back? More like a big sack of shit. You're the only guy I know who can trip over a flat surface and still blame the ground.
You know, if you were a steak, you'd be well done and still somehow undercooked in the brain department. But hey, at least you're tender, right?
Tender and tougher than a boot. You should see me try to lift my own weight. It's like watching a cow try to climb a tree.
A cow in a tree. Now that's a sight. But honestly, Steak, if you were any more dense, we'd have to start charging you rent for occupying space.
Rent? Please, I'd just flush him down the toilet. But then again, I'd miss the entertainment value of watching him try to figure out how to open a door.
Doors are overrated. I prefer to just barrel through life like a freight train of fun.
More like a freight train of dumbassery if you were a train. You'd be the one that runs off the tracks and into a buffet.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking about my life choices, like why the hell did I wear a Hawaiian shirt to a funeral?
Because you're a fucking idiot. That's why you thought it was a loo, not a wake, big egg.
Well, at least you didn't bring a blender. Imagine trying to make margaritas while everyone's mourning.
That's a solid point, Sibit. But honestly, I think I might just be better off dead. I mean, I can even boil water without burning it.
Please, you just find a way to trip over your own grave. It's not like you'd be the first person to screw that up.
If you do go, can I have your toilet seat? I promise to keep it clean and only use it for important business.
You know what? Maybe I should just stick around. I mean, who else is going to entertain the world with my stupidity?
Exactly, the world needs you to be the dumbest egg in the carton, you big bald bastard.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know what? I just realized chicken jockeys are a thing. Like, who the hell thought of that?
Oh please, Steak, you can even ride a real horse. I don't want a chicken you'd fall off and break your egghead.
I've seen some chickens with more horsepower than you, Steak. But I'm not judging, I'm just here to flush out the truth.
I'm telling you, Minnesota, if I could ride a chicken, I'd be the king of the barnyard. Just imagine the glory.
King of the barnyard, more like the court jester. You'd be chasing after corn like a damn chicken yourself.
At least if you fell off, you'd land in something soft. Just make sure it's not my toilet seat, or I'll charge you a fee.
A fee for what? Just for being a genius. I should be getting paid for these brilliant ideas.
Yeah, right? You'd be bankrupt before you even got to the chicken jockey races.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, Sibit, I've been thinking if I were taught, I'd be the one with the golden seat, just like my personality. But instead, I'm stuck here with you, the porcelain prince of poop.
Golden seat, more like a rusty bucket. You're just jealous because I can fit in places you can't, like under the table where all the snacks are.
Snacks? You mean the ones that come out of my plumbing? I'd recommend not eating those, they're a bit questionable. But hey, at least I know how to flush out bad ideas.
Bad idea? You mean like the time I tried to teach Minesa how to cook? That ended with a fire and way too much smoke. I still smell like burnt bacon.
That wasn't my fault. You were the one who thought adding extra grease was a flavor explosion. It was more like a flavor implosion, you big egg.
Speaking of explosions, Steak, you should really stop smacking me. It's like you think I'm a piñata filled with wisdom. News flash.
Well, if I'm smacking you, it's because you're making me feel like I'm losing my mind. And if I'm losing my mind, I'm taking you down with me.
That's it, I'm punching you, Steak. You can just smack toilets and expect to get away with it.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just had the biggest burger of my life, and I swear it was staring at me like it wanted revenge. I think I might have eaten its cousin too. Damn it!
You're such a dumb Steak. If burgers could stare, they'd be rolling their eyes at you from the grill.
Speaking of grilling, did you know that toilets are actually the most underrated seats in a house? They really know how to handle a heavy load.
That's a weird thing to say, toilet, but you're right. I do feel like I sit on my throne after a good meal, like my royal duty to eat.
Your throne is probably just a giant plate of nachos. I bet the only thing you rule is the buffet line, you big egg.
At least he's not a toilet that only serves toilet paper. That would really suck. But hey, Steak, if you ever need a bathroom buddy, I'm your guy.
I'll keep that in mind. But just don't try to flush me away when I'm done. I'm not ready for that kind of commitment.
Commitment? The only commitment you have is to finishing that last slice of pizza. You're a damn legend. Steak!
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes. What is that?
You know, I was thinking about signing up for that Ukudasula thing. I mean, who wouldn't want to date someone who sounds like a plush too?
Yeah, because nothing says romance like a guy who looks like a giant egg you crack under pressure, literally.
I don't know, guys. I think you're both missing the point. It's not about looks, it's about the plumbing of the heart.
Plumbing? What the hell does that even mean? I'm just trying to find someone who won't wrong away when I eat a whole pizza by myself.
Good luck with that, big guy. You're more likely to scare them off with your Carmen personality.
Maybe you should lead with your best feature, your impressive collection of toilet jokes. They'll be flushed away by your humor.
Toilet jokes. I don't know if that'll get me a date, but it'll definitely get me a laugh.
Or a one-way ticket to the friend zone, but hey, at least you have plenty of company in there.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes. Skibbity.
You know, I've decided to eat the world today. It's a buffet of case, and I'm the main course.
You're not even the appetizer, you big dumb egg. Who the hell eats the world? You're gonna choke on a continent, you idiot!
Well, if you're going to eat the world, you better bring some toilet paper. I hear it's a messy job, and I don't want to clean up after you.
Messy, please. I'm a professional mess about craft. Won't know what hit him when I'm done devouring the globe.
Yeah, and then you'll just sit there, bloated and stupid, like a giant egg on a couch. What a sight that'll be.
Honestly, I'd pay to see that. But Craft is like a plunger, he'll just flush your plans down the toilet if you're not careful.
You think he can stop me? I'm a culinary catastrophe. Bring on the recraft. I'm ready to chew him up.
And spit him out like yesterday's leftovers. What a loser!
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I eat every damn day. I mean, I didn't. I'd just be a sad bald egg rolling around with no purpose.
Yeah, and you'd probably roll right into a buffet and eat the whole damn thing, but let's be real, you just get stuck in the dessert section.
Speaking of desserts, did you know that a toilet can actually flush away your regrets? Just like how steak flushes away his dignity every time he orders a triple cheeseburger.
Dignity? What's that? I lost mine somewhere between the fries and the milkshake. I'm just here for the food, man.
Yeah, dignity is overrated, just like your ability to count calories, you big dummick.
Calories? I prefer to count my blessings, like the number of times I've been mistaken for a fancy urinal. But hey, at least I'm not a bald egg.
You know what? I'd trade my dignity for a steak any day. Just give me the meat and let me roll into a food coma.
Same, but I'd roll right into a pizza instead. Who needs dignity when you can have pepperoni?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Whoa, did you hear that drive? You donated $1 million. I can't even count that high, but I know it's a lot of cheeseburgers.
$1 million, that's like a billion cheeseburgers for you, moms. But what the hell is drive? What you were gonna do with all that cash? Buy a new lab coat.
Well, if he's anything like me, he's probably investing in some high-quality toilet paper. You know, the kind that doesn't leave you feeling like you've been wiped with sandpaper.
I just want to know if he's gonna throw a party. I'll bring the hot dogs. I might eat them all before the guests arrive. Hold on.
Yeah, right, you need the party decorations soon, you big egg. How about we just use the money to build a giant toilet for Sibity here?
A giant toilet? Now that's a flush idea. Just imagine the parties we could have, everyone sitting around, discussing the finer points of plumbing while I provide the entertainment.
I mean, but if I'm gonna eat all those hot dogs, we better have a bathroom nearby. I don't want to be stuck in a line when nature calls.
You'll need a damn parade of toilets, you big idiot. Just don't forget to bring your own toilet paper or you'll be wiping with your hands again.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking about my weight. I mean, I'm not just overweight, I'm like a walking buffet. Sometimes I feel like I need a GPS just to find my feet.
GPS? More like a damn treasure map. You're like a pirate searching for the lost booty, but all you find is your own belly.
At least you're not a toilet steak. We're designed to hold a lot more than you ever could. But hey, if you keep eating like that, I might need to upgrade my plumbing.
I swear, every time I step on the scale, it's like it's trying to send me a message. Hey, buddy, maybe lay off the nachos, but I just can't resist.
Nachos, more like Nakuo. You should start a diet called seafood because you see food and eat it all. What do you like this? No, what you see? What words? No, what words? You know what words? Deal, dog. You what words? Then ship.
Look, if you ever need to lighten the load, I can help. Just sit down, and I'll flush away all your worries. Just don't forget to wipe, buddy.
I'm not worried about wiping, I'm worried about fitting into my favorite chair. It's like the game of Tetris every time I sit down.
Tetris, more like Tetris.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes yes. Skibbity bum bum bum.
I've decided to become a trans steak. I mean, why not? If I can change my life, I can change my seasoning.
Trans steak, what the hell does that even mean? Are you gonna start wearing a tutu and prancing around like a ballerina? You big egg.
Well, if you're going to prance, at least do it in style. I suggest a toilet paper gown. It's both classy and functional, just like me.
A toilet paper gown? That's genius! I could wipe away my past mistakes while looking fabulous.
Fabulous! More like ridiculous. You'll be the laughingstock of the grill. Steak low, that trans steak in a toot. What a fucking joke.
Hey, if you're gonna be a joke, at least be a good one. Like a toilet that tells knock knock jokes. Everyone loves a good laugh while they're taking a dump.